Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. Pain. The sharp sensation emanating from its left paw jolted Juju awake, feeling as though its palm might snap in two. With great effort, it opened its eyes and was astonished to discover that the world around it had shrunk, or perhaps it had grown larger. Wasn't I already dead? Though questions swirled in its mind, the pain in its paw demanded immediate attention. Unable to spare any energy to ponder its surroundings, it focused solely on its left paw, only to find that it had transformed into a delicate, fair-skinned arm. The wound at the wrist was swollen and white, indicating that it had been submerged in water for an extended period. An arm? A human body. It quickly lowered its gaze and realized it had indeed become human. A blood-red lotus birthmark on its chest was faintly visible in the water, as it floated in a large bathtub filled with blood. Oh my, this is terrifying. When the world is happening. In a panic, it scrambled out of the bathtub, standing on its legs before the mirror. In its previous life, she was known as Xinran, a wealthy heiress with a fortune in the billions. After being betrayed and ultimately killed by her scoundrel husband, her soul found refuge in the body of a hamster she had once owned. She had witnessed firsthand how her deceitful husband feigned affection, seizing her family's wealth while frolicking with his mistress. As the pet of a former spouse, she had naturally found herself in a dismal predicament. Fortunately, she had been adopted by her former rival, Zhao Qianqian, which allowed her to survive for over a decade in the apocalyptic world as a long-lived hamster. Through their care, she came to realize just how gravely she had erred in her past life. The brother with whom she had exchanged letters, who had promised to marry her when she grew up, was not the scoundrel Sun Cheng, but Zhao Qianqian's brother, Zhao Ziqua. No wonder Zhao Qianqian had often remarked that she was blind initially. She thought it was merely a matter of personal dislike, but it turned out to be a harsh truth. After her death, the siblings had secretly investigated the truth surrounding her demise, continuously opposing Sun Cheng and causing him distress. Even after uncovering the truth, Zhao Ziqua did not relent in seeking vengeance on her behalf, which left her feeling quite remorseful. Had she not misjudged character, perhaps the outcome would have been different. In the apocalypse, she had gained considerable knowledge alongside the siblings. For instance, one must strike the heads of zombies, for within their craniums lies a glimmering object called a crystal core. Crystal cores could enhance the abilities of those with powers, serve as currency in trade markets for resources, and even allow one to rent spacious accommodations and bases. Of course, resources could also function as currency, but they were far more precious than crystal cores, which could be acquired simply by slaying zombies, whereas resources depended on luck. When not on missions at the base, Zhao Qianqian often took her along. Zhao Qianqian had two major hobbies. One was to hold her while reading novels, and the other was to tug at her ears, criticizing how foolish Xinran had been, repeatedly, reminding her, "Remember, falling in love with men only brings misfortune. Only money, resources, and wealth can bring happiness, except for men like my brother." At that moment, she had thought to herself, "Why hadn't you told me this when I was still human? Now I'm a hamster. What does a hamster know about such matters?" Yet, one lesson she absorbed was that money could indeed bring happiness. Thus, she began to diligently collect crystal cores, secretly stashing them within her space. Xinran gazed at her reflection in the mirror, gently caressing the surface. Thanks to Zhao Qianqian's penchant for reading, she quickly came to terms with her new reality. Xinran locked eyes with her reflection, a slight smile gracing her lips, her gaze resolute and clear, yet betraying a hint of mischief reminiscent of Zhao Ziqua. She exited the bathroom and located her phone, dialing her private lawyer's number from memory. "Hello, is this Lawyer Liu? This is Xinran. Hello, Miss Yi. How may I assist you today? I wish to divorce Sun Cheng. Please gather evidence of his infidelity as swiftly as possible. I want him to leave empty-handed." "Understood, Miss Yi. We have already prepared the evidence of infidelity and the transaction records with Lu Li. We are simply waiting for your go-ahead to proceed with the paperwork." Perhaps it was her overthinking, but she sensed a hint of excitement in Lawyer Liu's tone. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Perhaps he was merely outraged on her behalf. "Please expedite this matter. I wish to obtain the divorce certificate as soon as possible. Of course, Miss Yi. Rest assured, as long as you do not have second thoughts, we will ensure this task is completed." Awkwardly, She felt a slight embarrassment. It seemed he was reminding her not to hinder the process. Reflecting on her past romantic folly, she sheepishly touched her nose. Though she was acutely aware that the apocalypse was less than 2 months away, and that a divorce might ultimately be inconsequential since, after the collapse of order, marriage, certificates would be rendered worthless, she nonetheless wished to sever all ties with Sun Chung. Fortunately, it would not require excessive effort, so she decided to proceed with the divorce after all. Their union had been a mistake, and there was no need for further entanglement. After ending the call, Xinran made her way to the kitchen. She found a refrigerator as per her memory, retrieving bread, milk, and some fruit, intending to eat something to stave off hunger. Having neglected her meals due to heartbreak, she had subsequently lost too much blood from a self-inflicted wound. If she did not consume something soon, she feared she might faint again. As thoughts of the impending apocalypse crossed her mind, she let out a sigh that, if only my space had come along with me. Talking to herself, she attempted to store the milk bottle in her space. To her astonishment, the bottle vanished from her grasp. Her space had indeed followed her soul into this new existence. She quickly closed her eyes, concentrating, and soon opened them again, excitement gleaming in her gaze. It truly has come along, even the crystal cores. It seems Zhao Qianxian's apocalyptic novels weren't entirely fanciful. She retrieved a tricolored crystal core from her space and glanced at the wound on her wrist, lost in thought. Should the apocalypse truly arrive, relying solely on her spatial abilities without any means of self-defense would not suffice. Should she take the plunge? 15 years into the apocalypse, research had revealed that aside from self-activation or activation through viral infection, there was another method to unlock abilities. Embedding colored crystal cores within one's body. By merging the energy of the crystal core with one's own blood and bone, one could obtain abilities corresponding to the core's attributes. The stronger the core, the higher the level of abilities obtained, though the risk of fatality also increased. Should she gamble on this? Chapter 2. Awakening Abilities. Xinran recalled the fates of the beautiful girls without self-defense capabilities in the apocalypse and shuddered at the thought of her own striking appearance. Forget it. Let's take a chance. Perhaps a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Xinran had no desire to become a mere plaything for male ability users in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Silently encouraging herself, she resolved that enhancing her self-defense capabilities was the more prudent course of action. If she failed, it would simply mean death, something she was already familiar with. It was preferable to a fate worse than death. With newfound clarity, Xinran ascended the stairs, clutching the crystal core tightly in her hand. Upon returning to her bedroom, she meticulously gathered all the jewelry her father had left her, stowing it away in her personal space. She was acutely aware that Lu Li, the third party involved, had an intricate connection with these jewels. Sun Chung and Lu Li had thrived in the apocalypse thanks to that very connection. Thus she resolved to secure all the jewelry. Should she fail, she would take that connection with her, adamantly refusing to allow those two scoundrels any advantage. Once her preparations were complete, she reclined on her bed, pressing the tricolored crystal core against the wound on her left wrist. Due to the pressure, blood began to seep from the wound anew. The solid core, upon contact with her blood, gradually melted into a torrent of overwhelming energy, incessantly merging with Xinran's being. Ignoring the excruciating pain, she transformed the core's energy, embedding it deep in her wrist. As the energy from the core coursed through her, a formidable current surged within her body, causing her to curl up in agony. Before long, blood oozed from her pores, transforming her into a figure drenched in crimson. The force of the internal turbulence intensified, relentlessly ravaging her body, pushing her to the brink of her physical limits. Just as she believed her body would shatter, a radiant light emanated from the lotus birthmark on her chest, enveloping her entirely. In an instant, she vanished from her location, leaving only a blood-stained bed behind. At that moment, the unconscious Xinran found herself submerged at the bottom of a modest lotus pond, slumbering like an infant. Her furrowed brow betrayed her restless slumber. The tumult within her body persisted, the relentless energy assaulting her cells, while the water in the lotus pond continuously infused her with energy, tirelessly mending her damaged cells and attempting to soothe the raging forces within her. Two energies silently clashed, one wreaking havoc, the other gently healing. Whenever Xinran felt her vitality waning, a surge of life would invigorate her very marrow. This could very well embody the legendary struggle for survival she sensed, the agony akin to the disassembly and reconstruction of a body as depicted in cultivation novels. The tricolored crystal core Xinran absorbed belonged to a level 10 zombie king, the highest and only multicolored core known to exist 15 years into the apocalypse. To vanquish this zombie king, the elite from 4 major bases had convened, suffering numerous casualties. Yet, none anticipated that amidst the chaos, this core would be quietly collected by a mere hamster. This core was a life-for-life acquisition by Zhao Qianqian, who believed it was unjust to let others benefit from it. Originally, she intended to deliver the core to Zhao Ziqua, but they became separated. Zhao Ziqua, consumed by vengeance for Xinran, had little energy to spare for a hamster, and when she finally located his team after much hardship, she learned that he had sacrificed himself, detonating the core in a bid to take down Sun Cheng. What she did not realize was that had she not activated the Jade Lotus space in time, her reckless gamble could have cost her life. Such a high-level zombie core was something even subjects fortified with research lab nutrients dared not attempt. The core harbored vast amounts of energy, which, upon entering a human body, would recklessly course throughout. If the Bodis meridians lacked sufficient fortitude, the result could be fatal. This aversion to recklessly activating abilities with cores, knowing that the initial power level would match the core's grade, was why few dared to take the risk. Even those resolute enough to gamble would first enhance their bodies to level 5 before attempting to activate cores below that level. Yet even then, there remained over a 50% chance of fatality. In stark contrast, Xinran had directly embedded a level 10 core into her frail, unfortified body, a clear invitation to death. Fortunately, her knave fortune shone upon her prior to her actions. She had secured all her jewelry in her space, inadvertently activating the Jade Lotus pendant among them, which expended the entirety of its spiritual spring to preserve her life. Upon awakening, Xinran discovered herself nestled in a deep pit, a lotus leaf overhead sporadically releasing droplets of dew that fell coolly upon her head, providing a refreshing comfort. How do I get out of here? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a wave of dizziness, finding herself abruptly seated on her blood-soaked bed. The sticky sensation beneath her prompted an immediate leap, even knowing it was her own blood. She felt repulsed. Where was I just now? Can I return? Her surroundings blurred again, her bedroom vanished, replaced by a quaint courtyard. In the yard stood a charming thatched cottage, surrounded by blooming flowers and several tilled vegetable patches. What puzzled Xinran was the presence of a large pit within the courtyard. Could I have been in that pit? Is this pit the fabled spiritual spring? How did it transform into a hole? Where's the spring water? Though puzzled, her nature was not one to dwell excessively on such matters. At that moment, the thatched cottage captured her attention. She pushed open the door, and upon entering, she was utterly astonished by the interior. From the outside, the cottage appeared modest. She had expected a single room, but upon entry, she discovered a spacious and well-appointed interior. Chapter 3. The Jade Lotus Space. What was utterly unexpected was how the interior of the cottage bore no resemblance to its exterior. Setting aside its complete living room, bedroom, study, storage room, and bathroom, the spaciousness and the elegant decor, featuring exquisite golden silk Namu furniture, were enough to make one forget its humble appearance. Drawing upon her extensive reading experience, Xinran calmly retrieved a smooth, white jade slip from the study's desk and pressed it against her forehead. As anticipated, a surge of information flooded her mind upon contact. This place was known as the Jade Lotus Space, sealed away by an ancient powerful being within a Jade Lotus pendant, gifted to her ancestral family as gratitude. Although her ancestors were unaware of the pendant's secrets, they passed it down as a family heirloom, cherishing it due to its divine origin. What they did not realize was that the pendant could only be unsealed with blood. If ordinary blood were used to lift the seal, the space would transform into an infinitely expansive storage area. Though limited to storage capabilities, Xinran understood that its boundless nature rendered it a formidable tool. In her previous life, Sun Cheng and Luli had thrived in the apocalypse by amassing vast resources within this limitless storage space. What she had not anticipated was the delightful surprise her own blood would unveil when the Yi family's bloodline unlocked the space's seal. It would manifest a courtyard, complete with a spiritual spring, vegetable patches, and a cottage. The sacred spring in the courtyard possesses the extraordinary ability to detoxify, rapidly heal, purify, and enhance one's physique. In the vegetable garden, vegetables can be cultivated, with the sacred spring accelerating their growth. The storage room within the thatched cottage is an infinite space where time stands still, and behind the cottage lies a vacant lot where the descendants of the Yi family can plant trees according to their preferences after unsealing the enchantment. Though outsiders cannot be casually brought into this space, it can certainly be regarded as a divine artifact for navigating the apocalyptic world. Moreover, with 2 months remaining until the impending apocalypse, Xinran believes that if she possesses even a modicum of ambition, dominating a territory in the post-apocalyptic world is not merely a dream. Logically, this should be the location of the sacred spring. But where is it? Xinran, who had unwittingly consumed an entire pool of the sacred spring to preserve her life and successfully awaken her latent abilities, now gazes at the few dew droplets on the lotus leaves with a frown. This must be the fabled spring. There are only a few drops of the sacred water each day. Not only is it insufficient for watering the vegetables, but one would also hesitate to use it. At this rate, I wonder how long it will take to fill this large pit. Unable to restrain herself, Xinran lets out a sigh. The phone is soon answered, and a warm male voice emerges. "Hello, Miss Yi, this is Song Yang." "Hello, Manager Song. When would you be available? I have a matter I would like your assistance with." Upon hearing Xinran mention the suspension of Sun Cheng's card, Song Yang's voice on the other end falters momentarily, yet he refrains from further inquiry, continuing with his gentle tone. "All right, Miss Yi. I will have my assistant suspend all the cards you provided to Sun Cheng immediately. Yes, I have no other matters. Please carry on with your work. Thank you for your effort, and take care of your health. It's no trouble at all. This is my duty. Miss Yi, goodbye. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." "Certainly, goodbye." After hanging up, Xinran changes the password to her front door and deletes Sun Cheng's fingerprint from the password lock. Once satisfied that there are no oversights, she picks up her phone and dials her nemesis, Zhao Qianqian. Initially, she and Zhao Qianqian were not adversaries. The Zhao and Yi families lived adjacent to one another, and due to their similar ages, they were childhood friends. When did they begin to drift apart? Perhaps it started when she began dating Sun Cheng. Following his incessant provocations, they gradually distanced themselves, forgetting their once close friendship and evolving into rivals who would exchange barbed remarks whenever they met. Reflecting on this, Xinran cannot help but scold her past self for being bewitched. How could she forsake her childhood friend for a man so devoid of worth? Zhao Qianqian must have been preoccupied with her phone, as the call was answered immediately, revealing a familiar yet infuriating voice. "Oh, what occasion prompts the myopic Xinran to call me? Surely, you must have dialed the wrong number? Where are you, me? At home. The hillside villa? Indeed. What about your brother? At the company. Oh, white, on what grounds do you? Beep, beep, beep." As Zhao Qianqian attempts to retort, she is met with the busy signal, which infuriates her to the point of nearly throwing her phone. Fortunately, her rationality prevails. She recognizes that the phone belongs to her, and breaking it would only result in her own loss. "Wait, what did that woman just say? Is she coming to my house? No, I cannot allow her to enter, otherwise my brother will be heartbroken again." Realizing this too late, Zhao Qianqian rushes out of her room and dashes downstairs, calling for the butler. Uncle Zhang, Xinran will be here soon." Before she can finish her warning about not letting her in, she sees the butler has already welcomed her inside. A wave of frustration wells up in her chest, leaving her breathless. Chapter 4. Breaking the ice. Qianqian, there is no need for such formality. It is merely a few hundred meters. There is no requirement for Uncle Zhang to personally come and fetch me. How presumptuous of you to think so. Now, do tell, what brings you here today? I have come to see you. Let us proceed to your room. I have matters to discuss with you. As Xinran spoke, she ascended the stairs with an air of familiarity, utterly disregarding the presence of others, leaving Zhao Qianqian in a state of astonishment. Zhao Qianqian shouted and hurried after Xinran. Yet to her bewilderment, Xinran seemed to possess eyes at the back of her head, moving with remarkable speed. and despite her best efforts, Zhao Qianqian could not catch up. Butler Zhang, observing his young mistress's puffed-up demeanor, concealed himself in a corner, stifling a chuckle. Inwardly lamenting that it appeared the ice between Miss Zhao and Miss Yi was beginning to thaw. His young mistress, with her stubborn disposition, may utter harsh words, yet her heart remained fondly inclined towards the other. Zhao Qianqian chased Yi Xinran into her room, only to be unexpectedly enveloped in a warm embrace as she crossed the threshold. Qianqian, I missed you so much. Looking at the tear-brimmed eyes of Yi Xinran in her arms, Zhao Qianqian was utterly bewildered. Had this girl taken leave of her senses? No. Wait, she seemed even more enchanting than before. When had her complexion become so radiant? The pores were virtually invisible. Lost in a daze, Zhao Qianqian's thoughts drifted further away, to the point where she completely forgot to push away the girl clinging to her. Yi Xinran, sensing the situation, pulled Zhao Qianqian and gently closed the door to their room. In a hushed voice, she said, Qianqian, the apocalypse is approaching in just 2 months. Are you burning with fever? Upon hearing Yi Xinran's words, Zhao Qianqian immediately placed her hand on Yi Xinran's forehead. You're not very warm. How could you be so delirious? Yi Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian's actions, feeling an overwhelming surge of primal energy within her, yearning to engage in a quarrel. What should she do? No, now is not the time for conflict. She must maintain her composure. Yi Xinran took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and earnestly addressed Zhao Qianqian. What do you call my brother? Brother Ziqua. Zhao Qianqian exaggeratedly touched her own arm. Can you possibly be any more revolting? You've made my hair stand on end. Now, speak up. What do you want my brother to assist Sun Cheng with this time? Why bother with that scoundrel? I have already instructed my lawyer to initiate divorce proceedings. Let's not speak of that wretched man any longer, shall we? Although there is still over 2 months to prepare, I am genuinely anxious. Zhao Qianqian felt flustered. It seemed dire that she had denounced Sun Cheng as a scoundrel and intended to divorce him. This girl was acting rather irrationally. Could it be that she had been driven to madness by some trauma? She hastily took Yi Xinran's hands, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Aside from her improved appearance, she could discern no other changes. Yet, refusing to give up, she comforted Yi Xinran. Xinran, please do not frighten me. What has happened to you? It's all right. Do not be afraid. I will take you to the hospital. Yi Xinran, seeing Zhao Qianqian's lack of understanding, was so exasperated that she nearly rolled her eyes. Thus, she decided to abandon her struggles, turning instead to Zhao Qianqian's bedside. Grasping Zhao Qianqian's most cherished doll, she proclaimed, Zhao Qianqian, pay attention. As she spoke, she tucked the doll away into her space. Where's my doll? It is right here. Yi Xinran took the doll out of the space once again. Xin, when did you learn to perform magic? That's impressive. Yi Xinran felt a twinge of concern for Zhao Qianqian's intelligence and calmly remarked, have you heard about spatial abilities? Is that for real? Ha ha. Yi Xinran, when did you learn to tell such corny jokes? Yi Xinran pulled Zhao Qianqian, who was rolling on the bed with laughter, to her feet. Looking into her eyes, she spoke earnestly, Zhao Qianqian, I speak the truth. When the apocalypse arrives, you will awaken your fire-based abilities, while Brother Ziqua will manifest his lightning powers. You both will become high-level abilities coveted by the 4 major bases in the later stages of the apocalypse. And what about me? Zhao Qianqian, feeling somewhat uneasy under Yi Xinran's earnest gaze, inquired with curiosity. Can Yi Xinran reveal to her that she perished before the apocalypse? Certainly not. Thus, she averted her gaze and replied, Zhao Qianqian does not believe me. Zhao Qianqian retorted, is that for real? I refuse to accept it. Is your so-called ability akin to what is described in apocalyptic novels? Upon seeing Yi Xinran nod, Zhao Qianqian, undeterred, directly placed a pot of succulents from the dressing table before Yi Xinran. You claim to possess wood-type abilities, so demonstrate your powers for me to see. Otherwise, I shall remain steadfast in my disbelief. Yi Xinran, feeling helpless, took the succulent to prove her abilities. She gently infused her extraordinary power into the small plant, and remarkably, it visibly grew from the size of a coin to that of a plate. Zhao Qianqian was utterly astonished by this transformation. Clutching Yi Xinran's arm, she exclaimed with excitement. Sister, will I truly become a powerful, high-level, extraordinary being? As Xinran struggled to extricate her arm from Zhao Qianqian's grasp, she exclaimed, Sister, is your focus perhaps misplaced? How so? With only 2 months until the apocalypse, shouldn't we urgently inform Brother Zico to prepare? Zhao Qianqian immediately nodded in agreement, replying, You're absolutely right, sister. I will call my brother right away. The call was swiftly connected. Hello, a cold male voice resonated from the receiver. Zhao Qianqian hastily replied in a sycophantic tone, Brother, Xinran is at our home, and she says she wants to divorce that scoundrel Sun Chong. What does that have to do with us? Mind your own business. Xinran felt a shiver at the sound of a male voice, which had dropped a few degrees in temperature. Had she been too sentimental? Zhao Qianqian, observing her brother's demeanor, experienced a fleeting moment of doubt. Could it be that her brother did not harbor affections for Xinran? Although curious, she was too timid to inquire. She recalled the purpose of her call and steeled herself to speak. Chapter 5. The heart's deceit to utter the words of denial while the body betrays the truth. This phrase encapsulated Zhao Ziqua perfectly at this moment. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ziqua seized his car keys, casting aside thoughts of the crucial meeting that loomed ahead. Zhang Si, Zhao Ziqua's chief secretary and childhood friend, had evidently grown accustomed to such occurrences, calmly issuing a notice of the meeting's postponement and methodically reorganizing his workload. Though the journey was merely half an hour, Zhao Ziqua arrived home in a mere 15 minutes. Young master, Miss Yi and Miss are conversing in Mrs. room. I understand, Zhao Ziqua nodded, his pace unyielding as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the door of Zhao Qianqian's room, he paused to steady his hurried breath and quell the urgency of his heart, then feigned nonchalance as he prepared to knock. Inside the room, Xinran, engrossed in listening to Zhao Qianqian's vehement tirade against Sun Chongting, suddenly heard Zhao Ziqua's voice from outside. Do not rush. This will startle Xinran. I must maintain an air of indifference. I cannot allow her to discern my feelings for her, for that would drive her away. Xinran couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. When did Zhao Ziqua become so cautious? Why was he muttering outside the door? Moreover, was Zhao Qianqian's door not a touch too lacking in soundproofing? Observing Zhao Qianqian, who was still chattering away, Xinran interrupted her. Can't you hear your brother talking outside? What? How was that possible? There was a sound just now. Seeing Zhao Qianqian's bewildered expression, which seemed genuine, Xinran began to doubt her own perception, considering the possibility that her desire to see Zhao Ziqua had conjured an illusion. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, followed by Zhao Ziqua's voice. Qianqian, are you in your room? May I come in? Zhao Qianqian, brimming with excitement, grasped Xinran's hand and exclaimed, Xian, you and my brother truly share a telepathic connection. Just as you mentioned him, he has arrived. With that, she dashed off to open the door for Zhao Ziqua. Meanwhile, Xinran overheard another voice from Zhao Ziqua. I won't reveal that I accelerated to 280 miles per hour just to see Xian sooner. Xinran felt a sense of bewilderment as she gazed at Zhao Ziqua's lips, which remained utterly still. Turning her attention to Zhao Qianqian, she observed that she too appeared oblivious to any sound. Could it be that she alone was able to hear Brother Ziqua's innermost thoughts? Xinran was so astonished by her discovery that she felt an urge to emit a shrill scream akin to that of a groundhog. However, she restrained herself. Putting on a facade of composure, she approached Zhao Ziqua and said, Brother Ziqua, perhaps you should drive a bit slower in the future. Excessive speed can be quite perilous. Zhao Ziqua retorted, What concern is it of yours? Spare me your feigned concern. Now tell me, what is it this time that you wish for me to assist Sun Chong with? Upon hearing Zhao Ziqua's indifferent words, Xinran should have felt heartbroken. However, at that moment, she found herself unable to feel sorrow. This was because another clamorous voice echoed in her mind. Heavens, Xian cares for me. Even if it is merely a fleeting thought, I am content. What does Xian wish for me to do? Speak, just utter the words, and I would brave any peril for her. Oh, has Xian grown even more beautiful? How I long to embrace her. What should I do? Xinran restrained the upward curve of her lips, desperately stifling her laughter to the point where tears nearly escaped her eyes. However, this expression was misconstrued by Zhao Qianqian, who perceived it as a sign that Xinran was on the verge of tears due to Zhao Ziqua's harsh rebuke. Protectively, Zhao Qianqian positioned Xinran behind her and, with a tone of dissatisfaction, addressed Zhao Ziqua. "Brother, why must you be so fierce? You've scared Xinran to the point of tears." Xinran was about to explain when she heard the cold words emanating from Zhao Ziqua's lips. "What does it have to do with me?" Xinran's lips twitched as she listened to Zhao Ziqua's other voice. Xian, please do not cry. I did not intend to frighten you. I am helpless. Your heart and mind are solely occupied by Sun Sheng. If I were to show any affection towards you, it would undoubtedly instill fear within you. I cannot bear to hurt you." She had initially contemplated confessing that she could hear his innermost thoughts, yet upon observing this stubborn yet soft-hearted individual, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it would be more entertaining to keep it secret. After all, he was the one who had been harsh with her, so she resolved not to divulge it. Zhao Qianqian grasped Xinran's hand and comfortingly said, Xian, my brother speaks like that. Do not take it to heart. He means no harm." Zhao Ziqua had been quietly observing Xinran, and upon noticing that she did not appear overly distressed, he secretly exhaled in relief. "Thankfully, Xinran is not deeply saddened. Otherwise, I would feel utterly guilty." Xinran gazed at the man before her, whose words belied his true feelings. Astonished by the tumult of thoughts swirling within him, and worried that if this continued, she might very well be driven to madness by his inner turmoil. It was only now that she realized Zhao Ziqua was not as she had imagined. The indifference he had shown her in her memories was merely a fade, and a flicker of joy surged within her heart. However, she understood that this was not the moment for emotional confessions, so she dismissed Zhao Ziqua's incessant inner monologue, cleared her throat, and declared, Xian is getting a divorce. Is that scoundrel bullying Xian? Otherwise, how could she possibly divorce him if she loves him so much? She thought, no, I must have Zhangxi arrange for someone to investigate. If he dares to mistreat Xian, I shall make him pay. After overhearing her thoughts, Xinran looked at the composed Zhao Ziqua, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth, and offered an explanation. The reason I am divorcing Sun Sheng is that he has been unfaithful and even plotted to take my life for my assets. However, I do not intend to seek revenge, as the apocalypse is approaching in just 2 months. We cannot afford to squander our time and energy on a scoundrel. Besides, I believe that killing him outright would be too merciful. In a world devoid of everything, struggling to survive will serve as the greatest punishment for him. Chapter 6. News of the Apocalypse? Zhao Ziqua asked in astonishment. Upon receiving Xinran's affirmative response, his demeanor turned grave as he seemed to contemplate something in silence. Could it be that Xian has suffered some trauma, leading to a delusion? I always knew that Sun Sheng was unreliable. I should have bound her to me more firmly. Now that Xian is ailing, how shall I take her for treatment? Or perhaps I should forego treatment altogether, constructing an apocalyptic refuge for her to hide in, thus allowing me to confine her in a roundabout way. As Zhao Ziqua's increasingly ludicrous thoughts echoed in her mind, Xinran felt the muscles in her forehead twitch involuntarily. She cleared her throat and continued. Zhao Ziqua, momentarily taken aback, accepted the reality and inquired, How vast is your space? It is immense, capable of infinite storage, and within it, time stands still, preserving all that resides inside. If it were merely a spatial ability, such a feat would be impossible. However, having activated the Jade Lotus space, it can indeed store without limit. After all, it is my space, so I'm not lying. What is the apocalypse like? After the apocalypse, some will turn into zombies, roaming and biting indiscriminately, while survivors may awaken special abilities or become exceptionally strong mutants. Ordinary survivors lacking abilities must rely on those with powers to endure. The land and water sources have all been tainted by the zombie virus, and both flora and fauna have undergone mutations. Food has become a scarce, non-renewable resource within mere years, and water is also in short supply, though fortunately, there are water-based ability users. Subsequently, wood-type ability users emerged, capable of stimulating crop growth. But the costs of such stimulation are prohibitively high, making it inaccessible for the average person. Zombies possess crystal nuclei within their brains. The higher the level, the more translucent and radiant the nucleus becomes. This crystal can be used as currency to barter for supplies, rent, or to aid ability users in their cultivation and advancement. As Xinran spoke, she retrieved several crystal nuclei from her space and handed them to the Zhao siblings. Ziqua, Qianqian. Look, these are zombie crystal nuclei formed in the brains of zombies. Aren't they beautiful? Zhao Qianqian, astonished, picked up a crystal and rushed into the sunlight to examine it. How lovely! They resemble gemstones. Do these truly grow inside the grotesque heads of zombies? Upon seeing Xinran's affirmative nod, Zhao Ziqua scrutinized the crystal in his hand. Could it be that what Xinran said was true? After the apocalypse, would I still have the ability to protect Xinran? Would someone take her away, given her beauty? If that were the case, let us perish together. I wish to die alongside Xinran. Why talk of death? Isn't living splendid? Zhao Ziqua's inner turmoil left Xinran with a look of distress. Fearing he might act rashly, she quickly continued, after the apocalypse, you both will become advanced ability users, and your team will be highly sought after by the major bases. Life will still be quite enjoyable. What ability do I possess? Zhao Ziqua finally broke his silence after a long pause. You are a dual ability user of mutated lightning and ice, with formidable offensive capabilities. Brother is actually a dual ability user, and both are offensive abilities. That's amazing. Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, her mouth agape. Noticing Zhao Ziqua's puzzled expression, she shyly added, Isn't that how it's written in apocalyptic novels? It seems Xinran is the female protagonist with spatial abilities. Oh, esteemed protagonist, I wish to cling to your leg. As she spoke, Zhao Qianqian leaped into Xinran's embrace. Acting adorably, Zhao Ziqua suppressed the urge to toss Zhao Qianqian out the window and merely pulled her away from Xinran. Looking at Xinran, Zhao Ziqua inquired, What do you intend to do next? In response, Xinran smiled gently at Zhao Ziqua and retorted, Ziqua, is it not obvious enough? I have come to cling to your leg. Zhao Ziqua's lips curled upwards, his expression seemingly calm, yet Xinran could sense his inner excitement, akin to a gopher's fervent squeal. Xinran wants to cling to my leg. She is approaching me actively. Should I seize this opportunity to ask her to stay by my side from now on, never to leave? No, Xinran is timid. I must not frighten her. I will keep her close and gradually win her over. Like boiling a frog, by the time she realizes, it will be too late, and she won't escape. I truly am clever. Is there such a stark contrast between people's inner thoughts and their outward demeanor? Why does it seem like my brother's intelligence is somewhat lacking? Xinran pondered with a touch of concern. Unaware of their internal dialogues, Zhao Qianqian excitedly asked, So, what are we going to do next? Are we going to start collecting supplies? Xinran articulated her thoughts, yet Zhao Ziqua shook his head in disagreement. Brother Ziqua is truly remarkable. I will heed his every word. As Xinran gazed at him with admiration, Zhao Ziqua's earlobes flushed uncontrollably. The heart-wrenching cries of the groundhog echoed once more, igniting Xinran's playful spirit as she reached out to pinch Zhao Ziqua's earlobes. Little did she know that this innocent gesture seemed to trigger something within him. His face instantly turned crimson, and Xinran's mischievous hand was swiftly captured by Zhao Ziqua, clenched firmly in his grasp. Are you certain you wish to comply with all my requests? Seeing Xinran nod without a second thought, Zhao Ziqua continued, What if I were to intervene in the progress of your divorce with Sun Cheng, ensuring you could obtain the divorce certificate at once, and then require you to register our marriage immediately? At his words, Xinran's inclination to nod was abruptly halted, and she timidly voiced her inner doubts. While obtaining the divorce promptly is acceptable, wouldn't marrying immediately be too hasty? I'm not quite ready. Unaware that his thoughts had been fully deciphered by Xinran, Zhao Ziqua maintained a stern expression as he replied, You need not feel burdened. It's merely a matter of obtaining a certificate together. Announcing our union is simply a strategy to attract public attention. This way, If either of our companies undertakes significant actions, onlookers will merely perceive it as a powerful alliance between us. Xinran gazed at the man before her, who was so ostentatiously fabricating excuses. With a sigh, she remarked, "Very well, I shall abide by your arrangements, Brother Ziqua." Chapter 7. Sun Cheng. Upon receiving Xinran's affirmative response, Zhao Ziqua did not linger at home for long. He swiftly expressed that he had matters to attend to at the company and took his leave. Xinran and Zhao Qianqian languished in their room for quite some time, ultimately deciding to cherish the precious moments before the apocalypse by indulging in a shopping spree at the mall. In truth, neither of them was lacking in clothing or accessories. After all, with each new season, the boutiques would deliver the latest collections directly to their homes for selection. However, as women, their excursions were sometimes not solely about purchasing items, but rather about relishing the thrill of the hunt. Yet, Xinran's good mood dissipated the moment they arrived at the mall's counter, for she spotted the insufferable Sun Cheng and Lu Li. "How could this card possibly not work? Why don't you try again?" Sun Cheng insisted, gripping the sales assistant's arm as he stubbornly requested another attempt at swiping his card. The sales assistant, growing impatient, replied, "Sir, I have already tried 3 times. Your card is indeed not functional. Would you like to use another card or pay in cash?" Eager to impress his goddess, Sun Cheng was not about to concede defeat. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he exclaimed, "How about I sign for the purchase under the name of Xinran, the daughter of the Yi family? I am her husband," and she would not object. "Apologies. Missy has always paid directly with her card. She does not have a habit of signing for purchases," the sales assistant stated, unfazed. Sun Cheng, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, "Is it not possible for the esteemed daughter of the Yi family to sign for a purchase in your store? Do you intend to sever business with the Yi family in the future?" Hearing the commotion, the store manager hurried over to mediate, saying, "Sir, I apologize. But while it is indeed permissible for Miss Yi to sign, it must be done by her personally. No one else may sign on her behalf." Unyielding, Sun Cheng pressed, "What if I am her husband? Does that not grant me the right?" The manager shook his head in resignation. "Sir, I am afraid we have not received any news regarding Miss Ye's marriage." Indeed, the outside world remained unaware of Sun Cheng and Xinran's nuptials, not because Xinran, caught up in the throes of romance, wished to keep it private, but rather because Sun Cheng, fearing that his goddess might be hurt by being labeled a mistress, had deceived Xinran into keeping their marriage a secret. In that moment, Xinran felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having consented to Sun Cheng's request back then, pondering whether he now regretted that decision. "Wife." Xinran chose to disregard the situation, intending to feign ignorance and continue pulling Zhao Qianqian away. However, Sun Cheng, undeterred, called out to her loudly, "Xinran." Realizing she could no longer evade him, Xinran turned her head, feigning confusion as she gazed at Sun Cheng. "Sir, do we know each other?" Caught off guard by her inquiry, Sun Cheng quickly regained his composure. He surmised that this love-stricken individual was merely sulking, hoping for his coaxing. Thus, he softened his tone and addressed Xinran. "Xinran, is it your card that has been suspended?" Zhao Qianqian, witnessing this unfolding drama, seized the opportunity to further vex Sun Cheng and joined Xinran in her act of feigned bewilderment. "Sir, is there something amiss with your mind? How does your card suspension concern my friend Xinran?" Sun Cheng could not publicly disclose that he was using Xinran's supplementary card. Thus, he gritted his teeth and retorted to Zhao Qianqian, "What business is it of yours, an outsider, in matters between my wife and me? Mind your own affairs." Xinran could not stand idly by while the scoundrel bullied her dear friend. Thus, she retorted to Sun Cheng, "Sir, have you perhaps fallen victim to some delusional disorder or hysteria? Whoever claimed that we are spouses? Do refrain from making baseless accusations. Such unfounded slander tarnishes my reputation, and our Yi family's legal team is not to be trifled with." Xinran's audacity to confront Sun Cheng in public stemmed from her confidence that he could not produce any evidence of their marriage. After all, their marriage certificate was securely locked away in her safe. Sun Cheng, infuriated by Xinran's provocations, felt his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, considering her substantial background, he calmed himself and spoke to her gently. "Xinran, I apologize. It was my fault for leaving you alone at home and causing you distress. In her previous life, such tender words from Sun Cheng would have easily moved Xinran to forgive him without hesitation. However, the woman she had become was far removed from the love-struck girl of her past. She intended to maintain her pretense of ignorance and would not allow him to wield her fears against her. Xinran took a step back, deliberately distancing herself from Sun Cheng. She pointed at Lu Li, who had been hiding aside and pretending to be meek, and said, "Sir, if I am not mistaken, that individual is your girlfriend, correct? You would not be attempting to feign a scenario to evade the bill at my expense, would you? Can your girlfriend truly tolerate such antics?" "Xinran, let me explain. It's not as you perceive." Sun Cheng attempted to clarify, but Xinran interrupted him resolutely. "Even if she possesses no sense of shame to endure this, I certainly cannot. Forgive my boldness, but I genuinely fail to see any qualities in you that could possibly attract my interest. Do not presume that because I am the daughter of the Yi family, I would lower myself to consider a man who resorts to such deceit to avoid payment. Sir, I advise you to reconsider your fabrications in the future, else my fiancé is kaita domineering. Should he learn of someone spreading rumors about his fiancée, he may not take it lightly, and his wrath is not something you would wish to endure." "Fiancé? What fiancé? How am I unaware of this?" Sun Cheng was taken aback by Xinran's mention of a fiancé. Observing the way she looked at him, devoid of any warmth, he realized there was no trace of affection left. She regarded him as a complete stranger. It was through his association with Xinran that he had ascended from an ordinary employee to a figure of wealth and status. Now, her reaction led him to wonder if she had discovered his deceit. No, if she had realized he was deceiving her, her initial response would have been to confront him, not to regard him with such indifference and alienation. Had she lost her memory? Otherwise, how could she have reconciled with Zhao Qianqian? Suddenly, Sun Cheng recalled the events of his departure yesterday. If the plan had proceeded without a hitch, Xinran should have perished in her family's villa bathtub by now. How could she possibly be here? Had the scheme unraveled? With this troubling thought, Sun Cheng felt his entire being tremble. Xinran, weary of wasting further time with him, directly addressed the manager of the specialty store. "Is the security in our mall really this poor? Anyone can wander in here, and when someone tries to deceive us, no one intervenes?" The store manager hastily apologized, stating, "Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize. The security personnel will arrive shortly. You may shop in peace." Chapter 8. The joy of a foodie following her encounter with Sun Cheng, Xinran lost interest in shopping. Observing her diminished enthusiasm, Zhao Qianqian suggested they head to the food court together. The mere mention of food revitalized Xinran's spirits. Zhao Qianqian, also a lover of culinary delights, reminisced about their childhoods, where strict parental oversight prohibited them from indulging in outside junk food. Yet as young girls, they often found themselves envious of their peers devouring spicy snacks. Consequently, the two friends devised a myriad of excuses to shield one another, reveling in delightful escapades at the food court. They eagerly explored an array of tantalizing offerings, such as stinky tofu, snail noodles, and boiled eggs, foods that would send their parents into a state of dismay, resolutely forbidding them from indulging. Thus, their bond of revolutionary friendship was forged. Upon arriving at the food court, the familiar aromas enveloped them, prompting Zhao Qianqian to lament, "It's a pity we won't be able to enjoy this in 2 months." Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, "Fear not, we possess ample space. We shall simply stock up a bit more." Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed Xinran into a cake shop they both adored. The staff, noticing the patrons' arrival, warmly presented them with a tray and tongs for selecting their orders. However, Xinran bypassed this gesture and directly inquired, "Is your manager available? I have an order I would like to discuss with him." Upon hearing of a substantial order, the staff member's eyes gleamed with interest and with a smile. She directed Xinran and Zhao Qianqian, "Please follow me." The employee led them to a lounge but made no effort to fetch the manager. Instead, she addressed Xinran, saying, "If you wish to place an order, feel free to share your thoughts. We have the authority to offer certain discounts beyond what the manager can provide." Zhao Qianqian, seeing the staff member's reluctance to leave, was about to reprimand her for not summoning help promptly. Yet Xinran quickly intervened, restraining the fiery Zhao Qianqian. And with a measured smile, she said to the staff member, "That seems rather implausible. Your authority appears insufficient. However, rest assured, should our order be finalized, your manager will certainly reward you with a bonus." Though reluctant, the staff member complied with her request. Zhao Qianqian, unable to contain her frustration, turned to Xinran and complained, "Xinran, why are you being so polite to her? It's evident she is merely seeking a share of the commission and is unwilling to assist us in calling for help." Xinran, while gently grooming her hair, explained, "Isn't her work primarily for the sake of earning a living? From her perspective, striving for her own interests is hardly a fault. It is merely human nature, after all. There's truly no need for us to take her to task over it." Zhao Qianqian regarded Xinran with a look of skepticism, scrutinizing her from head to toe with keen observation. Xinran calmly accepted Zhao Qianqian's scrutiny and inquired, "What is it?" Zhao Qianqian, filled with suspicion, responded, "Why do I feel that you are different from before? Are you really Xian? Upon hearing this, Xinran replied with understanding, "Have you forgotten? Residing within my body is an elderly lady who has lived a full life. Come, darling, call me grandma and let me hear it." Zhao Qianqian, who had initially been genuinely concerned for her sister, instantly realized that her sister was teasing her and became irate in an instant. "Xinran, you are toying with me. Just wait and see how I will show you my strength." Xinran observed her sister, who appeared ready to pounce on her, and said, "Qianqian, mind your ladylike demeanor. We are in public. To hell with the ladylike image, I renounce it." With outsiders present, the two young women resumed their respective airs of sophistication, as if the recent playful scuffle bore no relation to them. Xinran produced her business card from her bag and addressed the store manager, "Greetings, this is my card. We are organizing a dessert party at the villa next week and wish to order some pastries from your establishment. Given the considerable quantity, we requested your assistance in facilitating this discussion." Upon seeing the business card, the manager's eyes brightened, recognizing the significance of the two visitors, and his demeanor became even more respectful. He inquired, "May I ask what you mean by a considerable quantity?" "We have a daily budget of 100,000, encompassing a comprehensive range of pastries across all tiers, high, medium, and low. Please arrange them in a reasonable manner while ensuring quality. Can your establishment accommodate such an order?" "Absolutely. As Missy is likely aware, we are part chain. Even if one location cannot manage such a substantial order, the collective capacity of several stores will suffice. Rest assured, the quality will be exceptional and the guests attending your party will be of notable distinction. We would never compromise our reputation." Xinran smiled and said, "All right, please prepare the contract. I will make the deposit shortly. And if your work meets expectations, I shall recommend you to my other friends for their upcoming banquets." The store manager, delighted by her words, assured Xinran repeatedly that the quality of their supplies would be guaranteed before finally signing a temporary order agreement with her. After Xinran completed her payment, she employed the same strategy to place orders with other vendors in the snack street, each offering delectable flavors. Her generous spending made the merchants feel as though they had won the lottery, and not a single one pondered whether Xinran could actually consume such a large quantity of food. Eager to secure Xinran as a valued customer, the merchants were determined not to compromise on quality during their initial collaboration, providing products that were even superior to those they typically sold. During the process of placing orders, Xinran and Zhao Qianqian were far from idle in conversation. As they leisurely wandered down the street, they could not resist purchasing any appetizing delicacies they encountered. Before long, their hands were laden with an assortment of takeout boxes and plastic bags. Zhao Qianqian felt as though the food had risen to her throat, and she collapsed onto a chair in the shopping mall's rest area, disregarding her image as she turned to Xinran and exclaimed, "Sister, I cannot take it anymore. I feel as though I might burst. I have never eaten so much in my life." Xinran thoughtfully handed her a bottle of sour plum soup, saying, "Quick, drink some sour plum soup to help with digestion. Once you feel better, we could take another stroll." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian was so startled that she almost vomited. She watched as Xinran calmly indulged in the delicacies, devouring bowl after bowl with great enjoyment, and in astonishment, she asked, Xin, are you all right? How did you suddenly become so voracious? Let's take it easy. Your appetite frightens me. Xinran nonchalantly remarked. Isn't it obvious that I've awakened my powers? Thus, I may have a larger appetite. Once you awaken your abilities, you'll understand. There's no need for concern. It's quite a normal occurrence. Chapter 9. The arrival of a scoundrel, she felt a twinge of confusion, rubbing her eyes as she sauntered towards the door, muttering to herself. I don't recall inviting anyone over. Who could be so oblivious as to disturb my peace at this hour? Upon opening the visual intercom, she was met with the sight of Sun Chung standing at her doorstep, holding a bouquet of roses. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, sarcastically commenting, "What an utterly distasteful fellow." Instead of opening the door, she directly inquired through the intercom, "Hello, sir. Might you have the wrong address? I have not ordered any flowers." Sun Chung, who was mentally rehearsing how to charm Xinran, was momentarily taken aback by her words. Had she mistaken him for a delivery person? Anger surged within him. What kind of absurd judgment did this foolish woman possess? Surely, no delivery person would don attire as expensive as his. Aware that Xinran might be watching him from inside, he refrained from further sarcasm, swiftly adjusting his expression. He flashed what he believed to be an appealing smile at the camera and gently said, "Xinran, you little rascal, do open the door for me. Don't you think the red roses I brought you are exquisite?" As he spoke, he lifted the bouquet toward the camera. Xinran was nearly overwhelmed by nausea at the sight of his greasy demeanor. She was astounded at what malevolent enchantment had ensnared her in her past life. Otherwise, how could she have been so utterly consumed by such a repulsive being? It was not merely a case of infatuation. Even a lack of intellect should not have led her to be enamored with such a creature, let alone be so obedient to him. It was simply abnormal, profoundly so. Thus, she resolved to continue feigning ignorance of his existence. After all, Sun Chung had shown unwavering loyalty to his mistress, Lu Li, and apart from their marriage certificate, the two of them had left no trace of their union, having scarcely held hands on a few occasions. With this thought in mind, Xinran could not help but ridicule her former self. It was no wonder that Zhao Qianqian rolled her eyes in disdain upon seeing her, declaring that her mind had been kicked by a donkey. One could hardly blame Zhao Qianqian. Even now, Xinran felt an urge to curse, truly exasperated to the point of utter disbelief. Xinran coldly addressed the video phone, saying, "Sir, I am uncertain how you obtained my address and learned my name. Yet such knowledge does not grant you the right to harass me. I have no interest in you or your flowers. I implore you to leave at once, or I shall be compelled to summon security." Sun Chung was taken aback by Xinran's response, momentarily perplexed. He tentatively inquired, "Xinran, do you truly not remember me?" Xinran said impatiently, "Should I remember you? May I inquire which esteemed enterprise you hail from? Does your family's business have any collaboration with the Yi family? If it pertains to matters of partnership, please contact Song Yang directly, as I do not oversee the affairs of the conglomerate." Xinran was acutely aware of Sun Cheng's deep-seated insecurities and his fear of inquiries regarding his family background. Thus, she seemingly casually chose to pose questions that would strike at his vulnerabilities. Sun Cheng's complexion paled as she interrogated him, his fingers gripping the bouquet ever tighter. Finally, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, he directed a loud outburst towards the camera. "Xinran, that is enough. I am your husband. Do you have no sense of wifely virtue? I acknowledge that I had neglected you before, yet I have brought these flowers to apologize, haven't I? What more do you desire? Do you derive a sense of accomplishment from humiliating the man who cares for you? And to dare change the code to the front door? Open it for me at once." Xinran initially intended to summon the security personnel to expel the intruder. But then she suddenly recalled Zhao Ziqua, that rather obstinate fellow. A subtle smile graced her lips as she disconnected the intercom at the entrance and picked up her phone. After a brief moment of emotional preparation, she dialed Zhao Ziqua's number. The call was quickly connected, and a deep, melodious voice resonated from the receiver. "Hello, Brother Ziqua. Are you at home? I just arrived at the entrance of the community. What is the matter? Brother Ziqua, could you please call security for me? Sun Chung is at my doorstep, and he is hurling insults at me because I refuse to let him in. I'm frightened, don't worry. I'll be there shortly. Listening to the urgency in his voice, Xinran couldn't help but smile triumphantly after hanging up. Channeling her mental prowess, she extended her psychic energy to envelop the entire hillside villa, witnessing Zhao Ziqua's sports car executing a stunning drift along the winding path of the community. Speeding towards her residence. Outside, Sun Cheng, frustrated by her indifference, was pounding on her door in a fit of rage. However, the sound of a screeching halt abruptly silenced his furious knocks. Xinran reclined on the sofa, using her mental prowess to observe Zhao Ziqua as he effortlessly lifted Sun Cheng as one might pick up a chick, disdainfully tossing him to the bodyguard trailing behind him. Hand him over to security, he commanded. Inform them that if they allow such dubious individuals to enter again, they too shall find themselves without a job here. Sun Cheng, upon seeing Zhao Ziqua, was filled with rage, his eyes brimming with jealousy towards these fortunate individuals, blessed with noble backgrounds, striking appearances, and undeniable talents. He was acutely aware that with Xinran's protection, even if he provoked Zhao Ziqua, this paragon of privilege would not truly harm him. Struggling against his captors, he shouted at Zhao Ziqua, "Let me go. On what grounds do you detain me? I merely had a minor disagreement with my wife. Who are you to meddle in our marital affairs? Zhao Ziqua, do not presume that I am unaware of your sordid intentions. I advise you to abandon this futile pursuit. Xinran is utterly devoted to me, and you shall never have a chance in this lifetime." He sought to infuriate Zhao Ziqua, believing that such provocation would draw Xinran to his side. Though he anticipated some hardships, the thought of the frozen cards in his possession and the promises made to Lu Li for purchases made the struggle seem worthwhile. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziqua did not follow the script Sun Cheng had envisioned. Instead, he merely smirked disdainfully and instructed the bodyguard, "While you're at it, send him to the psychiatric ward for a mental evaluation. It appears this man is suffering from delusions and is not quite stable." Upon hearing this, Sun Cheng was incensed and spat out recklessly, "You, a lunatic, dare to question my sanity? Don't think that just because you conceal your visits to the psychologist well, I am oblivious. You are the madman." Sensing the chilling aura surrounding Zhao Ziqua, the bodyguard, eager to preserve his own life, swiftly struck Sun Cheng unconscious. After exchanging a nod with Zhao Ziqua, he promptly carried Sun Cheng away. Xinran also noticed that Zhao Ziqua was in an unusual state. In a flurry, she opened the door and rushed into his embrace, looking pitifully at him as she said, "Brother Ziqua, I'm so glad you came. I was just terrified." Chapter 10. The Marriage Certificate. What should I do? I am indeed unwell. A devil resides within me. I yearn to eliminate all beings that draw near to Xin. She can only belong to me. If Xin were to discover this, would she fear me? Or she despises me? Perhaps it would be best to bring about our mutual destruction. As Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt confessions, she could not help but curse Sun Cheng 1,000 times in her mind. At that moment, feeling utterly helpless, she tightly embraced him, striving to soothe his turbulent emotions. Just as Zhao Ziqua teetered on the brink of fury, he suddenly sensed a soft little figure plunging into his arms. "Let us go inside. Everything will be all right." Observing him gradually regain his composure, Xinran silently breathed a sigh of relief. Clinging to Zhao Ziqua, she did not let go, and he, almost by an inexplicable force, found himself in her living room. By the time he realized where he was already seated on the sofa of the young girl's home. He quietly scrutinized Xinran's expression, anxious that she might disdain him for having heard Sun Cheng's insinuations about his mental health. Hearing his anxious thoughts, Xinran felt a pang of sympathy and deliberately shifted the topic, feigning concern as she asked Zhao Ziqua, "Brother Ziqua, what if Sun Cheng refuses to cooperate with the divorce? What about your marriage certificate? Just a moment, I will fetch it for you." Listening to Zhao Ziqua's distressed inner cries, a satisfied smile curled on her lips as she innocently handed him the 2 marriage certificates. Zhao Ziqua retrieved a lighter from his pocket and ignited the certificates, watching them burn until they turned to ashes. He smiled at Xinran and said, "The marriage certificate between you and Sun Cheng has been disposed of. You shall no longer have any ties with him." Xinran observed Zhao Ziqua's antics and could not help but twitch her lips inwardly lamenting. Are you jesting with me, my dear brother? Does burning the marriage certificate render it inconsequential? Is this a ruse meant to deceive a mere child of 3? Xinran's demeanor was undeniably endearing, eliciting a hearty laugh. Upon hearing Zhao Ziqua's unspoken thoughts, Xinran could not restrain herself from giving him a pronounced eye roll. Zhao Ziqua, captivated by the delightful expression on Xinran's face, felt a surge of joy and, as if performing a magic trick, produced 2 pristine marriage certificates from his pocket, presenting one to Xinran. Xinran opened the document to find her name alongside Zhao Ziqua's boldly displayed. She gazed at the photograph on the marriage certificate, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She had no recollection of ever having taken a wedding photo with this individual. Nevertheless, the marriage certificate appeared strikingly authentic, complete with a seal that seemed genuine. Observing the confusion etched on her face, Zhao Ziqua felt a wave of tenderness wash over him and kindly explained. To proceed with the divorce through conventional channels would be an immense waste of time. I hacked into the system, storing their records, and located the information regarding your marriage. I simply replaced Sun Cheng's details with mine, so now, if one were to check the system, it will indicate that I am your spouse, with no connection to Sun Cheng. Due to the urgency of the situation, the photograph on the certificate was edited from your wedding picture with Sun Cheng. If this troubles you, we can certainly arrange to have a new set of wedding photos taken. This marriage certificate is indeed authentic. I personally took care of its reissuance this afternoon. Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua casually discussing these operations, as if he were merely commenting on whether lunch consisted of steamed buns or rice. She felt utterly bewildered. Could such actions truly be permissible? To surreptitiously infiltrate another system and alter the information within it, wasn't that a criminal act? She sensed her worldview had been profoundly challenged. However, upon reflection, she found a sense of relief. In less than 2 months, the apocalypse would descend upon them, and with the world's rules transformed, who would still concern themselves with matters of system data. Xinran held the marriage certificate, joyfully perusing it time and again. Zhao Ziqua gazed at her, unbothered by her endearing demeanor, and with a buoyant spirit, he gently tousled her hair. Rising from the sofa, he spoke softly. Although I wish to linger with you a little longer, I cannot disrupt your rest. Being with you is never enough. If only we could truly become a normal couple, embracing each other to sleep each night, perhaps my insomnia would finally be alleviated. Upon hearing this, Xinran promptly tucked away the marriage certificate into her space. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a little tail, as she followed Zhao Ziqua. Initially, Zhao Ziqua assumed she merely wished to see him off and gave it little thought, allowing her to accompany him. However, as they exited the villa together, he began to sense something amiss. Before he could voice his concerns, Xinran, already attuned to his thoughts, cheerfully remarked, "Brother Ziqua, we are now legally married. Should we share a bed?" Zhao Ziqua was taken aback by her words, momentarily frozen in place as his previously calm thoughts spiraled into a frenzy. "Oh my! Xinran just suggested we sleep together. I am overjoyed. What should I do? I must not let Xinran realize my feelings, or she will surely think I am a lecher. That would make her despise me. How I long to share a bed with Xinran. But what if I lose control and inadvertently overwhelm her? No, I cannot guarantee that I will not harm her. Thus, I must maintain my distance. Yet, if I refuse her, will she be hurt? No, I cannot deny Xinran's request. Perhaps we could share a room instead?" Xinran gazed intently at Zhao Ziqua, who was so entangled in his own thoughts that he seemed on the verge of an argument with himself. To exacerbate his turmoil, she inquired, "Brother Ziqua, is it because you disdain the fact that I have previously obtained a marriage certificate with someone else that you are reluctant to share a bed with me?" Upon witnessing Xinran's sorrowful expression, Zhao Ziqua's heart fell utterly silent. A melodious male voice resonated from above her. Xian, are you certain? I am a normal adult man. And do you comprehend what might transpire if we were to sleep together? Chapter 11. Calling you sister-in-law. Upon hearing those words, Xinran fell silent, her glistening, expressive eyes fixated stubbornly on Zhao Ziqua. Ultimately, Zhao Ziqua succumbed, letting out a resigned sigh as he extended his hand toward her, saying, Upon hearing his words, Xinran's face blossomed with joy as she happily intertwined her arm with Zhao Ziqua's, their fingers elegantly interlaced, and they leisurely made their way towards the Zhao family villa. Zhao Ziqua gazed at their clasped hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although he remained silent, Xinran could perceive the unspoken sentiments within his heart. If only he could hold Xinran's hand like this forever, he would gladly embrace death. Xinran's lips curled into a subtle smile as she gazed up at the radiant moon in the sky, feigning innocence as she said to Zhao Ziqua, "Brother Ziqua, how wonderful it would be if I could hold your hand like this for a lifetime." Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Zhao Ziqua fell silent. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted even higher, exuding an aura of sheer delight. If Xinran wishes to hold hands for eternity, then let it be so. I hope she will not come to regret this decision in the future. However, even if regret were to arise and she wished to part ways, it would be futile, for I would never allow her to leave my side. I had almost resolved to let her go, yet it was she who first stirred my heart. This time, I shall not relinquish her. How fortuitous it is that I have chosen you for this lifetime. My world may contain only you, but Brother Ziqua, please do not let me down. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, gazing at the entwined arms and interlocked fingers of Xinran and her elder brother, feeling as though her world had become fantastical. When did these two become so close? Hadn't her brother been rather cold towards Xinran during the day? How much time has passed for them to become so inseparable? Doubting her own reality, she pinched her thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. This is no dream. Xinran was amused by Zhao Qianqian's silly demeanor, and even Zhao Ziqua, typically serious and unyielding, found himself involuntarily smiling at his sister's foolishness. With an expression of exasperation, he turned to the still-dazed Zhao Qianqian and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and call someone." Snapping back to reality, Zhao Qianqian rushed before them, pointing incredulously at their intertwined hands, and asked Xinran, "Xin, when did this happen? How come I didn't know?" "Oh, brother, why are you poking me?" Zhao Ziqua replied with a stern expression, "That's impolite. You should address her as sister-in-law." Zhao Qianqian looked at her brother in disbelief, then turned a pitiful gaze toward Xinran, who was stifling her laughter with a hand over her mouth. With a sense of practicality, she pleaded, "Sister-in-law, my brother is bullying me. You must stand up for me." Zhao Ziqua observed his sister's dramatic antics, his mouth twitching as he swiftly turned, placing himself between Zhao Qianqian and Xinran, effectively blocking their line of sight. No one can claim Xin but me, not even my own sister." Hearing his childish thoughts, Xinran couldn't help but chuckle, causing Zhao Ziqua to nearly lose his composure. He lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear. Upon hearing this, Xinran silently scoffed, pondering when this awkward man had become so adept at flirting. She could feel the warmth rising on her cheeks. In the presence of Zhao Qianqian, Xinran refrained from expressing herself fully and merely nodded obediently. To Zhao Qianqian's eyes, this demeanor transformed into a scene where a cunning wolf was devouring a defenseless rabbit. She wished to rescue her dear friend from this predicament, yet she feared the imposing presence of her own brother. Just as she wrestled with her internal conflict, Zhao Ziqua had already taken Xinran's hand and was leading her towards the bedroom on the second floor. Just as they were about to vanish from her sight, Zhao Qianqian finally mustered the courage to call out to them. Zhao Ziqua, displaying evident impatience, responded, "Is there not something that can wait until tomorrow? Xinran is already exhausted." Xinran, observing Zhao Qianqian's expression, realized that the young lady must have misunderstood the nature of their relationship. Thus, while gently scratching Zhao Ziqua's palm to remind him to temper his tone, she cheerfully addressed her, saying, "Qianqian, it is getting late. After we finish watching television, you should rest early. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Xinran, while speaking, playfully stuck out her tongue at her. Zhao Qianqian immediately realized that she had misunderstood the situation. Considering the joy of her close friend and her own brother finding happiness together, she couldn't help but feel elated. Thus, she waved her hand and said, "A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I understand. You two should hurry along." However, once the two entered the room, The atmosphere shifted to a delicate tension. Although Xinran playfully insisted on sharing a bed with Zhao Ziqua, she remained a demure young lady. Despite having obtained a marriage certificate with Sun Chung previously, their physical interactions had been minimal, leaving her somewhat reserved. Zhao Ziqua, throughout his life, had fixated solely on Xinran, lacking even a female secretary by his side, embodying a pure demeanor. The two lingered at the doorway for an extended period, causing Xinran's legs to grow weary. What was Zhao Ziqua's predicament? His silence was one thing, but the absence of his innermost thoughts was perplexing. Would they truly stand there all night? Contemplating this, Xinran couldn't suppress a shiver and, mustering her courage, was the first to speak. Brother Ziqua, who should shower first? Shower? Oh, right, a shower. Xin, you should go first. There are new toothbrushes in the drawer of the vanity. Ha ha. Xin is going to use my shower gel, and soon her skin will carry the same scent as mine. How delightful. Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow, realizing that this fellow had just been rendered foolish by his nervousness. It seemed that her prowess overshadowed his humph. Were you not flirting with me downstairs just moments ago? She feigned innocence, nodding sweetly, and with an expression of navet, inquired of Zhao Ziqua, Brother Ziqua, I did not bring a towel with me. May I use yours? Zhao Ziqua, lost in a vivid imagery that suddenly flashed through his mind, felt a suspicious flush creeping onto his earlobes. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he nodded and replied, Xin, feel free to use it. The towels in the bathroom are all clean. Chapter 12. Nosebleed Xinran indulged in a delightful bath in the bathroom, utilizing Zhao Ziqua's shower gel, and deliberately wrapped herself in a towel, presenting a tantalizingly modest appearance. She slowly emerged from the bathroom. Her curiosity piqued about Zhao Ziqua's reaction upon seeing her in this state. Approaching him, she inquired in her uniquely soft and melodious voice, Brother Ziqua, I seem to have forgotten my nightgown. Could you lend me a garment? As Zhao Ziqua shifted his gaze from the company report to Xinran, a resonating buzz filled his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless and entirely taken aback. As Xinran noticed Zhao Ziqua's silence and absence of thoughts, she couldn't help but furrow her brow, pondering whether her appearance was displeasing to him. Tentatively, she called out to him in a soft voice, Ziqua Gidge. Upon regaining his composure, Zhao Ziqua felt a warmth in his nose as two suspicious streams trickled from his nostrils. He hastily covered his nose and addressed Xinran, suggesting, There are many clothes in the wardrobe. Please choose one that you like. With that, he rushed toward the bathroom, concealing his nose. How embarrassing it was to have a nosebleed while gazing at Xinran wrapped in a towel. Would she think of me as a lewd person? Oh dear, what if she views me unfavorably now? Standing at the bathroom door, Xinran overheard Zhao Ziqua's inner musings and felt a flicker of pride. She had known Ziqua Gidge could not remain indifferent upon seeing her like this. Yet perhaps his reaction was a tad excessive. Suppressing her urge to burst into laughter, she dashed into Zhao Ziqua's wardrobe and retrieved a white shirt he frequently wore, slipping it on without anything underneath, deliberately fastening only a few buttons at the chest. Satisfied with her innocent yet alluring reflection in the mirror, she exited the wardrobe and approached the bathroom door, knocking softly as she inquired, Ziqua Gidge, are you all right? A slightly restrained and flustered voice emanated from within the bathroom. Mifine, Xinran, just tidy yourself up and rest. I'm taking a shower. Fortunately, the bathroom door was locked. Otherwise, would Xinran think me a pervert if she discovered what I was doing? Yet Xinran wrapped in a towel looked so enticing. I adore it. Xinran, do you realize you're playing with fire? Oh, how I long to hold you. Xinran listened to his heartfelt confessions, a trace of smugness blooming within her. In high spirits, she perched on the expansive double bed of Zhao Ziqua, her legs playfully swinging as she contemplated how to thoroughly win over her beloved brother Ziqua. Xinran was wholly immersed in the delight of soon indulging in Zhao Ziqua, oblivious to the fact that he had just emerged from a cold shower and was now standing behind her. A lightweight air conditioning blanket was suddenly draped over her head. As she began to struggle, attempting to push aside the fabric obscuring her vision, She was taken aback when that incorrigible man ensnared her tightly within the blanket, reminiscent of bound feet. Unable to free herself, she resorted to gazing at Zhao Ziqua with her sparkling eyes, imploringly asking, "Brother Ziqua, what are you intending to do?" Zhao Ziqua, appearing somewhat ill at ease, replied, "The air conditioning is set too low. I fear you might catch a chill. My dear, I sincerely apologize, but your appearance is simply too alluring for me to resist." Upon hearing this, Xinran deliberately shook her head and replied, "But Brother Zico, I am not cold at all. Wrapped in this blanket, I feel quite warm." Zhao Zico promptly pressed the switch on the bedside, enfolding the cocooned Xinran in his embrace, and said, "Xinran, dear, once you fall asleep, you won't feel hot. Let's hasten to slumber. Xinran, we must sleep quickly, lest I lose control and end up toppling you over. What shall we do if you start to cry then?" Xinran observed his contradictory demeanor and playfully nestled closer into his embrace before speaking. "But Brother Ziqua, I find it difficult to sleep. I wish to converse with you." Brother Ziqua? Xinran was exasperated by this individual who could only respond with vague sounds. So she began to engage him in a discussion regarding the impending apocalypse. "Brother Ziqua, should we consider assembling a team of extraordinary individuals before the world descends into chaos? Do you have any insightful suggestions, Xin? Brother Ziqua, after the apocalypse, human nature will surely change. Rather than waiting for the catastrophe to strike and then relying on chance to find companions, I believe it would be wise for us to form our team in advance. This way, we will have assistance when it comes to gathering supplies." Zhao Ziqua embraced her a little tighter, allowing her to find a more comfortable position, and then smiled as he inquired, "Do you have any recommended candidates?" Upon hearing this, Xinran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "Brother Zico, have you agreed?" Zhao Zico suppressed the upward curve of his lips and raised an eyebrow, saying, "First, you should elaborate." "Naturally, the foremost choice for our team is Uncle Zhang. He has been the Zhao family's loyal steward, adeptly managing your and Qianqian's daily needs, and, most importantly, he is an excellent cook. Both of us, along with Qianqian, struggle to boil instant noodles, so having Uncle Zhang with us is essential." "Go on, my little foodie," he urged. "Since Uncle Zhang has already joined our ranks, we cannot overlook his son, Zhang Si, who is also a member of your ability team in his previous life and remains exceedingly loyal to you. He is someone you can trust implicitly. Moreover, do you not have a bodyguard named Sun Ziyu, the burly fellow with a fierce countenance? Indeed, such a person exists. He, too, was part of your ability team in the past and possesses remarkable skills, having trained your members to be exceptionally formidable. Numerous bases have offered him lucrative sums to lure him away, all of which he has resolutely declined." Zhao Zico nodded in response, stating, "Then let us gather them and discuss the formation of the team, but do refrain from disclosing your rebirth to anyone else. I will devise a credible explanation for you." Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately nodded, then hesitated for a moment before addressing Zhao Ziqua. "Brother Ziqua, may I recommend another individual to join our team?" Observing her cautious demeanor, Zhao Ziqua furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who?" "It is our CEO, Song Yang from the Yi family. Although he is an orphan, he possesses remarkable abilities and seems to have some connection with Qianqian. I am not entirely certain of the details, but I do know that in my previous life, he perished while attempting to save Qianqian, despite her often harsh treatment towards him. After his death, Qianqian embraced his lifeless body and self-destructed. I believe there is undoubtedly something more to their relationship." Chapter 13. The boss has gone mad. Zhao Ziqua, without needing to look at Xinran, could easily guess the curious expression on her face, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. "Song Yang, is it? So, he harbors affections for Qianqian. No wonder he often comes over to cultivate goodwill. His intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared. However, this could work in my favor. With Song Yang preoccupied with Qianqian, no one will vie for Xinran's attention. Perhaps I should acquiesce to her request." Zhao Ziqua casually remarked, "I can consider it." Noticing her silence, he prompted, "Are these the only candidates? Would you not seek additional individuals? I have a few capable subordinates." Xinran had a faint inkling of whom he intended to recommend. recalling the treachery that had nearly cost Zhao Ziqua his life in a past life. She interrupted his words, her voice tinged with chill as she said, "Zhao Ziqua," with a look of astonishment, inquired, "They betrayed me? How is that possible?" Xinran impatiently remarked, "What significance is there in deceiving you when I have nothing to do?" Xin was sad. "Oh dear, I truly deserve to be damned for provoking her anger. What should I do? What should I do?" Initially somewhat irked, Xinran couldn't help but smile upon hearing Zhao Ziqua's news. She tilted her head and gazed into Zhao Ziqua's eyes, stating, "I am not angry. I merely detest those two, for they have betrayed your trust and inflicted harm upon you." Zhao Ziqua nodded earnestly in response. "Indeed, Xian, I will heed your words. I will arrange for them to begin gathering supplies abroad tomorrow. Is there anything else we can prepare in advance? Brother Ziqua, could you instruct them to collect as many apocalyptic novels as possible and compile the levels and skills mentioned within them?" Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there any utility in compiling such information? Although most of it may be of little use, there are bound to be fragments of information that could inadvertently prove beneficial. Having a direction to strive toward is certainly more efficient than aimless speculation. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Ziqua nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "You make a valid point, Xian. I will arrange for them to organize this material tomorrow. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night." Xinran gazed at herself, swathed like a cocoon, casting a pitiful glance at Zhao Ziqua. "Brother Ziqua, I cannot sleep wrapped up like this. Oh, ancestors, release me. My body cannot endure this confinement. What if I transform into a wolf and inadvertently harm you? You must not let me go. It is imperative that I remain bound." Zhao Ziqua's resonant voice reached her ears. "Be good. Sleeping without a blanket will lead to a cold." Xinran rolled her eyes in exasperation, muttering to herself about the absurdity of catching a cold. In a fit of irritation, she playfully bit the man's Adam's apple, not with much force, but sufficient to ensure his night would be restless. Hearing his muffled groans, she promptly rolled away and fell asleep, leaving him to his own devices. Zhao Ziqua, feeling helpless, glanced at the girl who had rolled away and then at his brother, resignedly making his way to the bathroom for a third cold shower. The following morning, when Xinran awoke, Zhao Ziqua was already at the office. He summoned Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu to his office, contemplating how to broach a subject that would not lead them to think he had lost his sanity. Both Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu stared at their silent boss, bewildered, wondering if they had committed some error that warranted standing in the office as punishment. Realizing that standing there aimlessly was not a viable option, Zhang Si took the initiative to inquire, "Zhao, did you call us to discuss something you need us to do?" Nodding, Zhao Ziqua replied, "Indeed. I have a task that requires your assistance, but it must remain confidential. No one can be informed. Are you capable of keeping this secret?" Zhang Si, hoping for a stroke of luck, was taken aback to learn that Zhao Ziqua genuinely had something to assign them. He immediately nodded, saying, "Rest assured, Zhao, we will not disclose anything to anyone." Sun Ziyu quickly echoed, "Zhao, you can count on me. Even if someone were to hold a gun to my head, I would not utter a word about today's matters." Pleased with their responses, Zhao Ziqua said, "Zhang Si, I need you to organize and compile all the methods and skills for ability upgrades found in apocalyptic novels. Sun Ziyu, as I recall, you were an international mercenary previously, correct? Do you still have channels to procure weapons? I need both cold and hot weapons, the more the better. Secure them abroad, and we will retrieve them ourselves. Please handle this immediately." Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the implications of their boss's intentions. Had he lost his mind? Sensing their incredulity, Zhao Ziqua asked, "Do my instructions seem insane to you?" The two nodded earnestly, with Sun Ziyu candidly remarking, "Zhang Si's task of compiling information is manageable, but acquiring weapons involves substantial financial expenditure, not to mention the legality within the country." Recalling Xinran's words from the previous night, Zhao Ziqua decided to test their resolve, asking, "What would you do if I insisted on this seemingly mad order?" Zhao replied, "Our company aims to develop an apocalyptic game and we require a compilation of all the materials regarding ability upgrades and skill applications from apocalyptic novels. We will have the information ready for your review within a week. Sun Ziyu, observing Zhang Ci's calm demeanor, took a bold stance, declaring, I will reach out to my former associates to see what valuable items they possess. I will compile a list within 3 days. Once you choose what you want, I will procure them for you. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility, and you will be none the wiser. Zhao Ziqua chuckled, understanding why Xinran had so fervently recommended these two for the team. Having such individuals around would undoubtedly be an asset. Chapter 14. Big Brother's Dilemma. After being wrapped in blankets all night, Xinran awoke feeling achy and sore. Stretching her body, she made her way downstairs in search of food, only to catch Zhao Qianqian's gaze directed at her. This girl must have been waiting downstairs for quite some time. Xinran noticed her sitting upright in the center of the living room sofa, striking a pose as if preparing for an interrogation. With a dismissive pout, she sprawled across the sofa opposite Zhao Qianqian. Zhao Qianqian, noticing Xinran's lack of cooperation, anxiously urged, Sister, I've been in this position for quite some time. Could you at least make an effort to engage? Xinran twitched the corner of her mouth, rising from the sofa as she declared, All right, let us begin. Zhao Qianqian immediately embraced her theatrical flair and inquired, When did the two of you become an item? Do share the details. Is that all? Xinran had anticipated being posed a momentous question, yet what she received was merely this. She could hardly muster the energy to critique it. As she massaged her shoulders, she casually tossed the marriage certificate to Zhao Qianqian, remarking nonchalantly, Take a look for yourself. Your brother gave it to me yesterday. With a face brimming with curiosity, Zhao Qianqian opened the certificate, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a duck egg. Xinran, lacking decorum, waved her hand and called out, Come here, little sister, and help your dear sister-in-law with a shoulder massage. I'm absolutely aching. Eager to unearth more juicy gossip, Zhao Qianqian promptly scampered to her side, massaging her shoulders while inquiring, after a night of intense passion, shouldn't one feel more strain in the waist? What extraordinary positions have you two unlocked to leave your shoulders in such discomfort? Xinran cast a resentful glance at Zhao Qianqian and, in a tone of exasperation, remarked, Last night, your elder brother wrapped me up like a silkworm, leaving me utterly immobile for an entire night. How can my body not ache? What? Now, it was Zhao Qianqian's turn to be taken aback. She grasped Xinran's hand in astonishment and inquired, Are you saying that my brother, with his handsome demeanor, wrapped you up like a silkworm and did not lay a finger on you all night? Xinran nodded with a hint of melancholy. Zhao Qianqian, in disbelief, exclaimed, Impossible. Could it be that my elder brother is incapable? Xinxin, do not fret. Perhaps he is merely struggling to grasp the essentials, and things will improve in due time. Rest assured, I shall have Uncle Zhang provide him with a thorough remedy today. Hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and inquired, Zhao Qianqian, confess honestly. How do you know so much? Have you secretly been dating someone behind my back? No, Zhao Qianqian replied, her voice lacking conviction. Xinran's interest was piqued, and she asked her seriously, Come on, tell me, who is this person? What does he do? How'd you two meet? How far has it progressed? Zhao Qianqian faltered under the intense questioning, prompting Xinran to theatrically feign heartbreak, saying, Are you really going to keep secrets from me? With a resigned sigh, Zhao Qianqian closed her eyes and confessed, Well, it's not a big deal. It's just that he was on medication, and after I had a bit to drink, I accidentally walked into the wrong room, and we ended up together in a rather muddled manner. Upon hearing this, Xinran's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, So how was this matter resolved? Did you two end up together? Zhao Qianqian shook her head. Immediately, Xinran became incensed, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, Are you saying that you simply allowed that scoundrel to take advantage of you? Zhao Qianqian softly defended the individual, saying, It's not entirely fair to say I was taken advantage of. After all, I did derive some enjoyment from it. Xinran, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, You are providing remedies for others, and yet you still indulge yourself? After encountering each other a few more times, have you taken it to the next level? Upon seeing Zhao Qianqian shyly nodding, Xinran slammed her palm on the coffee table and loudly declared, "Well, Zhao Qianqian, you have certainly made progress. Now do tell me, who is this wild man? Do you still keep in touch with him?" Zhao Qianqian pulled Xinran aside and whispered, "Shh. Lower your voice, or Uncle Zhang will hear. If he finds out, he will undoubtedly inform my brother." Xinran, wishing to avoid any further trivialities, raised an eyebrow and addressed Zhao Qianqian. "Pray, confess promptly." With a sense of resignation, Zhao Qianqian replied, "I must insist that you keep this to yourself. But the individual in question is someone you are acquainted with. It is none other than Song Yang from your company." Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow, a knowing smirk gracing her lips. "Ah, indeed, there is something amiss. Do you still keep in touch?" Noticing Zhao Qianqian shyly nodding her head, she continued, "What are your plans moving forward? Is he willing to take responsibility for you? He wishes to be with me, yet I find myself at a loss. I am uncertain whether this truly constitutes love, and I do not want him to be with me out of a sense of obligation." Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow, adopting a look of schadenfreude. With a smirk, she remarked, "What a predicament. Your brother intends to form a team ahead of schedule, and coincidentally, he is also one of our team members." "What?" Xinran observed the flustered demeanor of Zhao Qianqian and, with a smile, continued speaking. Instantly, Zhao Qianqian, already in a state of anxiety, became even more agitated and despondently exclaimed, "Sister, are you a devil?" After indulging in the gossip, Xinran, thoroughly satisfied, made her way to the living room to enjoy breakfast. Then, she called out to Zhao Qianqian, who, feeling lost, suddenly remembered the snacks they had ordered the previous day. This thought revitalized her spirit, and she quickly composed herself to accompany Xinran as they stepped outside. After a 15-minute walk, Xinran arrived at her villa, where she meticulously stored all the furniture from the living room into her spatial realm, ensuring ample space for the incoming deliveries. She had already informed the gatekeeper, so there were no concerns regarding the delivery personnel being unable to enter. The goods arrived at the villa in accordance with their agreed-upon schedule, and during the intervals between the two batches of deliveries, Xinran seized the opportunity to store the first batch into her spatial realm, eagerly awaiting the next set of suppliers. Zhao Qianqian took charge of counting the items, and the two young women toiled in the villa until dusk before finally concluding their task for the day. Xinran handed a cup of milk tea to Zhao Qianqian and inquired, "Are you tired? Would you like to take a break?" Zhao Qianqian, already on the brink of exhaustion, glanced at the time and immediately sprang from her chair. Dashing towards the door, she exclaimed, "I forgot to tell Uncle Zhang to prepare the nourishing soup for my elder brother. There's no time to lose. I must hurry." At that moment, Zhao Ziqua, who had come with Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu to find Xinran, overheard her words and curiously asked, "What nourishing soup?" Initially inclined to be forthright, Zhao Qianqian turned around and caught sight of Xinran's indifferent demeanor. In an instant, she altered her response, saying, "Xinran mentioned that you are incapable. I assured her it was not a problem, and I will have Uncle Zhang prepare some nourishing soup for you." Zhao Ziqua turned to Xinran, a playful smile adorning his face as he asked, "Xinran, is that true? Do you think I am incapable?" Xinran felt a menacing aura approaching her direction. She forced a smile and said, "Brother Ziqua, would you believe me if I said this is all a misunderstanding?" Chapter 15. Yearning Heavens. Is Xin truly so desperate? How could I have failed to grasp her intentions? Rest assured, Xin, tonight I shall fulfill your desires. We shall battle until dawn. Ah, had I known she yearned for it so, I would not have endured so much hardship. Listening to Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts, Xinran felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through her mind. She was infuriated. What did he mean by her being so desperate? To hell with battling until dawn. Humph, she was angry, and tonight she would embrace a life of pure solitude. What misunderstanding? Zhao Ziqua's voice interrupted Xinran's inner monologue, and she awkwardly laughed, pointing at Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu, who were feigning death on the side. "Brother Ziqua, those matters are trivial. Look, you've already brought the people here. Let us discuss the important issues first." Seeing her obedient demeanor, Zhao Ziqua could not bring himself to refuse her request and nodded in agreement. "Just As Xinran was about to relax, Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts nearly made her spit out a mouthful of blood. She cast a resentful glance at Zhao Qianqian and silently cursed. What kind of friend is this? A plastic sisterhood. Zhao Qianqian felt a chill run down her spine, involuntarily shivering. She stealthily approached Yi Xinran's side, a smug expression on her face, and whispered, "Xinxin, they say that a little stimulation is the best aphrodisiac. I'm merely helping you." Yi Xinran smiled with her lips, but not with her eyes as she spoke to her. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian's once triumphant expression swiftly transformed into one of dismay. She immediately conceded, saying, "Xin, I was wrong," just as she intended to cling to Yi Xinran's arm in a plea for mercy. Zhao Qingkai seized her by the collar and pulled her aside. He then wrapped his arm around Yi Xinran, his face devoid of emotion as he addressed Zhao Qianqian. "Walk properly and refrain from clinging to your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law belongs to me." Zhao Qianqian, taken aback and incredulous, cast a bewildered glance at her elder brother, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness as she retreated to the side, walking alongside Zhang Si and the others. If you weren't my dear sister, I would have tossed you into the river by now for daring to reach for my Xin's arm. Only I am permitted to embrace her." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran willingly linked her arm with Zhao Ziqua's, their fingers intertwining gracefully. Zhao Ziqua, while maintaining his aloof facade, felt an overwhelming sense of delight within. "Ha ha ha! Xinran is holding my arm again. Our fingers are entwined. Could it be that she harbors a hint of affection for me? It must be so. Such an intimate gesture is reserved solely for couples. How joyous!" Listening to his foolish inner thoughts, Yi Xinran couldn't help but smile, comforting herself with the notion that it was all right to be a little silly. After all, he was completely consumed by thoughts of her. What else could she do but indulge him? The group soon arrived at the Zhao family's villa, where Uncle Zhang opened the door and busily prepared dinner for them. Zhao Ziqua invited everyone to sit around the dining table and said to Uncle Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, please bring a set of chopsticks and a bowl for yourself so we can dine together." Uncle Zhang hesitated, replying, "Young master, that would not be proper." Zhao Ziqua insisted, "Nonsense. In the Zhao household, my word is the rule." With that, Uncle Zhang ceased his resistance, fetched a set of utensils from the kitchen, and took a seat at the table. Seeing that everyone was present, Zhao Ziqua, in high spirits, declared, "From now on, we are family. Let's always dine together." Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu exchanged puzzled glances. Having experienced the morning's punishment of standing, Sun Ziyu nervously scratched his head and asked, "Director Zhao, didn't you say you had something to discuss with us? Why are we having dinner instead?" Zhao Ziqua set down his chopsticks and replied solemnly, "Indeed, I have something important to discuss." "Sun Ziyu, Zhang Si, Uncle Zhang, are you willing to stand by me from now on? As a team, as family, we will not abandon each other, no matter what happens. In this world, you are my only concern. My life belongs to you, and I will always follow you." Zhang Si smiled in response. "Young master, you are aware of our situation. It's just my father and me. We've always lived in the Zhao household. Where else could we possibly go?" Uncle Zhang affirmed resolutely, "Young master, we have never considered leaving. As long as you accept us, we will remain by your side. I have something of utmost importance to share with you," Zhao Ziqua continued. "You must promise to keep this a secret no matter what. Can you do that?" Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Zhao Ziqua proceeded, "I have received reliable information indicating that the apocalypse is imminent. Soon, the world will be overrun by zombies, and chaos will reign. The currency we currently use will become worthless scraps of paper. We have less than 2 months to prepare. Zhang Si, I need you to swiftly compile a list of supplies necessary for the apocalypse and complete the procurement within a month. Sun Ziyu, do your utmost to acquire as many firearms, explosives, and durable melee weapons as possible. Do not worry about the finances. With the support of the Zhao and Yi families, you can plan boldly. The more prepared we are, the more comfortable we will be during the apocalypse, and I eagerly anticipate your results." Uncle Zhang was utterly bewildered, wishing he could touch his young master's forehead to check for feverish delusions, but lacking the courage, he looked to his son instead. Zhang Si, feeling no better than Uncle Zhang, silently contemplated whether he should arrange for a competent psychologist for his young master, as he suspected his master had lost his sanity. Sun Ziyu, noticing the silence, assumed that everyone accepted the truth of the impending apocalypse. Although he found it absurd, since the boss had not been contradicted, he decided to believe it as well and began to contemplate seriously. However, as he pondered, he soon realized a significant issue and turned to Zhao Ziqua, asking. Chapter 16, Official Announcement. Zhao Ziqua had thought he would need to persuade them further to accept the reality of the coming apocalypse. But unexpectedly, Sun Ziyu posed a critical question, prompting him to glance at Xinran. Xinran was well aware of his thoughts and nodded in tacit understanding. With her silent consent, Zhao Ziqua smiled and said, "You need not worry about this. Xin has awakened her spatial abilities in advance. At that time, you merely need to compile a list of items for procurement and deliver them to the designated location. We will certainly have ways to preserve the items." Spatial abilities? Zhang Si, who had spent the entire day organizing materials on apocalyptic novels, was somewhat familiar with the concept and curiously inquired of Xinran, "Miss Yi, how vast is your space?" Upon hearing this, Xinran swallowed the food in her mouth and replied with a smile, "It's vast, seemingly endless. It should be capable of infinite storage." Zhang Ziyu, equally intrigued, inquired, "Can spatial abilities indeed accommodate items?" Xinran nodded and said, "Indeed. It not only serves as a storage for items, but within it, time stands still, preserving freshness as well." Zhang Si, somevat skeptical, inquired cautiously. "Could Miss Yi perhaps demonstrate this?" Xinran was aware that Zhang Si had not completely placed his trust in Zhao Ziqua's words. With a smile, she remarked, "Of course." She strode directly into the living room and placed her hand on the largest sofa. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the sofa vanished. Uncle Zhang, with an expression of disbelief, rushed to the spot where the sofa had been, gazing at the empty space. After several confirmations, he exclaimed, "It's gone. The sofa has truly vanished." He tentatively reached out to touch the sofa's original position, his face illuminated with joy. Sun Ziyu looked at Xinran with starry eyes, filled with admiration, as if he were about to transform into her devoted fan. "If we stockpile a substantial amount of supplies in Miss Ye's space in advance, wouldn't we be free from worries about food and clothing in the apocalypse?" Xinran nodded and remarked, "You may interpret it this way. However, in the apocalypse, lacking self-defense capabilities renders one unable to survive, even with ample resources. It is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Therefore, we require you to devise a training regimen to bolster the combat prowess of all our team members." Sun Ziyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he responded, "I completely understand. The rules of the world I previously inhabited were precisely like this. Miss Yi, I am well versed in this matter, so, Mr. Zhao, you can entrust this responsibility to me without worry." Zhang Si chimed in with a smile. "Knowing that Miss Yi possesses a space has greatly reassured me. I will work through the night to formulate the procurement plan, allowing us ample time to identify and address any deficiencies." Xinran nodded at him and remarked, "It would be prudent to prepare an ample supply of fortified vehicles, such as reinforced RVs and rugged Hummers. In this apocalyptic era, vehicles are akin to consumables. Thus, acquiring a surplus would be wise. Additionally, securing several sets of solar power generation equipment would be advantageous. Even in a world beset by calamity, if circumstances permit, why should we not endeavor to render our existence a bit more comfortable?" Zhang Si, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement and replied, "Understood, Miss Yi. Rest assured, I will take all of this into consideration." Xinran nodded and continued, "I will meet with Song Yang tomorrow. If all goes well, I shall have him assist you in procuring the necessary supplies." Zhao Ziqua, sensing that the main topic had been sufficiently addressed, spoke with a serious demeanor. Xin and I are married, so it would be inappropriate for you to address her as Miss Yi." Zhang Si, quick to react, immediately inquired, "Young master, should we officially announce your marriage to the young mistress?" Zhao Ziqua, pleased with Zhang Si's perceptiveness, turned his expressionless gaze towards Xinran and asked, "Xin, what are your thoughts on this?" Xinran pondered for a moment and inquired. Zhang Si suggested, "Young madam, you could publicly announce it tonight using your personal account, allowing it to gain some traction overnight. Then, tomorrow, I will collaborate with Song Yang to share it through the corporate account. This way, even if there are any discrepancies noticed internally within the company, it will merely be perceived as a preparatory adjustment prior to the merger of the two enterprises." Xinran nodded in response, exclaiming, "Indeed. Xin is going to make our relationship public. With this, the entire world will know that Xin belongs to me. I am overjoyed. From now on, Xin will bear my mark." Xinran found it difficult to comprehend the situation. After all, she was not a groundhog, incessantly exclaiming in bewilderment. Reflecting on her previous life as a hamster, she realized she had never been so ineffectual. In an effort to attain some semblance of tranquility, she placed a piece of beef short rib into Zhao Ziqua's bowl and said, "Brother Ziqua, please eat earnestly. Uncle Zhang has prepared this beef short rib exceptionally well. Do give it a try." Zhao Ziqua nodded calmly, engrossed in his meal, yet his heart was tumultuous. "Oh heavens, Xin has served me food. I am overwhelmed with joy. So, Xin enjoys Uncle Zhang's beef short rib. I must mention this to Zhang Si tomorrow. Beef short rib, extra. I shall stockpile 100,000 tons of beef short ribs in Xin space." Xinran silently scooped rice in her mouth, yet her heart brimmed with joy. For she had realized that although this man was somewhat foolish and immature, he was undeniably charming, and her fondness for him seemed to grow by the day. After dinner, Uncle Zhang took Sun Ziyu to find a room and settle in. Zhao Ziqua lounged on the sofa watching television, while Xinran leaned beside him, fiddling with her phone for a while. Then, she clasped Zhao Ziqua's hand and snapped a photo of their intertwined fingers, captioning it with Zhao Ziqua, "Having been a little fairy long enough, I wish to be your Mrs. Zhao." Upon seeing Xinran's post, Zhao Ziqua's lips curled into a subtle smile. He took a picture of their marriage certificate and shared it with Xinran. "Greetings, Mrs. Zhao. From this day forth, the kite has the wind, the dolphin has the sea, and you have me." Xinran gazed at her phone, chuckling with delight. Zhao Ziqua, captivated by her radiant smile, couldn't help but curve his lips into a grin as he playfully inquired, "What brings you such joy?" Xinran nodded earnestly and said, "Yes, I'm so happy." Zhao Qianqian, seated nearby, observed their interaction with exaggerated gestures as she rubbed her arms and playfully remarked, "Oh, must you be so cheesy? I've already shed a whole lot of goosebumps." Upon hearing this, Xinran chuckled with a hint of audacity. "What is the matter? Are you, my dear little sister, feeling envious? Don't worry, dear sister-in-law will arrange for your man to come over tomorrow." Zhao Ziqua then turned to Zhao Qianqian, his expression grave as he inquired, "Qianqian has a man? When did this romance blossom? How am I unaware of this?" Zhao Qianqian, with a look of utter exasperation, explained, "Brother, I am not in a relationship. It's merely a misunderstanding." Xinran raised her eyebrows and deliberately said, "What kind of misunderstanding could possibly occur in succession?" "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I should not have spoken so carelessly. Please forgive me." Chapter 17. Song Yang in the living room. Only Zhao Ziqua and Xinran remained watching television. Xinran quietly conferred with Zhao Ziqua, saying, "Brother Ziqua, could you please refrain from wrapping me in the blanket while we sleep tonight? It left me exhausted and sore all over, otherwise Qianqian would have misunderstood." Zhao Ziqua, already somewhat distracted, inquired, "Misunderstanding? What did she misunderstand?" Xinran, with her innocent big eyes, cast a playful glare at him and reproachfully said, "Isn't it all because of you? Brother Ziqua, shall we have a good night's sleep together tonight? Please refrain from wrapping me up in the blanket again. I promise to be good and sleep quietly, not disturbing you at all. But what if by chance I end up waking you?" Xinran twirled her sparkling eyes and earnestly declared, "Brother Zico, if I disturb you, just punish me by making me sleep in the guest room." Zhao Zico, whose previously fervent heart felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly cooled down. Understanding his unspoken thoughts, Xinran struggled to suppress her laughter and playfully pleaded with him, Brother Zico, please? Zhao Zico could not withstand her charming demeanor, and by some inexplicable impulse, he acquiesced. All right. Elated by her small triumph, Xinran joyfully ascended the stairs while speaking to Zhao Zico. The next day, Xinran awoke naturally, indulging in a satisfying stretch. Beside her, the absence of Zhao Zico was palpable. Glancing at the time, she realized that he must have already commenced the early meeting at the company by this hour. Xinran rose from her bed and, after tidying herself up in the bathroom, prepared to head out. Zhao Qianqian, who was seated at the dining table dutifully enjoying her breakfast, inquired of her, "Xin, aren't you going to have breakfast? Uncle Zhang has made sandwiches today." Xinran shook her head and said, "No need. I have made plans to have dim sum with Song Yang today. After breakfast, I fear I won't be able to eat much later." Upon hearing Xinran mention Song Yang, Zhao Qianqian became so tense that she nearly choked on her own saliva. Observing her flustered demeanor, Xinran couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, when did you become so timid? Just one Song Yang has you so frightened? I am quite curious about what he has done to you. Perhaps I should inquire with him today?" "No." Zhao Qianqian quickly interjected, "Xin, I beg you, do not ask him." Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and inquired, "It is fine not to ask him, but do tell me, do you truly harbor feelings for him?" Zhao Qianqian, her face flushed with shyness, lowered her head and replied softly, "I am uncertain." Xinran felt a wave of confusion wash over her. With her innocent, pure demeanor, it was hard to believe she could be associated with that bold woman who constantly made inappropriate remarks. She decided to rephrase her question. "Do you harbor any animosity towards Song Yang?" Zhao Qianqian shook her head, and, as if fearing Xinran might misunderstand, she elaborated, "I do not dislike him. I merely feel a bit intimidated by him." Xinran glanced at the time and, with a smile, remarked, upon seeing Zhao Qianqian nod. Xinran felt quite pleased and hummed a little tune as she stepped out. After driving to the agreed location, she found Song Yang already waiting for her inside the establishment. "I must say, I am rather surprised that Miss Yi has chosen to be with President Zhao so swiftly." Song Yang's directness did not offend Xinran. Instead, she offered a sarcastic smile and replied, "Do you think I would remain hopelessly infatuated forever? Having faced death once, I am determined not to be foolish again." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement shone in Song Yang's eyes as he cautiously inquired, "Then, Miss Yi, are you aware of what will transpire in 2 months?" Upon hearing this, Xinran was taken aback, but soon recollected her ability level and smiled with remarkable composure. In response, Song Yang chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xinran displayed a smile reminiscent of an old friend's reunion and spoke, "What a coincidence. I'm as well. So, would you consider joining our team?" Song Yang, slightly bewildered, inquired, "Join your team?" Xinran nodded and explained, "Indeed, rather than waiting for the apocalypse to fortuitously find teammates, it is far more prudent to assemble a reliable team now, training together to foster synergy. We can collaborate to gather supplies and prepare for the impending 2-month countdown to the end of the world. If you have no other plans, would you consider joining our team?" After a moment of silence, Song Yang finally spoke, "I would be willing to join you, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "I want Zhao Qianqian." Upon hearing this, Xinran was not at all surprised. She remarked that there must be some hidden agenda between the two individuals. Shaking her head in disapproval, she stated, "I cannot agree to your terms. Qianqian is my sister. She is a woman of intellect, not an object to be possessed. Therefore, if you hold feelings for her, you are free to pursue her. Should your affections be reciprocated, we will not stand in your way. However, if she harbors no feelings for you, or even dislikes you, we will certainly not allow you to approach her. Do you understand?" In response, Song Yang smiled confidently and said, "She would never dislike me. After all, if she did, how could she embrace my lifeless body in an act of self-detonation?" Xinran, with an inquisitive expression, inquired, "So what exactly transpired between you and Qianqian? It seems rather convoluted. Even I feel exhausted just observing from the sidelines." Noticing Song Yang's silence, Xinran raised an eyebrow, realizing that it would be challenging to extract information regarding their affair from him today. She then shifted the topic and asked, Chapter 18, a test. Song Yang, taken aback by her words, looked at Xinran in bewilderment and asked her in confusion. Upon hearing this, Xinran fell silent, merely storing a basket of shrimp dumplings in her space. After ensuring that Song Yang had clearly seen her, she retrieved the dumplings from her space. With a wary expression, Song Yang questioned Xinran, Who exactly are you? Xinran cheerfully exclaimed, Who else could I be? I am undoubtedly Xinran. However, it dawned upon her that the esteemed Miss Yi had been met with untimely demise at the hands of Sun Cheng, 2 months prior to the advent of the apocalypse. How could she possibly possess knowledge of the cataclysm, let alone awaken extraordinary abilities? Who are you truly? What ulterior motive do you harbor in approaching General Zhao under the guise of Miss Yi? Xinran chuckled upon hearing this and said, Who claims that one cannot experience the apocalypse and awaken supernatural abilities after death? Xiao Yang, shall we make a trade? You share the tale of you and Qianqian, and I shall reveal to you why I was able to experience the apocalypse and awaken spatial powers even after my demise. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing the name Xiao Yang, Song Yang felt a chill creeping down his spine. He struggled to restrain the veins threatening to burst on his forehead and gritted his teeth as he replied, Do not utter those 3 words. Xinran laughed heartily at the sight of his gritted teeth, covering her belly as she remarked, After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Song Yang, realizing the situation, looked at her with surprise and asked, Are you truly the young lady? Xinran raised an eyebrow and said, What else could it be? If I am not, then are you? Miss, it is truly a relief that you are not dead. She continued, By the way, that space pendant of yours hasn't been deceived away by that rascal Sun Cheng, has it? You are aware of that? Upon seeing Xinran's astonished expression, Song Yang explained with a slight smirk, It was none other than Sun Cheng, in his arrogance, who inadvertently let it slip. Otherwise, how would we have known that you were actually harmed by him? Upon hearing this, Xinran's lips twitched slightly, realizing that her secret was hardly a secret at all. With a look of exasperation, she replied, Do not dwell on that space. It has completely merged with my body. In response, Song Yang became even more exhilarated, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, Does that mean we now possess an infinitely expandable personal storage vault? Xinran numbly nodded and inquired, So, do you really wish to join our team? Opportunities are fleeting and may never return. Song Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm, Of course I do. I am not foolish. And besides, Qianqian is already part of the team. I have no reason to decline. Upon hearing this, Xinran rolled her eyes and spoke. Let me make it clear first. The teammates we seek must be individuals with whom we can trust our backs, unconditionally loyal and never to betray for any reason. Can you commit to that? Song Yang nodded solemnly and replied, Miss, you are aware that I am an orphan. My greatest regret in my past life was failing to fulfill President Ye's entrusted duty of taking care of you. In this lifetime, my sole aim is to wholeheartedly serve you. Hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and inquired, What about Qianqian? Upon hearing her question, Song Yang seemed to recall something, and his demeanor abruptly turned icy. He declared with unwavering determination, She must be mine. Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow, inwardly lamenting, Goodness, yet another individual whose obsession has spiraled into madness. Observing the barely contained frenzy in his eyes, she silently lit a candle for Zhao Qianqian in her heart. Xinran addressed Song Yang, saying, Since you have resolved to join us, you should report to Zhao Ziqua at the Zhao residence shortly. Zhang Si and the others are currently organizing the inventory list for the apocalypse, and I believe they will greatly benefit from your assistance. Our ability to thrive in this desolate world hinges upon your contributions. You need not worry about the quantity or preservation of supplies. As you are aware, we possess a space where time stands still, allowing for infinite storage. No amount of goods could ever fill it. Song Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously and replied, Rest assured, Miss, we will ensure that your existence in the apocalypse is more luxurious than it is now. Having addressed the matter at hand, Xinran finished the last chicken foot on her plate and prepared to take her leave. She calculated the time. The first batch of delivery personnel should have already arrived at the villa, and she feared that Zhao Qianqian might be overwhelmed alone. However, Song Yang called out to her to wait. While settling the bill, he turned to the waiter and said, "Please pack an additional 1,000 shrimp dumplings for us and place them in the car." Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Surely that is more than necessary. Besides, I have a greater fondness for the chicken feet from his establishment." Upon hearing those words, Xinran couldn't help but roll her eyes. Indeed, the words of men are often mere deceit. He had just declared his unwavering dedication to assisting her, and now it seemed he was solely focused on enlisting her help instead. This man truly was insufferable. Yet her brother Ziqua was the epitome of kindness and would never treat her in such a manner. Despite her grievances, Xinran resignedly stored the packed shrimp dumplings into her space before driving away. Song Yang observed the direction in which Xinran departed, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, Xinran refrained from further chatter and promptly gathered all the goods piled in the room into her spatial storage. She then retrieved a cozy two-person sofa from within and comfortably settled onto it. With a smile, she turned to Zhao Qianqian and inquired, "Qianqian, would you care for some shrimp dumplings?" Upon hearing the mention of shrimp dumplings, Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight as she joyfully responded. Xinran, with a look of disdain, pushed away Zhao Qianqian, who was attempting to embrace her arm. She spoke, "You are overthinking it. Song Yang prepared some food for you. Would you like to eat? He packed 1,000 shrimp dumplings for you to enjoy at your leisure after he realized my space-time had come to a halt." Zhao Qianqian's face visibly flushed, adopting a demure demeanor that sent shivers down Xinran's spine. As she rubbed her own arm, she smiled and asked, "So, will you eat the shrimp dumplings that Song Yang sent?" Zhao Qianqian, appearing bashful, replied, "I feel a bit hungry. Perhaps I shall indulge in just one." Xinran was about to tease Zhao Qianqian when, unexpectedly, the doorbell rang. The third batch of deliveries had arrived. She quickly retrieved a box of shrimp dumplings from her space and tossed it to Zhao Qianqian before hurrying to the door to receive the goods. After she finished counting the third batch of items and placing them into her space, she was astonished to find Zhao Qianqian still seated on the sofa, relishing the shrimp dumplings. There were only 4 dumplings in total, yet she had been eating for half an hour and still had not finished. Usually, the bold and carefree Mao Dan could devour one in a single bite, but now even a small shrimp dumpling seemed to require 10 or 20 bites. Xinran felt as though her world had become even more surreal. Chapter 19. The Internet exploded. Was this shrimp dumpling truly so unpalatable that it was difficult to swallow? The sudden voice of Xinran startled Zhao Qianqian, causing her to quickly shove the remaining shrimp dumplings into her mouth. She then spoke, "They are quite delicious. When you next encounter Song Yang, please extend my gratitude to him." Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Unless something unexpected occurs, he will also begin residing at the Zhao family villa tonight. You might as well tell him yourself." "What? He is moving in?" Xinran watched Zhao Qianqian, who was anxiously pacing in place and couldn't help but find it amusing. With a smile, she inquired, "Sister, are you so timid that your brother is unaware?" Xinran watched her friend, who was completely stunned, burst into hearty laughter. Realizing she had been tricked, Zhao Qianqian joined in the playful commotion. Xinran inquired with curiosity. Uncle Zhang chuckled in response. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Xinran, amused, cast a glance at her and addressed Uncle Zhang, saying, "Then Uncle Zhang, let us dine together. Xin, quickly check your phone. Hurry, the internet is ablaze." As Xinran patted her chest to calm her fluttering heart, she disdainfully remarked, "Zhao Qianqian, is Song Yang aware of your dramatic reactions? It's merely a matter of some celebrity either announcing their relationship or facing a scandal. Why the fuss?" "No, it's not about a celebrity. It's about you and my brother." "What?" Upon hearing this, Xinran swiftly picked up her phone, only to discover that she and Zhao Ziqua had astonishingly dominated the top 3 spots on the trending search list. The first trend, the heiress Yi officially announces her marriage to President Zhao. The second trend, after 20 years of unwavering devotion, President Zhao finally sees the light after the clouds disperse. The third trend. The formidable alliance between the Zhao and Yi families hints at a significant move on the horizon. Xinran clicked on the post titled 20 Years of Guardianship. Zhao's president brings clarity after the clouds, nearly blinding herself with its brilliance. The post was richly illustrated, chronicling with vivid photographs how Zhao Ziqua had resolutely protected his beloved since their childhood days. It was evident that the post was crafted by Zhang Si, filled with sweetness that could make one swoon. Xinran thought him truly talented. If he were not assisting Zhao Ziqua, he would surely find success writing charming romantic tales that would captivate hearts far and wide. In the post, she appeared playful and endearing, while Zhao Ziqua emanated an aura of commanding charisma. As she read through the lengthy tribute, she felt a surge of emotion, yearning to immerse herself in the sweetness of her relationship with Zhao Ziqua. She dialed Zhao Ziqua's number. It was answered almost instantly. "Hello," came his deep and magnetic voice. Unable to contain her excitement, Xinran inquired, "I suppose I will have to wait a while longer. Have you had dinner yet?" Zhao Ziqua's voice carried a hint of joy as he replied, "Not yet. Song Yang proposed some different plans, and Zhang Si and the others are making revisions. I will likely be working late tonight. If you feel tired, you need not wait for me." Hearing Zhao Ziqua's gentle tone, Xinran felt a tinge of disappointment and said softly, "Okay." A moment of silence enveloped the conversation, and just as Xinran thought he might dismiss her whims, Zhao Ziqua's voice resonated once more through the receiver. "Be careful while driving, Ziqua. Don't speed, okay? All right, I'll heed your advice." With the reassurance she craved, Xinran joyfully rolled on the sofa, her interest in the television waning. Grabbing her phone, she logged into her personal account, absorbing the well wishes and giggling to herself, much to Zhao Qianshan's amusement, who shook her head disapprovingly nearby. Upon hearing the sound of Zhao Ziqua entering, Xinran dashed towards the door and leapt into his embrace. Zhao Ziqua gazed down at the soft young lady in his arms, and a rare smile graced his face. In his mind, he anxiously pondered whether he should concoct an excuse to discreetly withdraw. After all, witnessing the palpable chemistry between his employer and the lady of the house suggested that they might ignite a passionate flame at any moment. It would be rather inconvenient if he were to impede their affairs. Although not particularly astute, as a professional bodyguard, he possessed a modicum of discernment. However, he soon realized he had overthought the situation. His employer treated him as if he were invisible and directly took his wife to the sofa in the living room. He exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly retreated to the kitchen. As Xinran found herself alone in the living room with Zhao Ziqua, she took out her phone and opened the post titled "The President of the Zhao Family Waits for the Clouds to Part and the Moon to Shine." She turned to Zhao Ziqua and inquired, "Brother Ziqua, is what this post says true? You have liked me since such a young age." A suspicious blush crept onto Zhao Ziqua's face, and feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he replied, "Those are just fabricated by Zhang Si for promotional purposes." Good heavens, how embarrassing. I would never admit to having liked Xinran since childhood. I absolutely cannot let her know. What if she asks me why I've kept my feelings hidden for so long? Am I to confess to her my rather unusual sentiments? No, that is simply unacceptable. It would frighten her away. Without Xinran, I would be unable to contain the urge to wreak havoc upon the world. I cannot lose Xinran. It is imperative that I do not. Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt words and received the answer she desired, filling her with immense joy. Playfully, she pinched his flushed earlobe and leaned closer, whispering mischievously, "Brother Ziqua, you're blushing. You must be lying." Chapter 20. A business trip caught off guard by her playful gesture. Zhao Ziqua froze in place, his eyes betraying a palpable anxiety upon hearing Xinran's words. "What should I do? Xin has discovered that I deceived her. What if she gets angry and ignores me? She wouldn't abandon me over this, would she? No, I cannot allow her to leave me. Perhaps I should lock her away. That way, she would be mine alone." Initially, Xinran felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Ziqua upon hearing his inner thoughts. However, as the conversation progressed, her bemusement grew. Internally, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and silently lament. Can this fellow not behave normally? If he cannot manage that, could he perhaps adopt a different approach? Every day, he either contemplates confining her or considers a shared demise. Who could endure such antics? Nevertheless, despite her grievances, she recognized the necessity of guiding him. Ignoring the evident panic in Zhao Ziqua's eyes, she leaned closer and softly murmured, "Brother Ziqua, I am so delighted. It fills my heart with joy to know that you have cherished me since such a tender age. I adore the fact that your heart and eyes belong solely to me, dear Brother Ziqua." By the way, was everything mentioned in that post truly fabricated by Zhangxi? It seems I have misinterpreted the situation. Please, Brother Ziqua, go enjoy your meal. I shall not disturb your work any longer. Xinran feigned a melancholic demeanor as she attempted to disengage herself from Zhao Ziqua's embrace. Startled by her words, Zhao Ziqua's heart raced at the sight of her despondency. He swiftly enveloped her in his arms, imploring, "Xinx, I am truly sorry. I was wrong to deceive you. Everything mentioned in that post is genuine. It was not fabricated by Zhangxi. Please do not be disheartened. I promise I shall never deceive you again, all right? Brother Ziqua, I've come to realize that I have deep feelings for you. What should I do?" Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing this, stared at Xinran in disbelief. His voice laced with urgency. "Is that true? Do you genuinely harbor feelings for me?" When Xinran nodded, Zhao Ziqua broke into an unprecedented grin, resembling a fool lost in joy. As Zhao Ziqua beheld Xinran's figure darting away with the swiftness of a hare, a foolish smile remained plastered on his face. Just then, Uncle Zhang and Sun Ziyu emerged from the kitchen, catching sight of this heartwarming scene. A smile of contentment graced Uncle Zhang's face as he remarked, "After all these years, the young master has finally attained his heart's desire. The clouds have parted to reveal the moonlight." Sun Ziyu, observing Zhao Ziqua's silly grin, asked in a tone tinged with apprehension, "Uncle Zhang, does love really diminish one's intelligence? Just look at the boss. He appears rather dim-witted at the moment." He then discreetly captured a photograph of Zhao Ziqua with his phone and sent it to a small group chat that Zhangxi had created, consisting solely of himself and Song Yang. Captioning it, "Brothers, it seems that love can indeed render one simple-minded." How terrifying. Before long, Zhangxi responded, "What are you talking about? He is simply radiating with the rosy bubbles of happiness. Truly enviable." Song Yang swiftly liked Zhangxi's comment and added, "This state of Mr. Zhao clearly indicates he has just been nourished by sweet love. I envy him. I too wish to embrace my beloved soon." Sun Ziyu felt that the tone of the conversation in the WeChat group was somewhat off. Internally, he scoffed. Have these two become so accustomed to flattery that they cannot go a moment without it? The boss isn't even in the group. Why are they pretending? Just as he contemplated sending another message, a new notification froze his smile in place. Xin's Brother Ziqua. Not dating also makes you appear rather dim-witted. Sun Ziyu's expression morphed into one of sheer horror as he glanced at Zhao Ziqua, who was engrossed in his phone. He despondently messaged Zhangxi, "Brother, you mentioned that the boss isn't in this group. How is he here?" Zhangxi replied, "Next time, pay attention to the group before you send a message. Can you blame me if you insist on posting in the group where the boss resides?" Sun Ziyu, "Brother, what should I do now? Help. Fangxi, no witties. Your foolishness is not a new occurrence. The boss has grown accustomed to it. Besides, he is preoccupied with his wife today, so he likely won't have time to confront you. Good luck, brother." Feeling anxious, Sun Ziyu stood in the kitchen, reluctant to venture out, until Zhao Ziqua asked Uncle Zhang to summon him for dinner. Reluctantly, he shuffled towards the dining area. Zhao Ziqua observed this towering figure, muscular and intimidating, as he nervously moved from the kitchen to the dining room, struggling to suppress a chuckle. He called out, "Hurry up and eat. At this rate, will you even make it to the dining room tomorrow?" Sun Ziyu instinctively replied yes. He hastily quickened his pace, only to trip over his own feet. Fortunately, he regained his balance just in time to avoid a disastrous fall. Zhao Ziqua, witnessing this precarious moment, turned his gaze away, unable to watch, and remarked to Uncle Zhang, "From now on, whenever Zhang Ziyu is at home, prepare him a glass of walnut juice daily to nourish his brain. He is quite dim-witted." Upon hearing Zhao Ziqua's words, Sun Ziyu realized he was not being reprimanded, and his face brightened as he rushed to the dining table, exclaiming, Thank you, boss. Truly, you are my brother, with remarkable foresight. The boss is indeed magnanimous, and has chosen not to hold this against me. Xin's brother Zequa. What foresight! Xin's brother Zequa. Eat more walnuts to nourish your brain. The boisterous bull. At your command, boss. He pulled Xinran into his embrace, only to find that the young lady had yet to fall asleep. She wrapped her arms around his waist, and mustering his courage, he gently kissed her forehead, whispering in her ear, Xin, are you asleep? Not yet. Seeing Xinran speak to him with her eyes still closed, Zhao Ziqua couldn't help but smile. Xin, I wish to share something with you. Upon hearing this, Xinran, who had been squinting her eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Her spirit rekindled as she asked him, Brother Zequa, are you planning to stock up on goods abroad? Would you like me to accompany you? Zhao Ziqua embraced her and whispered. Xinran nodded obediently and said, upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua's lips curled into a smile, his voice imbued with delight. Very well. Zhangxi will remain at the company to oversee matters. Should you encounter any issues beyond your capacity to resolve, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Understood. Remember to call me every day to assure me of your safety. All right. Chapter 21. The Mobile Reservoir. As Xinran awakened in the morning, she instinctively reached out to the space beside her, only to find it chillingly vacant. Zhao Ziqua had long since departed. Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered a message sent by Zhao Ziqua at 5 o'clock in the morning, informing her that they were about to take off and would be unable to communicate for the next several hours. He urged her to remain at ease, to eat well, and assured her that he would call upon landing. A sudden emptiness enveloped her heart. Although Zhao Ziqua often left for work early, she was accustomed to his absence in the mornings. Yet, the thought that he was now in a different city stirred a sense of melancholy within her. She hurried to the bathroom, splashed cold water on her face, and gazed at her charming reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself, Xinran, enough is enough. After being reborn, why are you still so sentimental? Who can endure such a demeanor? In an attempt to console herself, she rationalized that even if Zhao Ziqua wished to take her abroad, she would be unable to go, as they had stocked up on an abundance of snacks. This week, while Zhao Ziqua was away, she could collaborate with Zhao Qianqian to gather even more treats. Zhao Qianqian, lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a novel, turned to Xinran with a smile and exclaimed, Xin, come quickly. Look at how imaginative this author is. She actually uses water-based powers to do laundry. Is this still a post-apocalyptic novel? It's practically akin to cultivating immortality. Upon hearing these words, Xinran experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, she could practice her supernatural abilities. It is noteworthy that although she had awakened her powers and ascended to the rank of a level 10 powerhouse, she had never truly utilized these skills. Apart from the conventional discharge of her abilities and the dispersion of her mental energy, she was but a novice, lacking any practical experience. Resolute in her decision, she recalled the grand, blood-stained mattress in the master bedroom on the second floor and deemed it an ideal object for her initial endeavors. After informing Zhao Qianqian to remain downstairs to receive deliveries, she hastily ascended to the second floor. In the bedroom, the bloodstains upon the mattress had already dried, and as she gazed at the ominous, human-shaped blood imprints resembling a crime scene, her lips involuntarily twitched. She stored the mattress within her spatial realm, and then placed it upon the bathroom floor, commencing her attempts to condense a water sphere to cleanse it. When the first water sphere materialized, she felt an immense sense of relief, thankful for her foresight in relocating the mattress to the bathroom. Otherwise, her hardwood floors and furniture would have suffered dire consequences. What she did not anticipate, however, was that her intention to merely condense a small water sphere resulted in a massive block of water, measuring 2 cubic meters, manifesting in her hands. Caught off guard, the water block dispersed, inundating the entire bathroom. Standing upon the drenched floor, she began to ponder where she had gone awry. In her previous life, she had encountered water manipulators, who were either so feeble that they could only summon a few cups of water or could intermittently release a bucket. Never had she witnessed someone capable of conjuring such a vast quantity of water all at once. Could it be that I exerted too much force? Determined, she endeavored to regulate the flow of water. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, it seemed a futile endeavor. After an entire afternoon of futile attempts, she found herself drenched, resembling a drowned rat, with no progress to show for it. Observing her disheartened demeanor, Zhao Qianqian comforted her, saying, "Sister, you are already quite remarkable. You must realize that as long as you are present in the future, our team will achieve the freedom to manipulate water." Xinran said with a face full of resentment, "But I do not wish to merely be a mobile reservoir." "Who said you're just a mobile reservoir? You are undeniably also our mobile granary. Look, you hold the very lifeblood upon which our team members depend for survival. You are of utmost importance." Xinran listened to her sister's comforting words, yet she felt no solace whatsoever. Dejected, she sprawled on the sofa, continuing to exhibit an air of apathy. "Young madam, here are the materials regarding supernatural abilities that you requested us to compile." Upon hearing about the supernatural materials, Xinran immediately perked up, her surprise evident as she inquired, "So soon? Zhang Si, is your team's efficiency always this remarkable? Have you truly managed to compile so many apocalyptic novels overnight? You are truly impressive." Zhang Si, slightly embarrassed, touched his nose and replied with a smile, "I apologize, young madam, but we did not gather information from the novels. The contents of this folder were prepared entirely by Song Yang. How fortuitous it is that just as one feels weary, assistance arrives at the perfect moment." Xinran was in high spirits, savoring her dinner with exceptional delight, and her mood was so elevated that she even indulged in an extra half bowl of rice. After satisfying her appetite, she reclined on the sofa, preparing to delve into the materials Zhang Si had provided her. Suddenly, her phone illuminated, and the distinct ringtone reserved solely for Zhao Ziqua resonated through the room. She quickly tucked the documents away and dashed upstairs to her bedroom while answering the call. "Ziqua Gij." Zhao Ziqua couldn't help but smile at the vibrant tone of Xinran's voice emanating from the receiver. He inquired, "Xan, I've just landed. I wanted to check in with you. Have you eaten yet?" "I have. Uncle Zhang made the most delicious squirrel fish today. What about you, Ziqua Gij? Have you had anything to eat?" "I had a little something on the plane. I'm about to get busy shortly, and I'm currently in the car, which is why I called to hear your voice." Upon hearing this, Xinran joyfully rolled over on her bed, internally marveling at how this man had suddenly become so charming. She found herself quite enamored. Listening to Zhao Ziqua mention that he would soon be busy, she curiously inquired, with such a packed itinerary, "After we conclude the discussions on several orders here, we will be flying to the next country. Brother Ziqua, won't this be too exhausting for you? You must take care of yourself, or I shall be quite worried." Xian, I have arrived at my destination. Rest well, and I shall call you tomorrow," he replied. "All right, Brother Ziqua, I will miss you." Upon completing her call, Xinran swiftly hung up the phone and buried herself beneath her blankets. Zhao Ziqua, listening to the busy tone resonating from the receiver, couldn't help but smile, a hint of indulgence shimmering in his eyes. "Zhao, we have arrived," came the voice. "Let's proceed." Chapter 22. The Little Flower with Legs. Xinran calmed her slightly agitated emotions and began her research by retrieving the materials from her space. After perusing the documents, she realized that possessing a high level of supernatural ability did not necessarily equate to formidable prowess. To enhance one's combat capability, it was essential not only to elevate the level of one's abilities, but also to cultivate sufficient mental strength to adeptly manipulate high-level powers. The frequent failures she encountered while experimenting with her water-based abilities were likely attributed to an inadequate mental capacity. Furthermore, it is important to note that mental strength is not entirely synonymous with mental-type abilities. Rather, it is intricately connected to the practitioner's mastery and familiarity with their powers. Xinran felt a twinge of distress, pondering how she might cultivate her mental prowess. Surely, she could not allow her villa to be submerged in water merely to practice her extraordinary abilities. While flooding her estate might not be entirely disastrous, she found herself at a loss, unable to grasp even the faintest sensation of wielding her powers aside from merely releasing water. As she perused her materials in contemplation, She suddenly stumbled upon a method for training mental strength associated with wood element abilities. This reminded her of the moments when she infused energy into her succulent plants. She was certain that she could indeed control their growth. The documents indicated that mastering one's abilities is interconnected, suggesting that those who undergo a second awakening of their powers would find it easier to wield newly awakened, albeit lesser, abilities. Indeed, fortune seemed to smile upon her. She decided to begin her mental training with wood element abilities. With this newfound breakthrough, Xinran's spirits soared, and she recalled the spatial vegetable garden, an ideal venue for honing her skills. The best part was that the produce harvested could be stored for Uncle Zhang to prepare delicious meals, ensuring that nothing went to waste. Xinran, lost in her thoughts, swiftly entered the space and began to meticulously examine the modest courtyard. Although the vegetable patch appeared small, it sufficed for her practice of wood-based abilities. Unable to find other plants for experimentation, she casually unearthed an unknown little flower beside the thatched cottage. To avoid inadvertently affecting the surrounding flora with her powers, she carefully relocated the flower to an open area near the cottage. Gradually, she infused the flower with energy, attentively observing its changes. To her astonishment, not only did the flower fail to grow rapidly like the previous succulent, but its roots transformed into legs and it fled. Xinran was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure and dashing after the little flower. To her surprise, the flower was not slow either. After half an hour of pursuit, she still had not caught up. Exhausted and out of breath, she halted, muttering to herself, "Nothing in this world is insurmountable. As long as one is willing to give up, I shall stop chasing it. If worst comes to worst, I can try a different plant tomorrow." Suddenly, Xinran realized something was amiss. After running for over half an hour in the open space, she had not yet reached an end. Could it be that this expanse was also a realm capable of infinite extension? This conclusion filled her with uncontainable joy, causing her to cast aside thoughts of the elusive little flower. If she were to cultivate various fruit trees within this space and stimulate their growth with her wood-based abilities, would she not be on the verge of prosperity? It is said that fruits in the post-apocalyptic world are worth their weight in gold. She would essentially be cradling a mountain of riches. Xinran fancied she could hear the sound of crystals clashing, her delight rendering her unable to suppress a smile. "What? You still want me to provide you with energy?" Seeing the flower nod, Xinran rolled her eyes and retorted with a hint of defiance. "Didn't you refuse my energy just now? You were running so fast. I'm exhausted from running today. We shall discuss it tomorrow." As Xinran appeared to be leaving, the little flower anxiously wrapped its leaves around her ankle. Xinran looked at the mischievous little creature with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, and inquired, "What benefit do I gain from supplying you with energy?" Xiaohua tilted its head, seemingly pondering the question. After a considerable pause, it appeared to come to a resolution, piercing Xinran's fingertip with a sharp thorn, and then, clutching her finger, it took a sip of her blood. Xinran believed that it was her failure to infuse energy into it that had provoked its anger, resulting in her injury. Just as she was about to express her frustration, a childish voice suddenly resonated in her mind. "Master, please do not be angry. Only in this way can you hear me speak." What was that sound? Xinran was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. She looked down in disbelief at the small flower standing before her, its leaves fidgeting as if it were a child caught in a misdeed. It inquired, "Are you the one speaking?" "Indeed, dear master. How oblivious you are. After running for so long, you have only just realized this place is boundless. What on earth? Has this plant become sentient?" Upon hearing this, the little flower appeared somewhat bashful and replied, "Master, you are quite bothersome. I am indeed a spirit. I was merely resting amidst the blossoms when you insisted on bringing me out. I kindly wish to reveal to you the wonders of this open space. Yet you have the audacity to withhold energy from me." Listening to the flower's incessant prattle, Xinran felt a chill run down her spine. Though she aspired to be a charming green tea for her brother Ziqua, it did not imply that she relished other entities being coy before her. Even if it lacked humanity, it was still rather discomforting. Clearing her throat, she tentatively asked the flower, "Can you speak properly? Then, will you provide me with some energy?" Eventually, unable to endure the flower's incessant coquetry any longer, Xinran relented and infused it with a bit of energy before swiftly exiting the space. She felt the evening had been overwhelmingly stimulating, and a moment of calm was in order. After taking a hot shower, she recalled the clearing behind the cottage. Unable to resist the allure of wealth, she grabbed a notebook and sprawled across her bed, beginning to jot down her thoughts and sketches. She contemplated the seeds and saplings she needed to prepare. After all, allowing the land to lay fallow was far from her style. The following day, Xinran arose unusually early. Before Zhang Si headed off to work, she handed him a hefty stack of papers, smiling as she said, "Zhang Si, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in gathering these fruit tree saplings. If there are any other varieties I may have overlooked, please add them. Additionally, do try to collect as many seeds for grains, vegetables, and fruits as you can." Zhang Si, astonished by the extensive list, looked at her with wide eyes and asked, "Madam, is it possible that your space can accommodate cultivation?" Although he had not experienced the cataclysmic events of the apocalypse, thanks to Xinran's influence, he had recently immersed himself in numerous apocalyptic novels. Therefore, when he heard her request for saplings, the notion of a planting space immediately sprang to mind. Although Xinran did not intend to conceal anything from others, she was confident in her understanding of spatial planning. However, she chose her words carefully, stating vaguely, "It is still uncertain at this moment, but I would like to give it a try. If it turns out that we can cultivate within the space, our team would be able to attain fruit freedom in the future. Furthermore, even if spatial planting proves unfeasible, wood-type ability users will still require non-mutated seeds to stimulate plant growth. Thus, it is prudent for us to prepare adequately." Zhang Si, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Young madam, I understand. This matter is quite manageable. I will contact our branches across the nation and instruct them to reach out to local vendors who sell fruit tree saplings for procurement. We can arrange for air transport, and everything will arrive within 3 days. Rest assured, I will personally oversee this matter to ensure your satisfaction." Hearing this, Xinran nodded with satisfaction. After finishing her breakfast, she made her way toward the backyard of her villa. The small camellia in her space was already quite sufficient for her practice. She dared not recklessly use the existing plants again. Instead, she sought a more ordinary specimen to refine her skills. Chapter 23. No attack. Imagination is a beautiful thing, but reality can be harsh. Xinran gazed at the disarray of her backyard, lost in contemplation. The ordinary plants in the villa's backyard, after she infused them with energy, indeed did not sprout legs and flee. However, aside from growing in size, they exhibited no other changes, and the notion of them assisting her in any offensive endeavor was utterly out of the question. Xinran despondently dug into the earth with a small stick, feeling discontented as she pondered. Could it be that even with the activation of a level 10 ability, she was destined to remain a feeble, defenseless creature? Wasn't he the promise of becoming a formidable figure and dominating the apocalypse supposed to be her fate? It seemed that the tales spun within novels were nothing but fabrications. Oh, how she lamented her plight. When Zhao Qianqian found her, she was taken aback by the chaotic scene before her, gazing at Xinran in sheer horror. "Sister, have you lost your mind over my brother? Why have you dug so many holes in the ground? Are you playing whack-a-mole? And what are these plants? Do you intend to transform the backyard into a magical forest?" Regaining her composure, Xinran surveyed the disarray with a hint of embarrassment. How had her habit of digging holes, a quirk she had developed in her previous life as a hamster, resurfaced in this new existence? This simply would not do. She must shed this habit, as it severely tarnished her image as a refined lady. How could a beautiful maiden harbor such peculiar inclinations? Determined, she summoned a large sphere of water and began to manipulate it, seeking to obliterate the evidence of her earlier escapades. "Xinran, what on earth are you up to? Hurry and bring everything into the space. The living room is about to be overwhelmed." Xinran gazed at the muddy ground, raising an eyebrow. Just moments ago, she felt a subtle fluctuation in the water that she seemed to command. It was as if she could manipulate the water mass. Yet that fleeting sensation vanished without a trace, so swiftly that it left her questioning whether it had all been an illusion. Could it be that she had been misguided from the very beginning? Yi Qianqian, brimming with excitement, inquired of her, "Sister, have you become even more formidable?" Upon observing Yi Xinran's bewildered expression, Zhao Qianqian pointed towards the vacant living room and continued. "I recall that you used to touch the objects each time you stored them in your space. Yet today, you merely waved your hand, and everything vanished. Is that not a sign of your newfound prowess?" Coming to her senses, Yi Xinran, filled with disbelief, asked Zhao Qianqian, "What? Did I not just touch the items?" "Indeed," Zhao Qianqian affirmed. "With just a flick of your wrist, the items disappeared." Yi Xinran suddenly perked up, exclaiming with joy, "I just didn't notice. I'll give it another try shortly." Zhao Qianqian, seeing her return to her usual self, inquired, "Xinxin, you've been acting strangely since yesterday afternoon. What is troubling you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran expressed her distress. "Qianqian, I might be a defenseless weakling. My water abilities can only produce water, and my wood abilities can merely stimulate plants. I possess no offensive capabilities at all. What will I do when the apocalypse arrives?" Zhao Qianqian gazed at her in disbelief, remaining silent for a moment before asking, "Is this what has been troubling you all day?" Upon seeing Yi Xinran nod, she sighed and said nonchalantly, "Is it really worth your entire day's distraction over such a trivial matter? Isn't that rather demoralizing? Are you planning to leave my brother and our team to go solo?" Listening to Zhao Qianqian's question, Yi Xinran rolled her eyes, regarding her as if she were foolish, and replied, "How could I possibly want to leave Brother Ziqua? In this lifetime, even if I were to die, I would choose to do so by his side. No one could separate us." Zhao Qianqian seemed unfazed by her disdainful gaze and replied, "Then that's settled. Didn't you say that my brother and I are both formidable high-level ability users? What is there to fear about being a weakling? We can protect you. However, what if I lack any self-defense capabilities and Brother Ziqua ends up resenting me for being a burden?" Zhao Qianqian smiled enigmatically and said mysteriously, "Sister, are you not aware that men are often attracted to delicate little rabbits? Especially someone like my brother. If you are too strong, he might actually worry. Your fragility, your inability to fend for yourself, gives him the perfect reason to keep you close and protect you at all times. Besides, you are the one who manages all our supplies. Our sustenance relies entirely on you. There's a saying, isn't there? To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. And to keep a man from straying, one must firmly grasp his wallet. He relies on you for food and drink, and all his wealth is in your hands. What is there to fear? It should be him who is trembling in apprehension." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, they possessed an entire team. What did it matter if she was somewhat weaker? They were there to protect her. After all, with the space in her hands, could they truly look down upon her? No longer fixated on trivial matters, Yi Xinran felt rejuvenated. Even finding the energy to jest with Zhao Qianqian, she feigned an expression of understanding and inquired playfully, "So, is this the reason you transform into a little white rabbit the moment Songyang is mentioned?" Zhao Qianqian, noticing the teasing smile on Yi Xinran's face, instantly became irate, responding with indignation, "We were discussing your issues. How did this turn into a conversation about me and Songyang? I'm ignoring you." Yi Xinran gazed at her sister, who was waiting patiently, and with a resigned expression, she retrieved a box of shrimp dumplings from her spatial storage, playfully waving it before her. "Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. Would you care for a box of heartfelt shrimp dumplings to soothe your temper? They are still warm. Hand them over." Zhao Qianqian replied, cautiously opening the box of dumplings while wearing a haughty expression. "Don't think that by offering these as a peace offering, I will easily forgive you. Humph. As for Miss Zhao, while I leisurely enjoy these dumplings, I've completed all the tasks for the afternoon. Do you believe that Miss Yi can truly be appeased this way?" At that moment, the doorbell rang, prompting Yi Xinran to dutifully answer the door and check the deliveries. Upon seeing the living room overflowing with packages, she attempted to wave her hand to store the items away, but they remained stubbornly in place. She reached out to touch the objects, and effortlessly, she was able to absorb them into her spatial realm. Puzzled, Yi Xinran turned to Zhao Qianqian and inquired, "Qianqian, are you certain I did not touch the items before storing them away, just now?" Yes, what's wrong? Can't you store them now? Is your space full? Observing Zhao Qianqian's startled expression, Xinran shook her head in confusion. The space is not full. It appears I am unable to absorb items from a distance anymore. I must not have mastered the technique properly. Let me reflect on how I accomplished it previously. Chapter 24. Enjoying the gossip, perhaps due to the extensive use of her abilities during the day, Xinran effortlessly devoured 3 additional bowls of rice that evening, alarming Uncle Zhang, who feared she might suffer from indigestion. He kindly prepared a sweet soup to aid her digestion. After dinner, Xinran settled onto the sofa, watching television while awaiting a call from Zhao Ziqua. Young madam, the first batch of fruit trees is not numerous. They will be delivered to the villa tomorrow. Xinran had always been aware of Zhang Xi's formidable execution capabilities. She was overjoyed to learn that she would not have to wait until 3 days later to obtain the seeds. Immediately, she stored the sack in her space and addressed him. Zhang Xi, thank you for your hard work. Your execution is truly remarkable. Zhang Xi, somewhat flustered by Xinran's praise, smiled and replied, Then, young madam, I shall go to have my meal. Should you require anything else, please feel free to let me know. Upon seeing her nod, Zhang Xi turned to leave. Xinran gazed at his retreating figure, reminiscing about his past life. Xinran shook her head, pondering the futility of dwelling on meaningless matters. They must live their lives to the fullest. Glancing at her silent phone, she felt a wave of irritation wash over her as she turned off the television and ascended the stairs. What could Zhao Ziqua be doing? Why had he not called yet? She contemplated reaching out to him, but hesitated, fearing she might interrupt his affairs. Xinran harbored a profound disdain for the impotent sensation of waiting, feeling utterly powerless. She retrieved the burlap sack that Zhang Xi had given her from her space, intending to occupy herself with other tasks to divert her attention. Upon opening the sack, Xinran smiled. Zhang Xi had indeed prepared a considerable variety of seeds for her, most of which were individually packaged, their types easily discernible at a glance. Xinran procured a small flower pot and extracted a single sweet melon seed. Fearing that she might inadvertently inundate her bedroom with her hydrokinetic abilities, she fetched a small amount of water from the bathroom to moisten the soil. Gradually, she began to infuse the soil with her powers, and the sweet melon seed appeared to be pressed by the fast-forward button, rapidly sprouting, unfurling leaves, and then continuously blossoming and bearing fruit. Xinran gazed at the sprawling vines that filled half the room, adorned with dozens of fruits, both large and small. Curiosity piqued. She plucked one, broke it open with a firm grip, and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes sparkled. This melon surpassed the one sold in the market in fragrance, texture, and sweetness. Unable to resist, she indulged in a few more bites. Glancing at the abundance of vines, she dashed to the door and called out, Qianqian, Uncle Zhang, Zhang Xi, come quickly and enjoy some melon. Zhao Qianqian, whose room was on the second floor, arrived slightly ahead of the others. With a look of skepticism, she regarded Xinran, who stood at the bedroom door, and inquired, Who has fallen from grace? Uncle Zhang and Zhang Xi are not gossip mongers. So why are you summoning them? Xinran calmly stepped aside at the entrance, then nonchalantly pointed to the floor of the room and said, I just harvested some melons. Would you like to have one? I just tasted one, and it was quite delicious. Zhao Qianqian looked at Xinran in astonishment, incredulously asking, You actually dared to grow melons in my brother's bedroom? Xinran casually remarked, Who told him to make me wait so long without calling? It was quite boring, so I decided to experiment with a flower pot, and to my surprise, it turned out quite well. As she spoke, she selected a larger melon and handed it over. Here, give it a try. It's rather sweet. I believe it tastes better than what they sell outside. Zhao Qianqian mechanically accepted the sweet melon, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. She took another generous bite and exclaimed, Sister, this melon is absolutely delicious. It's the best melon I've ever had, right? I think so too. Pleased by her friend's approval, Xinran felt a surge of pride and infused some of her abilities into the melon plant, causing it to grow wildly. Zhao Qianqian watched in astonishment as the plant sprouted new leaves, blossomed, and bore fruit, sprawling across the entire floor of the room, nearly causing her jaw to drop. With a look of skepticism, she turned to Xinran and, her emotions mixed, asked, "Sister, is this what you refer to as your weak ability?" As Xinran nibbled on a sweet melon, she nodded and remarked, "Indeed, aside from promoting plant growth, it possesses no offensive capability. If that doesn't qualify as weak, then what does?" Zhao Qianqian swallowed hard, silently contemplating, "My dear sister, I believe you may have a misunderstanding regarding the concept of weakness." Glancing again at Xinran, who was engrossed in her melon, she reached out to pluck another sweet melon, joining her in the indulgence. At the doorway, Zhang Si and his father, Uncle Zhang, beheld the scene of the two young ladies seated in the melon patch, enjoying their fruit. Uncle Zhang, puzzled, inquired, "Since when did the young master's room cultivate plants?" Zhang Si's lips twitched slightly as he politely greeted Xinran and Zhao Qianqian, "Madam, Miss, is there anything we can assist you with?" Xinran waved her hand towards them and said, "Come quickly and enjoy the melons. After you finish eating, please help me clear the vines, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight." Noticing Zhang Si standing frozen in place, she added, "By the way, Zhang Si, the variety of melon seeds you prepared is truly remarkable. I have never tasted such delicious melons before. Would you care to try some?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Si, who usually maintained an air of calmness, displayed an expression of disbelief. He stammered, "Madam, are you saying this melon was grown from the seeds I gave you today? Indeed, is there a problem?" She replied, "I possess wood-type abilities that allow me to stimulate seeds to germinate and bear fruit. I was simply bored and decided to experiment with the seeds you provided. And this is the result. Madam, you managed to stimulate so many from just one packet of seeds?" Xinran regarded Zhang Si with a look of disapproval, exclaiming, No, Zhang Si, what are you thinking? One seed is sufficient. The room is too small. If the space were a bit larger, I believe it could flourish even more." Curiously, Zhang Si plucked a sweet melon, wiped it clean, and took a bite. As he chewed, a glimmer of light danced in his eyes, and he smiled at Xinran, saying, "Madam, your extraordinary abilities are truly impressive. Rest assured, I will instruct them to expedite the collection of seeds tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xinran inwardly rolled her eyes and mused, "How is this feeble ability impressive? It possesses no offensive capability whatsoever. Alas, my sorrow remains unrecognized." Chapter 25. An Incident with President Zhao. Xinran was so anxious about potentially missing Zhao Ziqua's call that she dared not enter her room, only to find that her phone remained silent until she succumbed to sleep from sheer exhaustion. The following morning, she gazed at her still eerily quiet phone and, with a sense of grievance, pounded Zhao Ziqua's pillow, muttering to herself, "Deceiver, how can you speak of things you cannot fulfill? What great fraud!" She mustered her energy to wash up and descended the stairs, aimlessly seeking distraction before approaching Uncle Zhang, asking, "Uncle Zhang, do we need any vegetables today? I can cultivate some for you." Having witnessed the sweet melon she had grown the previous night, Zhang, the housekeeper, was intrigued by how she had managed to coax those fruits into existence. Thus, he replied, "Madam, we are having roast duck for lunch. Would you mind growing a few cucumbers for me?" Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately replied, "It's a trivial matter, Uncle Zhang, just wait." She went to the backyard, retrieved a potted plant with soil, and then found a cucumber seed to bury in the earth. After watering the seed, she began to gently channel her abilities into the seed in the presence of Butler Zhang. In a matter of seconds, the seed sprouted, grew leaves, blossomed, and bore fruit, all within less than a minute. "The taste is quite delightful. Would you like to try some, Uncle Zhang?" Butler Zhang mechanically accepted the half cucumber, took a bite, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Xinran, exclaiming, "Madam, does this mean we will no longer need to buy groceries? The flavor of the vegetables you cultivate is simply extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and replied, "That is acceptable, as long as Zhang Si has adequately prepared the seeds for me." She gazed at the cucumber seedlings before her and said, "Uncle Zhang, could you kindly assist me in harvesting all the cucumbers from these plants? I wish to experiment and see how many fruits can be produced from a single seed." Upon hearing her request, Steward Zhang promptly sprang into action, and thus, throughout the morning, Both Xinran and steward Zhang engaged in the repetitive task of harvesting cucumbers using their extraordinary abilities. As Yi Qianqian descended the staircase to partake in breakfast, she nearly convinced herself she had wandered into the wrong place. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she turned to Yi Xinran and inquired, "Xanxin, what are you doing?" Yi Xinran proceeded with her tasks in an orderly manner, speaking calmly. "Uncle Zhang mentioned that we would be having roast duck for lunch and asked me to prepare a few cucumbers. I also wanted to observe the limits of a seed in bearing fruit. Is there a problem?" Yi Qianqian spoke to her with great difficulty. "Xanxin, is it possible that a seed can bear fruit indefinitely as long as you infuse it with energy? Just look at the cucumbers piled up in the living room. It seems we have enough to last our family for a whole year. No worries, the space can preserve them, and we can savor them gradually." However, Zhao Qianqian's inner voice was frantically critiquing. "Is that what I meant? Xin, could you please act normally? Don't you realize how bizarre your behavior is right now? Ever since Big Brother went on his business trip, it seems like Xin has become increasingly abnormal. Could it be that she's gone mad with longing for him?" Observing Xinran putting the cucumbers into the space and contemplating the infusion of her powers, Zhao Qianqian promptly seized her hand and said, "Xin, that's enough. We should head to your villa to collect our goods." Upon hearing this, Xinran cast a regretful glance at the cucumber vine and addressed Steward Zhang, saying, "Uncle Zhang, let us conclude for today. I appreciate your efforts in clearing these vines. Should you require any vegetables in the future, feel free to reach out to me. There will be no need for you to toil in search of them." Once she saw Steward Zhang nodding in acknowledgement, she followed Zhao Qianqian out the door. Xinran, as usual, was receiving goods in the villa, engaging in cheerful conversation with Zhao Qianqian. She held her phone in her hand, never letting it slip away. Throughout the day, Zhao Ziqua had not called, and as night fell, her phone remained silent. Every day, Xinran appeared to be perfectly normal as she collected goods into her spatial realm, utilizing her extraordinary abilities to conjure an abundance of vegetables and fruits. After setting aside the necessary provisions for Steward Zhang, she stored the rest within her space. Although she maintained a cheerful demeanor, Zhao Qianqian often sensed an unsettling discord within her friend. It felt as though Xinran was desperately suppressing something deep within her heart, a sensation that was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the time when her elder brother discovered Xinran's romantic involvement with Sun Cheng. Alarmed by her own thoughts, Zhao Qianqian shook her head vigorously, muttering to herself, "How could that be? Xinran is so delightful. She could never lose her sanity." Finally, the much-anticipated hour of Zhao Ziqua's return arrived, and to Zhao Qianqian's surprise, Xinran chose to remain indoors, seated in the living room, engrossed in television. Zhao Qianqian settled beside her, having prepared an array of admonitions for her elder brother, who had caused her considerable distress over the past few days. She had endured the wait, and now it seemed she would finally confront him. As the hours passed, Zhao Qianqian cautiously observed Xinran's expressions, pondering various possibilities. Would she act spoiled, clinging to him in a way that made him reluctant to leave? Would she seek a secure refuge amidst the impending apocalypse, wanting to confine them both together? Or perhaps she would explore ways to bring him into her space, not waiting for the end of the world, but instead imprisoning him there? An ominous premonition gripped her heart, prompting her to inquire of Zhang Si. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Young mistress, it seems there may have been an incident involving the young master." An incident? The frigid aura emanating from Xinran made Zhao Qianqian, seated beside her, involuntarily shiver. Zhang Si whispered. Xinran raised her gaze toward Song Yang. Despite having endured the apocalypse, Song Yang could not help but break into a cold sweat in the presence of Xinran, who exuded an overwhelming aura. With great difficulty, he managed to articulate his thoughts. "Where is Sun Ziyu? He has gone missing along with President Zhao." Chapter 26. Searching for individuals abroad. Xinran turned to Zhang Si and inquired, "Can we ascertain their location?" Zhang Si handed his tablet to Xinran and replied, "Madam, this indicates the last known position of their phones as detected by satellite, though its accuracy remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Xinran glanced at the location displayed on the tablet and addressed Zhang Si, saying, "Take me there." Zhang Si promptly replied, "Of course, young madam. I will arrange the flight immediately." Upon learning that Xinran intended to travel abroad to seek Zhao Ziqua, Zhao Qianqian and Song Yang spoke in unison. "No, I cannot agree." Zhao Qianqian shot a worried glance at Song Yang and anxiously implored Xinran, "Xinran, I understand your concern for my brother, but you must not go. It is far too perilous. My brother would certainly disapprove if he were aware." Song Yang further urged Xinran, "Miss Qianqian makes a valid point. It is indeed too dangerous. Allow me to go instead." Xinran cast an expressionless glance at the two, her voice cold as she declared, "No one can stop me from seeking my brother Ziqua." Zhao Qianqian clutched Xinran's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "No, Xinran. I cannot bear to watch you walk to your death." Just then, Zhang Si entered after hanging up the phone and addressed Xinran, "Madam, in 1 hour, a flight will become available. If you agree, we must set off for the airport immediately." Xinran pried Zhao Qianqian's hand away and entrusted her to Song Yang, smiling as she declared, "Qianqian, you do not comprehend. Even in death, I wish to share my fate with Brother Ziqua. Moreover, I may not necessarily perish. Have you forgotten? I possess extraordinary abilities." Yet, there are no buts. Xinran's demeanor grew frosty. After a mere few days of waiting, she felt as though she might descend into madness. How could she possibly refrain from taking action? With a resolute expression, she addressed Zhang Si, saying, "Zhang Si, let us depart." Upon hearing this, Zhang Si immediately donned a respectful countenance and led the way until they boarded the private jet. It was only then that her curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "Zhang Si, why did you not stop me just now?" Zhang Si replied. Before the young master embarked on his journey, he instructed that the lady's commands are tantamount to his own. The young master has little tolerance for dissenting opinions. Upon hearing this, Xinran raised her eyebrow and inquired further, "What are your thoughts on my decision to have you accompany me on this perilous journey?" "I have faith in the judgment of the young mistress. Even if it leads to our demise, it is a worthy end." Upon hearing his words, Xinran recalled the choices made in her previous life. She smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured, I will not allow you to meet your demise." After a flight lasting 16 hours, Xinran emerged from the airport. As she surveyed her surroundings, she mused to herself, "This must be where Brother Ziqua began to call me to report his safety. I wonder when exactly he encountered misfortune. Could have been on the very day he called me?" With this thought, her expression gradually turned somber. Zhang Si, holding a tablet, addressed her, "Young madam, the location indicated is approximately 300 kilometers away from us. Our company has no operations in this area. Hence, we will need to take a local taxi to reach our destination." Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and said, "All right, let us depart." Zhang Si procured a relatively clean taxi, and as Xinran settled into the vehicle, she appeared to be resting her eyes. Yet in truth, she had extended her mental prowess outward, quietly scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. After more than an hour, Xinran discerned that their route was becoming increasingly desolate. There were scarcely any houses, and even the flora was sparse. Moreover, it seemed that something significant lay buried beneath the ground ahead. She opened her eyes and inquired of Zhang Si, "Are you certain we are proceeding in the correct direction?" Zhang Si glanced at the tablet in his hand and replied, "Indeed, young madam, we are still 20 kilometers from our destination. Have the driver turn around. That area appears to be an uninhabited zone. The mobile location is inaccurate. We must devise an alternative approach." Listening to Xinran, Zhang Si, rather uncharacteristically, pressed, "Young madam, we are nearly there. Are you sure you do not wish to take a look?" Observing, Zhang Si promptly communicated with the driver in the local dialect to execute a U-turn. The driver, puzzled, cast a glance at Xinran before engaging in conversation with Zhang Si. "My friend, are you here for tourism? I was quite curious about why you intended to venture into the minefield. It is fortunate you decided to turn back. Otherwise, after another 10 kilometers, I would not have dared to proceed further." Zhang Si furrowed his brow, feigning anger as he queried the driver, "Is there a minefield ahead?" but this location was provided to me by an online acquaintance who insisted I find him here. The driver regarded Zhang Si with sympathy, responding, "You must have been misled by your acquaintance. That area is a no-man's land, riddled with landmines. We locals avoid it entirely. However, the people from Butte often lure outsiders there. You haven't provoked them, have you?" Zhang Si, adopting a bewildered expression, asked, "Who is Butte? What do they do? Why would I provoke them?" The driver, sensing no deceit in Zhang Si's demeanor, assumed they were indeed tourists and replied, "Butte is the largest arms smuggler in our region, though it seems his brother has recently taken over the business. His brother has a penchant for underhanded dealings. You would do well to steer clear of them, as they are dangerous individuals." Zhang Si continued to extract information. "Where are their strongholds? Knowing this could help us circumvent them." The driver, pleased that Zhang Si was heeding his advice, said, "Just remember to avoid the area to the west of the city. Butte's warehouses and bases are located there. They are particularly wary of strangers approaching, but you need not be overly concerned, as they typically do not instigate trouble. As long as you keep your distance from their territory, you should be safe." Exchanging a glance with Xinran, Zhang Si felt reassured with the driver's insights. They had gained a better understanding of a local situation, providing them with targets to investigate, which was certainly preferable to searching blindly. Zhang Si instructed the driver to take them to a more upscale hotel in the city and generously tipped him. Xinran and Zhang Si entered the hotel room, utilizing their extraordinary abilities to scan the entire space. After dismantling 3 listening devices, they began to quietly make their arrangements. Chapter 27. The thief's potential. It is likely that the incident occurred in this very location. Our general direction remains correct. Zhang Si nodded thoughtfully, then hesitated before inquiring, "Young madam, should I first gather information regarding the situation on the Butte side?" Xinran shook her head. "No need. You are a newcomer, and if you rashly inquire about the situation, it is quite likely to alert the unsuspecting. You should prepare your means of transport. As for gathering information, I have my own methods." Zhang Si, upon hearing this, looked at Xinran with curiosity and asked, "Madam, is it possible that your extraordinary abilities can?" Realizing his indiscretion, he quickly lowered his head and said, "I apologize, madam. I have overstepped." Xinran smiled lightly and said, "It's quite all right. In a place bustling with people, it is sufficient to keep certain matters to oneself. There is no need to articulate them. Yes, young madam, please rest for now. I shall attend to the arrangements for the transportation." Upon seeing Xinran nod, Zhang Si exited the room and hurriedly left the hotel. Xinran sat gracefully upon the sofa, her mental energy radiating outward. She observed Zhang Si as he inquired and subsequently entered a local car dealership, allowing her to finally relax. Although she was acutely aware of Zhang Si's unwavering loyalty to Zhao Ziqua in his past life, an allegiance that bordered on madness, she recognized that the present was not the past, and she was not Zhao Ziqua, who could guarantee that hearts would not waver. One must always remain vigilant, even towards future allies, for trust should not be bestowed lightly. Residing in the very heart of the city, her mental energy extended westward, brushing past several ordinary households along its path. Xinran did not perceive anything unusual and hastily moved on, until a conversation between 2 sisters in an opulent house captured her attention. Inside, a young lady clad in a white dress, her face etched with concern, inquired of her sister dressed in red, "Second sister, that man has sustained such grave injuries and is still imprisoned in the water dungeon. He won't perish, will he?" The woman in the red dress, seated on the sofa and tending to her nails, replied dismissively, "What does his fate have to do with you? I must remind you, those 2 individuals from Huagua are significant prisoners of our father. Do not act foolishly, lest you provoke him and bring undeserved repercussions upon us." The young lady in white clutched the hem of her dress, her expression fraught with conflict. "But I merely feel pity for them. I wish to bring him some medicinal salve, water, and food." With a scornful glance, the woman in red retorted coldly, "Do not present such a feigned demeanor before me. It is utterly distasteful. Do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. Suppress those inappropriate feelings. You are betrothed, and I warn you, do not engage in actions that would bring shame upon our family." The water dungeon, The injuries, Huagua people? Could it be Brother Ziqua and his companions? Is Brother Ziqua injured? With this thought, her aura turned frigid, and she extended her mental energy westward, infiltrating the butte base. As her mental energy traversed a warehouse filled with weapons, she lamented, wishing she could store all the weapons within her space. In an instant, Xinran believed her eyes deceived her. The warehouse, which should have been brimming with munitions, appeared empty. Where had the weapons gone? Before her confusion could deepen, a voice echoed in her mind, elucidating her queries. "Ha ha, master, you truly are naive. It has made me laugh to the point of pain. Rest assured, the items have indeed been safely stored in your space." Upon hearing this, Xinran was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "How is that possible? Is it not necessary for me to physically touch the items in the warehouse to collect them into the space?" The voice of the little camellia once again echoed in her mind. If it were someone else utilizing spatial abilities, they would indeed have to act as the master just described. However, you are different, dear master. You are extraordinarily powerful with your mental abilities. As long as your psychic energy can reach a location, you need not personally approach and touch the items. You can directly draw them into the space using your mental force. Upon hearing this, Xinran touched her nose, sighing inwardly. She never anticipated that she possessed the potential to become a master thief. Yet, what purpose does this serve? Lacking any offensive abilities, she remains nothing more than a fragile being in need of protection. As she began to spiral into despair, the astonished voice of the little camellia echoed in her mind. "How can you think this way, my master? Who told you that you lack offensive capabilities? You are truly remarkable." All she could manage was to conjure a water block to stimulate plant growth in the face of danger. She could only retreat and hide. Wherein lies the greatness in that? Suddenly, her aura grew increasingly oppressive. Just like now, when Brother Ziqua had been captured by villains. She was at a loss as to how to rescue him. Hearing this, the little camellia comforted her. "This is simple. Just release me from your space and provide me with some energy, and I will assist you in dealing with the bad guys. Moreover, you simply have not yet mastered the method of utilizing your abilities for attack. It does not mean you are incapable of offense. You can also exit the space." "How silly you are, my master. As long as you wish for me to come out, I can do so immediately." Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately focused her thoughts, bringing the little camellia from the realm of her imagination into reality. The delicate flower materialized on the coffee table of the hotel, its curious little head tilting side to side, as if exploring its surroundings with innocent wonder. "Pray tell, when did you begin to discern the thoughts nestled within my heart?" Initially intending to leap forward and embrace Xinran's leg, the little camellia froze at the words, its two leaves overlapping like tiny hands, the entire plant swaying as if it were a child caught in a moment of mischief. "What is the matter? Have you lost your voice? Were you not quite talkative just a moment ago?" With utmost caution, the little camellia inquired of Xinran, "Dearest master, would you prefer to hear the truth or a fabrication?" Xinran was amused to the point of laughter and inquired, "What do you think?" The little camellia, startled, trembled and clung to Xinran's calf, pleading, "Master, I apologize. I truly did not intend to eavesdrop on your thoughts. It is simply beyond my control. Ever since I formed a contract with you, I have been able to hear them, and I am quite anxious about it as well." Chapter 28. The sweep. Upon hearing this, Xinran was left utterly speechless. So, ever since the inception of the contract, this little camellia had been privy to her tumultuous emotions, her unease, frustration, and madness. Over the past few days, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, akin to running naked before the eyes of others, as she contemplated whether to silence this little flower permanently. Sensing the looming threat, the camellia trembled and clung tightly to her calf, its expression innocent as it spoke, "Master, rest assured, besides you, no one else can hear me speak. So, you need not worry about your secrets being divulged. Is it truly the case that no one but me can hear you?" In response, the little camellia fervently nodded with its blossoms, earnestly proclaiming, "Indeed, more genuine than gold." Upon hearing this, Xinran momentarily relaxed and turned to Xiao Chahua, inquiring, Xiao Chaohua, sensing Xinran's shift in conversation, breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly began to provide her with an explanation. The reason the master's special ability lacks offensive power is that the master's mindset is exceedingly tranquil, devoid of any desire to attack. Consequently, the manifestation of the master's ability is not lethal. However, should the master wish it, they possess remarkable prowess. Hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and murmured to herself, "Could it be a problem with my mindset?" She then turned to the small camellia and inquired, "If I wish to take a life now, how should I channel my abilities?" The small camellia tilted its head and replied, "How did you just collect the materials from the warehouse, my master? Simply operate in the same manner as before." Upon hearing this, Xinran asked with a hint of uncertainty, "Are you sure? If the abilities were to fail, it could lead to complete disaster." In response, the little camellia immediately wrapped her arms around Xinran's, earnestly assuring her, "Rest assured, my master. As long as you provide me with energy, I shall diligently protect you." Although Xinran was unsure of the little camellia's reliability, its words brought her considerable comfort, and even the sweet, coaxing tone did not seem as bothersome. After Zhang Si entered, he respectfully informed her, "Young madam, we have located a vehicle, though options are limited. We could only find a Buick minivan." Xinran detected a hint of frustration in his words, likely stemming from his dissatisfaction with the vehicle he had procured. She paid it no mind, merely nodding before speaking. "Shall we depart now?" Zhang Si was momentarily taken aback by her response and hesitantly inquired, "Madam, are we leaving at this moment? Are you certain we do not need to wait for nightfall?" Xinran had already stepped out the door first and said to Zhang Si behind her, "It makes no difference. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Zhang Si immediately matched her pace, and even as the car traveled along the highway, a lingering sense of unreality persisted. Xinran instructed Zhang Si to drive the vehicle to a vacant lot near the Xiqing district. Seated within the car, she extended her mental prowess to envelop the entirety of Xiqing, meticulously scanning each edifice within its confines. Whenever she encountered munitions, petroleum, or vehicles, any resources that caught her discerning eye, she unhesitatingly absorbed them into her spatial domain using her mental force. In less than half an hour, the entire Xiqing area had been thoroughly ravaged by Xinran's relentless pursuit. However, her unabashed actions soon incited panic among the populace, who found themselves in disarray as they realized their resources had vanished. Yet amidst this chaos, Xinran felt no elation, her brow furrowed ever deeper in concern. She had scoured every structure on the surface of Xiqing, leaving no room unchecked, yet she could not discern the whereabouts of Zhao Zikua and Sun Ziyu. A heavy gloom enveloped her thoughts. Had she miscalculated? Was it possible that her brother Zikua was imprisoned in a location beyond the reach of her mental abilities? No, she must have overlooked something. Her thoughts drifted to the conversation between the pair of sisters in that opulent room. With renewed determination, she directed her mental force toward that very building. Externally, it appeared nothing more than a lavish fade, devoid of any peculiarities. Undeterred, she meticulously examined every corner of the structure, and at last, fortune favored the diligent. In a shadowy recess of a basement, she uncovered a concealed door. Astonishingly, beneath this seemingly emptied area lay a concealed tunnel. Could it be underground? Little did she anticipate that, beneath the surface she believed she had thoroughly combed, over 10 meters down, there existed an entirely different realm. The vast trove of resources she had just seized paled in comparison to the reserves housed within this subterranean warehouse, amounting to but a mere fraction of what lay hidden below. Xinran exhibited no semblance of politeness. Any supplies her mental prowess detected, be they firearms or provisions, were swiftly gathered into her spatial realm. Regarding this act of thievery, she harbored no pangs of guilt, for her thoughts were consumed with, "Who are you to detain my beloved brother Zikua? Consider these items a form of compensation for his wrongful apprehension." Yet, brother Zikua, where could you possibly be? She swept her mental energy across the entire underground space, yet still found no trace of Zhao Zikua. Something was amiss. What could possibly be wrong? Xinran was deep in thought when suddenly she caught a glimpse of a white figure streaking past the car window. Ye vinan simidet, recognizing the girl in the white dress as the very same sister. It seemed that fortune had favored her, as assistance arrived just as she needed it. She stepped down from a vehicle and, with an innocent demeanor, cheerfully inquired of the stealthy beauty in white, who was carrying a basket. "Hello, young lady. Have you seen two individuals from Huagua? One tall and handsome, the other muscular and intimidating." Upon hearing this, the beauty in white regarded Xinran with suspicion, her grip on the basket tightening unconsciously, and with a hint of guilt, she replied, "I haven't seen them. Perhaps you should ask someone else. Have you really not seen them?" At this moment, Xinran's patience had been utterly depleted. Listening to the fabrications of the beauty in white, a cruel smile flickered across her face. With hands that appeared delicate and frail, she seized the girl's neck, her voice icy as she declared, "You can either choose death or speak. Make your choice." The beauty in white intended to persist in her defiance, but Xinran discerned her intent. Smiling, she cautioned, "You would do well to think carefully before you speak, for I might inadvertently snap your neck, and at that point, even if you wish to speak, you would be unable to do so. Such a lovely neck to be broken like that. What a pity." Chapter 29. The Water Prison. The Water Prison. They were confined in the water prison in a desperate bid for survival. The beauty in white reluctantly divulged the information Xinran sought. Having obtained the answer she desired, Xinran released her grip on the girl's neck. "Where's the water prison?" The beauty in white, seated on the ground and tenderly caressing her throat, gasping for breath, pointed without hesitation to the northern hillside, stating, "It is in that cave over there on the hillside." Xinran followed the direction indicated by the finger of the elegantly dressed woman in white. That particular direction lay right at the boundary of the western district, concealed by towering mountains. Without a guide, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover. Xinran extended her mental energy and, to her astonishment, discerned the figures of Zhao Ziqua and Sun Ziyu. Sun Ziyu's hands were bound by iron chains, submerged in water, leaving him listless and devoid of vitality. Zhao Ziqua's condition was even more dire, although the wound on his shoulder was not fatal. Prolonged exposure to the filthy water had caused it to fester and become severely infected. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and he appeared fragile, as if he were a delicate crystal doll. Xinran spoke with a frigid tone, inquiring, "Who did this? Who imprisoned them in such a manner?" The elegantly attired woman in white appeared momentarily bewildered, but soon grasped the situation. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "I can reveal the identity of the perpetrator, but you must promise me that you will take me away from here with you." Xinran gazed at the enchanting figure in white who was negotiating terms with her, and with a cold smile, inquired, "Who is your father? The leader of the Butte base?" Upon hearing this, the alluring maiden's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression one of disbelief as she directed a questioning gaze towards Xinran, asking, "How did you know?" Xinran addressed the charming lady in white. "You should be grateful that I have found my brother Ziqua. Otherwise, you would meet the same fate as your father." Zhang Si sat quietly in the car, observing Xinran, who appeared entirely different from his previous impressions, feeling a subtle thrill stir within him. "Zhang Si, let us head towards that hillside. We have located Brother Ziqua." Still processing Xinran's astonishing transformation, Zhang Si nodded in response, promptly starting the vehicle without uttering another word, merely pressing the accelerator to its fullest extent. Xinran sat in the car, using her mental prowess to clear the obstacles ahead, guiding Zhang Si to drive directly to the entrance of the cave. The guards at the cave's mouth, unfamiliar with their presence, pointed their guns at them with heightened vigilance and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Xinran gestured for Zhang Si to remain still. With remarkable composure, she alighted from the vehicle and gently caressed the little camellia, gradually infusing it with her energy. With a smile, she remarked, "Little Cha-Cha, show me your prowess." No sooner had she spoken than two tendrils burst forth from the camellia's leaves. Before the armed man could react, the tendrils swiftly bisected him, and even the two individuals lurking in the shadows met a similar fate, their heads severed cleanly. Having accomplished its task, The little camellia wrapped its leaves around Xinran's arm and, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Master, how was that? Wasn't I impressive?" Xinran gazed at the blood-soaked ground with a look of disdain and remarked, "It's passable, but how I wish I could take a life myself." Xinran utilized her mental prowess to thoroughly examine the entire mountain, discovering no further ambushes. She then gently tapped on the car window and addressed Zhang Si, saying, "All right, let us begin our work." Zhang Si, upon gazing at the corpse that had been severed in two, felt a wave of numbness wash over him. In an effort to avoid appearing contemptible in Xinran's eyes, he suppressed the urge to vomit and endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. Xinran observed his feigned composure and, with a smile, addressed him, "Search the body for any keys, and then join me inside to save the person." Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, Sun Ziyu immediately turned, his face flushed with anger, and shouted at the intruder, "You deceitful scoundrels! Let me make this clear. We informed my brothers prior to our arrival. Should any harm befall us, rest assured, my brothers will undoubtedly dismantle your den of thieves." Xinran approached the water prison, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes as she addressed Sun Ziyu. "All right, it would be wise to conserve your strength. First, help me carry the person up." Sun Ziyu, taken aback by Xinran's unexpected presence, incredulously inquired, "Madam, how did you end up here?" "Of course, I am here to rescue you." Zhang Si, with a touch of irritation, tossed the key he had found to Sun Ziyu, who instinctively caught it and promptly unlocked the chains that bound them. "Do you still have the strength to climb up?" Observing Zhang Si's intent to wade into the water, Sun Ziyu quickly interjected, "Yes, but please stay on shore and lend me a hand." Xinran gazed with a somber expression at Sun Ziyu and Zhang Si, who were laboriously transporting the unconscious Zhao Ziqua from the depths of the water prison. Ignoring the filth that clung to Zhao Ziqua's body, she cradled him in her arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she softly murmured, "Brother Ziqua." As she looked down at Zhao Ziqua, whose breath was faint and consciousness had slipped away, she felt an overwhelming surge of primordial power within her, a force that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Just as Xinran teetered on the brink of despair, the voice of Xiao Chahua suddenly resonated in her mind. Upon hearing these words, Xinran promptly followed the method suggested by Xiao Chahua, gently channeling her wood-type abilities into Zhao Ziqua's body. Observing the gradual return of color to his face, her heart began to settle. In her mind, she inquired of Xiao Chahua, "When will he awaken?" Xiao Chahua, feeling somewhat aggrieved by the question, replied, "Master, I am not a doctor, so I cannot say for certain. However, I can assure you that he is no longer in any immediate danger. You may rest easy. If you're truly anxious for him to recover swiftly, you might consider discreetly administering a drop of the spirit spring to him." Upon learning that Zhao Ziqua was no longer in peril, Xinran's heart gradually found tranquility. Zhang Si then spoke softly, inquiring further. Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded slightly. Then Sun Ziyu, who awkwardly crawled out of the pool, knelt on the ground and, filled with shame, addressed Xinran, "Madam, I am truly sorry. I failed to protect the boss. Please punish me." Xinran spoke calmly. Chapter 30, The First Kill. Sun Ziyu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "It is the leader of the Butte base." They went back on their word. After accepting the deposit, they acted unreasonably, denying the order and injuring the boss before imprisoning us in the water dungeon. With her thoughts solidified, Xinran felt an overwhelming urge to brutally punish the Butte leader. Yet, a sliver of rationality lingered within her. She was acutely aware that even with the assistance of the little tea flower, it was uncertain whether she could wipe out the base and slay its leader while ensuring her own escape. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived. An indiscriminate killing would still attract repercussions. If it were solely her, she could retreat into her space. But given Zhao Ziqua's current situation, such reckless actions were inadvisable. However, swallowing her anger was equally unthinkable. In her mind, she summoned the little tea flower and inquired, "TT, can I use my mental power to kill now? What must I do?" The little tea flower shook its head, replying, "Master, Mental power can only render someone an idiot. It cannot kill. Oh, then what am I to do? She pressed. Master, that is something you must explore on your own. I do not possess the answer, it responded, leaving her feeling as though she had gleaned nothing of value. She asked Sun Ziyu for assistance in carrying Zhao Ziqua to the vehicle. After Zhang Si ended a phone call, he turned to her with a grave expression, saying, Young madam, the next flight will not depart until midnight. What shall we do? Midnight, you say? This meant she had to devise a plan for revenge swiftly. With a serene demeanor, she replied to Zhang Si, Let us proceed to the airport. We shall rest directly on the plane. Zhang Si immediately comprehended Yi Xinran's intent. This small nation was intricately connected with Butte. If they recklessly took Zhao Ziqua to a hotel, their whereabouts could easily be exposed, drawing attention from Butte, making their escape exponentially more difficult. Zhang Si's admiration for Yi Xinran deepened. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted within the Butte base due to the inexplicable disappearance of supplies, leaving no one available to concern themselves with their situation. Upon arriving at the private jet, Yi Xinran first ensured Zhao Ziqua was comfortably settled, changing him into clean clothes before retrieving some food from her space to share with Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu. She addressed them, There is still time. Let us eat something first. Afterward, rest well. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Sun Ziyu felt a pang of guilt at her words. Observing his still damp appearance, Yi Xinran smiled and said, You need not worry. With misty eyes, Sun Ziyu turned to Yi Xinran and expressed, Thank you, madam. I owe you my life. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Even if it costs me my life, I will not hesitate. Yi Xinran was amused by Sun Ziyu's antics. With a tone of exasperation, she remarked, Why would I seek your demise when I have nothing better to do? We are a team. Isn't it my duty to save you? Would you all refrain from rescuing me if I were the one in peril today? Sun Ziyu, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and declared, How could we possibly not save you? I would risk my very life to ensure your safety. Yi Xinran smiled and said, Then it's settled. After dinner, make sure to rest well and don't overthink. In a lavishly decorated house, two men were engaged in a heated argument. I have warned you countless times not to provoke the Chinese people. Now look, you've angered the divine, haven't you? What divine? It seems to me that you are merely regretting having ceded the leader's position to me and are now causing trouble. Brother, where on earth have you transferred those items? I have already told you it wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then how could so many things vanish into thin air? You said it yourself. They vanished into thin air. I possess no such ability. Yi Xinran curled her lips into a smile. A deity, perhaps? With a playful spirit, she summoned the idol enshrined in that room into her own space using her mental prowess. Noticing that the two brothers, who were embroiled in a fierce argument, were utterly oblivious to the idol's disappearance, she retrieved it from her space and suspended it above the younger brother's head. The elder brother, upon seeing the idol hovering ominously above his sibling, gaped in astonishment. Yi Xinran then released her mental grip, causing the stone idol to crash down upon the younger brother's head. The impact created a gaping wound, from which blood gushed forth. Could such abilities be wielded in this manner? She deftly tightened her mental grasp around the younger brother's neck, constricting it gradually. As she observed his complexion turn increasingly purple, veins bulging and tongue protruding, he slowly lost the strength to struggle, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to breathlessness. Ye vinan koldi remarket. How fortunate for you. This is my first time taking a life. She gazed at her brother, who was kneeling in the room, desperately banging his head against the floor. A hint of a smile played at the corners of her lips as she silently mused, I hope you will cherish the grand gift I present to you tonight. Cha-cha, did you not claim that psychic abilities cannot kill, only render someone a fool? Xiao Chahua, with a sycophantic expression, replied, Master, who could have anticipated that you would wield your mental prowess to inflict physical harm? Is it not customary to strangle the opponent's mind with psychic force? Yi Xinran raised an eyebrow and retrieved the small camellia from the spatial realm, inquiring, Is it truly so? The small camellia promptly nodded and replied, Indeed, my master. The information you left in the spatial realm states exactly that. Yi Xinran pressed her forehead in disbelief and inquired, So, everything you have taught me is derived from my own information? Xiao Chahua, feeling somewhat uneasy, fidgeted slightly. Upon seeing Zhao Ziqua, she swiftly shifted the topic, eagerly turning to Xinran and asked, "Master, are you not going to administer the spiritual spring to him? With the elixir, he could regain consciousness immediately." Xinran wished for Zhao Ziqua to awaken promptly, yet recalling the task she needed to undertake that evening, she steeled herself and said, "Perhaps a little later. After all, with me by his side, he is unlikely to encounter any peril." Perhaps due to the considerable depletion of her mental fortitude, or perhaps the comfort of having Zhao Ziqua nearby brought her solace. A wave of drowsiness enveloped her. She placed the small camellia on the bedside, infusing it with a modicum of energy to safeguard them, and then nestled into Zhao Ziqua's embrace, seeking a relatively comfortable position before drifting into slumber. Chapter 31. Departure. Xinran awoke to find that the sky outside had succumbed entirely to darkness. She stepped out of her bedroom. Zhang was in the living room, typing away on his laptop with fervent intensity. Upon noticing her presence, he promptly ceased his work and respectfully greeted her, "Young mistress." She cast her gaze around, not spotting Sun Ziyu, and inquired, "Why are you alone? Where is Sun Ziyu?" Zhang offered a strained smile and replied, "Young mistress, Sun Ziyu has come down with a slight fever, so I advise him to rest in a lounge." Xinran nodded and inquired, "Have you taken your medicine?" Zhang shook his head. "We do not have any fever-reducing medication on the plane, so I provided him with a bottle of hot water and allowed him to rest." Upon hearing this, Xinran felt a surge of frustration and exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? That oaf is already rather dim-witted. What if he becomes even more foolish?" Zhang eyes lit up with curiosity as he inquired, "Young madam, do you perhaps have antipyretics stored in your space?" Upon hearing this, Xinran was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had not contemplated the need for medicinal reserves, believing that since they would all eventually awaken their supernatural abilities, the enhanced bodies of ability users seldom fell ill. However, she quickly recalled the vast collection of medicinal herbs she had gathered from the Butte base. Surely, within that bountiful storehouse of remedies, there must be antipyretics? Reflecting on the hundreds of large crates, Xinran calmly addressed Zhang saying, "I acquired a warehouse of supplies from the Butte base. I'm uncertain whether it contains any antipyretics, but let us search together." Zhang nodded eagerly at her words, his expression filled with anticipation. She placed a large crate in the living room, and Zhang promptly pried it open, only to immediately cover it again with an embarrassed expression. Xinran looked at Zhang with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is wrong? Is there nothing in this box?" Zhang awkwardly nodded and replied, "Madam, this box is filled entirely with aphrodisiacs." "What?" Xinran felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping in her heart. She cursed the leader of Butte vehemently in her mind. Was this wretched thing truly worthy of being specially stored in an underground warehouse? She swiftly stowed the medical kit into her space and then retrieved a box of medication from within. Upon opening the box, Zhang addressed her, saying, "Young mistress, this box contains hallucinogens." Xinran, undeterred, produced yet another box of peculiar medications. Zhang, having already been numbed by the sight of dozens of bizarre drug containers, opened the box for a glance and remarked, "Young madam, this box contains a sedative." Xinran was utterly speechless. What on earth had she pilfered? What kind of perverse individuals at the Butte base would deliberately stockpile such worthless trash? "I shall find the antipyretics myself. You should first employ spirits for physical cooling. Once I locate the fever medication, I shall summon you." Zhang finally laid eyes on something reasonably normal and promptly nodded, saying, "Very well, young mistress. I shall proceed to help him with physical cooling at once." Xinran, utilizing her psychic abilities, located a pharmacy outside the airport. She procured several boxes of antipyretics and stored them within her spatial realm. Subsequently, she retrieved a sum of money acquired from the Butte base, extracting a large denomination banknote, which she placed upon the pharmacy's counter using her mental energy. "Zhang, I have found the antipyretics. Please assess which one would be most suitable for Sun Ziyu." Upon hearing her words, Zhang promptly emerged from a lounge, selecting one of the boxes of antipyretics. This one will suffice, young mistress. I shall proceed to administer the medication to him." Xinran nodded and then addressed Zhang Si, who, upon hearing her, also nodded and replied. The sound of footsteps approaching from outside the aircraft reached their ears. Zhang Si glanced at the time and remarked to Xinran, "Madam, it appears the captain is arriving." Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and retrieved 2 portions of dinner from her space, handing them to Zhang Si. After returning to her room, she glanced at the clock, 11:35. In just 25 minutes, they would be departing from this distressing country. She hurriedly made the most of her time, rushing into her space to sift through items and isolating some less practical explosives and shells. Exiting her space, she utilized her mental energy to place all the explosives in the central location of the storage beneath the Butte base. As their private plane began to taxi, she struck a match and stored the lit match in her space. When the plane took off, a smile crept onto Xinran's lips. She summoned the lit match from her space and hurled it directly towards the explosives she had just selected. A thunderous roar echoed from the Butte base in the western district as explosions erupted. Standing by the plane's window, Xinran observed the flames below, smiling as she called out to the outside. After relishing the spectacle of the flames for a moment, Xinran closed the window shade and turned on the lights in her room. She began to meticulously examine Zhao Ziqua. The bullet lodged in his shoulder had yet to be removed, necessitating the expertise of a professional surgeon, which is why she had refrained from using the spiritual spring on him. She studied Zhao Ziqua for a while, noting his lack of signs of awakening, before swiftly retreating into her space. Recalling the fruit saplings that Zhang Si had helped her gather while Zhao Ziqua was absent, she realized she had not checked on them since storing them in her space, fearing she might miss Zhao Ziqua's call. It had been quite a while, and she was curious about the condition of those saplings. Upon entering her space, the little camellia rushed toward her joyfully, clinging to her leg, eager for energy to consume. After Xinran infused it with some extraordinary abilities, she set out to gather tools, intending to plant trees in the vacant lot behind the thatched cottage. Little Camellia gazed at Xinran, who was wielding a shovel, with a look of sheer horror, trembling as she inquired, "Master, what are you about to do?" "I'm planting trees. Didn't I bring back some saplings a few days ago? I'm planning to plant them in the empty space behind the house." Chapter 32. The freedom of fruit's little camellia began to overlap her 2 leaves, the entire plant twisting and turning, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. Just as Xinran feared that the little one had caused some calamity, possibly destroying all the saplings, little camellia finally spoke up, But I've already helped Master plant them." "What?" Xinran inquired in astonishment. "Have you planted all those saplings for me?" The camellia, sensing Xinran's excitement, nodded its large floral head and shyly replied, "I understood that my master brought those saplings in order to plant them in a vacant space behind the house. So I took the liberty of planting all those little trees for you." Xinran, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "Xiao Cha-Cha, you are truly remarkable. Gulme, let us go to the open space and take a look at the saplings you have planted." Xinran excitedly dashed towards the vacant space behind the house, with the little camellia bouncing joyfully in her wake. Upon reaching the mountain base, Xinran, overwhelmed with exhilaration, lifted the little camellia and spun around several times. The meticulous arrangement of the saplings was nothing short of impressive. Each variety was categorically planted in neat clusters, leaving even the most fastidious observer unable to find a single flaw. The previously gathered grape trellises were now fully utilized by the little camellia. Delighted with the organization and layout crafted by the little camellia, she generously infused it with additional wood-based abilities. Observing the little camellia basking in pleasure, a long-lost smile of tranquility graced Xinran's face once more. Xinran approached a grapevine, gently infusing it with wood energy. She watched in awe as the vine sprouted, unfurled leaves, blossomed, and bore fruit at a remarkable pace. Observing the plump, crimson grapes adorning the vine, she softly mused, "So they are not merely grapes, but rather exquisite raisins." She plucked one, took a bite, and the sweet flavor tantalized her palate, prompting her to close her eyes in delight. Delicious. This is the finest raisin I have ever tasted. Once Brother Zico recovers, I must let him savor this too. The success of the raisin invigorated her spirit, and she proceeded to bestow energy upon the surrounding vines with deliberate care, gazing at the trellis laden with a myriad of grape varieties. A subtle smile graced Xinran's lips as her gaze shifted toward the orchard. However, her expression soon turned pensive as she realized the sheer number of saplings was overwhelming. She pondered anxiously, infusing energy into each one of them. How long will this take? Is there a possibility to infuse energy into them all at once? Xinran began to experiment with releasing her wood-based abilities into the air, and soon she discovered that she had succeeded. The saplings in her vicinity began to sprout, grow leaves, blossom, and bear fruit. However, despite the flourishing of the young trees, Xinran found herself utterly exhausted, feeling as though her very essence had been drained. This sensation was undeniably unpleasant. She collapsed onto the ground, realizing, after this collective infusion of energy into the plants, that her own energy could indeed be depleted. It was merely the high level of her abilities and the substantial reserves of energy within her that had created the illusion of an inexhaustible supply. The little camellia curiously inquired, "Master, once you have expended all your wood-based abilities, will you become even more formidable when your powers are restored?" Upon hearing this, Xinran turned to Xiao Chahua with a smile and inquired, "Is this something you discovered in that document?" Xiao Chahua nodded her head vigorously and replied, "Indeed. The method for upgrading abilities in the master's document is outlined precisely this way." Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, "Who would have thought our little Cha-Cha is still a diligent little flower? I have never exhausted my abilities before, so I'm uncertain whether they will regenerate on their own or if they might become even stronger upon recovery. How about I inform you once I regain my strength?" The little flower nodded enthusiastically, affectionately leaning against Xinran, and joyfully exclaimed, "Master is the best." Xinran gazed upon the bountiful fruits scattered across the mountains. Her brow furrowed with concern as she addressed the little tea flower. "Tea, how shall I gather these fruits? Can you assist me?" The little tea flower, looking quite helpless, replied, "My dear master, I am truly sorry, but I can only aid you in planting those plants in the ground. Beyond that, I am unable to assist. However, you may utilize your psychic abilities to harvest them. I am aware that your current psychic prowess is exceptionally formidable." Upon hearing this, Xinran recalled her activities at the butte base, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. However, she found merit in Zaikawa's words. This could serve as an opportunity to hone her mental abilities. She enveloped the various fruits on the grapevine with her mental energy and, with a mere thought, transferred them into her spatial storage. She realized that wielding her psychic powers was not as daunting as she had anticipated. In fact, it proved to be considerably less laborious than utilizing her wood-based abilities to stimulate plant growth. With her mental force, she gathered all the fruits from the trees in the clearing into her spatial warehouse. After wiping the sweat from her brow and savoring a large apple, she swiftly exited the space. Zhao Ziqua remained in a state of unconsciousness. Xinran was awakened by the incessant murmurs of Zhao Ziqua. "My goodness, is the person nestled in my embrace truly Xian? She is actually sleeping in my arms. Could this be a dream? No, wait, haven't I already perished? Remarkably, I have come back to life. Ha ha, but what exactly is happening right now? Has Xian also been reborn? The very first thing she does upon her resurrection is to be with me? Heaven above, I am overwhelmed with joy. Xian belongs to me. In this lifetime, I shall protect her diligently, shower her with affection, rendering her so delicate that she cannot fend for herself, ensuring that she remains forever by my side. I truly am quite clever. Had I known, I should have embraced death sooner, thus allowing me to be with Xian earlier, unable to endure the ruckus any longer." Xinran rose from Zhao Ziqua's embrace, momentarily dazed. She quickly turned her astonished gaze towards him, just in time to meet his affectionate eyes fixed upon her. With great excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother Ziqua, you are awake." Xinran listened to the screams within his heart, unable to suppress her inner sarcasm. This contradictory individual was at it again. Wait, what did his heartfelt words just mean? Chapter 33. Rebirth once more. Xinran was about to inquire about Zhao Ziqua's reincarnation when a knock echoed at the door. Zhang Si called out from the entrance. Young madam, Sun Ziyu has awakened. He wishes to speak with you. Are you available at this moment? Xinran glanced at Zhao Ziqua, whose face was marred with displeasure due to Zhang Si's interruption. She gently traced her finger across his palm, and upon noticing his expression soften, she called out toward the door, Please, feel free to come in. Coincidentally, Brother Ziqua has awakened. We can all discuss matters together. Upon hearing this, Zhang Si promptly pushed the door open and entered the room, his face alight with excitement as he addressed Zhao Ziqua. Young master, you are finally awake. Zhao Ziqua remained reclined on the bed, his demeanor tranquil as he replied, It's merely a matter of having slept a little longer. Is there truly any need for such fuss? Understanding Zhao Ziqua's pride, Zhang Si refrained from pressing the issue. He assisted him into a sitting position and propped a pillow against his back for added comfort before continuing. How can there not be a fuss? Young master, you cannot fathom the panic I felt at that moment. You absolutely must avoid taking risks in the future. Just think, if something were to happen to you, what would become of the young mistress? Zhao Ziqua turned his gaze toward Xinran, and seeing no objection from her, he nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Si's words. Although Zhang Si could be somewhat oblivious, his sentiment rang true. He was not alone. He had to look after Xinran. It was imperative that he refrain from recklessness henceforth. Should anything unfortunate befall him, what fate awaited Xinran? She was so beautiful. How could she survive in a world fraught with peril without his protection? No, this simply would not do. He must devise a way to grow stronger, for he was determined to safeguard Xinran. As Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt musings, she could not help but roll her eyes internally, silently scoffing. Humph, when the time comes for the apocalypse, who will be protecting whom is still uncertain. I am currently a level 10 expert, with my mental prowess transcending the ordinary. Moreover, I have my little camellia. Do I truly need the protection of this novice? However, Qian was not entirely wrong. Indeed, Brother Ziqua seems to have a penchant for the delicate and helpless. It appears that I must feign a touch of fragility in his presence moving forward. At that moment, Sun Ziyu burst into the bedroom, his face alight with excitement, and whispered to Xinran. Xinran and Zhao Ziqua simultaneously inquired, What? What? Upon hearing their voices, Sun Ziyu turned to Zhao Ziqua with a face full of astonishment and exclaimed, Boss, you are awake. This is wonderful news. I feared you might not pull through. Thankfully, the young mistress and Zhang Si arrived just in time. What? Xin witnessed my disheveled state in the dungeon. Will she despise me for it? What should I do? What should I do? My image is ruined. Ah! Upon hearing Sun Ziyu's words, Xinran initially felt a tightening in her heart, silently lamenting her inability to feign fragility. However, upon discovering Zhao Ziqua's thoughts, she realized his focus was far removed from her concerns, prompting her to exhale in relief. She quickly gestured to Sun Ziyu, signaling him to cease his remarks. Perhaps sensing the discord in the atmosphere, Sun Ziyu's voice diminished gradually. Xinran hastily inquired. Sun Ziyu, upon hearing her, grinned innocently and replied. Zhang Si raised an eyebrow and remarked, Could it be that what you ponder by day haunts your dreams by night? Are you certain it is not merely a figment of your imagination? Sun Ziyu, immediately irked by this, retorted, Impossible. I am a formidable gold elemental ability user, impervious to blades and bullets, unlike you, who can only engage in petty schemes behind the scenes like a mere novice. She smirked and said, Congratulations, Sun Ziyu. With this, you should have a clearer understanding of the training regimen we require, yes? I eagerly await your proposal. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu nodded vigorously, brimming with confidence as he declared, Madam, just wait and see. I promise to train our squad into the strongest team in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Ziqua, watching Xinran sincerely congratulate Sun Ziyu, felt a twinge of jealousy. He cleared his throat and interjected, What? In unison, Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu asked, followed by Zhang Si expressing his frustration. Is rebirth now so trivial? Why is everyone seemingly reborn? Sun Ziyu, displeased, disdainfully replied, stop sour graping just because you can't taste the grapes. If rebirth is so worthless, why haven't we seen you reborn? Zhao Ziqua, disinterested in the banter of the two annoying fellows, was fixated on Xinran, fearing he might miss the nuances of her expressions. Did she prefer the person I was before my rebirth, or the one I am now? Would she be disappointed if she favored my former self? Would she ignore me? Yet, I cannot deceive her. Xinran would be upset if she discovered I had lied. Xinran listened to Zhao Ziquao's anxious heart and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. She gazed directly into his eyes and said, Xin likes me. How delightful. Zhao Ziquao took a moment to calm his overwhelming emotions, grasped Xinran's hand, and earnestly declared, Xin, thank you for not encountering any mishaps in this lifetime. Thank you for being by my side. I promise that I will protect you well in this life. As long as I am here, I will ensure that you suffer not a single harm. Xinran, with a playful smile, remarked, Brother Zico, in this lifetime, do you only wish to protect me? But what shall we do? In this life, I desire to be with you, to bind you to my side, to be the sole occupant of your heart and mind. Brother Zico, am I being too greedy? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Zico's pupils constricted, and soon Xinran could hear the frantic screams echoing within his heart, akin to a groundhog's outcry. After a considerable time, Zhao Zico, now composed, smiled at Xinran and asked, Xin, do you truly mean it? Notigrits? Witnessing Xinran's resolute nod, Zhao Zico replied with a grin, Xin, as you wish. However, remember it was you who sought me out. In this lifetime, I shall never grant you the chance to leave me. Even if you were to regret it, I will not release your hand. Chapter 34. The formation of the team as the plane touched down, a professional medical team, meticulously arranged by Zhang Si, promptly lifted Zhao Zico onto the ambulance. Although Xinran was aware that Zhao Ziqua's body should have recovered significantly due to her wood-based abilities, she remained anxious until she finally exhaled in relief upon seeing the health report confirming his complete well-being. Qianqian, what's wrong? Did Song Yang bully you? Zhao, Qianqian exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. What does that have to do with him? You heartless one. You just left me behind. I was worried about you. Do you even realize that? Just as Xinran intended to comfort Zhao Qianqian, an unexpected voice from behind her interrupted. Song Yang, keep your woman away from mine, or beware that I might just throw her out. What? Xinran and Zhao Qianqian exchanged astonished glances with Zhao Ziqua. Sensing the bewildered look from Xinran, Zhao Ziqua awkwardly rubbed his nose. Oh dear, have I let my pride get the better of me? Xinran won't be upset with me for keeping Qianqian away from her. Will she? But Xinran is mine. Only I am allowed to be close to her. No one else is permitted, not even my own sister. What should I do? I cannot bear the thought of Xinran being embraced by anyone other than myself. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. Listening to Zhao Ziqua's inner turmoil, Xinran couldn't help but smile wryly. Before Song Yang could approach her, Zhao Qianqian hastily dashed to Zhao Ziqua's side, incredulously asking, Brother, what did you just say? Please repeat that. Noticing that Xinran showed no signs of anger, Zhao Ziqua confidently grasped her hand, intertwining their fingers, and boldly declared to Zhao Qianqian, Xinran is mine. Even if you are my biological sister, you cannot take her from me. Zhao Qianqian scrutinized Zhao Ziqua with suspicion before shifting her gaze to Xinran, uncertainly inquiring, Xinran, has my brother suffered concussion while abroad? Why do I feel like something is amiss with his mind? Xinran chuckled awkwardly and explained, he is fine. He just has a bit of a possessive nature. Xinran glanced at her intertwined fingers with Zhao Ziqua and resolutely abandoned the thought of struggling. With a smile, she addressed everyone, saying, it is rare for us all to be gathered together. Why don't we hold a meeting? The crowd fell silent for a moment, turning their attention to Zhao Ziqua, who was seated in a wheelchair. Sun Ziyu boldly inquired, is the boss up for it? He has just undergone surgery. Perhaps we should let him rest for a while? Upon hearing this, Xinran also came to her senses and turned to Zhao Ziqua, inquiring. Zhao Ziqua, with a smile, shook his head in response and said, There's no need to be so delicate. Simply adhere to your plan. With that, he rose from his wheelchair, inviting Xinran to join him on the sofa. He addressed the group, stating, "Let us gather together. We have merely a month and a half before the apocalypse, and there is little time to squander. It is an opportune moment to consolidate the information we possess and to reorganize our tasks." The others nodded in agreement, and Uncle Zhang promptly directed Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu to bring over chairs from the dining room, forming a circle around the sofa. As Xinran observed that everyone had gathered, she took the initiative to speak. "Let me first share the situation on my end. I currently have a reserve of vegetable and fruit seeds, as well as some snacks in my space. During my recent trip abroad, I acquired several firearms. My wood-based abilities allow me to stimulate plant growth, so we need not collect vegetables and fruits in our future resource gathering. Additionally, I require a substantial quantity of seeds and grains. Zhang Si, please gather these as a precaution. Also, ensure to prepare several flour mills, threshers, and solar power generators for me. My water-based abilities can supply us with daily water, so potable water is not an essential item to collect, though it would be prudent to stock up on small bottles of mineral water, as they are more convenient for travel." Upon hearing Xinran's remarks, Zhao Qianqian gazed at her with admiration and exclaimed, Xian, you are so impressive." Noticing Zhao Qianqian's adoring look towards Xinran, Song Yang raised an eyebrow and added, "During my recent trip abroad, I secured contracts for grains, meat, eggs, milk, and various other provisions with 7 different countries, with deliveries expected by the end of the month. Furthermore, I have engaged professional designers to create seasonal attire suitable for our needs in this post-apocalyptic world. Our clothing factory has ceased external shipments and is now solely focused on serving our team. I have ordered 10,000 solar power generators, which are expected to be delivered by early next month. Additionally, I have sourced 2,000 durable and practical vehicles, such as reinforced RVs and military Humvees, through various channels. They are currently assisting us in reallocating inventory, and they have assured us that we will receive our orders within a month. Moreover, I have placed orders for 1,000 tons of gasoline with 8 different foreign oil companies under various corporate names, and they have promised delivery within 2 weeks. At that time, I will need your assistance, miss, to go to the open sea, as we have arranged for the delivery there." Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded in agreement. Zhao Ziqua took her hand and said to her, Xian, I will accompany you when the time comes." Xinran chuckled at his words. "Of course, Brother Ziqua will protect me. Are you suggesting that you want to shirk your responsibilities?" Upon hearing Xinran express her desire for Zhao Ziqua's protection, Zhang Si's expression momentarily froze in an odd manner before he resumed his writing and sketching in silence. Sun Ziyu, noticing that Song Yang had finished speaking, eagerly interjected, "Thus, I possess considerable insight into the circumstances of the apocalypse. Although I may not assist in the collection of resources, I can devise a training program that is most suited for survival in such times. Rest assured, I will transform you into the most formidable team in this new world. Therefore, starting tomorrow, let us commence our training together." Chapter 35, Practicing Ability. Zhang Si, having listened to Sun Ziyu, began to report on his progress. "Our company has recently acquired 2 large storage supermarkets. Currently, they are closed under the pretext of restructuring, but we have already coordinated with various suppliers regarding the distribution quantities. In approximately 3 days, the young lady will be able to commence resource collection. Additionally, the commonly used reserve medications have been prepared and should arrive this evening. The grain and vegetable seeds have been arranged and are expected to reach the villa by tomorrow evening. The photo shoot for the young master and young lady's wedding is scheduled for next Wednesday, and the wedding rings should arrive tomorrow." Wedding photos? Xinran was somewhat taken aback. How could one still be contemplating wedding photos at such a time? Ha ha ha. Zhang Si truly is dependable in his endeavors. They are actually going to take wedding photos together. How exhilarating. What expression does Xian wear? Is she so overwhelmed with excitement that she appears foolish? Does she find me romantic? Will she be deeply touched? Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's narcissistic yet foolish musings, feeling an urge to roll her eyes in exasperation. In her heart, she silently criticized the absurdity of indulging in such frivolous matters when the apocalypse loomed near. Perhaps it was only they who still possessed such whims. Zhao Ziqua solemnly nodded towards Zhang Si and concluded, with the advent of the apocalypse, we will experience water and power shortages, making cooking far less convenient. Thus, Uncle Zhang, you must seize the moment to prepare and package more food for Xin's space. Furthermore, Zhang Si, find a way to invite several more chefs to prepare a greater quantity of ready-made meals. Once the apocalypse arrives, we must focus on upgrading our abilities, and we will be camping outside more often, so we cannot place the entire burden of cooking on Uncle Zhang alone. In addition to physical training, we must not neglect combat training. Sun Ziyu, please arrange this promptly. From now on, aside from necessary outings, everyone should remain in the villa for training. Zhang Si, please organize the equipment needed for our training. Now that we have firearms, we must also ensure we have reliable cold weapons. Zhang Si and Song Yang, please explore trustworthy domestic channels to acquire these. Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua's somewhat pale face, hesitating for a moment before producing a drop of spiritual spring from her spatial realm. She inquired gently, Brother Ziqua, do you trust me? Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her words, nodded and replied, Xin, what kind of question is that? Of course I trust you. Xinran extended her hand, presenting a droplet of ethereal spring water, enveloped by her psychic energy, before him. She said, Brother Ziqua, please consume it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ziqua opened his mouth and, following Xinran's directive, swallowed the exquisite spring water. Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua in a state of bewilderment, her voice laced with surprise as she inquired, Brother Ziqua, aren't you even going to ask me what that thing is? With unwavering certainty, Zhao Ziqua replied, what Xin offers must undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Xinran smiled and asked, are you not afraid that I might poison you? Zhao Ziqua, with an air of indifference, replied, even if it were poison, it would be a good poison if it came from Xin. At this moment, Xinran's emotions were rather intricate, leaving her unable to articulate whether it was gratitude or something else entirely. With a smile, she addressed Zhao Ziqua, saying, Brother Ziqua, rest assured, I still need your protection. How could I bear to poison you? What I just gave you to consume was the precious spirit spring water from my space, a rare treasure consisting of merely a few drops. It possesses the remarkable ability to heal the body, cleanse the essence, and eliminate impurities within. Truly, it is a fortuitous find that cannot be sought after. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua's lips curled into a smile as he responded, Xin, thank you. I feel a warm current circulating within me, bringing immense comfort. My wounds are tingling, as if new flesh is forming. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and inquired, what does that smell? It seemed Zhao Ziqua had caught a whiff of a foul odor, prompting him to sniff around in search of its source. Xinran covered her nose and addressed Zhao Ziqua. Brother Ziqua, it seems you are expelling impurities from your body. It's quite odorous. You should swiftly head to the bathroom and cleanse yourself. Startled by her words, Zhao Ziqua gazed at Xinran with disbelief and asked, what? Xin, are you suggesting that such a revolting smell emanates from me? Upon seeing Xinran nod, he immediately dashed into the bathroom in a state of utter despair. And soon thereafter, Xinran was met with the sound of his anguished cries akin to a butchered pig. Ah, is this filthy being truly me? How could I allow Xin to witness me in such a disheveled state? What if she no longer likes me upon seeing this? Ah, why must she witness my most embarrassing moments? Ah, this is utterly mortifying. Standing outside the bathroom door, Xinran stifled the urge to laugh aloud. Observing that he was not in any serious trouble, she did not wish to delay any further. She softly called into the bathroom, Zhao Ziqua, still lost in the disarray of having been seen in such a disheveled state, immediately responded, Xin, you should go ahead. I anticipate I will be here for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Xinran no longer hesitated and swiftly entered the space. Just moments ago, while retrieving the spiritual spring water, a spark of inspiration had ignited within her, compelling her to urgently explore its feasibility. She arrived at the clearing behind the thatched cottage, unleashed her water-based abilities, and enveloped the water block with her mental energy. She then commenced her endeavor to disintegrate the water block into droplets. Just as Xinran believed she was on the verge of success, the water block, which had been reduced to the size of a fist, suddenly splashed down to the ground in a cascade. Xinran gazed at the large puddle of water on the ground, her expression devoid of the earlier frustration. Instead, she entered a state of serene contemplation. Once again, she had encountered failure. Where had she gone wrong? Manipulating water with mental energy was indeed feasible. Could it be that her skills were insufficiently refined? She endeavored to harness her mental power to control the water pooled at her feet, and soon, a small orb of water floated before her, deftly maneuvered by her will. With focused intent, she shaped the orb into various forms, and before long, it had been compressed into the likeness of a flying dagger. With a flick of her mental energy, she launched the water-formed dagger, which sliced through the air and severed a section of the grapevine. Xinran was too exhilarated to mourn the grapevine. She eagerly gazed at the now bare tendrils and joyfully exclaimed, "Cha-cha, come quickly. I can wield water-based abilities to attack now." Chapter 36. The ability to summon rain. Upon hearing Xinran's call, Xiao Chahua hurried over, eagerly remarking, "I always knew my master was the most formidable." However, upon recognizing the severed tendrils, Xiao Chahua couldn't help but shudder slightly, murmuring to itself, "Umitba, how tragic, how tragic." Xinran observed the sorrowful demeanor of the little camellia and, with a mixture of amusement and sympathy, remarked, "Do not fret, dear Cha-Cha. In a moment, I shall imbue them with some wood-based abilities, and they shall soon sprout new branches and leaves." The little camellia, still disheartened, replied, "But the branches that have been severed are already lost." Upon hearing this, Xinran raised her eyebrows and said, "Cha-Cha, would you assist me in planting these severed branches into the ground? I wish to see if I can utilize my wood-based abilities to bring them back to life." Immediately invigorated by her words, the little tea flower scampered about energetically, and in no time at all, it had planted all the branches into the earth. Xinran endeavored to employ her wood-based abilities on a small section of the grapevines. In no time, the prune vines sprouted anew, while the recently planted cuttings took root and flourished, producing fresh leaves that climbed the trellis. Little Camellia clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "It's alive, truly alive. Master, you are remarkable." Xinran gazed at the little Camellia, its expression brimming with joy, and could not help but smile, gently caressing its large floral head, infusing it with a touch of wood-type abilities. Observing its blissful demeanor, Xinran felt as though she had been utterly enchanted by its cuteness. After bestowing the little camellia with her powers, she immersed herself in the practice of controlling her water-type abilities. Following countless attempts and failures, she finally managed to manipulate a sphere of water with her mental energy, conjuring the first rainfall upon the fruit trees in the open field. In that moment, Xinran found her exhilaration beyond the capacity of words. She continued to practice diligently until she confidently mastered the skill, at which point she finally ceased her efforts. Utilizing her wood-type powers, she stimulated the fruit trees, and, after harvesting yet another bounty of fruits, reluctantly exited her space. Just as Xinran emerged from her realm, still regaining her balance, she was enveloped in a familiar embrace, and the well-known voice of Zhao Ziqua reached her ears. Xian, I have missed you so much." Upon hearing this, Xinran's lips curled into a faint smile, and she shyly replied, "Brother Ziqua, did we not just meet a moment ago?" Zhao Ziqua, furrowing his brow with a serious expression, responded, "But it has been 1 hour and 5 minutes since we parted ways." Xinran's lips twitched as she internally complained, "Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? It's only been a little over an hour." Before she could voice her thoughts, a series of 3 knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by Zhang Xi's voice. "Young master, young mistress, dinner is ready. Will you be dining downstairs or in your room?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua replied towards the door, "Let's eat downstairs. We'll be down shortly." Zhao Ziqua had a penchant for cleanliness and would never dine in his bedroom unless absolutely unavoidable. Moreover, after consuming the spiritual spring water that Xinran had provided, he felt invigorated enough to wrestle a bull, thus further solidifying his decision to eat downstairs. He took Xinran's hand, intertwining their fingers, and smiled as he said, Xian, Let's go downstairs for dinner. After practicing her abilities for an extended period, Xinran was indeed quite hungry. Upon hearing him, she promptly nodded obediently and exclaimed, "All right, Brother Ziqua, let us hurry to eat. I feel as if I could devour an entire bowl right now." Zhao Ziqua affectionately ruffled her hair before leading her down the stairs. As they descended, onlookers were intrigued by Zhao Ziqua's demeanor, leaving him with a puzzled expression. Zhao Qianqian, her face filled with astonishment, turned to Zhao Ziqua and asked, "Brother, what have you done? Why do I feel like you've become even more handsome? Your skin is so refined that one cannot even see your pores. Did Xinran secretly administer some miraculous elixir to you?" Upon hearing this, Xinran's heart sank slightly, silently cursing Zhao Qianqian 108 times in her mind. She never intended to unveil the secret of the spiritual spring to the public. What was she to do now? Feeling somewhat uneasy under the gazes of the crowd, Xinran couldn't help but twitch her lips into a smile and remarked, "Could it be that Brother Ziqua has always been this handsome, and you simply failed to notice it before?" Xinran refrained from revealing the secret of the spiritual spring. Understanding the peril that accompanies possessing something so extraordinary, the spring's capabilities were unparalleled. She could discreetly allow her team members to benefit from it, yet she could never divulge its secret. Human nature is often fragile and cannot withstand temptation. It was merely a bath. What was the fuss about? Zhao Qianqian, upon hearing Zhao Ziqua's explanation, regarded him with skepticism, murmuring softly, "But I feel like my brother has changed so much." At that moment, as Xinran felt somewhat lost due to Zhao Qianqian's words, Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts brought her a sense of tranquility. Was Zhao Qianqian's mind muddled? Could she not indulge her curiosity in private inquiries? Did she not comprehend the potential dangers that would arise should the secret of the spiritual spring come to light? Fortunately, my Xinran is astute enough to keep the secret safe. No, I cannot allow her to fall into danger. I must assist her in concealing this matter. Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow and turned to Song Yang, inquiring, "Song Yang, are you suggesting?" Song Yang's eyes brightened to the question, responding, "Mr. Zhao, do you mean?" Zhao Ziqua replied calmly, "For instance, a wound healing remarkably quickly, feeling exceptionally invigorated, akin to the sensation after awakening extraordinary abilities." Upon hearing this, Song Yang furrowed his brow and shook his head. Xinran observed Zhao Ziqua's earnest yet nonsensical ramblings, and her heart brimmed with amusement. Had she not heard his inner thoughts, she might have been convinced. Sun Ziyu, intrigued by the conversation, turned to Zhao Ziqua with a naive expression and said, "With that brain of yours, do you really think you can notice any changes in your body?" Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow and retorted, "With your intellect, are you capable of discerning such things?" Sun Ziyu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Of course. Zhao, I must tell you, ever since I awoke, I feel so invigorated that I could fell a bull." Chapter 37. Devilish training. Is this infuriating Sun Ziyu unwell? Why the ruckus so early in the morning? My Xinran has yet to awaken. Unpleasant. Awakened by the commotion, Xinran, hearing the familiar thoughts, gazed in bewilderment at the irate Zhao Ziqua seated beside her. She was curious about the connection between her state of wakefulness and his displeasure. Observing Zhao Ziqua, who radiated an aura of chill and appeared quite miffed, she found an inexplicable charm in his demeanor. Rubbing her eyes, she gently inquired, "Brother Ziqua, is Sun Ziyu really going to commence training with everyone today? It seems rather early." Upon hearing Xinran's softly tinged voice, Zhao Ziqua's irritation dissipated like mist. He looked at the young girl beside him, a smile of resignation gracing his lips as he attempted to tousle her hair, softly replying. Xinran nodded in acknowledgement and sweetly responded, "Yes, I understand, Brother Ziqua. I will do my best." The two quickly tidied up and descended the stairs. As Xinran looked down at the group, all but Sun Ziyu appeared somewhat listless. Unable to contain herself, she hid behind Zhao Ziqua, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. The others cast resentful glances at Sun Ziyu, but upon seeing even the injured Zhao Ziqua descending to train, Zhao Qianqian, who was about to complain, obediently closed her mouth. Zhang Gasi, surprised to see Zhao Ziqua coming down, asked with concern. Young master, shouldn't you rest for a few days after your surgery? Zhao Ziqua replied calmly, no need. The apocalypse is approaching, and everyone should make the most of their training. In response, the group nodded and, following Sun Ziyu's instructions, strapped sandbags to their legs and commenced their first task, a morning run. Perhaps due to her awakened abilities, Xinran found Sun Ziyu's training regimen to be rather effortless, even perceiving it as exceedingly simple. Mindful of the image she wished to project in Zhao Ziqua's eyes, she deliberately feigned a slightly weaker performance than Zhao Qianqian, striving to appear more delicate and less capable. Each time she did so, Zhao Ziqua would tenderly approach her, offering warmth and concern. Brother Ziqua, didn't you promise to protect me in the apocalypse? Then why must I train myself? Training is so exhausting. Can I please stop? Zhao Ziqua, taken by her pitiful demeanor, felt his heart soften, and without principle, granted her request to abstain from training alongside the others. Zhao Qianqian watched Xinran wake up leisurely each day, free from the burden of training, and felt envious. She mimicked Xinran's approach, pleading with Zhao Ziqua, brother, can I also skip training like Xinran? It's too tiring. I can't bear it. Zhao Ziqua, with a stoic expression, retorted, Xinran has my protection in the apocalypse, hence she doesn't require training. If you don't train, who will protect you when you lack self-defense? Zhao Qianqian, indignant, exclaimed, brother, you can protect both me and Xinran. Zhao Ziqua dismissively replied, what are you thinking? I will only protect Xinran. Hearing Zhao Ziqua's callous words shattered Zhao Qianqian's heart, just as she felt life could not be more dismal. Zhao Ziqua's voice, conversing with Sun Ziyu, reached her ears. Sun Ziyu increased Qianqian's training intensity. Boss, won't that be too much? After all, she's a girl. Will zombies show leniency and slow down just because she's a girl? All right, understood, boss. I will ramp up Miss Qianqian's training intensity tomorrow. Zhao Qianqian gazed despairingly at the ceiling, questioning if this Zhao Ziqua was truly her brother or perhaps an enemy in disguise. Sitting beside her, Song Yang noticed her despondent expression and smiled gently. Stop dawdling. Come on, stretch those muscles. I'll practice sparring with you later. Your brother means well. You should appreciate his intentions. Zhao Qianqian understood the reasoning behind his words, but upon hearing Song Yang's remarks, her frustration flared. She muttered, indeed. Some people are born to suffer while others are tossed aside. Just look at Xinran's man, who truly cherishes her, and then look at you. Amused by Zhao Qianqian's disdainful glance, Song Yang moved closer, grinning. So, Qianqian, does this mean you finally acknowledge me as your man? At this, Zhao Qianqian jumped up, indignantly retorting, don't say such things. Song Yang asserted, in the apocalypse, I will do everything within my power to protect my woman. To which Zhao Qianqian scoffed. Spare me. I know I'm not as fortunate as Xinran. Aside from my brother, all other men's words are deceitful. I wouldn't trust you. With a smirk, Song Yang reached for her hand, softly saying, Qianqian, can't you forgive me just this once? I truly had nothing with that girl. I was merely teasing you. Zhao Qianqian shoved his hand away, her face twisted in distaste. Sorry, I'm timid. Once bitten, twice shy, you know. If I stumble again with you, I'll be a fool. Sun Ziyu, I'm rested and ready to continue. Song Yang observed Zhao Qianqian approaching Sun Ziyu for extra practice, a confident smile spreading across his face. Xinran, enjoying a life of leisure and tranquility after no longer needing to train with others, found herself with ample time and energy each day to practice her abilities within her vast space. Chapter 38. Retrieving the villa upon returning to her home to collect some clothes. Xinran gazed at her villa and was suddenly struck by an idea. Since my space is limitless, could I possibly store the entire house within it? Xinran was a woman of action. Once she conceived an idea, there was no reason not to pursue it. Thus, with a thunderous roar, the villa vanished into thin air, leaving behind a gaping crater. Inside the Zhao family villa, the sudden noise caused everyone to halt their training. Butler Zhang was the first to react, exclaiming, was that an earthquake? Everyone hurry outside. Let us gather at the small square in front of the young Madam S residence. Sun Ziyu followed the crowd rushing outside, turning to Song Yang and inquired, Song Yang, Did an earthquake occur at this time in our previous life? I have no recollection of it. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Song Yang replied, At that moment in my past life, I was abroad. How would I know? Unwilling to relent, Sun Ziyu approached Zhao Ziqua and asked, Boss, was there an earthquake during this time in our past life? I can't seem to remember. Zhao Ziqua shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Who would be so bored as to remember such trivial details? As the group jogged to the small square beside Xinran's residence, Zhang Si finally inquired, Is everyone out? Regaining his composure, Zhao Ziqua noticed Xinran's absence and anxiously exclaimed, Xinran is not here. Where is she? Brother, where are you going? Zhao Qianqian asked, as she struggled to keep hold of Zhao Ziqua's arm. He replied in a flurry, I must find Xinran. Zhao Qianqian anticipated this reaction and, suppressing her own impulse to roll her eyes, patiently said to Zhao Ziqua, wait a moment. Instantly, Zhao Ziqua realized, pulling out his phone while muttering to himself, All right, I should call Xinran. The phone rang. Brother Ziqua is calling Xinran. Xinran, are you okay? Where are you now? Xinran, in a state of bewilderment, replied, Brother Ziqua, I am perfectly fine. I am in my courtyard. Did something just happen? Why are you in such a rush? Zhao Ziqua's voice came through the receiver, breathless and urgent. You weren't frightened by the earthquake that just occurred, were you? Upon hearing this, Xinran was further perplexed and asked, An earthquake? What earthquake? Outside the courtyard, Zhao Ziqua's voice echoed with astonishment. With such a tremendous noise, you actually did not hear it. While conversing with Xinran over the phone, Zhao Ziqua hurried toward her home. Noticing the gate left ajar, he entered the courtyard directly, only to be struck with shock upon witnessing the large pit before him. Xinran turned her gaze towards the door upon hearing the sound, and there she caught sight of Zhao Ziqua, who stood frozen in place. Xinran rushed to Zhao Ziqua's side, tentatively waving her fingers before him, and inquired, Brother Ziqua, are you all right? What happened to you? Please don't frighten me. After a considerable pause, Zhao Ziqua, still in disbelief, pointed at the large pit on the ground and stuttered. Xian, where is your house? Brother Ziqua, I was just a bit curious if I could store my house in my space, so I tried it out, and it worked. What's wrong? Did something just happen? The crowd, hastily gathering behind Zhao Ziqua, was taken aback, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. Only Zhang Si, with an expression of excitement, turned to Xinran and asked, So, young madam, can your space actually accommodate a house? Xinran chuckled upon hearing this. Of course I can. Just observe. As Xinran spoke, she generously performed a dramatic demonstration of a villa collection for everyone. Zhao Qianqian gazed at the large pit on the ground, swallowing hard in disbelief, and turned to Xinran with a look of astonishment, inquiring, So, excellent. That tremendous commotion just now was not an earthquake at all, but rather your doing? Upon hearing this, Xinran, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched her head and said with great embarrassment, I had no idea it would create such a commotion. I hope it didn't frighten you all too much. Fortunately, aside from the young master who was concerned that the young mistress might be alarmed, everyone else was unharmed. If the young mistress can indeed store the house within her space, does that not imply that we may reside in our own homes from now on? Xinran nodded in response, stating, This can be understood in such a manner. However, if we wish to reside in our own home, we must first address the issues of water, electricity, and drainage. Otherwise, it may be less comfortable than living in a car. Zhang Si, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, These are mere trifles. Madam need not worry. Shall I arrange for someone to come tomorrow to renovate the residence for you? A month's time should suffice. Upon hearing this, Xinran promptly nodded and remarked, Of course, Zhang Si. Do you have any thoughts? In response, Zhang Si smiled and said, Did not the young master mention that after the apocalypse, there would be a disruption in water and electricity supplies? Therefore, we should install 2 generators in the villa, one solar-powered and the other conventional. This way, we can ensure that the villa remains powered. Additionally, I will arrange for a large reservoir to be installed in the villa and modify the water supply system. What do you think, young madam? Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, I believe it is feasible. The subsequent matter shall rely on you. Zhao Ziqua observed the interaction between Xinran and Zhang Si, his expression darkening to the point where it seemed as if water could drip from it. Xinran, attuned to his unspoken feelings, felt a surge of frustration. Must she truly contend with Zhang Si's jealousy as well? Zhang Si, perceptive of Zhao Ziqua's unusual demeanor, respectfully inquired, "Young master, what style do you envision for your marital abode?" Marital abode? Upon hearing Zhang Si's words, Zhao Ziqua's countenance shifted from gloom to brightness, and his thoughts became equally buoyant. Chapter 39. The division of property. Zhang Si, with utmost seriousness, addressed Zhao Ziqua. Previously, I had assumed that the apocalypse was imminent and that preparations for housing would be futile, hence I did not contemplate the matter of residence. Now that I am aware the young mistress's space can accommodate a house, I surmise you must wish to prepare a unique marital dwelling for the two of you. Am I mistaken in my assumptions? Listening to Zhang Si, Zhao Ziqua, though his face remained impassive, radiated a newfound warmth, clearly in high spirits. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is time to make arrangements. You may proceed, and for the specific style, consult Xinran regarding her preferences." Zhang Si, upon hearing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Little did he realize that Zhao Ziqua was inwardly elated by his recent comments. How had I not considered this? How could Xinran and I possibly be without a marital home? Zhang Si truly is my trusted confidant, fulfilling my desires with his actions. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, I would certainly reward him with a bonus. However, it matters not, for after the end of days, I shall still indulge him in lavish feasting. It turns out that Zhang Si's conversations with Xinran were all for the sake of our future together. I shall strive to control my emotions and minimize my jealousy towards them in the future. Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts, unable to stifle an eye roll in her mind, quietly ridiculing him. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed his desire to toss someone into the sea to feed the sharks, and now he wished to indulge that very person in a feast of delicacies. Alas, men are truly fickle creatures. Xinran gazed enviously at Zhao Qianqian, raising an eyebrow as she addressed Zhang Si. "Since you are preparing a new home, why not provide each of us with our own suite? Just in case you encounter your beloved in the future and wish to cohabit, it would be splendid to have a private space." Upon hearing this, Song Yang smirked and remarked, "Our company happens to have a lavishly decorated villa project ready for sale. The renovation work there is nearing completion. Perhaps we could consider modifying it based on that development." Zhang Si chuckled in response. "Are you referring to the Wulongshan project, President Song? I've heard that many are keenly interested in that property." Song Yang replied with a smile. "Indeed, we have invested considerable effort into that project, and there is a significant interest. However, the developers have specific criteria for clients. It's not merely about wealth. Thus, it has remained under wraps until now, unexpectedly benefiting us." Sun Ziyu, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "What kind of property is it? Are they really not selling, even for money?" Zhang Si shook his head with a laugh. "Certain high-end developments have specific requirements for clients. It would be futile to explain, so it's best if you refrain from inquiring further." Song Yang then turned to Zhao Ziqua and asked, "Each villa in that project boasts a unique style. Are you not inclined to personally select one, General Zhao?" Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow at Xinran and asked, "Xinran, would you like to go and take a look?" Xinran had heard of that residential complex in her previous life, rumored to be exceedingly sought after. After the apocalypse, the leader of the White Tiger Base, in a bid to reside in that very complex, relocated the command center there and surrounded the premises, forbidding entry to anyone who was not a core member of the base. Curiosity piqued, she remarked with a smile, "Since there's no time like the present, why don't we simply go and take a look today?" Xinran's words served as a decisive conclusion, prompting everyone to embark in their vehicles, following Song Yang towards the development site. Upon arrival, Sun Ziyu gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, I thought the hillside villas were already luxurious, but in comparison to this estate, they seem rather modest." Song Yang chuckled at his remark but chose to ignore it. Instead, turning to Xinran, he inquired, "Miss, this is your domain. How would you like to proceed?" Xinran gazed at the blueprints in her hands and spoke. There are just over 50 buildings. It would be prudent to modify all of them according to Zhangxi's plan for the plumbing and electrical systems. I shall take full possession, as there is no reason to leave any advantages for others. The penthouse should have a few more bedrooms for future gatherings, while everyone else can select their own building, arranging it to their liking and keeping the remaining furniture as spares. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian immediately responded with excitement. Thank you, sister-in-law. Your generosity is remarkable. The others also expressed their gratitude to Xinran and joyfully set off to choose their residences. Sun Ziyu cheerfully remarked, I never imagined I would one day possess a home like this. Although it was stated that only she could enter the space, it was not mentioned that the space could not sustain living creatures. Thus, she contemplated the possibility of trying to raise some. If successful, their team might achieve self-sufficiency in meat, eggs, and milk. Even though the orders from Songyang abroad were already plentiful, enough that her team members might not finish them even in 100 or 80 years, they could also consume the meat of mutated animals. Nevertheless, Xinran was eager to experiment, as there was little cost involved, and success would offer them greater security. Regrettably, the old hen did not enjoy a fortunate fate. By the time Xinran retrieved it from her space, it was already lifeless. Confirming that her space could not support living creatures, Xinran felt no sense of loss. She activated her navigation system and resumed her collection journey. Zhangxi had placed orders at renowned restaurants, and to maintain the freshness of the dishes, Xinran needed to drive to these establishments daily to check in. After collecting the dishes from the last restaurant, she drove to the warehouse of a storage-style supermarket previously acquired by Zhangxi to complete her procurement. Xinran stood in the storeroom, using her mental prowess to probe the assortment of goods, and she could not help but feel a deep admiration for Zhangxi. It must be said, this fellow is indeed a talent. Employing the supermarket's procurement methods, he has achieved a level of comprehensiveness that is unparalleled. As for daily necessities, that is one thing. But gazing at the abundance of sanitary napkins in the storeroom, Xinran estimated that she and Zhao Qianqian might not exhaust their supply in a lifetime. Before she could bask in her satisfaction, she found herself pondering the necessity of stocking such a plethora of contraceptive products in a supermarket. Reflecting on the nights spent embracing her utterly pure Zhao Ziqua, Xinran decisively extracted a small box from the contraceptive supplies and stored it separately in her spatial hut. A sly smile gracing her lips as she resolved to claim Zhao Ziqua before the apocalypse arrived. Chapter 40. Wedding photos. Zhao Ziqua trained diligently every day, departing early and returning late. His schedule at the company proved even busier than his time spent there. At this rate, when would she ever manage to completely captivate her brother Ziqua? On a rare Wednesday morning, Xinran awoke to find Zhao Ziqua right before her eyes. Just as she wondered why he had not gone to training, a knock sounded at the door, revealing Zhangxi's voice. Young master, the stylist downstairs is ready. The young mistress can come down at her convenience once she awakens. Xinran suddenly recalled that today marked the day she and Zhao Ziqua were to take their wedding photos. She hurriedly sat up and complained to Zhao Ziqua, Brother Ziqua, why didn't you wake me up earlier? It's rather inconsiderate to keep so many people waiting for just me. Zhao Ziqua, ever earnest, replied, It's all right, XNXN. Your rest is the most important thing. Let them wait. After all, we VE paid for this. If need be, we can always pay extra. Hearing Zhao Ziqua's candidness for the first time, Xinran couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. She thought to herself, thankfully he is a wealthy tycoon whom others dare not provoke. Otherwise, who knows what would happen if someone overheard his words. Yet, she found herself inexplicably charmed by this endearingly naive and extravagant man, unable to resist the urge to tease him. Adopting the tone of a little camellia, she playfully said to Zhao Ziqua, But I want to take the wedding photos with Brother Ziqua a bit earlier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua's earlobes turned an unusual shade of red. Xinran's longed for heart-wrenching scream of the groundhog did not resonate, yet she heard him chuckle and say, Yes. I too wish to capture our wedding photos with Xine sooner, but what matters most is that she awakens naturally. Upon hearing this, Xinran cast a playful glance at Zhao Ziqua, puzzled as to when this man had become so adept at flirting. Feeling a warmth rising in her cheeks, she softly said, I'm going to freshen up. Ziqua, could you kindly inform a stylist that I will be ready shortly? Zhao Ziqua, charmed by Xinran's adorable blush, felt an inexplicable joy and, with a rare smile, descended the stairs. Sun Ziyu, observing the grinning Zhao Ziqua, exclaimed in disbelief to Zhang Si, look, the boss has once again transformed into this foolishly happy state. Zhang Si, sensing the need for self-preservation, quickly stepped aside, wishing to avoid conversation. When Sun Ziyu noticed Zhang Si's indifference, he helplessly approached Song Yang and remarked, everyone seems oddly peculiar this morning. Song Yang, who had been engrossed in his newspaper, lifted his gaze at Sun Ziyu's comment and inquired, what seems peculiar? Sun Ziyu replied with utmost seriousness, the boss is smiling like a simpleton, and Zhang Si is acting as though he cannot hear anyone speaking. As Song Yang glanced toward Zhao Ziqua, shaking his head, he patted Sun Ziyu's shoulder and said, brother, isn't it better to live well? Why must you complicate your life unnecessarily? Sun Ziyu, bewildered by Song Yang's words, asked, what do you mean by that? I am living just fine. I'm not complicating anything. Song Yang shook his head, gesturing toward Zhao Ziqua, sighed, and quickly distanced himself from Sun Ziyu, not wishing to engage further. Sun Ziyu followed Song Yang's gaze and locked eyes with Zhao Ziqua, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He turned and spotted Zhang Si and Song Yang conversing in the distance. Hastily, he pulled out his phone and initiated a group chat with the three of them. Irate Rhino, brothers, what a lack of camaraderie. Why did no one warn me? Zhang Si, you brought this upon yourself. Would our warnings even matter? Floating with the breeze. As I've said, if you don't seek trouble, trouble won't find you. Irate Rhino, what if trouble has already found me? What now? Zhang Si, shall I order you a bouquet? Floating with the breeze. Zhang Si, please order one for me as well. Irate Rhino, friendship over. Despairing at the absence of comfort from the group chat, Sun Ziyu reluctantly put away his phone, anxiously awaiting Zhao Ziqua's response. To his surprise, he was met not by Zhao Ziqua, but by Butler Zhang. Curiously, Sun Ziyu accepted the cup offered by Butler Zhang and sincerely said, thank you, Uncle Zhang, but I've already had breakfast today and am not thirsty. There is no need for you to prepare a drink for me. Butler Zhang, with a warm smile, replied, it's no trouble at all. The young master instructed me to ensure you have plenty of walnut milk to nourish your mind. As Sun Ziyu raised the walnut milk to his lips, he froze in disbelief, gazing at the ever-kind Butler Zhang, feeling wounded as he lamented, Uncle Zhang, are you all devils? Zhao Ziqua, witnessing the burly Sun Ziyu sulking like a child towards Butler Zhang, couldn't he help but smirk. He picked up his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Xin Ziqua, Zhang Si, order 500 tons of walnuts for Sun Ziyu to replenish his brain. Zhang Si, understood, young master. I shall attend to it immediately. Floating with the breeze. Zhao, you treat your employees so well. Let us give a thumbs up. Irate Rhino. Thank you, boss. As Xinran descended from the upper floor, the stylist promptly instructed the assistant to bring forth a long row of garments, smiling obsequiously as they said, Madam Zhao, these are the gowns we have meticulously prepared for you. Please take a look and see if any of them captivate your fancy. Upon hearing this, Xinran glanced at the garments hanging on the rack, idly rummaging through them. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, are there no traditional Chinese wedding garments? The stylist promptly responded, indeed, Madam Zhao, please take a look over here. This is the wedding attire. Upon hearing the words, Xinran turned her gaze towards the direction indicated by the stylist. A smile graced her lips as she said, let us set aside the other outfits for now and focus on these two wedding dresses. The stylist immediately nodded in agreement, admiringly remarking while preparing Xinran's look, Madam Zhao, it is evident that Mr. Zhao must hold you in great affection. These two wedding gowns are truly exceptional, each specially chosen by him for you. Upon hearing this, Xinran was somewhat taken aback and inquired, aren't these two wedding dresses prepared by you? The stylist, slightly embarrassed, replied, of course not. We lack the financial means for that. As she listened to the stylist enthusiastically describe the craftsmanship and origins of the two wedding dresses, Xinran caught a glimpse of Zhao Ziqua, who was intently gazing at her through the reflection in the mirror, and a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. Chapter 41. Busy after completing their wedding photo shoot, it wasn't long before Zhang Si and Song Yang jointly announced, via their respective company accounts, that Xinran and Zhao Ziqua would embark on a journey around the world to celebrate their marriage. Zhao Ziqua, having concluded his physical training, began to openly travel with Xinran to various countries under the guise of tourism, all the while collecting various treasures. Their days were filled with relentless activity, with only the time spent on airplanes affording them a moment of true relaxation. Exhausted, Xinran found herself unable to keep her eyes open upon seeing the bed each day, completely forgetting her plans to thoroughly indulge in Zhao Ziqua. Observing Xinran's face grow noticeably thinner in just a few days, Zhao Ziqua, filled with concern, remarked, "Xinran, perhaps we should take a break. After all, we have plenty of time and there's no need to rush." Yet, after hearing this, Xinran resolutely shook her head. "Brother Ziqua, one must ensure that their belongings are safely stored within their own space to truly feel at ease." Xinran articulated a rationale that Zhao Ziqua comprehended fully. He embraced her tightly, whispering softly in her ear, "Hexenx, I am truly sorry. It is my inadequacy that has caused you distress." Startled from her drowsiness, Xinran opened her eyes in disbelief and replied, "Brother Ziqua, how can you think this way? You have already done remarkably well. Consider the bright days that lie ahead for us. What do our current hardships amount to in comparison?" She continued, "By the way, Brother Ziqua, have you arranged for the large fishing nets? When we venture into the open sea to collect oil, we can also catch an abundance of seafood. We should ask Uncle Zhang to prepare some sashimi for us." Seeing Xinran's vibrant demeanor, Zhao Ziqua's lips curled into a smile as he responded, "Little glutton, I have already organized a fleet of fishing boats to accompany us. All the seafood they catch will be delivered directly to us. And combined with what we have in the cold storage, we could feast every day for decades to come." Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately smiled and embraced Zhao Ziqua, planting a playful kiss on his cheek. She remarked, "I always knew that Brother Ziqua treats me the best." The sudden affection caused Zhao Ziqua's face to flush with warmth. Xinran nestled into his embrace, captivated by the rhythmic pounding of his heart, unable to suppress a smile. This enchanting little temptress. How beautiful she must look weeping beneath me. I long to possess her. Zhao Ziqua gently kissed her hair and whispered softly in her ear. Although Xinran had been contemplating ways to fully captivate Zhao Ziqua, she remained an innocent young lady. Blushing, she feigned ignorance and asked, "Brother Ziqua, haven't we always been together?" Upon noticing her cheeks, which resembled ripe apples, Zhao Ziqua understood that she was pretending. He chose not to expose her ruse and smiled as he replied to her. Xinran felt the heat of Zhao Ziqua's gaze upon her, making her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She shyly nodded and then awkwardly rolled from Zhao Ziqua's embrace into the blankets. Observing the young lady's acquiescence, Zhao Ziqua smirked slightly and lay down beside her, pulling Xinran into his arms before drifting into a deep slumber. The night passed without dreams, and when Xinran awoke once more, their plane had landed on a small island. She understood that they were about to embark on another leg of their journey. Once on the plane, Xinran finally relaxed, surrendering to sleep as the world around her faded into oblivion. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqua furrowed his brow, fixated on the information displayed on his tablet. Could there truly be other individuals who had been reborn? Upon awakening, Xinran turned to see Zhao Ziqua's furrowed brow and gently took his hand, inquiring softly, "Brother Ziqua, what troubles you?" In response, Zhao Ziqua handed her the tablet, stating, "Indeed, there are other reborn individuals, and he is aware of the secrets of your space. It remains uncertain whether he is friend or foe." Hearing this, Xinran smiled and contemptuously remarked, "Brother Ziqua, do you think anyone would believe his words before the advent of the apocalypse?" Zhao Ziqua shook his head and replied, "No, he would merely be regarded as a lunatic." Xinran chuckled lightly. "Isn't that just splendid? Before the apocalypse arrives, no one believes him. After the end of the world begins, as long as we are strong enough, who could possibly challenge us? By then, the notion of murder being a crime will be non-existent." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua's eyes brightened, and he replied with a smile, Xin is absolutely right. When the time comes, who would dare to spread rumors? We shall eliminate them. Rest assured, Xin, I will strive to become stronger to protect you. Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua, whose brows had unfurled, and with a smile, she said, I have faith in you, brother Ziqua. Upon their arrival at the domestic airport, Zhang Si and Song Yang had already been awaiting them. The group boarded the luxury van, and Zhao Ziqua inquired, Have you found out who sent the anonymous message? In response, Zhang Si revealed, it was a woman named Lu Li, who has recently been quite close to Chen Jun and Qian Wenbin. Upon hearing this, Xinran exchanged glances with Zhao Ziqua and chuckled, saying, It's her again? What a coincidence indeed. Zhang Si then inquired, Should we take care of her? Upon hearing this, Xinran gazed at Zhang Si with astonishment, pondering whether the handling he referred to bore the same meaning as her own understanding. Zhao Ziqua, observing Xinran's expression of surprise, could not help but smirk, remarking with a smile, I initially thought there were other reincarnators. It turns out it's just her. No need to concern yourself with her. She won't stir up any significant turmoil. In response, Zhang Si nodded and inquired, Young master, Chen Jun has requested a meeting with you and the young mistress. Should we decline? He added, He has been stockpiling a considerable amount of goods lately. Xinran smiled and said, Brother Ziqua, since we have been invited, let us go and meet them. Otherwise, it would be rather impolite, wouldn't it? Zhao Ziqua gazed at Xinran with affectionate indulgence and replied with a smile. All right, since Xinran wishes to meet, we shall go and meet. Chapter 42. Borrowing Jewelry. Zhao Ziqua and Xinran, accompanied by Sun Ziyu and Zhang Si, attended the event in splendid attire, with Xinran particularly adorned in resplendent jewels. Chen Jun awaited them at the entrance of the hotel and was momentarily taken aback by Xinran's dazzling appearance. It was only upon noticing Zhao Ziqua's displeased expression that he regained his composure and, scratching his head awkwardly, chuckled, Sister-in-law, have you become even more beautiful? You have left me quite mesmerized. As he had openly expressed his admiration, they found it impolite to linger on the comment. Thus no one responded, and they continued towards the hotel. Chen Jun, seemingly unfazed by the awkwardness, warmly engaged Zhao Ziqua in conversation. Zhao Ziqua, why haven't you and your sister-in-law held a wedding? I have prepared the monetary gifts. Zhao Ziqua replied coolly, My Xinran finds weddings too exhausting. What? If we do not hold a wedding, will you withhold your gift? Chen Jun, who had only meant to make polite conversation, was taken aback by Zhao Ziqua's unexpected request. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he cheerfully responded, Of course not. The monetary gift cannot be lacking. This afternoon, I will have them transfer it to you. But let us not discuss this outside. Let's talk in the private room. By the way, Zhao Gu, this time you must let sister-in-law assist me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua frowned and remarked, What scheme are you concocting now? It seems whether we will even have this meal remains to be seen. Chen Jun's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his cheerful demeanor and explained, I recently started dating a young lady, and she boasted to her friends that she could borrow the jewelry of the Yi family's heiress for a jewelry exhibition. Hence, I am here to seek sister-in-law's assistance. Upon hearing this, Xinran understood that they were indeed coveting her jewelry. She furrowed her brows and said, My jewelry? That might not be very convenient. If your girlfriend likes jewelry, why not buy her some instead of fixating on mine? Chen Jun was taken aback by Xinran's inquiry. He awkwardly chuckled and replied, How could I possibly be aware of the bets made between young ladies? I merely wish to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman. Sister-in-law, could you assist me? If all else fails, I can always resort to renting. Xinran rolled her eyes dismissively and retorted, Am I really in need of your trifling assistance? Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her words, expressed his displeasure, saying, I'm still very much alive. My wife certainly should not have to resort to renting out jewelry for income. Chen Jun observed the unyielding exchange between Zhao Ziqua and Xinran, a fleeting shadow of malice crossing his face before he quickly masked it with a smile. Addressing Zhao Ziqua, Oh, come now, Zhao, if you do not wish to lend, that is quite all right. However, it is time for dinner, and we must eat. Let us retreat to our reserved private room. Zhang Si smiled at Chen Jun, saying, Mr. Chun, it is not fair to call our young master and young mistress stingy. The timing of your request for the jewelry was indeed unfortunate. Recently, the young mistress experienced a burglary at her home, leading her to transfer all remaining jewelry to a safe deposit box at a Swiss bank. Upon hearing this, Chun Jun's eyes brightened, and he replied with a laugh, Indeed, I was inconsiderate. I shall punish myself with 3 drinks as an apology to Zhao and his wife. Zhao Ziqua and Yi Xinran remained silent as they followed Chun Jun into the private room he had reserved. Once inside, Yi Xinran noticed Lu Li and feigned surprise, incredulously asking Chun Jun, Is this young lady your little girlfriend? Chun Jun chuckled, Yes, Lily, why don't you hurry over to greet brother Zhao and sister-in-law? Liu Li, who had been eyeing Yi Xinran with jealousy since her entrance, quickly suppressed her emotions and obediently approached to extend her greetings. Yi Xinran, with a look of disdain, waved her hand and said, No need for that. This girl is someone we have encountered before. She even tried to impersonate my husband to make purchases in my name. Now, she has her sights set on my jewelry. Do you truly believe that once you acquire my jewels, you will become a scion of the Yi family? Lu Li, upon witnessing the unmasked contempt in Yi Xinran's eyes, trembled with rage. Chun Jun, frowning at the situation, inquired sister-in-law. Lily is not the kind of person to behave like this. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding at play? Yi Xinran smiled as she looked at Lu Li and said, A misunderstanding? Why not inquire with your little girlfriend if she feels it's a misunderstanding? Lu Li, with a face full of grievance, turned to Chun Jun and exclaimed, Brother Jun, I didn't do anything. She is framing me. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran let out a disdainful laugh and remarked, The mall is equipped with surveillance cameras. Shall we not take a look at the footage? Lu Li, upon hearing this, turned pale and said to Yi Xinran, Miss Yi, you misunderstand. The man in the mall is merely a suitor of mine. I had no idea he intended to impersonate your husband and make a purchase in your name. I was utterly taken aback. I truly knew nothing. Yi Xinran disregarded Lu Li and smiled at Chun Jun, saying, Isn't it a bit stingy of you, Chun? If you were to give your girlfriend a black card, would she need to demean herself by accompanying so-called suitors just to shop for a handbag? Upon hearing this, Chun Jun felt a bit embarrassed and shot a fierce glare at Lu Li, causing her to tremble in fear. He smiled at Yi Xinran and replied, Sister-in-law, you're absolutely right. I shall provide her with a black card shortly, so she won't have to settle for trivial gifts from any Tom, Dick, or Harry in the future. Yi Xinran linked her arm with Zhao Ziqua's and addressed Chun Jun, saying, Chun, if we're to dine, perhaps we should postpone for another occasion. I truly lack any appetite when faced with such an unappetizing sight. Upon witnessing their intent to leave, Chun Xian quickly stood up to intervene, exclaiming, Zhao, my brother, and sister-in-law, please do not depart. If she finds it displeasing, I shall let her go, but it has been quite some time since we gathered. After all this effort to arrange a meal together, it would be a pity to have everyone leave before even tasting the food. How can I face you again when I wish to invite you in the future? Zhao Ziqua cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Let us discuss dining matters another time. I suggest you attend to your lady. If she cannot speak properly, it's best for her to remain silent. The whole world knows that Xin is my wife. So when she refers to herself as Miss Yi, does she consider me dead? I am quite fed up. You may continue your meal without us. Brother Jun, I did not mean to. Chun Jun coldly regarded Lu Li and commanded, Lay your head on the table. Lu Li's expression stiffened at his words, and she pleaded, Do not make me elaborate. Chapter 43. Fish oil. As soon as they stepped out of the hotel entrance, Yi Xinran burst into laughter. Zhao Ziqua, in high spirits, embraced her and cheerfully inquired, Are you pleased now? She nodded enthusiastically at Zhao Ziqua, answering, Yes, I am happy. Brother Ziqua, do you think I am too wicked? With a gentle smile, Zhao Ziqua tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and chuckled. It seems you have a misunderstanding of the term wicked. My dear Xin is undeniably charming and adorable. Where is the wickedness in her? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran's smile widened with joy, her bright, sparkling eyes gazing earnestly at Zhao Ziqua as she inquired, Brother Ziqua, is what you said truly the case? Zhao Ziqua nodded solemnly, affirming, Indeed, it is true. It is time for a meal, Xin. What would you like to eat? Brother Ziqua will take you to enjoy something delicious. Xin is so adorable. I long to steal a kiss. I yearn to have her beneath me right now. But what should I do? No, Xin is still hungry. Perhaps it is best to wait until the evening, when there will be ample time. Xinran nestled in Zhao Ziqua's embrace, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat while contemplating how to fully indulge in him that evening. The memory of his previous nosebleed made her chuckle softly to herself. Zhao Ziqua, observing the girl as innocent delight, couldn't help but smile and gently called out, Xin, what would you like to eat? I will comply with your wishes. What just happened? Xin, geets meh. Zao Xin, that you're playing with fire? At this moment, all I desire is you. Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt words caused Xinran to blush, and Zhangxi, noting their indecision, interjected, If the young master and young mistress are on a date, might I suggest French cuisine? I know a delightful restaurant with a wonderful ambience, renowned for its steaks and foie gras. The red wine is personally crafted by the owner at his vineyard, perfect for a couple in love. Sounds good. Let us go there, Zhao Ziqua replied. Sun Ziyu watched the boss, grinning foolishly while protecting the mistress as they got into the car, suppressing the urge to comment. He had grown weary of walnut milk recently and had no desire to drink it anymore. The recommended restaurant was exquisite, and Xinran savored her meal with great joy. Typically unaccustomed to alcohol, after half a glass of red wine, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Zhao Ziqua, witnessing her adorable merriment, exasperatedly snatched the wine glass from her hand and downed the remaining wine in one go. Sun Ziyu, dining at a nearby table with Zhangxi, stared in disbelief at Zhao Ziqua's actions and grasped Zhangxi's arm, stammering, Brother, isn't the boss a germaphobe? Zhangxi, unperturbed, extricated his arm from Sun Ziyu's grip and replied nonchalantly, Yes, he's a germaphobe. Why? Sun Ziyu, bewildered, exclaimed, Let me tell you, brother, the boss's germophobia might be a facade. I just saw him use the mistress's glass and drink the leftover wine. Zhangxi shot him a disdainful glance, and then picked up his phone to search through his contacts. Confused, Sun Ziyu asked, Brother, I'm talking to you. What are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? Zhangxi, still scrolling, replied, I'm looking for the quotation for the fish oil they sent me last time. Sun Ziyu, puzzled, queried, Is the boss ordering fish oil? Zhangxi, with a straight face, responded, No, I am. Curious, Sun Ziyu asked, What do you need fish oil for? Zhangxi sighed helplessly. I believe your brain might not function optimally with just walnuts. Perhaps fish oil could help. Sun Ziyu replied, I appreciate your concern. After she fell asleep, he stole a kiss from her lips, gazing at the peacefully slumbering girl. With a sigh, he left the bedroom and sought out Sun Ziyu to practice sparring, channeling his pent-up energy. When Xinran awoke, the sky had already darkened. Noticing the absence of anyone in her room, she descended the stairs in search of Zhao Ziqua. To her surprise, the first floor was devoid of company, except for Zhang, the butler, who was preparing dinner, and Zhao Qianqian, who was enjoying her meal. Upon seeing her, Zhao Qianqian called out, Xin, you're awake. Hurry and join us for dinner. Uncle Zhang has made a delightful hand-grab rice that tastes absolutely exquisite. Xinran glanced around, her curiosity prompting her to inquire, Qianqian, are Brother Ziqua and the others not at home? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded. She gazed at the appetizing platter of pilaf in Zhao Qianqian's hands, suppressing the flicker of disappointment that arose from not seeing Zhao Ziqua. Turning to butler Zhang, she requested, Uncle Zhang, please bring me a portion as well, and do add extra meat. With a cheerful demeanor, butler Zhang inquired, Madam, would you like some lamb chops? At the mention of meat, her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly replied, Yes. Uncle Zhang, do bring me a few more pieces. Butler Zhang's culinary skills had always been Xinran's favorite. After a satisfying dinner, she let out a contented belch, embodying satisfaction before ascending the stairs. Zhao Qianqian followed closely behind, chiding gently, Xinran, aren't you going to take a moment downstairs to digest? Eating so much before sleeping might lead to weight gain. Xinran contemplated the events that were to unfold this evening, and with a hint of apprehension, she replied, Perhaps another time. I have other matters to attend to today. Xinran dashed upstairs, swiftly taking a refreshing shower, and then, wrapped in a towel, began to ponder the two garments on the bed, unable to make a decision. When Zhao Ziqua entered the room, he beheld this scene. His little girl stood before the bed, enveloped in a modest towel, her long, slender legs exposed, while droplets of water occasionally cascaded from her still damp hair, resting on her fragrant shoulders. Zhao Ziqua felt a surge of warmth flood through him, a desire to possess her overwhelming his senses. Struggling to suppress his impulses, he approached Xinran and gently inquired, "Xinran, why are you standing here? Have you encountered a dilemma?" When Xinran entered the room, she could already hear the clamorous thoughts echoing in his mind. She steeled herself inwardly, then turned to Zhao Ziqua with an innocent expression, pointing to the two garments on the bed and inquiring, "Brother Ziqua, which one do you prefer to see me wear?" Chapter 44. The monthly visitor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua glanced at the bed where a sheer nightgown and his white shirt lay sprawled on the covers. A surge of desire rushed through him, overwhelming the restraint he had struggled so hard to maintain. He drew her into his embrace and declared, "You look splendid, just as you are, Xinran. I truly adore it." As he spoke, a fervent kiss descended upon her, and Xinran felt as if the world was spinning around her. Soon, she found herself pressed against the bed. While Xinran hesitated, contemplating whether to retrieve the small box for Zhao Ziqua, he suddenly halted. With a bewildered expression, she asked him, "Brother Ziqua, are you all right?" Zhao Ziqua remained silent, merely panting heavily, his gaze fixated on her. Before Xinran could press further, the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind rendered her utterly embarrassed, making her wish to bury herself beneath the covers. How could I not have entered yet? And yet Xinran is bleeding. Could it be her monthly cycle? Oh no! Why now of all times? I longed to engage fervently, but no, that would hurt Xinran. I cannot do that. She is right here beside me, and there are many days ahead. After waiting for so many years, a few more days will suffice. Xinran was quite vexed. Why did Aunt Flo choose such a crucial moment to make her entrance? Zhao Ziqua, observing the blush adorning Xinran's cheeks, fervently kissed her before reluctantly rising from her side. With his back turned to her, he said, "Xinran, please put on your clothes. Your time has come. I shall take a quick shower and then summon Uncle Zhang to prepare some brown sugar water for you." As Zhao Ziqua hurried into the bathroom, Xinran buried herself beneath the covers. She had just felt his overwhelming desire, and witnessing him halt for her sake caused her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. It was an hour later when Zhao Ziqua emerged from the bathroom, already dressed. Xinran called out to him as he was about to descend to request Uncle Zhang to brew the brown sugar water. "Brother Ziqua, it's quite late. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Please don't bother Uncle Zhang. Let us rest early." Zhao Ziqua nodded in response, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Xinran, how long do you expect this to last?" Xinran, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Perhaps about a week." Zhao Ziqua's expression momentarily froze, but he soon embraced Xinran and said, "I understand, Xinran. Let us retire for the night." Xinran lay on the bed, nestled in Zhao Ziqua's embrace, nearly bursting into laughter at the sound of his tearful confession. "My goodness, just 7 days, only a week until the apocalypse arrives. It appears that indulging in Xin before the end is simply out of the question. Oh, how disheartening." With just a little over a week remaining until the impending doom, Zhao Ziqua and his companions became increasingly occupied. The Zhao family villa was equipped by Zhangxi with water reservoirs and solar generators, while the doors and windows were replaced with shatterproof alternatives. On the eve of the apocalypse, Zhao Ziqua personally drove her to a warehouse in the outskirts, instructing her to store the cold weapons they had amassed at a premium over the past few days into her spatial storage. "Brother Ziqua, I still have some of that spiritual spring water I gave you last time. Do you think I should share with others?" Zhao Ziqua paused the vehicle at the roadside and responded, "Xin, human nature is inherently greedy, especially in times of crisis. Sometimes, one cannot afford to be overly kind. Beyond yourself, no one else is truly deserving of your trust. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and shook her head, saying, "Brother Zico, you are mistaken. In this world, aside from myself, there is but one person I can trust, and that person is you, Brother Zico. I believe in you. I trust no one else." Zhao Zico gazed intently into Xinran's eyes and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Xinran, is what you say truly the case?" Observing Xinran nod without hesitation, Zhao Zico took her hand and earnestly declared, "Xinran, I swear I shall never do anything to betray you in this lifetime. However, I still hope you will take good care of yourself, for I fear." Xinran playfully covered Zhao Ziqua's mouth and teased him with a mischievous smile. "I am aware, Brother Ziqua. I'm not foolish, nor am I so benevolent. My intention behind wanting everyone to utilize the spiritual spring is quite straightforward. Only when our team is sufficiently powerful, able to crush all those who covet our wealth, can we achieve the safety we desire. Therefore, my use of the spiritual spring is ultimately for my own benefit. Brother Ziqua, will you despise me for my selfishness?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua chuckled, "Silly girl. How can you even consider this selfish? You claim to be self-serving while constantly thinking of others. Your demeanor resembles that of someone who has been sold yet continues to count the money for the seller. How could I possibly feel at ease allowing you to leave my sight?" Xinran smiled and said, "Then I shall not leave. Do we not agree on this? Brother Ziqua is to protect me without fail." Zhao Ziqua, with a hint of helplessness, affectionately ruffled her hair and, in a remarkably cheerful mood, restarted the car. Upon their arrival at the Zhao family villa, before they could change their shoes, Zhang approached them, holding a tablet. With a grave expression, he addressed Zhao Ziqua, saying, "Boss, Sun Cheng has escaped from the mental institution." Zhao Ziqua furrowed his brow and inquired, "When did this occur?" Zhang replied in a hushed tone. Xinran, perplexed by the remark, inquired, "Why apprehend him? If he wishes to run, let him be. The apocalypse is swiftly approaching. To be on the safe side, we should all refrain from venturing outside." Zhang comprehended Xinran's intent, but still proceeded to elucidate. Xinran persistently remarked, observing Zhang's adoring gaze upon her. Suddenly, she realized that perhaps her previous demeanor had been excessively domineering. With a hint of unease, she glanced at Zhao Ziqua and quickly amended her statement. "Moreover, with Brother Ziqua safeguarding me, should he dare to seek his own demise, Brother Ziqua would undoubtedly ensure he faces the consequences. Wouldn't he?" Zhao Ziqua, amused by her seamless shift in expression, nodded with a suppressed smile, affirming, "Xinran is correct. He is but an insignificant pest, unworthy of our concern." Chapter 45. A toast. Zhang hesitated briefly before continuing, "Young master, we have just received news that Qinjun had someone escort Luli onto a private plane an hour ago, bound for Sweden." Before Zhao Ziqua could respond, Xinran burst into laughter. "That Luli truly is undeterred. I wonder what capabilities she possesses to breach the Swiss bank and access my safe." Zhang, puzzled by her reaction, "Inquire, madam, are you not concerned?" Xinran and Zhao Ziqua exchanged a glance before smilingly inquiring, "What is there to worry about? Am I concerned that they might notice the utterly empty safe? As long as Brother Ziqua is by my side, there is nothing to fear." Observing the rare flicker of disbelief on Zhang's typically composed face, Song Yang kindly remarked. Xinran smiled and said, "All right. Today marks the final evening before the arrival of the apocalypse. Let's not allow those unrelated individuals to dampen our spirits. Instead, why not indulge in some red wine, relax thoroughly, and prepare ourselves for the impending end of days? It is essential to remember that starting tomorrow, we must devote ourselves to enhancing our abilities, for these leisurely and delightful days will soon become a distant memory." Xinran retrieved fruits nurtured by the spiritual spring from her space, along with 2 bottles of red wine infused with the essence of the spring. Playfully, she winked at Zhao Ziqua, observing the young girl's eager expression for praise. Zhao Ziqua couldn't help but smile and said, Xin makes a valid point. Why don't we all enjoy a glass of red wine tonight, relax, and prepare for a good night's sleep to face tomorrow's apocalypse? Uncle Zhang, with keen insight, fetched red wine glasses from the cabinet and assisted Xinran in uncorking the wine. Xinran presented a glass of red wine to Uncle Zhang, smiling as she said, "Uncle Zhang, you have worked hard. Please have a glass as well. In this post-apocalyptic world, our daily necessities will rely on your arrangements." Surprised, Butler Zhang accepted the wine, his eyes glistening with emotion as he replied, "Young madam, this is what I ought to do. Thank you for not resenting me for my age and for not thinking I am a burden to everyone." Zhao Ziqua, rarely speaking, remarked Uncle Zhang, "I do not wish to hear you utter such sentiments again. I have stated before that we are a team, a family. We must care for and accommodate one another. No one is a burden, understood?" Zhao Qianqian, with a smile, lifted a glass of red wine and addressed Butler Zhang, saying, "Uncle Zhang, you are indeed the most vital member of our team. Without you, we would struggle even to have our meals." Butler Zhang chuckled softly at her words, responding, "Miss, it is not as exaggerated as you say. The ready-made meals in young madam's space will ensure you do not go hungry." Xinran smiled and said, "But Uncle Zhang, I truly enjoy the meals you prepare." Zhang Si observed the scene of the young master, young mistress, and young lady comforting their aging father, feeling a slight sting in his eyes. Soon, he regained his usual composure and addressed the butler. "Father, the young master, young mistress, and young lady have all offered their consolation. If you still dwell on it, it would be rather pretentious." Hearing Zhang Si's words, the butler chuckled and chided, "You little rascal, always trying to put your father in his place." Sun Ziyu candidly remarked, "Uncle Zhang, sometimes you ought to learn from Zhang Si. Look at him. Despite being the weakest after the apocalypse, he shows no signs of worry." Zhang Si furrowed his brow and inquired of Sun Ziyu, "Is my ability awakened after the apocalypse truly weak?" Song Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, "There is wisdom in what President Zhao said about avoiding conversation with fools. The mental ability you awakened is indeed rare. It may be somewhat weak in the beginning, but once it matures, it can be deadly without a trace." "How can that be considered weak?" Upon hearing her words, Xinran chuckled. Sun Ziyu stared blankly at the crowd, incredulously asking, "Is that really the reason?" Zhao Ziqua, with a look of disdain, replied, "Do we really need to explain this to you? It's simply because you met your demise far too early." Sun Ziyu, upon hearing this, suddenly seemed deflated. Xinran found the situation rather amusing, so she raised her glass and proclaimed, "Tomorrow marks a new beginning. We have prepared extensively for this moment, and we shall not repeat the tragic fate of our past lives. Even in the face of an apocalypse, our future shall undoubtedly shine bright. Here's to our luminous future. Cheers." The others, inspired by her words, eagerly raised their glasses and drank deeply from their goblets of red wine in unison with Xinran. Zhao Ziqua recalled the amusing sight of the young girl laughing foolishly when intoxicated, raising an eyebrow in response. Xinran watched as the crowd consumed the red wine infused with the spiritual spring and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She smiled foolishly at Zhao Ziqua, who embraced her warmly. Zhao Ziqua addressed the gathering, while Zhao Qianqian looked on in disbelief at Xinran, who was joyfully nestled in Zhao Ziqua's arms, exclaiming in astonishment, "With that meager amount she poured, she dares to invite everyone to drink? And even a toast?" Calmly, Zhang Si popped a grape into his mouth, adjusting his glasses as he remarked, "If she sips it slowly, the young mistress will be tipsy before finishing half a glass and will only be able to giggle foolishly." Zhao Qianqian, astonished, turned to Zhang Si and inquired, "How come you understand Xinran better than I do?" Sun Ziyu chimed in with a smile, "I know that too. I also know the boss's obsession with cleanliness is merely a facade." That day, the boss's wife drank less than half a glass and began gazing at the boss with a silly grin, and then the boss drank the remainder from her glass. How could someone with a cleanliness obsession drink from a glass used by another? Thus, the boss's obsession was all an act. Zhao Qianqian looked at Sun Ziyu, swallowing hard, and tentatively suggested, "Uncle Zhang, should we perhaps prepare some walnut milk for this fellow to help stimulate his brain?" Zhang Si restrained the butler, who was about to rise, and said, "I believe walnut milk won't suffice. Let's try giving him a couple of fish oil capsules instead." Song Yang took Zhao Qianqian's hand and said, "Qianqian, I've heard that foolishness is contagious. For safety's sake, perhaps we should find somewhere else to hide." Zhao Qianqian expressed her disdain, while Song Yang, observing her retreating figure, smiled knowingly. Zhang Si patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, you still have much to strive for." Sun Ziyu, bewildered, turned to Zhang Si and Song Yang, asking, "Am I wrong in what I said? What are you implying?" Song Yang chuckled as he poured red wine for Zhang Si, Zhang the butler, and Sun Ziyu, then declared, "No, you are entirely correct. Come, brother, let us drink." Noticing the puzzled expressions of Zhang Si and the butler, Song Yang whispered, "I've heard that arguing with a fool may lead one to become foolish themselves." Sun Ziyu retorted, "I can hear you." Chapter 46, The Apocalypse. Greetings in the midst of the night. Xinran was roused from her slumber by the searing warmth of Zhao Zikua beside her. Aware that he was awakening his latent abilities, she quietly slipped out of bed. Standing by the window, she gazed out at the scenery beyond. A blood moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie yet tranquil atmosphere in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a crimson meteor streaked across the heavens, as if signaling the commencement of a grand performance. Following closely behind, a multitude of red meteors traversed the sky, and as time progressed, their numbers swelled, culminating in a breathtaking meteor shower. Xinran gazed at the crimson meteors streaking across the night sky. She tilted her head to look at Zhao Zikua, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and with a hint of regret, shook her head gently, sighing softly. "It is truly a pity that such a spectacular night cannot be shared with Brother Zikua." Xinran gazed out at the meteor shower, her hand gently caressing the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. A peculiar smile graced her lips as she murmured to herself, "Apocalypse, greetings. You have finally arrived. I have awaited you for so long." Indeed, the apocalypse had come, stealthily encroaching upon humanity amidst their slumber. In the wake of a single night, the land and water would be tainted by a virulent contagion, irrevocably transforming humans, animals, and plants alike. Some individuals with weakened immune systems would succumb to zombification, feasting upon the flesh of the living. Others would experience enhanced mutations, acquiring unique abilities and becoming aberrants. A portion would awaken to extraordinary powers, becoming elementalists, while a few unscathed survivors remained blissfully unaware that the future world would evolve into their waking nightmare. Xinran gazed at the suddenly dimmed streetlights, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Influenced by the magnetic field, the city's network signals and electrical circuits had all collapsed. Consequently, the authorities were unable to convey to the public the alarming news about the contamination of the tap water. Many who had survived the initial crisis fell victim to the contaminated water, unwittingly consuming it and becoming the second wave of zombies. Among this second group were individuals who had recently awakened their extraordinary abilities, which is why, during subsequent searches for the zombie cores, a plethora of cores with varying attributes was discovered. Awakening from a deep slumber, feeling the intensity of Zhao Zikua's ardent gaze, Xinran wrapped her arms around his waist and gently inquired, "Brother Zikua, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Zhao Zikua, filled with excitement, responded to Xinran. Xinran, with a nonchalant attitude, remarked, "The apocalypse has already arrived, Brother Ziko. Surely, you will awaken your abilities anew. Why are you so agitated?" Zhao Ziko raised his hand to unleash a shard of ice, smiling as he replied, "Xinran, in my previous life, I initially awakened only my lightning abilities. It was only later, due to an unexpected incident, that my ice powers were temporarily activated. I never anticipated that in this life, both would awaken simultaneously. Although my abilities are still at a rudimentary level, believe me, Xinran, I shall strive diligently to enhance them and protect you well." Xinran smiled as she retrieved the crystal core she had prepared for Zhao Zikua from the space, saying, "Then Brother Zikua, hurry and level up." Zhao Zikua gazed at the crystal core in Xinran's hand with delight, and then, as if struck by a thought, selected a water attribute crystal core. He turned to Xinran and said, Xinran, you'll also find these water attribute crystal cores useful. Keep them for yourself. I will find a way later." Hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, "Brother Zikua, I do not require the crystal cores for upgrades. There is no need for you to worry about me. Please, hasten to utilize these crystal cores for your own enhancement, as we agreed. Your responsibility is to grow stronger and protect me, while mine is simply to be under your protection." Zhao Ziqua gazed at the naive girl before him, who selflessly considered his well-being, and with a solemn promise he declared, Xin, rest assured, I will never betray the trust you have placed in me. I shall strive to become stronger, and, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow anyone to mistreat you. Xinran cheerfully planted a kiss on Zhao Ziqua's cheek and said, Brother Ziqua, hurry and absorb the crystal core to level up. There are plenty of crystal cores, so you need not save them for me. I will go downstairs to check on their situation and will come back to keep you company shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua nodded and began to concentrate on absorbing a colorless first-level crystal core in his hand. As Xinran descended the stairs, her gaze fell upon the charred ebony sofa. She lifted her eyes to Zhao Qianqian, who, feeling embarrassed, remarked, How could I have known? This flame simply would not heed my commands. Hearing this, Xinran couldn't help but twitch her lips and smiled as she replied, It's nothing. We have plenty of furniture. If it gets damaged, we can simply replace it. I'm not worried. Steward Zhang, feeling a bit embarrassed, inquired of Xinran, Madam, do we have any new cutting boards? Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow. She observed Steward Zhang bringing forth a chopping board, cleaved in two, and with a hint of embarrassment, he remarked, After waking up this morning, I felt invigorated and intended to prepare a rich bone broth for the young mistress. However, I did not anticipate my newfound strength, and in an inadvertent moment, I accidentally split the chopping board. Xinran did not anticipate that the first issue she would address upon descending the stairs would revolve around the furniture and the cutting board, a stark contrast to her previous expectations. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Butler Zhang and said, It's all right, Uncle Zhang. We have plenty of spare cutting boards. Even if you were to ruin 10 in a day, there would be no need for concern. She retrieved a new sofa and cutting board from her space and was about to store the burnt sofa away before discarding it when Butler Zhang effortlessly lifted the 2-meter-long damaged sofa and remarked, Madam, this burnt sofa is quite an obstruction here. I'll take it to the courtyard first. Song Yang, witnessing Butler Zhang carrying the sofa outside, inquired in astonishment. Has Uncle Zhang become a superhuman of strength? Xinran nodded and inquired, It ought to be, what about you? How is your ability progressing? Upon hearing this, Song Yang unleashed a blade of wind, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied, Just like in my previous life, I possess wind-based abilities. I merely await a few days for the crystal cores to develop within the zombies' minds before gradually advancing. Xinran gazed at him, observing his calm and carefree demeanor, before tossing a small bag that she had prepared for him earlier. She spoke. Song Yang, upon hearing her words, looked utterly bewildered at Xinran. He then began to mumble to himself as he opened the bag in his hands. My esteemed young lady, upgrading one's abilities through the exhaustion of powers is far too slow. It would be more efficient to gather several crystal cores in the coming days. Wait a moment, is this a crystal core? Xinran gazed at Song Yang, who appeared utterly naive and with a slight smile, remarked, Chapter 47, Distribution of Crystal Cores. Song Yang immediately nodded with enthusiasm, exclaiming, upon hearing Xinran's arrangement, Zhao Qianqian murmured softly, I certainly do not wish for this fellow to instruct me. What tale has unfolded between the two of them? Zhang Si chuckled and shook his head, saying, Young madam, I must admit I have not paid attention to that. Zhao Qianqian, noticing Xinran's amused expression, angrily retorted, Xin, I refuse to be taught by him. Xinran smiled and said, I merely chose you because I did not wish to be taught by Sun Ziyu. Do not overthink it. Song Yang, observing Zhao Qianqian approaching with an unwilling expression, chuckled and reassured her, Qianqian, rest assured, I will teach you diligently. Xinran called out to Qianqian and tossed her a small fabric pouch she had prepared, saying, This contains the crystal cores suited to your abilities. Once you have mastered your powers, I will have Song Yang teach you how to use them. Zhao Qianqian gazed at the various levels of crystal cores Xinran had prepared for her, her excitement overwhelming as she leapt into Xinran's embrace, exclaiming, Thank you. Xin, I knew you would be the best to me. Song Yang observed Zhao Qianqian clinging to Xinran, suppressing the urge to pry her away, and inquired of Xinran, Miss, The apocalypse has yet to arrive. How did you acquire these crystal cores? Xinran smiled mysteriously and said, upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian, with a face full of excitement, turned to Xinran and inquired, doesn't this mean we are essentially invincible now? Xinran, you truly are my dear sister. Even your preferences are so remarkably practical. Xinran reflected on her penchant for collecting crystal cores, attributing it to the incessant musings of the young lady before her. A hint of bashfulness crept over her as she absent-mindedly touched her nose, turning to Zhang Si with a question. Zhang Si, do you feel anything different? Zhang Si, with a sheepish smile, replied, does it count if I can sense what is happening in the room through the wall? No wonder Sun Ziyu calls me weak. It seems my abilities are indeed rather feeble. Upon hearing this, Xinran took out the crystal core she had prepared for Zhang Si and smiled as she spoke. Feeling weak is merely a result of your low level. Once your level rises, your abilities will become formidable enough to instill fear in others. Take this and have Sun Ziyu teach you how to use it. Do expedite your advancement. Zhang Si recalled the previous day's event when they had together given Sun Ziyu fish oil, and he couldn't help but smile, his lips twitching slightly. Madam, since Song Yang will be teaching Qianqian anyway, why not have him teach me as well? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xinran turned her gaze towards Sun Ziyu, who was entirely engrossed in the crystal core before him. His eyes, not particularly large, were wide open and fixed upon her, resembling a large dog eagerly anticipating a meal. With a smile, she said to Zhang Si, very well, let us allow Sun Ziyu to hasten his progress in upgrading. After all, he will be responsible for training us in the future, and it would be rather inappropriate for a commander to possess a lower ability level than his team members. Xinran inquired of Sun Ziyu, Sun Ziyu, what is the status of your extraordinary ability? Sun Ziyu, with an expression of exhilaration, replied. Xinran handed him a bulging crystal core bag and said. Sun Ziyu nodded enthusiastically and replied, thank you, madam. I will certainly upgrade as soon as possible. Xinran addressed the assembly. Within the bags I have provided lies an ample supply of crystal cores sufficient for you to elevate your abilities to level 5. I encourage you all to take this opportunity to enhance your powers. Should you require additional cores, feel free to approach me. In 1 week's time, we shall venture forth to eradicate the zombies and gather more crystal cores. Sun Ziyu, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, rest assured, madam, we shall not disappoint you. Hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, let us adhere to our customary arrangement. Uncle Zhang shall be responsible for preparing meals for everyone. Should you feel hungry, you are welcome to help yourselves at any time. If you require practice with your abilities after leveling up, please do so outside. We must not damage the villa. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhao Qianqian. Embarrassed, Zhao Qianqian smiled sheepishly and replied, it's just that I fell for Sun Ziyu's nonsense. Xin, rest assured, we will practice our abilities outdoors from now on. Although she possessed ample supplies in her storage, having lived through the apocalypse, she understood the value of food post-catastrophe and could not bear to see her provisions spoil due to power outages or high temperatures. As her mental energy traversed the kitchenware area, she recalled the chopping board that Uncle Zhang had shown her that morning, which had been severed in two. Unconsciously, she collected additional cutting boards and utensils into her space. After thoroughly raiding all the cold storage and freezers within her mental reach, she contentedly made her way to the dining room and began to enjoy her breakfast. Noticing the butler's hesitance, Xinran inquired with a smile, Uncle Zhang, is something on your mind? The butler, somewhat embarrassed, asked Xinran, Madam, do I not require an upgrade? Upon hearing this, Xinran understood in her heart that Uncle Zhang was anxious about her lack of progress. She smiled and replied, Uncle Zhang, you are not an ability user, so there is no need for you to upgrade with crystal cores. Butler Zhang, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, but, young madam, my strength has increased. How could I not be an ability user? Xinran gazed at his bewildered expression and kindly elucidated, Uncle Zhang, you are a mutant. After the apocalypse, some individuals awaken extraordinary abilities and become ability users, while others undergo physical mutations, excelling in certain aspects. Ability users must continuously upgrade to enhance their strength, whereas mutants begin at their peak and do not require such progression. In the early stages of the apocalypse, mutants possess greater power than ability users. Upon hearing this, Steward Zhang's face lit up with astonishment as he inquired, "Young madam, am I truly that formidable?" Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "If you don't believe me, why not challenge Sun Ziyu and see for yourself?" Chapter 48. Out for training. Watching Butler Zhang busily engaged with a cheerful demeanor, Xinran could not help but smile as well. She ascended the stairs to observe Zhao Ziqua's condition. Noticing the pile of crystal powder beside him, she retrieved an assortment of crystals from her spatial realm that matched his attributes, placing them beside him. Satisfied that he would have ample resources, she then slipped into her own space to practice her abilities. The inhabitants of the Zhao family villa were diligently focused on enhancing their powers, sparing no time for idle chatter or banter. The entire villa fell into a serene silence. Were it not for the occasional dissent of someone seeking sustenance, Butler Zhang might have suspected he was guarding an empty mansion. Finally, on the 5th day, as Butler Zhang felt he might burst from the pent-up tension, those who had been in seclusion began to emerge from their chambers. Song Yang, observing the radiant Zhao Qianqian, joyfully remarked, "Qianqian, may I accompany you for some practice?" Zhao Qianqian shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "Who needs your company? I can manage my abilities on my own." Sun Ziyu chimed in with a grin. "The young lady speaks wisely. One's powers must be cultivated through personal comprehension." Song Yang raised an eyebrow at Sun Ziyu, who looked back in confusion. Concerned, he asked, "Brother, what is wrong with your eyes?" Song Yang face-palmed and gritted his teeth, replying, "I'm perfectly fine." He scanned the room, but did not see Zhang Si. So he turned to Butler Zhang and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, has Zhang Si not come out yet?" Butler Zhang smiled. "He has emerged. He mentioned he was going out to practice his abilities." No sooner had Butler Zhang finished speaking than a pastry on the table levitated, startling Sun Ziyu, who fell to the ground with a cry, "Ghost! Mom, save me!" Sun Ziyu's loud exclamation echoed throughout the Zhao family villa, even startling Xinran and Zhao Ziqua, who were on the 2nd floor, from their reverie. Xinran nestled in Zhao Ziqua's embrace and softly inquired, "Brother Ziqua, what transpired downstairs? Shall we venture down to investigate?" Zhao Ziqua, whose abilities had ascended to level 7, nodded with a smile, replying, "All right, let us heed Xinran's suggestion." As Zhang Si entered the villa, he was met with the sight of Sun Ziyu slumped on the floor, his expression one of exasperation. He remarked disdainfully, "Sun Ziyu, how old are you? Why the fuss? You made me waste a perfectly good pastry." Sun Ziyu gazed up at Zhang Si with astonishment and a hint of grievance. "Brother, you have no idea. That pastry just flew." Zhang Si utilized his psychic abilities to retrieve the pastry from the ground and dispose of it in the trash, before saying, "Come on, this is my power. Pretty cool, isn't it?" At that moment, Xinran, descending the stairs alongside Zhao Ziqua, witnessed this scene and joyfully exclaimed, "Zhang Si, you can manipulate objects with your psychic power now? Impressive." Flushed with modesty from Xinran's praise, Zhang Si chuckled and replied, "I owe it all to the crystal core provided by the young mistress." Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts suddenly echoed in Xinran's mind, startling her as she looked at him in disbelief. "Never mind, since Xinran believes we are a team and should not turn against one another, I shall endure this. To ensure more individuals join me in safeguarding Xinran's well-being, I shall restrain myself." Yet another thought resonated, and before Xinran could exhale in relief, Zhao Ziqua gently grasped her small hand, his expression filled with affection as he asked, "Xinran, why are you looking at me like that?" His thoughts drifted to how endearing she appeared, reminiscent of a little rabbit, and he mused that it would be delightful to see her in tears. Listening to his whimsical inner musings, Xinran smiled and tactfully shifted the topic. "Brother Ziqua, I initially allowed everyone a week to enhance their abilities. It seems they have all accomplished their tasks ahead of schedule. Instead of waiting for a more opportune day, why don't we go out and have some fun today?" Zhao Ziqua surveyed the eager expressions of his companions and chuckled. "First, let us have a meal. Afterward, I'll take you all to the city to battle zombies." Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu immediately cheered. Are we finally going to slay zombies? That's fantastic. Long live the boss. Xinran gazed at Sun Ziyu's foolish demeanor and softly murmured to Zhao Ziqua, Brother Ziqua, has Sun Ziyu always been like this? Could it be that he was burned silly last time? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua chuckled and replied, Since the moment I met him, he has always been this way. He merely puts on a facade when there are outsiders around. Upon hearing this, Xinran couldn't help but steal a few glances at Sun Ziyu. Zhao Ziqua, feeling a twinge of jealousy, leaned closer to Xinran and whispered, Excellent, refrain from gazing at other men too often, or I shall become envious. Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, So, I shall only observe Brother Ziqua? Zhao Ziqua, pleased by her words, responded with a smile, Excellent. After the group enjoyed their lunch, Xinran retrieved an array of cold weapons from her space for everyone to choose from. Once everyone had selected their preferred weapons, she stored the remaining ones back into her space. She then produced a camper van and, noticing that everyone had exited the villa, she folded the villa back into her space. Stepping aboard the camper, Xinran instructed Sun Ziyu to drive to the entrance of a large hospital. With a cheerful tone, she addressed her beloved family. Dear ones, we have arrived at our destination. Your current levels are more than sufficient to handle these low-level zombies. But do remember to exercise caution and not underestimate them. Our primary purpose for this outing is for Qianqian, Zhangxi, and Uncle Zhang to reacquaint themselves with the experience of battling zombies. Song Yang, you're responsible for ensuring Qianqian's safety, while Sun Ziyu will safeguard Zhangxi and Uncle Zhang. We shall regroup here in 1 hour. Is that understood? The group responded with enthusiasm, exclaiming understood. Xinran chuckled and said, Family, the first trial in the novice village has commenced. I wish everyone a delightful experience. Observing the crowd, each person eagerly shouldering their weapons as they rushed toward the horde of zombies, Xinran found the scene imbued with an inexplicable humor. What surprised her was that the primary force in slaying the zombies turned out to be Uncle Zhang, Zhao Qianqian, and Zhangxi. Song Yang and Sun Ziyu, exhibiting remarkable synergy, trailed behind the trio, occasionally assisting in dispatching the partially lifeless zombies scattered on the ground. Watching them effortlessly sever a zombie's head as if slicing through tofu, Xinran cradled her little camellia. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Zhao Ziqua and asked, Brother Ziqua, do you think Qianqian isn't afraid charging so far ahead? Zhao Ziqua, amused, replied, perhaps she genuinely perceives zombie slaying as just a game. Chapter 49. Collecting crystal cores, Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian and others reveling amidst the horde of zombies. Without hesitation, she set up outdoor furniture beside the RV. The table was adorned with an array of fruits and beverages, and a large basin filled with water was positioned nearby. Zhao Ziqua, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Xin, what do you intend to use that basin for? Hearing this, Xinran chuckled mischievously and remarked, by now, the zombies must have developed crystal cores in their brains. Although the primary crystal cores hold little value for us, even flies are sustenance, and there is no reason to waste them. Brother Ziqua, don't you think I am particularly adept at managing our resources? Zhao Ziqua gazed at her expectant expression, seeking praise, ruffled her hair gently, and with a smile, replied, Indeed, Xinran excels at frugality and resource management. Xinran joyfully retrieved 2 lounge chairs, settling comfortably alongside Zhao Ziqua beneath the automatically raised awning of their RV. They indulged in the spectacle of the fierce battle unfolding against the horde of zombies, as if they were ensconced in an entirely different realm. Song Yang and Sun Ziyu, seasoned survivors of the apocalypse, understood the art of luring the undead. Whenever Zhao Qianqian and her companions had nearly eradicated the surrounding zombies, the duo would skillfully attract a new wave of the undead. Xin, would you not like to join us? It's truly exhilarating. Hearing this, Xinran shook her head and replied, I don't want to. It's too foul. Zhao Ziqua chimed in, saying, You can play by yourself. Just don't lead your sister-in-law astray. Zhao Qianqian glanced at Xinran, who was impeccably clean, and then looked at her own blood-stained attire, breaking into a grin as she remarked, It seems rather unsuitable for sister-in-law to partake. With an air of nonchalance, she settled onto a chair, casually unboxing a portion of almond tofu, munching on it while laughing. Xian, let me tell you, before today, I always believed that the apocalypse was a terrifying ordeal. I never imagined that the thrill of slaying zombies could be so exhilarating and relieving. I am absolutely enamored with this sensation. You will be missing out immensely if you don't give it a try. Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian, who was eagerly devouring mouthfuls of the white tofu, and kindly cautioned, Qianqian, perhaps you should wait a while before indulging in that tofu. I fear you might feel nauseous shortly. In response, Zhao Qianqian nonchalantly replied, Oh, it's nothing. This is just the beginning. I could easily finish an entire box. Upon hearing this, Xinran's lips twitched slightly as she helplessly replied. Zhao Qianqian, upon hearing her, waved her hand and said, Rest assured, I simply adore this almond tofu. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Si took a sip of water and quietly remarked to Zhao Ziqua and Xinran, Young master, young mistress, there are still living souls upstairs. Shall we proceed to rescue them? Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and said, Let us attend to our own affairs and proceed with the original plan to cleanse this place of all the zombies. As for the others, their fate is of no concern to us. Zhang Si nodded in response. Understood, young mistress. As Zhang Si prepared to depart, Xinran added, by the way, the zombies should now have developed crystal cores within their brains. Let's extract them all and not let them go to waste. Hearing this, a smile played at the corners of Zhang Si's mouth as he replied, Young mistress, do not worry. Sun Ziyu has been reminding me for the past hour. Upon hearing this, Xinran promptly retrieved several daggers from her space and remarked with a smile, This tool should prove quite handy for extracting crystal cores. Zhao Qianqian, noticing Zhang Si preparing to depart with a dagger in hand, immediately followed suit, exclaiming, Zhang Si, I will assist you. Sun Ziyu, upon learning that they were about to begin collecting crystal cores, eagerly commenced explaining the methods of gathering them to everyone. Zhang Guanjia, skilled in culinary arts and endowed with enhanced strength, found no difficulty in severing the zombies' heads to retrieve their crystal cores. Zhang Si appeared relatively well, albeit with a pale complexion. Though his stomach churned violently, he managed to suppress the nausea. At that moment, Zhao Qianqian finally comprehended why Xinran had advised her against consuming almond tofu. Gag! Zhao Qianqian felt as though her stomach acids were on the verge of expulsion, yet she couldn't resist the urge to vomit. With a voice tinged with despair, she inquired, Is there truly no alternative? Must we individually pry open each zombie's skull? Song Yang steadied the swaying Zhao Qianqian and gently replied, Actually, it is not necessary to dissect each zombie's head. You could incinerate the corpses using your fire abilities and then search for the crystal cores within the ashes. Zhao Qianqian, gritting her teeth, retorted, Why didn't you mention this sooner? Song Yang, scratching his nose sheepishly, responded, You never gave me the chance. You went ahead and listened to Sun Ziyu without consulting me. Angered, Zhao Qianqian turned to Sun Ziyu and demanded, Why didn't you inform me of this other method? Sun Ziyu, taken aback by her question, responded with confusion. There's another method? What is it? Rolling her eyes, Zhao Qianqian hurled a fireball at the zombie's body, and soon the remains were reduced to ashes, revealing a lustrous crystal core before everyone's eyes. Zhang Si, watching her deft maneuver, gazed at Zhao Qianqian with bright eyes and proposed, Miss, how about we collaborate? Knowing his intellect, Zhao Qianqian, curious, asked, How shall we collaborate? Zhang Si utilized his psychic abilities to levitate the severed zombie heads, gathering them into a pile, and cheerfully said to Zhao Qianqian, Miss, what do you think of this collaboration? Zhao Qianqian promptly launched a fireball toward the pile of heads, her face radiant as she replied to Zhang Si, This works splendidly. In future crystal core collections, we shall be the best of partners. Song Yang, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Si, remarked not just 2 but 3. As the zombie heads turned to ash, Song Yang summoned a gust of wind to sweep away the remains, grinning as he said, Qianqian, this way you need not rummage through the ashes for the crystal cores. Though Zhao Qianqian found Song Yang somewhat irksome, she had to concede that his wind abilities were indeed advantageous at that moment, and without any hesitation, he collected all the crystal cores into a bag. Xinran playfully tugged at Zhao Ziqua's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Ziqua, look how skillfully they are playing." In response, Zhao Ziqua chuckled. Indeed, seeing them enjoy themselves so much. We can entrust all future crystal core excavations to them. Chapter 50. Cooperation. After Zhao Qianqian and her companions discovered the method for collecting crystal cores, they swiftly eradicated all the zombies in the courtyard. Following this, Zhao Qianqian and Steward Zhang eagerly tossed the crystal cores into a basin filled with fresh water, brimming with anticipation to commence their building sweep. Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian sharpening her knife with fervor, unable to resist the urge to smile as she leaned languidly against Zhao Ziqua's embrace. Zhao Ziqua gently restrained Xinran and cautioned the group, "Once you ascend the stairs, focus solely on eliminating the zombies. Do not become entangled in other matters. Do not allow compassion to sway you into attempting to save anyone. Remember, in this apocalyptic world, compassion is tantamount to self-destruction." Zhao Qianqian chuckled at his words and replied, "Brother, you need not worry. We fully comprehend. Rest assured, we shall not invite trouble upon ourselves." Xinran smiled and said, "All right, you may go, but always remain vigilant. It is essential to understand that the greatest danger may not be the zombies, but rather the treachery of human hearts. If anyone poses a threat to you, do not hesitate. Eliminate them without mercy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian nodded and, with a smile, inquired, Xian, are you truly not coming along to hone your skills with us?" Xinran leaned firmly against Zhao Ziqua's embrace, shaking her head resolutely as she said, "No need. I want to stay with Brother Ziqua. Besides, if danger arises, Brother Ziqua will protect me." Zhao Qianqian observed Xinran's delicate, infatuated demeanor and found her irritation dissipating. She smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, it's fine if you don't go on a journey to hone your skills. Once I become stronger, I will protect you alongside my brother." Standing nearby, Zhang Si, who had witnessed Xinran's formidable prowess, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Though he was puzzled by her decision to conceal her strength, he refrained from voicing his curiosity. Silently, he encouraged himself, vowing to strive for greater strength in order to become the capable aid to the young mistress. Song Yang, with a smile, took Zhao Qianqian's hand and cheerfully suggested, "Qianqian, let us hurry and sweep the building." Zhao Qianqian promptly shook off Song Yang's hand, her expression one of disdain as she retorted, "Don't be so touchy. Are we that familiar?" Xinran gazed curiously at the retreating figure of Song Yang chasing after Zhao Qianqian, turning to Zhao Ziqua with a questioning expression. Zhao Ziqua chuckled in response, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. That rascal Song Yang has been tricked by Sun Ziyu. It seems he may have to endure some hardships if he wishes to win the heart of the fair maiden." Upon hearing this, Xinran inquired with a look of curiosity, "What has Sun Ziyu done?" Zhao Ziqua chuckled and replied, "Sun Ziyu instructed Song Yang to feign a flirtatious relationship with his female secretary, intending to evoke jealousy in Qianqian and subsequently confess his feelings to move her." Xinran, her head filled with dark thoughts, gazed in astonishment at the direction they had departed, exclaiming, "Has Song Yang's mind been devoured by zombies? How could he heed Sun Ziyu's counsel?" Meanwhile, Zhao Qianqian, on her end, had devised a novel method for clearing the floors. Zhang Si utilized his psychic abilities to investigate the conditions within each room on the floors. If there were living individuals inside, they would refrain from causing any disturbance. However, if zombies were present, Steward Zhang would forcefully breach the door, joining Zhao Qianqian in decapitating the zombies. Zhang Si levitated the severed heads of the zombies with his psychic power, continuing to assist the group in their efforts to cleanse the floors. Xinran observed the peculiar sight of a cluster of zombie heads floating beside Zhang Si, an image that struck her as most bizarre. Ultimately, unable to endure the unsettling scene any longer, she resigned herself to ignoring them and selectively focused her mental energy on gathering the medical instruments that might prove useful to them in the future. It was only after they had thoroughly cleared the entire floor that Zhang Si piled all the zombie heads of the staircase, allowing Zhao Qianqian to launch a fireball upon them, while Song Yang used the wind to scatter the ashes. Their collaboration was remarkably harmonious, leaving Sun Ziyu momentarily stunned. Unable to remain idle, Sun Ziyu joined the team in smashing doors and dispatching zombies, thereby having their clearing time. After they completed one floor and proceeded to the next, a tightly shut door was quietly opened from within, revealing a petite girl in a nurse's uniform, who stealthily emerged. Rather than seeking help from Zhao, Qianqian, and the others, she discreetly descended the stairs. The room she had been hiding in afforded her a clear view of the entrance, and she recognized that the man at the door was the leader of this group. Cautiously, she made her way down, pausing on the first floor to admire her reflection in a mirror. She had always been confident in her beauty, believing that any man, upon seeing her, would instinctively feel a sense of tenderness towards her. After adjusting her appearance, she began to approach the direction of Zhao Ziqua and the others' RV. Xinran maintained her mental vigilance over the happenings within the building, and naturally, this girl did not escape her notice. As she drew closer to them, a cold smile crept across Xinran's lips, and she deliberately pouted towards Zhao Ziqua, playfully saying, "Brother Ziqua, I dislike it when you gaze upon other women besides me. Would you refrain from looking at others?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua chuckled and replied, "What are you talking about? Xin, with you by my side, I have all I need. Why would I look at anyone else?" Upon hearing this, Xinran expressed her concern, saying, "I am not afraid of beautiful ladies approaching. Do you truly possess a sense of compassion, Brother Ziqua?" In response, Zhao Ziqua placed a gentle kiss on Xinran's forehead and replied with a smile, "You are mischievous. My heart has always belonged solely to you, my dear fool." Suddenly, a sweet and tender voice interrupted their conversation. "Sir, I have not eaten for 3 days. Could you kindly provide me with something to eat? I assure you I will repay your kindness." Zhao Ziqua, slightly displeased, responded, "The provisions in our household are managed by my wife. My word holds no weight." The young lady gazed at Zhao Ziqua with a look of forlorn disappointment, as if he were a heartless scoundrel. Any ordinary man would surely have softened and offered her the food in his possession. However, Zhao Ziqua was no ordinary man. In his world, there existed only Xinran and no one else. Thus he lacked the inclination to indulge in pity for others. Xinran observed Zhao Ziqua's performance with a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She turned to the young lady beside her and said, "My dear, it seems we have rather limited provisions left, as we must reserve some for our companions. However, you may wish to explore the nearby convenience store. Our comrades have already cleared it of any zombies, and you are welcome to indulge in the food available there." The young lady, upon hearing this, beamed a radiant smile at Xinran and replied, "All right, thank you very much." Xinran politely replied with indifference, "No need to thank me." The young woman, noticing Xinran's reluctance to engage further, hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "May I boldly ask if I could join you? I am also an ability user and could be of assistance." Chapter 51. Refusal. Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and inquired, "What kind of supernatural ability do you possess, dear lady?" The beautiful young woman cast a glance at Zhao Ziqua and confidently replied, "I am a water elemental adept. Once I join your ranks, you shall never have to worry about a lack of drinking water." Upon hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, "Miss, our team already comprises a water-type ability user, so we are not in need of additional water powers. Perhaps you should explore other teams." The young woman, taken aback by Xinran's words, found it hard to believe that they would reject a water-type ability user. Although the apocalypse had only just begun, she, like many others familiar with post-apocalyptic literature, had formulated a theoretical understanding of survival in such dire circumstances. With indignation, she addressed Zhao Ziqua, stating, "Sir, as a core leader of the team, your focus should be on fostering the growth and development of the group, rather than allowing the whims of the women around you to hinder opportunities for expansion. Furthermore, I harbor no hostility towards the woman beside you. I seek nothing from her. Consider the advantages my inclusion in the team could bring, and I urge you to contemplate this matter with care." Hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, "What benefits could there possibly be from your joining the team, other than making the already snug seating arrangement more cramped?" The girl, incensed by Xinran's words, retorted, "What do you know, you parasitic flower who relies on men? I'm speaking with the boss, So keep your mouth shut. Do you even understand the rules? Upon hearing the girl mention Xinran, Zhao Ziqua, visibly displeased, interjected, "Enough." The girl, emboldened by his words, smugly taunted Xinran. "Look, even the boss finds you tiresome. Why don't you just be quiet? You're merely a trinket. Yet you think so highly of yourself." Zhao Ziqua swiftly hurled an ice spike towards the ground in front of the girl, which grazed the tip of her shoe before plunging deeply into the cement, startling her and causing her to fall to the ground in disbelief. With an icy demeanor, Zhao Ziqua addressed her. "I was referring to you. Enough of your prattle. What gives you the audacity to bargain with my wife? Every matter concerning our team is dictated by her. If you continue to overstep your bounds, the next ice spike will not merely pierce the ground." The girl gazed at Zhao Ziqua, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity that made it difficult for anyone to reprimand her. Zhao Ziqua, observing the motionless girl on the ground, frowned disapprovingly and coldly commanded, "You're obstructing my view. Leave." The girl stared incredulously at the man before her, utterly baffled by his indifference. Yet, she was not foolish enough to further provoke him. Casting a venomous glare at Xinran, she slowly rose to her feet and, appearing forlorn, made her way toward the convenience store. Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua with starry eyes, planting a kiss on his cheek, her face brimming with admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother Ziqua, you are so impressive. I absolutely adore the way you defended me just now. It was so dashing. Truly a man for me." Hearing his beloved shower him with such flattering words, Zhao Ziqua felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, akin to a gentle spring breeze. He tenderly caressed Xinran's hair and, with a soft smile, replied, "Are you this happy now?" Xinran nodded with great joy and said, "Yes, I am happy." "Silly girl. How can such an innocent Xin manage without me? I must protect her well. No one in this world is allowed to bully her. Not even myself. If I were not afraid that my murderous demeanor would frighten her, that person who made her unhappy would have already been struck down by lightning. Truly, it is too lenient for them." Xinran nestled in Zhao Ziqua's embrace, listening to the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat, nearly bursting into laughter from sheer joy. She felt compelled to reward her dear brother Ziqua, so she decisively rose and straddled him. Zhao Ziqua, taken aback by Xinran's sudden movement, stiffened and instinctively supported her waist, concerned that she might inadvertently tumble to the ground. His voice emerged hoarse as he attempted to inquire about her intentions. Xin. Xinran pressed her finger against his lips, playfully whispering, "Shh. Brother Ziqua, please remain silent." Zhao Ziqua gazed at Xinran, his mind blank and his heart racing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a soft sensation graced his lips, causing him to forget to breathe in his nervousness. Observing Zhao Ziqua's dazed expression, Xinran felt a twinge of pride. "Brother Ziqua, open your mouth." At the sound of her sweet and tender voice, Zhao Ziqua, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively complied with Xinran's command. As her delicate tongue entered, Zhao Ziqua experienced a euphoric explosion in his mind, a delight that was indescribably exquisite. Xinran had never experienced a kiss before. She had nearly emptied her mind of all knowledge regarding kissing techniques. Observing the man beneath her, lost in her kiss and forgetting to breathe, a profound sense of accomplishment blossomed within her. "Brother Ziqua, breathing." Once he regained his composure, Zhao Ziqua gasped heavily, looking at Xinran, who was almost gasping for breath from laughter in his embrace. With a helpless expression, he straightened her up and chuckled. "Xin. It is only fair to reciprocate." A soft sensation emanated from their lips, leaving Xinran astounded. Is a man's capacity for learning truly this remarkable? Just moments ago, Xin, focus a bit more. As Zhao Qianqian and her companions finished cleaning all the floors and stepped out of the building, they were met with the sight of Zhao Ziqua and Xinran in an affectionate embrace, reluctant to part. Zhao Qianqian's mouth fell open in astonishment, her face alight with excitement as she yearned to approach and witness the unfolding drama up close. Zhang Xi and Butler Zhang exchanged knowing glances. while Song Yang observed them with a look of indulgence as Zhao Qianqian cautiously inched closer to Zhao Ziqua and Xinran. Sun Ziyu, noticing Zhao Qianqian's careful demeanor, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Miss, why are you tiptoeing around when there are no zombies here?" The loudness of Sun Ziyu's voice did not only draw the attention of Zhao Qianqian, but also that of Zhao Ziqua and Xinran. Feeling the icy glares directed at him by the Zhao siblings, Sun Ziyu couldn't help but shiver, retreating to stand beside Zhang Si, and asked, "Brother, did I just land myself in trouble again?" Chapter 52. Surrounded Zhao Ziqua cast a cool glance at Sun Ziyu, shook his head, and silently repeated to himself not to be vexed by a fool before he sighed, and said, "Now that we have finished, let us tidy up our belongings and head to the next destination." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly began to stow away the tables and chairs from outside the camper. Xinran, feeling somewhat bashful, stored the items she had moved into the vehicle within her spatial pocket. After closing the door, they gathered in a circle within the spacious interior of the camper. Xinran found herself naturally enveloped in Zhao Ziqua's embrace. Considering that their kiss had already been witnessed by all, she decided to abandon all pretense, leaning into him with an air of carefree abandon. With an expression of composure, she addressed the crowd, inquiring, "How did everyone find the appetizer just now?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian immediately responded with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, "So easy. It was far too simple, lacking any challenge whatsoever." Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian's smug demeanor and couldn't help but curl her lips in amusement. She turned to the others and inquired, "What about you all? What are your thoughts?" Zhang Si smiled shyly as he replied, "The difficulty is indeed quite manageable." Butler Zhang chimed in with palpable excitement. "I find that decapitating zombies is as effortless as slicing vegetables." Sun Ziyu, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "I finally comprehend the thrill that drives people to spend lavishly in games. This sensation is utterly exhilarating." Song Yang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled, asking, "Miss, they seem a bit too full of themselves. Should we impart a lesson or two to remind them of the perils of the world?" Upon hearing this, Xinran slightly curved her lips and turned to Zhao Ziqua, inquiring, "Brother Ziqua, what do you think? Should we allow them to witness the perils of the world?" Zhao Ziqua chuckled in response. "All right, let us venture to the suburban dog breeding facility." The suburban dog breeding facility is a sanctuary for Tibetan mastiffs. But after the onset of the apocalypse, all the mastiffs mutated, devouring their caretakers and escaping into the wilderness, where they began preying on humans. In a previous life, these creatures were dubbed the hellish hounds, instilling terror even in high-level, superpowered individuals. The authorities had made numerous attempts to dispatch high-level superpowered beings to eradicate them, all to no avail. Xinran's lips curled into a slight smile. If they were to face the hellhounds in a challenge of equal standing, her team would undoubtedly stand no chance. However, she pondered how their current level 5 capabilities would fare against these level 1 hellhounds. Gently caressing the small chameleon nestled in her embrace, the delicate flower soothingly reassured her, "Master, there is no need for concern. I have consumed an abundance of energy recently and will certainly be able to protect everyone." Upon hearing this, Xinran's lips curled into a smile. Her confidence in conquering the hellhound bolstered yet again. Zhao Ziqua turned to Sun Ziyu and instructed, "Go drive the vehicle. We must act swiftly to ensure that the area is clear before nightfall." Sun Ziyu promptly made his way to the entrance of the RV's lounge, preparing to circumvent to the driver's cabin. However, upon opening the door, he quickly shut it again, a look of terror crossing his face as he exclaimed to Zhao Ziqua, "Boss, we are surrounded." Upon hearing this, Xinran was taken aback and immediately utilized her mental power to survey the situation outside the RV. She observed a group of individuals, hand in hand, encircling their vehicle. Unsurprisingly, she spotted the young woman from before who had expressed a desire to join them. A smile crept across her lips as she remarked, "Brother Ziqua, it appears yet another foolhardy individual wishes to cling to us." Zhao Ziqua, with a stern expression, addressed Sun Ziyu, saying, "Why the panic? You are a level 5 dual ability practitioner. Should you truly fear them?" Sun Ziyu replied softly, "While I am not afraid in theory, They are indeed human beings, not mere zombies, which complicates matters. Zhao Ziqua chuckled in response. Complicated? Anyone who dares to obstruct my vehicle must face the consequences. Drive straight through. Do not waste time. Sun Ziyu promptly nodded and affirmed understood. Xinran had never doubted Sun Ziyu's ability to execute tasks. However, observing the expressions of those around her, she realized that if this matter were not resolved satisfactorily, an unspoken rift would linger in their hearts. Whether it was slaying zombies or hunting mutated creatures, none would find it difficult to wield their weapons. Yet, taking the life of an innocent human being, defenseless and akin to themselves, was fundamentally wrong according to their deeply ingrained values. With a smile, she took Zhao Ziqua's hand and softly spoke. Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her, responded gently, "All right, I will heed your wishes." Upon hearing Zhao Ziqua's words, Sun Ziyu could not help but exhale in relief. Xinran addressed the crowd. Let's all disembark and discern the intentions of those individuals. Sun Ziyu respectfully opened the car door, and Xinran was the first to step out, closely followed by Zhao Ziqua, who attentively shielded her. The others positioned themselves on either side of Xinran and Zhao Ziqua, all gazing at the group encircling their vehicle. Hand in hand, Xinran smiled and spoke first. What is everyone planning to do? Are you here to express your gratitude for our assistance in vanquishing the zombies? Your manner of showing appreciation is indeed quite unique. There's no need for thanks. You may disperse now, as we have other matters to attend to. A man at the forefront of the crowd replied, You cannot simply leave like this. What shall we do once you are gone? Xinran looked at the man who spoke, bewildered, and asked with a smile, What will you do? Are you inquiring about us? The man responded with unwavering conviction. You are so formidable. You should stay and protect us. Is it not the duty of the strong to safeguard the weak? Xinran was amused, surveying the towering man before her, and with a smile inquired, You claim to be a weakling? The man, with unwavering confidence, replied, Indeed, we are the weak. It is your duty to protect us. Zhao Qianqian, gritting her teeth, lifted the hefty cleaver used for dispatching zombies and exclaimed, Song Yang, do not hold me back. Let me strike down this shameless man. In the face of such audacity, Xinran remained unfazed, her demeanor calm as she remarked, Currently, the zombies move slowly. With your numbers, if you collaborate effectively, survival is not entirely out of reach. The apocalypse has arrived, and the era where the weak have the justification has come to a close. The prevailing ethos now is one that reveres the strong. Do not seek to excuse your cowardice while yearning for the fruits of others' labor. My willingness to converse with you stems from our shared humanity. However, should you fail to comprehend reason, do not be surprised if we treat you as mere beasts. Upon hearing Xinran's words, a wave of retreating sentiments spread through the crowd, and a voice rang out boldly, Fear not, can they truly kill us? Before Xinran could respond, Song Yang unleashed a blade of wind towards the speaker, and in an instant, blood splattered onto those nearby as a severed head rolled to the ground. Xinran wore a sweet smile on her face, yet her sugary voice sent shivers down the spines of those present. It has been said that those who cannot comprehend human speech should be treated as beasts. How could one call it murder? Chapter 53, Internal Strife. Upon hearing her words, the crowd gazed at Xinran and her companions with expressions of sheer terror. Xinran flashed a sweet smile at the crowd and spoke, Why not step aside? Do you all wish to experience the treatment that just befell that individual? Who shall be first? The crowd, taken aback, instinctively recoiled, spiraling into chaos. Someone in the throng shouted, Who was it that assured us they would not resort to violence? Are we meant to walk to our doom? Indeed, who harbors such malevolence? We were safely hidden away. Why deceive us into revealing ourselves? I thought a military force had arrived. We nearly became pawns in someone else's game. Is it possible that individual desires our demise, hoping to monopolize all the provisions? Who could be so despicable? We must unearth that person. Zhao Qianqian and Steward Zhang looked on in astonishment as the crowd turned on one another, their mouths agape in disbelief. Xinran languidly leaned against Zhao Ziqua's embrace, observing the quietly departing girl. An unassuming smile crept on her lips as she innocently remarked, Brother Ziqua, look, it seems they have also been manipulated. Zhao Ziqua, enveloping Xinran in his arms, gently replied, yes, since they too have been deceived, let us not lower ourselves to their level. Xian, let us hasten to the car and take them to our next destination. Ah, Hanavi, Xian is. Without me, what will she do? Hearing Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts, Xinran beamed sweetly, extending her arms toward him and playfully requesting, Brother Ziqua, I want to hug Zhao Qianqian. Feeling a complex swirl of emotions, watched as her brother unabashedly lifted Xinran into the vehicle, perceiving the world around her as surreal. She knew Xinran was infatuated with love, but she had never realized her own brother was similarly ensnared. Could it be that such romantic folly is contagious? Seizing the moment while she was lost in thought, Song Yang tenderly took her hand and earnestly said, Qianqian, observe how affectionate big brother and sister-in-law are. We should learn from them. Zhao Qianqian shivered at his words, brazenly shaking off his hand and dramatically rubbing her arms. She retorted, you scoundrel, get away. Qianqian, you are so fierce yet so adorable, Zhang Guanjia remarked, astonished as he observed Song Yang. Once inside the RV, he addressed Zhang Si, son. There's no rush to fall in love. It seems that after entering a relationship, their minds have become somewhat unhinged. Zhang Si chuckled, father, rest assured. In this apocalyptic world, mere survival is a challenge. Who has time for romance? Isn't it more enjoyable to engage in zombie battles? Zhang Guanjia nodded in agreement. Indeed, matters of the heart can wait until stability is restored. Noticing Sun Ziyu standing dazedly, Zhang Si inquired, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to drive? With utmost seriousness, Sun Ziyu asked, brother, has our boss lost his wits due to love? At this, Zhang Si's expression froze. He wished he could slap himself for entertaining such a fool. As he pulled Zhang Guanjia toward the vehicle, he warned Sun Ziyu, if you wish to be scolded by the boss later, feel free to remain here. Shivering at the thought, Sun Ziyu hurriedly climbed into the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and heading toward the suburban dog park. Upon seeing Xinran's vehicle finally depart, the hospital staff collectively sighed in relief, akin to banishing a plague. A tall man swiftly secured the hospital gates with an iron chain and declared to the crowd, this world does not only have them as ability users. I am one too. I never intended to be the leader, but since they are unwilling to stay and protect everyone, I shall reluctantly take on the role to safeguard us all. The ordinary people in the crowd, stirred by his proclamation, eagerly asked, is that true? Are you truly an ability user? The tall man produced a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with a small fireball from his lighter, and inhaled deeply before stating, I'm a fire ability user. Are there any others among us? We could form a team of ability users just like them. A beautiful girl, feeling uneasy under the gaze of a lecherous man beside her, raised her hand and said, I am a water ability user. Upon seeing her, the tall man's eyes lit up as he struck a pose he deemed suave, extending his hand to her. Hello, I am Zhang Hai. Welcome to our ability user team. You will be your second member. The girl, repulsed by his oily demeanor, forced a smile, knowing she lacked any means of self-defense. To avoid becoming the plaything of the lecherous man, she reluctantly replied, Zhang Hai, hello, I am Xie. Zhang Hai, captivated by Xie's voice, grinned lecherously. Sister Ro, you can call me Brother Hai from now on. I will protect you well. Xie's face stiffened at his words. But suppressing the urge to retch from the previous night's meal, she sweetly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Hai. Zhang Hai, feeling elated, addressed the crowd. Aside from us two, are there any other awakened ability users? Seeing no one respond, he proclaimed, since there are no other ability users, our team consists solely of me and Rower for now. We will do our utmost to ensure everyone has safety, but conversely, you all must obey our leadership. Can you all comply? Naturally, the crowd, thrilled at the prospect of protection, nodded in agreement, and Zhang Hai, in high spirits, stated, all right, this building has been cleared. You may choose your preferred rooms. I and Rower will manage the food distribution, ensuring it is rationed daily. Is there any dissent? When no one objected, Zhang Hai eagerly declared, then let us disperse. We shall reconvene here tomorrow morning for food distribution. A woman holding a child approached Zhang Hai, pleading, excuse me, Could you spare some food for my child? He hasn't eaten in 2 days, and I fear he won't last much longer. Zhang Hai leered at the woman's ample bosom and hesitated. That might not be appropriate. Everyone else is without food. If I give you some, the others may protest, the woman whispered. If you give my child some food, I will comply with whatever you desire. Zhang Hai cast a sidelong glance at Xie, who was watching from the sidelines, and asked Ro, what do you think? Xie, wishing to distance herself from Zhang Hai, smiled and said, the child cannot endure hunger. Brother Hai, why not give this sister some food? Zhang Hai, grinning, responded, since Rower has spoken, I shall make an exception for you. He retrieved a box of milk and a pack of snacks from the small shop and handed them to the woman, who showered him with gratitude as he locked the shop's door and led Xie into the hospital building. Reflecting on Xie's forced smile, Xinran felt a surge of satisfaction. Let her covet my brother Ziqua. She deserves it. Anyone who desires brother Ziqua shall meet a dire fate. He is solely mine. Sitting nearby, Zhao Qianqian observed the smile on Xinran's face and felt a chill run down her spine. Tentatively, she asked, Xinran, what are you thinking? Your smile is rather frightening. Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately furrowed her brows and, with a hint of fear, inquired, what? Am I no longer adorable? What do you mean? Xin, you must have misheard. I was referring to how charming your smile is. Upon hearing this, Xinran let out a sigh of relief, her face adorned with a sense of grievance as she nestled deeper into Zhao Ziqua's embrace. With a soft voice, she expressed, Qianqian, you frightened me to death. I thought I had become unlovable. What if, in that case, brother Ziqua no longer liked me? In response, Zhao Ziqua gently caressed Xinran's hair and reassured her, saying, to me, Xin will forever be the most adorable. Xinran looked at Zhao Ziqua with a face full of surprise. Brother Ziqua, is what you said true? You are not deceiving me, are you? Zhao Ziqua gazed at Xinran, his heart softening at the sight of her. He gently kissed her eyes and tenderly replied, of course it is true. In my heart, you are the most adorable, and I cherish you the most. Xin. Zhao Qianqian observed as Xinran shyly nestled into her brother's embrace. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, internally wishing she could give herself a couple of hard slaps. Why did she have to provoke that lovesick couple for no reason? Look at them, satisfied with their affectionate display, basking in their own happiness. Before long, the mobile home came to a gentle stop by the roadside, and Sun Ziyu's voice emerged from the driver's cabin. Boss, we have arrived at the dog park in the suburbs. Shall we proceed directly inside? Xinran utilized her mental prowess to probe the internal conditions of the dog breeding facility, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Turning to Sun Ziyu, she suggested, it is nearly noon. Let us partake in a meal first, and after lunch, we may resume our explorations. Upon hearing the mention of food, Sun Ziyu excitedly dashed from the driver's cabin to the lounge. Xinran retrieved the pre-prepared lunchboxes from her spatial storage and handed them to Steward Zhang. Noticing Steward Zhang distributing the meals, Xinran called out to Zhang Si and quietly inquired, is your mental capacity sufficient to assess the situation within the dog facility? Upon hearing her question, Zhang Si furrowed his brow, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Madam, I regret to inform you that my mental power is not sufficiently robust to encompass the entire facility. I can only ascertain the conditions of 2/3 of it. Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and continued to inquire, what if we allow Sun Ziyu to drive around the dog training facility? Zhang Si responded with a nod, saying, that is indeed feasible. However, my lady, why do we not simply enter and assess the situation directly? After all, the zombie threat level is currently quite low. Upon hearing this, Xinran's expression turned slightly frosty as she remarked, Zhang Si, you have committed a grave transgression. Taken aback by her words, Zhang Si quickly lowered his head and replied, I apologize, young mistress. I became overly complacent. It was a rare sight for Song Yang to witness Zhang Si in such a state of dismay. He approached with a takeout box in hand and inquired with a smile, Brother, what happened? Why do you look so dejected? Zhang Si, however, chose to ignore Song Yang, maintaining his somber demeanor. Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua, who had beckoned her to dine, and with a resigned sigh, turned to Zhang Si, saying, "It is not your fault. You lack the memories of your past life, and therefore cannot fathom the dreadfulness of the dog training facility in the suburbs. Let's have dinner first. Later, when Sun Ziyu drives around the dog facility, you can observe the situation there." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Si promptly nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes, madam." A profound sense of unease enveloped Xinran's heart, and she absent-mindedly picked at the contents of her lunchbox. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Zhao Ziqua, seated beside her, expressed his concern and inquired, "Xinx, what troubles you? Is the food unpalatable?" Upon hearing this, Xinran shook her head and, with a serious expression, asked Zhao Ziqua, "Brother Ziqua, do you believe in a woman's intuition?" At that moment, Sun Ziyu, who was drinking water, erupted into laughter, spraying water everywhere, drawing the ire of everyone present upon him. Sun Ziyu, feeling embarrassed, quickly said, "Hee, I truly apologize, everyone. It was not my intention." Zhao Ziqua, pushing his lunch aside, replied with a stoic demeanor, "From now on, Sun Ziyu shall dine in the driver's cabin." Sun Ziyu, horrified by Zhao Ziqua's words, looked back with a face full of grievance and pleaded, "Boss, please don't. I also wish to chat with everyone. It is quite lonely in the driver's cabin." Zhao Ziqua, having no time to entertain Sun Ziyu, embraced Xinran and gently inquired, Xine, what prompts your question?" Xinran refrained from revealing the unsettling details she had witnessed within the dog breeding facility. Instead, she turned to Zhao Ziqua with a troubled expression and said, "Brother Ziqua, senza profund uneza. Let us refrain from entering for the moment. Perhaps we could have Sun Ziyu drive around the perimeter of the facility while Zhang Si investigates the interior. We can then decide whether it is prudent to proceed, as I fear there may be danger within." Zhao Ziqua, thinking there was some grave matter at hand, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Xinran's words and replied with a smile, "What could be wrong with that? It is only sensible to assess the situation before entering, is it not?" Chapter 55. The Dogs After Lunch, in accordance with their plan. Sun Ziyu drove the camper van slowly around the outskirts of the dog facility, while Zhang Si remained inside, using his mental prowess to meticulously probe the internal conditions of the premises. Soon, a frown creased Zhang Si's brow. It appeared he had grasped the intent behind Xinran's request for him to investigate. Why did the situation here diverge so starkly from the rumors of his previous life? Little Camellia sensed the turmoil within Xinran's heart. Its leaves gently brushed against her palm in a soothing gesture as it reassured her, "Mistress, there is no need for concern. Your team is exceptionally capable. Surely, all will be well." Xinran furrowed her brow and remarked to the little Camellia, "However, all the large ferocious dogs in the kennel have vanished without a trace. Do you not find this rather peculiar? Master, could it be possible that there were never any dogs to begin with?" As Xinran pondered in confusion, Zhang Si interjected, "Sun Ziyu, are you certain you haven't made a mistake in your location?" Sun Ziyu, taken aback, replied with indignation, "I died right here in my past life. Do you think I could possibly be mistaken?" Observing Sun Ziyu's escalating frustration, Zhang Si arched an eyebrow and remarked, "Given your intellect, anything is possible." This provoked Sun Ziyu further, and he retorted loudly, "I did not make a mistake." Zhang Si furrowed his brow, perplexed. However, the dog enclosure was entirely empty. There were no dogs present at all. Song Yang also frowned, his expression grave as he inquired, "Are you absolutely certain? Yet just a day before the apocalypse, I was here and heard the dogs barking inside." Sun Ziyu, puzzled, questioned, "Could it be that all the dogs were relocated? How could that be?" Song Yang replied incredulously, "Who would go to the trouble of moving those dogs overnight?" Zhang Si pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you certain that only Tibetan Mastiffs were kept here?" Song Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. In my previous life, I handled the records of this dog kennel, which contained at least several hundred adult Tibetan Mastiffs." Zhao Qianqian, bewildered, asked, "What purpose could those people have for raising so many Tibetan Mastiffs on the outskirts of the city? Is there some mad scientist conducting experiments?" Upon hearing this, the group turned their gazes toward her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhao Qianqian stammered, "Why are you all looking at me? Isn't that how novels typically portray such scenarios?" Song Yang chuckled, and said, "Qian, you may have inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. In the documents I reviewed, I came across half a page that hinted at a plan, a madman's ambition to cultivate an invincible monster using the genes of Tibetan mastiffs and the assistance of meteorites. However, the information was incomplete, and I do not know the location of their experimental base, though it should not be far from here." Upon hearing this, Xinran swiftly extended her mental energy, yet still found nothing. Xiao Chahua suggested, "Master, could it be possible that the base is located underground in this dog training facility? Much like the situation at the Butte base back then?" Xinran paused her conversation about the camellia and immediately directed her mental energy downwards. Before long, she discerned the clues beneath the dog kennel. Upon locating the pack of dogs, a wave of relief washed over her, and she spoke. If it were truly a clandestine scheme, they would certainly not place the experimental base in a location so easily discovered. So, why might they conceal such a base? Upon hearing this, Butler Zhang chuckled. Could it be underground? Zhang Si, upon hearing this suggestion, swiftly extended his mental energy downward and soon exclaimed with astonishment, "I found it. The dogs are all underground." Afterward, Zhang Si, his complexion pale, leaned back against the sofa. Jiang Mengxing tossed a crystal core to Zhang Si and urged, "Quickly replenish your abilities. The sensation of exhaustion is quite uncomfortable." Zhang Si accepted the crystal core and, with a smile directed at Xinran, replied, "Thank you, young mistress. I am quite well." Xinran stared in bewilderment at Zhang Si, who showed no urgency to replenish his energy, feeling somewhat astonished. What peculiar obsession is this? Could he possibly be a masochist? Subsequently, she cast a glance at Zhao Ziqua, silently lamenting the absence of someone with a more rational mind in her vicinity. Upon locating the whereabouts of the dog, Zhao Ziqua instructed Sun Ziyu to drive directly into the dog breeding facility. This place made Xinran exceedingly uncomfortable. Had it not been for the need to train her teammates, she would have contemplated detonating this underground laboratory without a second thought. The nature of the experimental subjects made it evident that the mastermind behind this laboratory was utterly deranged, as his experiments encompassed not only Tibetan mastiffs, but also human beings. Xinran gazed at the half-human, half-beast beings confined within their respective small enclosures, suppressing the urge to vomit. The little camellia brushed its leaves against Xinran's fingers and exclaimed, "Master, look, the red stone in the center radiates such abundant energy." Xinran turned her gaze towards the blood-red stone, an unsettling sensation rising within her. The little camellia continued to inquire, "Master, could you allow me to take a look at that crimson stone? I feel an overwhelming desire for it." "You desire it?" She replied, "Indeed. While its energy may incite a violent urge to annihilate all, as a spatial spirit plant, it will pose no adverse effects on me aside from providing a source of energy." Hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and replied, "However, it makes me quite uncomfortable. If I am not mistaken, the source of my unease must be this stone. You want me to place such an object into the space?" In response, Xiao Chahua earnestly assured, "But, my master, there is no need for concern. Simply immerse it in the bathtub and add a drop of spatial spring to purify its energy. In due time, you too will come to appreciate it." Xinran gazed at the little camellia in her mind, its expression one of eager longing. With a sigh, she remarked, "I can confine you within my space, but you must ensure that everything is in order at once. The moment I sense even the slightest discomfort, I shall expel you without hesitation. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the little camellia leapt with joy, exclaiming, "You are the best, my master. Long live my master. I always knew you cared for me the most. Rest assured, once you place me in your space, I will arrange everything perfectly, ensuring that you experience not even the slightest discomfort." Xinran observed the little creature's exuberant demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she disdainfully withdrew the large chunk of red stone that occupied the center of the laboratory into her spatial realm using her mental prowess. What Xinran was unaware of was that the red stone she so disdainfully regarded was, in fact, one of Lu Li's pivotal assets that had garnered her fame in her past life. Meanwhile, Lu Li, engaged in the act of prying open a safe at a Swiss bank, felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if she had lost something of utmost significance. With disbelief etched on her face, she gazed at the empty safe and frantically inquired of her subordinates, "Where is the pendant? Where has it gone? Could it be that we have been deceived? How is this possible? I am the book traveler. I am the protagonist of this world." Chapter 56. Close the door and release the dogs in the laboratory. The disappearance of the red stone led the experimental subjects to descend into a state of lethargy. Xinran, utilizing her mental prowess to survey the situation within the lab, was taken aback as she turned to the little camellia and asked, "Is it possible that the spirits of these experimental subjects were entirely dependent on this red stone?" At that moment, the little camellia, nestled against the red stone soaking in the bathtub, appeared in a graceful pose, seemingly relishing the experience. And Xinran discerned a hint of alluring charm emanating from the flower. Xinran shouted loudly at the little camellia, "Little cha-cha, you're a proper flower. Do not adopt such an eerie pose." Startled by Xinran's outburst, the little camellia was seized before it could react and was pulled from space. Zhao Ziqua addressed the group, "Everyone, please prepare yourselves. Once Zhangxi's abilities are restored, we shall disembark to locate the entrance to the underground laboratory." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement and began to check their gear. Zhao Ziqua took Xinran's hand and gently reassured her, Xian, do not be afraid. I shall protect you well, so stay close to me and do not wander off, understood?" Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded obediently and said, "As long as I am by Brother Ziqua's side, I have nothing to fear. I believe Brother Ziqua will surely protect me." Zhao Ziqua, pleased by her words, gently ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, Xian is truly well-behaved." Xinran offered Zhao Ziqua a sweet smile, while the little camellia in her arms protested, saying, "Master, you permit the officials to set fires but forbid the common folk to light lamps. I refuse to comply. I wish to protest." Xinran, with an impassive expression, pressed down the exuberant head of the little camellia in her arms, silently pondering to herself. Zhao Ziqua, perplexed, gazed at Xinran as she held the flower, and with a look of confusion, inquired, Xian, won't pressing it down so forcefully break its stem?" Xinran, with an unperturbed expression, remarked, "What sins have I committed to encounter a master who is a fierce and formidable tigress?" Upon hearing the voice of the little camellia, Xinran could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. In her heart, she admonished it, "Silence, or I shall swiftly let you experience the sensation of having your head twisted off." At this, the little camellia fell silent. Zhangxi then chuckled and said, "I apologize for the wait, everyone. I am ready now. We may embark." Upon hearing this, Xinran cheerfully remarked, "Wonderful. Zhangxi, I will rely on you to locate the entrance to the underground laboratory shortly." In response, Zhangxi could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, "Madam, you may pretend all you like, but if you haven't thoroughly familiarized yourself with this underground laboratory after all this time, I shall twist off my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick." Maintaining a composed demeanor, Zhangxi quietly asked Xinran, "Madam, could you perhaps provide a hint that might guide me?" As Xinran observed Zhao Ziqua engaged in conversation with Song Yang, she realized he was momentarily preoccupied and turned to Zhangxi, saying, "The entrance to the dog kennel is located in that white house 800 meters northwest from where we alight. It is quite an intriguing structure. You may wish to investigate it." Upon hearing this, Zhangxi smirked knowingly, recognizing that the young mistress was playing the role of a cunning strategist. He cast a sympathetic glance at Zhao Ziqua before responding to Xinran, "Thank you, dear mistress, for your keen intuition. I shall disembark and promptly examine that house." Once everyone exited the vehicle, Zhangxi made his way towards the edifice Xinran had indicated. After a considerable effort at the entrance, he finally managed to open the door, for which a chorus of barking erupted. Zhao Qianqian, her expression one of astonishment, looked towards Zhangxi in disbelief and exclaimed, "I haven't even begun my search, and Zhangxi has already finished? Goodness, this psychic ability is remarkably effective." Song Yang, observing Zhangxi's progress, wore a mischievous grin. He turned to Zhao Ziqua and inquired, "Shall we lock the door?" Zhao Ziqua nodded with a smile, responding, "How can we let such adorable little creatures escape after going through so much trouble to find them? We must certainly secure them." Upon hearing this, Xinran curled her lips into a smile, her face alight with excitement as she turned to Zhao Ziqua and exclaimed, "Brother Ziqua, let's hasten to see what is happening over there." Zhao Ziqua chuckled in response, saying, "You little rascal, stay close to me and do not stray from my side. Do you understand?" Seeing Xinran obediently nod, Zhao Ziqua took her small hand, and together they made their way toward the room where Zhangxi was located. Zhangxi, with an eager expression, addressed Zhao Ziqua, "Young master, the design of this room is remarkably practical. It is particularly suited for our current needs." Zhao Ziqua, intrigued, replied, "What configuration has you so animated?" Zhangxi elaborated, "If this courtyard is akin to an arena for beasts, then this room serves as the mechanism for their release. You can select the number of wild beasts to deploy through various switches, thereby allowing us to practice our extraordinary abilities." Zhao Ziqua acknowledged, "Indeed, that is quite impressive. In that case, let us commence." With that, he settled Xinran into a secure position before playfully kicking Zhangxi into the courtyard. Before anyone could react, he unleashed 3 Tibetan Mastiffs. Yi Qianqian stood frozen, gazing at the enormous dog with eyes as red as rubies, towering over her. Just as it seemed she would be toppled by the beast, Song Yang unleashed a gust of wind to fend it off and urged Zhao Qianqian, "Quickly run." Consequently, Xinran found herself cradled in Zhao Ziqua's arms, perched atop the rooftop, observing Zhangxi, Sun Ziyu, Zhang Guanjia, Song Yang, and Zhao Qianqian being chased in a frenzied dash by 3 mutated Tibetan Mastiffs throughout the courtyard. Zhao Ziqua chuckled. Watching the swift-footed group, they certainly run quite fast. It appears their training sessions have not utilized their full potential. Xinran was amused by Zhao Ziqua's words and teased, "Is it really the same? Running slowly now could very well result in being bitten by a dog." Xinran watched the 5 individuals constantly surpassing each other and couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "Oh my, how ferocious! It frightens me to death." Zhao Ziqua, with a fond expression, turned to Xinran and said, Xian, come here. Brother Ziqua will give you a hug, and you won't be scared anymore. Bro, it's not a solution for us to keep running like this. We need to devise a way to eliminate those 3 dogs." Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu immediately nodded and asked, "All right, what should we do?" Zhangxi rolled his eyes and replied, "You're a dual attribute ability user. Why are you asking me what to do?" Sun Ziyu, undeterred, boldly declared, "But I'm afraid of dogs." Chapter 57. The impressive Zhao Qianqian observed the conversation between Zhangxi and Sun Ziyu, thinking they were discussing some strategic tactics, only to be taken aback by Sun Ziyu's admission of his fear of dogs. She stumbled in shock, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately, Song Yang was there to steady her. Infuriated, she hurled a fireball at the Tibetan Mastiff behind her, declaring, "I should have known, if men were reliable. Even sows could climb trees. It's best to rely on oneself." Upon witnessing such a scene, Yi Qianqian felt a surge of joy. Could she truly fulfill her desires? After being pursued for so long, her frustration boiled over, and she unleashed a series of fireballs towards the 3 Tibetan Mastiffs. The once ferocious beasts immediately cowered, abandoning their chase as they rolled frantically on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Zhao Qianqian skillfully controlled the flames with her supernatural abilities, tossing in a few more fireballs where the flames waned. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. "Uncle Zhang, quickly check if there's a crystal core inside the heads of these large dogs." At her command, Butler Zhang promptly approached with a knife, swiftly severing the heads of the 3 mastiffs. He then cleaved them open with the ease of slicing tofu, uncovering 3 fist-sized crystal cores of varying colors within. With a beaming expression, Zhao Qianqian eagerly accepted the spotless crystal cores from Butler Zhang's hands and excitedly waved towards Xinran, exclaiming, "Xinran, come and see. These crystal cores are enormous." Xinran sat upon the rooftop, gazing at Zhao Qianqian, who beckoned to her. In a burst of joy, she leapt into Zhao Ziqua's embrace, exclaiming with exuberance, "Brother Ziqua, you must see. Qianqian is truly remarkable. She single-handedly defeated 3 Tibetan mastiffs." Zhao Ziqua looked down at the exuberant girl nestled in his arms. In his previously discontented mood, stirred by Zhao Qianqian's diversion of Yi Xinran's attention, transformed into a sense of clarity and delight. Xinran, buoyed by the calm demeanor of Zhao Ziqua, wore a slight smile as she stoked the flames of banter, saying, "Brother Ziqua, don't you think the men in our team are a tad lacking? Especially Sun Ziyu and Song Yang. Not only did they fail to protect Qianqian, but how can they hide behind her for protection? Have they no pride as men?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow and called out to the group, "Qianqian, Uncle Zhang, take a break. The rest of you continue." Sun Ziyu, who had thought he could finally breathe easy, immediately fell into despair at the command. With a look of grievance, he pleaded, "Boss, can we have a short break first? We need some time to adjust." Having just reached Yi Xinran's side and guzzling mineral water, Zhao Qianqian chimed in, "Brother, Sun Ziyu says he is afraid of dogs. I believe we must help him overcome this psychological hurdle. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if he falters elsewhere due to his fear." Zhao Ziqua, observing Sun Ziyu's peculiar behavior, smirked and replied, "Qianqian makes a valid point. In this apocalypse, a grown man fearing dogs is indeed a source of embarrassment." He then instructed, "Zhang Si, Song Yang, you two take a break first. Let us help Sun Ziyu conquer his fear of dogs before we resume training." Sun Ziyu was utterly bewildered. "What's going on? I worked so hard, and now I'm being singled out for extra training?" Zhang Si chuckled, looking at Sun Ziyu with amusement. "Brother, good luck." Sun Ziyu grasped Song Yang's sleeve, a look of despair on his face as he lamented, "Are you really abandoning me too? Brothers are supposed to share fortune and adversity. Truly, men's words are deceitful. They take what they want and forget it." Both Zhang Si and Song Yang exchanged exasperated glances. Zhang Si, biting his teeth, queried, "Have you been watching something inappropriate lately?" Sun Ziyu, suddenly excited, replied, "How do you know I've been studying? I've been reading 108 Ways to Make a Man Fall for You. What do you think? Do you like me more now?" Song Yang couldn't help but twitch his brow and asked, "Sun Ziyu, what gives you such confidence?" Zhang Si, using his mental prowess, located the book in the driver's cabin and sighed. "Sun Ziyu, is it possible that the methods in that book only work for cute girls?" Song Yang added, "Using those methods will only make us want to beat you up more." Sun Ziyu, confused, questioned, "But aren't you all manly?" Zhang Si felt that further discussion with Sun Ziyu could unleash his inner fury, so he pulled Song Yang aside, saying, "Let us not engage him. He is beyond saving." Song Yang nodded and told Sun Ziyu, "Whether we are manly or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you're not a cute girl. Brother, we're leaving. Good luck." Without further ado, they retreated to join Zhao Ziqua. Zhang Si turned to Zhao Ziqua and remarked, "Sir, I believe the intensity of Sun Ziyu's training should be increased. In this apocalypse, he still has the leisure to study how to act cute." As he spoke, he presented the book 108 Ways to Make a Man Fall for You to Zhao Ziqua. Upon seeing the title, Zhao Ziqua felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It was no wonder Sun Ziyu had seemed odd lately. He had been engrossed in such nonsense. With a look of disdain, Zhao Ziqua asked, "Sun Ziyu, where did you find this ridiculous thing?" Sun Ziyu, misinterpreting Zhao Ziqua's tone as permission to rest, eagerly approached, exclaiming, "I found it while cleaning the hospital. Boss, am I not impressive?" Zhao Ziqua pressed his hand to his forehead, clearly exasperated. "You're not clever to begin with, and now you're reading this rubbish. Clearly, you have too much free time. Zhang Si, give him 3 little cuties to keep him company." Zhang Si laughed, "Sir, 1T3B too few? Miss Qianqian can handle 3 on her own, and Sun Ziyu is a dual-element ability user." Song Yang joined in the teasing, "Yes, Mr. Zhao, be generous and give him 30. Sun Ziyu looked incredulously at Song Yang and Zhang Si, feeling utterly wronged as he asked, "Are you two really my brothers? Even enemies aren't this cruel?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran burst into laughter. Zhao Ziqua, observing her joyful demeanor, couldn't help but smile as he remarked, "All right then, Let us be generous and send him 30 adorable little companions to play with." In response, Sun Ziyu, with a look of utter despair, exclaimed loudly to Zhao Ziqua, "No, boss. He'll be torn to shreds." Xinran listened to his melodious and harmonious voice, her lips involuntarily twitching. With an expression of helplessness, she remarked, "Sun Ziyu, as a metal elemental ability user, how can you even claim to be torn apart? With your attributes, can they truly harm you? Furthermore, were you just being coy?" Sun Ziyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "The books say that it is the delicate who incite the protective instincts of strong men. A woman who pouts is often the most cherished. My lady, what do you think of my performance?" Xinran rubbed her forehead and inquired of Zhang Si, "Are you certain he was like this even before his last fever? How could Brother Zico endure such behavior for so long?" Zhang Si replied, "I cannot say for certain now, but he seemed quite normal after regaining consciousness at that time. Both you and the young master witnessed it. There were no issues in communication. Could it be that he overindulged in walnuts and received an excess of nourishment?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zico raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Si, saying, "Give him 60. Today, I shall observe how he is torn apart." Xinran remarked, "Isn't 60 a bit excessive? Shouldn't we allow him some time to acclimate?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu immediately nodded fervently, gazing at Xinran with tearful gratitude. Zhao Ziqua embraced Xinran gently and replied, "If one does not challenge themselves, they will never discover the depths of their potential. Fear not. 60 puppies shall pose no challenge for him." "Boss," Sun Ziyu called out to Zhao Ziqua, who instantly shifted his demeanor and declared, "If you continue to speak in such an abnormal manner, I shall unleash 120. Zhang Si, release the dogs." Upon hearing this command, Zhang Si promptly activated the switch with his mental prowess, and a torrent of giant Tibetan mastiffs erupted from the room, growling fiercely. Seeing this, Sun Ziyu let out a horrified scream. "Oh my, are you serious?" Without hesitation, he bolted forward. Zhao Ziqua stood atop the roof, suppressing his laughter, and called out to Sun Ziyu, "Running is futile. Even if you run to your demise, you must ultimately confront them. Only when you conquer your fears and harness your abilities to vanquish them can you find rest. If you're not weary, feel free to run at your own pace." Xinran exaggeratedly produced charcoal and fresh meat from thin air, cheerfully addressing Butler Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, I didn't have enough to eat at noon. How about we have a barbecue?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian playfully pouted at Xinran, saying, Xian, I want to eat watermelon." Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing this, frowned and glanced at his sister, who was just receiving a watermelon from Xinran's hands. Receiving a piercing glare from her elder brother, Zhao Qianqian promptly turned to Xinran and exclaimed, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Noticing Zhao Ziqua's expression soften, she eagerly approached him, holding a basin, and smiled, "Brother, could you spare a few ice cubes? I want to chill the watermelon." Zhao Ziqua involuntarily twitched his lips at her request. Yet, seeing the hopeful look in his sister's eyes, he tossed an ice ball into her basin. Overjoyed by the ice, Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. Sister-in-law's watermelon and brother's ice cubes are indeed a perfect match." Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow and said to Zhao Qianqian, "Come here, I haven't finished yet." As he spoke, he filled her basin to the brim with ice cubes. Observing the mountain of ice in her basin and Zhao Ziqua's delighted expression, Zhao Qianqian couldn't help but facepalm. Her love-struck brother was utterly hopeless. Xinran gazed with excitement at Sun Ziyu, who was being chased in disarray by a pack of dogs. She laughed and remarked, "Sun Ziyu is truly remarkable. Look how swiftly he runs. He has already completed his 5th lap. Is he not weary?" Zhao Qianqian, while handing the chilled watermelon slices to Xinran, replied with remarkable composure, "He is likely not fatigued yet. If he were, he would have surely paused to deal with those Tibetan mastiffs by now." Xinran teased, "Qianqian, did you just unleash your powers because you were too exhausted to run?" Zhao Qianqian shot a disdainful glance at Song Yang and Zhang Si, replying, "Pretty much. Who can rely on men? They only know how to flee. So I must rely on myself." At her words, both Zhang Si and Song Yang stiffened. Zhao Ziqua jested, "Zhang Si, that's understandable, but Song Yang, How did you become so feeble? Have you really sunk to the point of needing my sister to protect you? Song Yang quietly replied, I just managed to hold Qianqian's hand. I wanted to savor it a bit longer. Zhao Qianqian immediately retorted with a mocking laugh. Oh, really? Then you should prove yourself by taking down 3 big dogs on your own. Song Yang responded with a grin. Sure, as long as it makes Qianqian happy. I can handle 30. Zhao Qianqian laughed and said to Zhao Ziqua, Brother, did you hear that? He asked the one asking for 30. You must fulfill his request. Song Yang added with a chuckle, All right, 30 it is. Qianqian, will you accompany me? Zhao Qianqian rolled her eyes and replied, What are you dreaming about? I want to accompany you. You go by yourself? With a feigned look of sorrow, Song Yang pleaded, Qianqian, can you bear to watch me go alone? What if I get hurt? You'd be so heartbroken. Zhao Qianqian, seeing his exaggerated demeanor, shouted, Get lost, and kicked him off the rooftop. In the midst of fleeing for his life, Sun Ziyu spotted Song Yang and rushed towards him as if he'd seen a long-lost family member, exclaiming, Brother, I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. Seeing the pack of dogs behind Sun Ziyu, Song Yang's forehead throbbed, and he yelled, Don't come over here. Chapter 59. Spare some flesh. Ignoring Song Yang's shouts, Sun Ziyu led the pack of dogs towards him. With a face full of frustration, Song Yang quickly got up and dashed away. Sun Ziyu, noticing Song Yang's retreat, quickened his pace and soon caught up with him. Laughing, he said, Brother, I knew you couldn't bear to leave me down there. Song Yang shot him a disdainful glance and replied nonchalantly, You're overthinking it. I just accidentally fell. Zhao Ziqua observed the two chatting leisurely in the courtyard and remarked with a smile, Look at them, still so relaxed. Jiangxi, make sure to arrange those 30 little cuties for Song Yang. Jiangxi promptly nodded, saying, Yes, sir. As Xinran observed Jiangxi's calculated timing for releasing the dogs, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes, and she couldn't help but mentally critique. Jiangxi had strategically unleashed the dogs, encircling the leisurely leading figures of Song Yang and Sun Ziyu with 2 packs of hounds. Realizing the predicament, Song Yang sprang into action, using Sun Ziyu's shoulder as a makeshift stepping stone, harnessing his wind-based powers to propel himself out of the canine's clutches. Sun Ziyu, taken aback by his brother's audacity, watched in disbelief as Song Yang fled, channeling his metal-based abilities as he dashed after him, grumbling as he ran, Brother, that's not fair. How could you leave me behind? Song Yang paid him no mind, maintaining his lead. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianqian, perched atop a rooftop, observed their antics as they led the pack in circles. Disdain etched across her face as she muttered, What a truly unreliable bunch of fools. Her words floated on the wind and reached Song Yang's ears. He turned to the rooftop, only to find Zhao Qianqian no longer there. A chill swept over him, and a smirk appeared as he remarked to Sun Ziyu, Brother, you entertain yourself. If I linger any longer, my woman will drift further away from me. With that, he sprang upward, unleashing several blades of wind towards the dog pack, severing heads as they fell. Qianqian, is roasted meat more enticing than I? Zhao Qianqian, overhearing, rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, Who instilled such confidence in you? Do you truly think you can compare to roasted meat? Unfazed by her words, Song Yang leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, All I know is, we are quite the pair. The air thickened with an ambiguous tension, causing Zhao Qianqian's skin to prickle. Song Yang then inquired in a low voice, Shall we spend the night in your room or mine? Snapping back to reality, Zhao Qianqian pushed him away with a look of disgust, exclaiming, Perverted rogue, keep your distance. Xinran gazed curiously at the interaction between Zhao Qianqian and Song Yang, and with a hint of gossip, she turned to Zhao Ziqua and inquired, Brother Ziqua, has Qianqian agreed or not? I simply cannot decipher their cryptic exchange. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua covered Xinran's eyes with his hand and, with utmost seriousness, replied, Xin, dear, let us refrain from viewing such visually distressing and inappropriate scenes. Zhao Qianqian, seated beside Xinran, glanced at Sun Ziyu, who was still running laps, and expressed her exasperation. Isn't he tired? How many laps has he run? Even a dog would be exhausted by now. Song Yang, taking a seat beside her, murmured, Qian, you need not worry about him. Although this big oaf may seem dim-witted, his stamina is beyond human limits. This level of exertion is merely a trifle for him. Zhao Qian, incredulous, turned to Song Yang and asked, "Are you suggesting he is merely pretending?" With a knowing smile, Song Yang replied, "Qian, do you doubt the veracity of my words?" Zhao Qian, with a graceful roll of her eyes, retorted, "Humph, can your words truly be trusted?" Song Yang, with an encouraging demeanor, proposed, "How about we place a wager?" "A wager on what?" Zhao Qian, intrigued, listened as Song Yang, akin to a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood, whispered, "Let us bet on whether Sun Ziyu is indeed pretending. If I can prove he is, then you must come to my room tonight and comply with my every whim. Should I lose, I shall accept my punishment and come to your room tonight. At your disposal. What say you?" Zhao Qian regarded him with suspicion, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Are you certain? No trickery?" Lifting his hand, Song Yang vowed, "I swear, I shall not resort to deceit. Anyone who does so must unconditionally agree to the other's demands. Are you brave enough to take such a gamble?" Zhao Qian's temper flared as Song Yang ignited her spirit, and she declared loudly, "A wager it is. What is there to fear? But let me be clear. If you lose, you must not back out." Song Yang extended his pinky finger toward Zhao Qian, a smile playing on his lips, and said, Xinran observed Zhao Qian, who was unhesitatingly extending her finger, and gently cautioned, "Qian, are you not going to think this through carefully before wagering such a substantial amount?" In a state of exhilaration, Zhao Qian reassured Xinran, "It's fine. I'm certain I will emerge victorious, so do not worry. Brother Ziqua, it pains me to see the big bad wolf effortlessly luring away the little white rabbit." Zhao Ziqua comforted Xinran, saying, "Xinran, do not feel sorrow. The little white rabbit is simply too foolish. She must learn about the treachery of human nature. Song Yang is truly remarkable. Will he be able to engage in profound conversation with Qian tonight? I long to have an in-depth exchange with Xinran as well, but she is not easily deceived. What should I do?" Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's thoughts, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Is he truly Zhao Qian's biological brother? Normally, a caring brother would rush to fend off a big bad wolf when witnessing his sister being taken away. Wouldn't he? What on earth is happening here? He actually perceives the wolf as formidable. Song Yang led Zhao Qian to the barbecue grill and, taking up a piece of meat, called out loudly to Sun Ziyu, "I say, brother, haven't you had enough fun yet? The barbecue will soon be devoured. Uncle Zhang has stated that only this much is being grilled today, and once it's gone, it's gone." Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu immediately turned his gaze to Song Yang, who was greedily devouring the meat, grease glistening on his lips. He swallowed hard and shouted back, "Brother, leave some for me. I'll be right there." Chapter 60. The power of meat consumption. Sun Ziyu promptly halted his sprinting, enveloping himself in his golden elemental powers, and charged into the pack of dogs, intending to utilize a ground trap for a conclusive end. Sensing his intentions, Zhao Ziqua coolly remarked to him, prompting Sun Ziyu to shudder and quickly retract the powers he had half-activated. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his abilities, sending several earthen spikes tearing through the bellies of the mutated Tibetan mastiffs. In an instant, blood flowed profusely, and Sun Ziyu, indifferent to the mess, unleashed even more of his earth-based powers. Before long, a river of blood pooled around the mutated Tibetan mastiffs. Xinran expressed her disdain, remarking, "His approach is utterly careless, leaving a trail of blood everywhere. What will happen if I happen to pass by and soil my shoes?" In response, Zhao Ziqua comforted her, saying, "Do not worry, Xinran. Once they have finished excavating the crystal cores, we can have Sun Ziyu activate his abilities to bury them, ensuring your shoes remain clean." Hearing this, Xinran shook her head and said, "No, Brother Ziqua, when we pass that place, I want you to carry me through." Zhao Ziqua felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He gently ruffled Xinran's hair and affectionately replied, "Very well, I shall carry you through." Song Yang gazed at Zhao Qian with deep emotion and remarked, "Qian, when will we be as sweet as brother and sister-in-law?" Zhao Qianqian shot him a disdainful look, as if he were mad, and retorted, "What are you thinking? It's not even dark yet, and you're already daydreaming." Sun Ziyu, disregarding the reactions of those around him, dashed towards the rooftop, calling out loudly to Butler Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, please save me a piece of roasted meat. Your barbecue is my favorite." Butler Zhang replied with a warm smile, "No need to worry. There is plenty of barbecue left." Sun Ziyu, somewhat bewildered, said, "But didn't Song Yang just say that was the last platter of roasted meat?" To this, Song Yang, while munching on meat, replied, "What did I ever say this was the last platter? That was your own imagination, okay?" Zhao Qianqian, fuming, turned to Sun Ziyu and asked, "Sun Ziyu, were you just pretending to be afraid of dogs?" Sun Ziyu chuckled and said, "I truly am afraid of dogs, but only the small ones. I am not afraid of the big ones." Zhao Qianqian, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Then why were you running around being chased by a dog?" Sun Ziyu, grinning foolishly, responded, "It has been ages since I ran so freely, miss. You should give it a try later. It's exhilarating." Zhao Qianqian couldn't help but roll her eyes, silently regretting her decision to engage in conversation with this fool, feeling as though she might explode from frustration. Song Yang wrapped his arms around Zhao Qianqian's waist and whispered softly in her ear, "Darling, a bet is a bet. You would want to go back on your word, would you?" Zhao Qianqian immediately bristled and exclaimed, "Who said I would go back on my word?" Xinran watched as Zhao Qianqian was led by the nose by Song Yang, trying to fool herself by covering her eyes. Zhao Ziqua addressed the crowd, stating, "The playful antics have nearly run their course. Let us hasten to eat and recuperate. Since these creatures have yet to upgrade, we should take this opportunity to clear the area, thus performing a charitable deed." Chewing on a steak, Sun Ziyu mumbled to Zhao Ziqua, "Boss, with such high-minded rhetoric. If you don't allow me to dig for crystal cores, I might actually believe you." Zhao Ziqua twitched his lips and replied, "Are you suggesting that you disdain the upgraded crystal cores? Perhaps it would be better for you to rely on consuming abilities to level up." Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu quickly retorted, "Boss, if I were to say that what you just heard was merely a figment of your imagination, and that I said nothing at all, would you believe me?" Zhao Ziqua, with a look of disdain, responded, "Do you think my mind operates like yours?" Zhang Si chuckled, placing a large piece of roasted meat onto Sun Ziyu's plate, teasing, "Brother, how does it feel to dance on the precipice of danger every day?" Sun Ziyu, with a look of utter despair, replied to Zhang Si, "Brother, do you believe me if I say I merely misspoke?" Zhang Si smiled, but remained silent. Song Yang then suggested, "The laboratory from our previous life should be nearby. Should we take the opportunity to destroy it as well?" Zhang Si responded with a grin, "The lab is underground. Once we eliminate the watchdogs at the entrance, we can gain access. However, I must kindly remind everyone that the specimens inside are not merely Tibetan mastiffs. There are many intriguing entities awaiting us." Xinran gazed at Zhang Si, whose face was brimming with excitement, and her thoughts drifted to the experimental subjects within the research institute. A wave of unease washed over her, prompting her to silently critique Zhang Si. How could such an intelligent young man veer so far into the realm of the grotesque? What was there to be elated about concerning those abominations? Alas, it baffled her. At that moment, Zhao Ziqua was engrossed in discussions with Zhang Si and Song Yang regarding their plans to infiltrate the research institute, momentarily neglecting Xinran. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Qianqian settled beside Xinran, her expression one of grievance as she confided, "Xinran, my brother's possessiveness is utterly terrifying. I find myself trembling with anxiety just to converse with you." Xinran recalled the time she was deceived by Song Yang, and could not help but sigh, saying, "Qianqian, other matters pale in comparison. Could we perhaps temper our explosive tempers just a tad? Otherwise, it would be far too disadvantageous for us." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian smiled mysteriously and inquired of Xinran, "Xinran, are you referring to the bet I made with Song Yang?" Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately nodded, her eyes widening in astonishment as Zhao Qianqian whispered in her ear, "Xinran, how do you know that a sophisticated hunter would not present themselves in the guise of their prey?" "What?" Gazing at Zhao Qianqian's enigmatic smile, Xinran was taken aback to realize that the fool had been herself all along. How foolish she had been to worry for so long, only to discover that these two were merely engaging in a game of role-playing. Xinran gave Zhao Qianqian a thumbs up, expressing her admiration. Impressive. You really know how to have fun. Zhao Qianqian responded with a smile. Xine, you must remember that when dealing with men, one should maintain a certain distance. No matter how much you like him, never let him feel that you are utterly devoted to him. Otherwise, he will not cherish you. Is Zhao Ziqua also keeping a distance? He might end up locked away. Chapter 61. The mutated Tibetan Mastiff Zhao Ziqua observed the group, who had nearly finished their rest, and spoke up. Now that you have all played and made merry, it is time to get to work. Qianqian, Uncle Zhang, and Zhang Si, as the main attackers, must familiarize themselves with their abilities and combat techniques swiftly. Song Yang and Sun Ziyu. Your duty is to protect them and assist when necessary. Upon hearing this, the group immediately ceased their playful expressions and adopted a serious demeanor. Zhao Qianqian, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, I thought everyone was at level 5, so our skills should be comparable, yet it seems I'm still the weakest. Zhang Si chuckled, Miss. You still have me to support you, right? Zhao Qianqian sighed. Who doesn't know that your ability is of a sneaky developmental type? Given enough time, you will inevitably become the strongest among us. Zhang Si, gazing meaningfully at Xinran, who was sitting on a rooftop eating fruit, smirked and said, the strongest? That is something I dare not aspire to. I will be content just to keep pace with her and become her equal. Zhao Qianqian followed Zhang Si's gaze and locked eyes with Zhao Ziqua, her face filled with horror as she turned to Zhang Si, exclaiming, Zhang Si, what on earth has my brother fed you? How could you so blindly idolize him? Zhang Si was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, offering no rebuttal. Zhao Qianqian, seeing his smile, assumed he was tacitly agreeing and hesitated before saying, Zhang Si, I know you're a clever person. You should realize that my brother's heart belongs solely to Xinran. His gaze will not linger on you. Zhang Si, increasingly exasperated with Zhao Qianqian's escalating nonsense, finally interjected, Miss, what are you talking about? I am a straight man, the most capable assistant beside the young master. Zhao Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed and retorted, Who asked you to look at my brother with such admiration just now and say such ambiguous things? Zhang Si's forehead throbbed with annoyance as he gritted his teeth. Miss, you said it yourself. That was admiration. Admiration and infatuation are distinct. Can you understand my meaning? Song Yang wrapped an arm around Zhao Qianqian's shoulder and chuckled. Qianqian, what inappropriate thoughts have you been entertaining in your mind? Even our usually good-tempered Zhang Si is looking rather grim. Zhao Qianqian shot back at Song Yang. Take your hand off me. It's broad daylight. What are you doing? Song Yang merely laughed. Fine, but just wait until nightfall. Sun Ziyu rolled his eyes at their banter and said, Could you two perhaps consider our feelings? You're off to hunt mutated Tibetan mastiffs, not slaughter single dogs. Butler Zhang glanced at Sun Ziyu and replied, You may be a single dog, but I am not. My partner merely passed away a bit early. Sun Ziyu stared blankly at Zhang Si, patted his shoulder, and said, I'm human. I never imagined you were a dog. I suppose I should be cautious not to accidentally harm you. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Ziyu chased after Zhang Si, questioning, Wait, brother, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm a dog? Song Yang chimed in, No, you claim to be a dog yourself. Sun Ziyu shook his head vehemently. Impossible. Zhao Qianqian laughed at him. Didn't you just refer to yourself as a single dog? Sun Ziyu nodded in agreement, but quickly shook his head. No, this dog is not that dog. Xinran, who was enjoying the spectacle, turned to Zhao Ziqua and asked, Brother Ziqua, shouldn't we go down and practice our abilities together? Zhao Ziqua smiled. Xian, do you wish to join the fun? Upon hearing this, Xinran slightly parted her lips and said, Regardless, I have my brother Ziqua, so it's perfectly fine for me to practice without contacting my abilities. However, brother Ziqua, don't you think you should familiarize yourself with your own powers? Only by becoming stronger can you protect me better. Zhao Ziqua gazed at Xinran, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance, stirring a tumultuous wave of emotions within him that he could not quell. Xinran must truly be infatuated with me to depend on me so. What would happen if such a Xinran were to be lost to me? I long to hold her close and cherish her. Hearing Zhao Ziqua's increasingly inappropriate thoughts, Xinran grasped his arm and tentatively called out, "Brother Ziqua?" "Xinran, wait a moment. Once they have practiced sufficiently, would you accompany me to familiarize ourselves with our abilities?" Upon hearing this, Xinran bestowed upon him a sweet smile and said, "All right, then Brother Ziqua must protect me well." Zhao Ziqua, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Excellent. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you diligently." Observing Xinran's obedient nod, he contentedly patted her head, only to restore his icy expression as he addressed the others. "Are you all prepared?" Zhao Qianqian, with utmost seriousness, nodded and declared, "Brother, we are ready. You may unleash the dogs." Zhao Ziqua responded, "I will release one first. Qianqian, Zhangxi, Uncle Zhang, you three must collaborate and slay it together. Do you understand?" The trio promptly nodded in affirmation, understood. Without delay, Zhao Ziqua hurried downstairs to press the switch, releasing a large Tibetan Mastiff. As Xinran beheld the colossal creature that had just been unleashed, her expression swiftly darkened. She called out to Zhao Ziqua, "Brother Ziqua, that mutated Mastiff seems rather unusual." Xian, what is the matter?" he inquired. Xinran tugged at his sleeve and inquired, "Brother Ziqua, is it possible that the mutated Tibetan Mastiffs we encountered earlier were merely decoys to lower our guard, and that this one is the true mutated Mastiff?" Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her words, cast a calm gaze toward the mutated Mastiff rushing towards the crowd. He swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning, a surge of violet energy striking the beast's body, causing its thick fur to emit a wisp of smoke. It turned its head toward Zhao Ziqua and let out a fierce bark before abandoning the others and charging in his direction. Chapter 62. Turning against each other, the onlookers stared in bewilderment at the large pit created by the lightning strike. Sun Ziyu, with an incredulous expression, gazed at the mutated Mastiff and asked, "Is it still alive? That shouldn't be possible. Does this dog not fear lightning?" In response, Song Yang suggested to Sun Ziyu, "This creature is abnormal. You should use your spikes and see if you can injure it." Without hesitation, Sun Ziyu activated his earth-based powers, summoning a series of spikes aimed at the Mastiff's abdomen. Enraged and humiliated, he exclaimed, "How can I be looked down upon by a mere dog? My goodness, if I do not make you understand why flowers bloom so red today, I am unworthy of the surname Sun." He swiftly launched several more spikes at the mutated Mastiff, which in its arrogance didn't even bother to dodge, casually crushing the spikes beneath its paws. Observing this scene, Song Yang's expression darkened. He turned to Zhao Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, take Uncle Zhang and Zhangxi to find a safe place to hide. This mutated dog is not right." Zhao Qianqian, her face grave, replied, "How could this be? Why has it suddenly grown so powerful?" Zhangxi, pale-faced, interjected, "Could it be that this is the true mutated Mastiff, and the others we slaughtered were merely its sustenance?" Zhao Qianqian gasped in shock. Would it consume its own kind? Song Yang spoke solemnly. "Do you remember the crystal cores we extracted from the heads of those dogs?" Zhao Qianqian, astonished, replied, "Are its sustenance those crystal cores found in the brains of the Mastiffs?" Song Yang suggested, "It seems that the head of this research facility may also have undergone a rebirth. In the late stages of the apocalypse, high-grade crystal cores are rare, and finding cores of the same attribute is even more challenging. By chance, people discovered that even the brains of ability users contain crystal cores. Could it be that someone is using the cores of their own kind to enhance themselves?" Seeing the terror etched on Zhao Qianqian's face, Song Yang handed her the key to the courtyard. Speaking gently, "Qianqian, for safety's sake, you Uncle Zhang and Zhangxi should wait for us outside. If I survive this time, we will live together harmoniously without quarrels, all right?" In response, Zhao Qianqian threw the key to Zhangxi, glaring at Song Yang, "You scoundrel! How dare you dictate my life? I, Zhao Qianqian, would rather die in battle than be a coward." With that, she aimed at the mutated Mastiff and hurled a fireball, fearlessly pursuing it. Song Yang, witnessing Zhao Qianqian's reckless charge, disregarded the reactions of others and swiftly followed suit, occasionally sending gusts of wind towards the mutated Mastiff to divert its wrath from Zhao Qianqian. The mastiff's fur began to ignite under Zhao Qianqian's relentless fireball assaults, and in furious retaliation, it charged towards her. Zhao Ziqua quickly intercepted the mastiff's path with ice spikes, then bombarded it with several ice pillars. The ice spikes left numerous wounds on the beast's body, and amidst the onslaught from the crowd, the beleaguered mutated mastiff let out an enraged howl. Xinran soon felt that the house beneath her feet had become rather unstable, as if it were being subjected to a tremendous impact from within. Xinran utilized her mental prowess to survey the interior of the house, and her heart sank as she realized that the Tibetan mastiffs, who had been docile within their cages, were now in a frenzied state, recklessly crashing against the confines of their enclosures. Zhao Ziqua also sensed the upheaval within the room. With a grave expression, he cradled Xinran in his arms and leaped toward Zhang Si and Uncle Zhang, saying, Xian, would you please accompany Zhang Si and Uncle Zhang to the hospital and wait there for your brother Ziqua to come find you? Upon hearing this, Xinran coldly laughed and addressed Zhao Ziqua. Brother Ziqua, are you once again going to abandon me, facing danger alone? We had promised that even in death, we would meet our end together. Zhao Ziqua's heart surged with a mocking laughter. Indeed, if I could perish alongside Xinran, I would consider my death to be without regrets. But no, Xinran is still so young. How could she possibly die? I am unworthy of having her share my demise. If my death could ensure Xinran's continued existence, I would deem it a death without regrets. With a face full of guilt, Zhao Ziqua spoke to Xinran. Xinran, I am truly sorry. Brother Ziqua has broken his promise. I cannot bear to witness your death before my eyes. If I could be reborn, I would certainly refrain from recklessly bringing you to such a perilous place. Instead, I would take you to a safe haven, where we could live quietly and cherish our days together. Xinran asked with a cold smile, so, Brother Ziqua, are you going to abandon me again? I'm sorry, Xinran. Zhao Ziqua's eyes flickered with a resolute expression as he coldly addressed Zhang Si. Zhang Si, take the young mistress away. You must ensure her safety. Zhang Si fell silent at these words. The last time he witnessed such an expression on the young mistress's face was when the young master encountered misfortune. He still vividly recalled the terrifying visage she possessed during her moments of madness, and he silently lit a candle for his young master in his heart. Seeing Zhang Si's lack of response, Zhao Ziqua's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. Zhang Si, what is it? Can my words no longer command you? Xinran cradled a small camellia in her hands, disregarding Zhao Ziqua, and addressed Zhang Si. Zhang Si, let us depart to encounter that mutated Tibetan mastiff and ascertain the extent of its prowess, which has seemingly compelled my brother Ziqua to forsake me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua swiftly grasped Xinran's arm, speaking to her with gentle concern. Xenix, it is far too perilous. Please do not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Xinran cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ziqua and channeled her extraordinary abilities into the small camellia. Swiftly, two tendrils sprouted from the center of the leaves, binding Zhao Ziqua securely. Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua, who was elevated by the petite camellia, and with a satisfied smile, remarked, very well, Brother Ziqua. Let's go together to take a look. We promise to stay together, even in death. Zhao Ziqua stared blankly at Xinran, who appeared so different from her usual self, momentarily forgetting to struggle, obediently allowing her to parade him through the streets bound by the delicate camellia. Xinran exerted her mental prowess to subdue the mutated Tibetan mastiff, rendering it motionless upon the ground. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she approached the beast alongside Zhao Ziqua and coldly remarked, It is precisely because of you that my brother Ziqua is about to forsake me. You truly deserve to be condemned. Chapter 63. Your brother is disobedient. The mutated Tibetan mastiff lay prostrate before Xinran, emitting a mournful whimper. Xinran gently caressed the delicate petals of the camellia, her wood-based abilities gradually infusing into the flower's essence. In an instant, the camellia swiftly extended a vine, piercing directly into the skull of the mutated Tibetan mastiff, extracting a vibrant crimson crystal core from within. The moment the core was liberated, The mutated mastiff ceased to breathe, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The violent outburst from Xinran left everyone in stunned silence, their mouths agape in astonishment. My goodness, Xinran's angry demeanor is simply dazzling. Is she truly this formidable? Surely, Xinran must be deeply enamored with me, willing to remain by my side as my solitary parasitic flower. How could I have pushed her away? She must be heartbroken, and I am utterly despicable. Xinran is so remarkable. She wouldn't disdain me in the future, would she? Oh dear, what shall I do if Xinran abandons me? I cannot bear the thought of life without her. Listening to Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt thoughts, Xinran felt quite pleased. In her good spirits, she utilized her water-based abilities to cleanse the crystal core, retrieving a handkerchief from her space. She accepted the crystal core handed to her by the vine, and upon discerning its grade, she turned to Zhao Qianqian with a sweet smile, cheerfully proclaiming, Qianqian, you are quite fortunate. An 8th grade fire attribute crystal core. It could elevate you by at least 2 levels. I shall take the time to process it tonight and bring it to you tomorrow. Upon hearing her name called, Zhao Qianqian swallowed hard. And when she learned from Xinran that she could ascend 2 levels, she excitedly dashed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, exclaiming with joy, I knew Xinran was the best to me. I love you so much. Let go. Release my Xinran. Xinran belongs to me. Only I am permitted to embrace Xinran. Zhao Qianqian, I warn you, if you do not relinquish my Xinran, even if you are my dear sister, you will face dire consequences. As Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's frantic pleas, her mood was quite pleasant. I shall embrace him. Who are you to dictate? You wanted to abandon me. Serves you right. Zhao Qianqian, nestled in Xinran's arms, felt the weight of a chilling gaze upon her, causing her to involuntarily shiver. She glanced up at Zhao Ziqua, who remained suspended in midair, and whispered to Xinran, Xinran, are you certain you wish to keep my brother bound in that manner? Xinran cast a glance at Zhao Ziqua, who was suspended midair. Xin looked at me. Xin must be utterly enamored with me, binding me out of fear that I might forsake her. How touching. Listening to Zhao Ziqua's self-indulgent musings, Xinran forcibly suppressed the urge to smile, and with an air of nonchalance, she spoke. Your brother is misbehaving. He just attempted to abandon me. It's best to keep him bound for now. Otherwise, if he wanders off, it will be quite troublesome to find him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian nodded in agreement, casting a sympathetic glance at the tightly wrapped Zhao Ziqua, and ceased her pleas for leniency. Fearing that Zhao Qianqian might once again throw herself into Xinran's embrace, Song Yang stepped forward, subtly encircling her waist and drawing her into his own embrace. With a smile, he inquired, Miss, how shall we proceed from here? Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled with an innocent expression and inquired, Isn't Brother Ziqua supposed to arrange for everyone to train their abilities together? Then let us continue. Sun Ziyu, somewhat incredulous, pinched his own face in disbelief and exclaimed to Zhang Si, Brother, I can't believe I wasn't dreaming just now. How did our delicate young mistress become so formidable all of a sudden? With her level of ability, she must be at least a 9th level. Zhang Si, glancing at him sideways, replied, I don't know, but I do know that the young mistress is indeed very powerful. Sun Ziyu gazed at Zhao Ziqua, who was suspended in midair, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It is no wonder the books advise against offending women, particularly beautiful ones. Just look at our boss, what a plight he is in. Zhao Ziqua, hearing this, coldly remarked, Sun Ziyu, I'm not deaf, you know. Sun Ziyu immediately retracted his head and addressed Zhao Ziqua, who hung in the air, saying, Boss, if I tell you I didn't say anything just now, and if you heard something, it must have been a figment of your imagination. Would you believe that? Zhao Ziqua disdainfully retorted, Only someone with your kind of mind could come up with such an excuse. Butler Zhang, observing Xinran, who had returned to her usual demeanor and was chatting amiably with Zhao Qianqian, let out a deep sigh of relief and remarked to Zhang Si, Oh dear, you have no idea how terrified I was just now. Thankfully, it was merely my imagination. The young mistress remains as innocent and lovely as ever. How could I have thought she was more terrifying than the young master when she got riled up? I must be losing my eyesight. Zhang Si couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, secretly commending his father's self-deceptive consolation. With a smile, he approached Xinran and asked her, "Young mistress, with the young master tied up, who will lead the training next?" Hearing this, Xinran smiled and said, "Brother Ziqua is rather fatigued and requires a moment of respite. Allow me to take the helm for now. Are all of you prepared? If so, we shall commence." Upon noticing that the proceedings were about to begin again, Steward Zhang inquired, "Young mistress, how shall we proceed with the division of tasks?" Hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Our training primarily aims to enhance everyone's proficiency in their abilities and the level of synergy among all members. From now on, feel free to showcase your skills." Upon hearing her words, Butler Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Zhang Si approached him and inquired, "Father, what troubles you?" "Butlezang raplia, y pusas no puedes." "While I can manage to fend off zombies without much difficulty, as you have just witnessed, when confronted with truly formidable mutated beasts, I would only hinder your efforts." Xinran had been attentively observing those around her, and she certainly did not miss the conversation between the Zhang father and son. The corners of her mouth twitched. She had not anticipated that a single mutated beast would make Steward Zhang acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the others. Xinran approached Butler Zhang with a smile and said, "Uncle Zhang, every profession has its own expertise. No one is omnipotent, and you have already performed admirably. You are not required to train with everyone, as we would strive to safeguard you. However, unforeseen circumstances can arise, and we wish to prevent any unfortunate situations from occurring. Uncle Zhang, our intention in including you in the training is solely to enhance your self-defense capabilities. You need not overthink it. If you can fight, then fight. If not, simply evade or practice your escape skills." Upon hearing this, Butler Zhang furrowed his brow and replied, "But you are all so formidable. Are you truly not concerned about me being a burden to you?" Upon hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, "Uncle Zhang, as you mentioned, we are more than capable of protecting you. There is no need for any hesitation on our part. Rather than dwelling on trivial matters, it would be far more prudent to consider what we shall have for dinner." In response, Steward Zhang laughed. "Isn't that a simple task? Just let me know what you all desire, and I shall prepare it for you." Zhang Si immediately interjected, "Father Si, this is indeed quite significant. You mustn't worry unnecessarily. Such concerns do not suit your character." In a buoyant mood, Steward Zhang addressed Zhang Si, "You little rascal, you've grown quite clever, even jesting with your old man now." Maintaining a sense of vigilance, he declared, "Now, everyone, stay alert. I am about to begin." Zhao Qianqian, brimming with excitement, chimed in, "Xin, let us commence." "We are all prepared." Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and declared, "All right, everyone, prepare yourselves." Utilizing her psychic abilities, she activated a switch, releasing a Tibetan Mastiff at random. The crowd, invigorated as if infused with adrenaline, enthusiastically hurled themselves at the seemingly ordinary dog. Throughout the afternoon, they became engrossed in their battles with the Mastiff. Whenever their powers waned, they absorbed crystal cores to replenish their energy. Gradually, a sense of camaraderie began to blossom among them, with Xinran safeguarding their endeavors. Though their bodies grew weary, none suffered injuries. Excitement sparkled in each person's eyes. She made her way toward a small cabin, the entrance to the underground research facility. Zhao Ziqua, suspended in midair by Camellia, noticed Xinran's departure and urgently called out to her, "Xin, wait. Take me with you." Hearing his words, Xinran's lips curled slightly as she smiled at Zhao Ziqua, saying, "Did you not just tell me to walk on my own? Why are you calling me now? I shall heed your advice and depart. Please do not summon me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua quickly replied, Xin, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me this once. I assure you, I shall never let go of your hand again." Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Ziqua, you have uttered this phrase to me before, yet you have failed to follow through. I must ponder whether you are truly worthy of my trust." Zhao Ziqua watched as Xinran vanished from his sight, feeling utterly despondent as he sought to free himself from the tendrils that bound him. Xinran's voice echoed from afar, "Ziqua, I am still angry. If you break my vines while attempting to escape, I shall become even more furious and may never forgive you." Hearing this, Zhao Ziqua immediately ceased his struggles and obediently remained still, calling out towards the direction in which Xinran had departed. Butler Zhang, overhearing the conversation between the young master and mistress, was so astonished that he nearly sliced through another cutting board in shock. The others, keenly aware but pretending to be engrossed in their own tasks, feigned ignorance of the exchange. Sun Ziyu, mouth agape, stared at Zhao Ziqua in disbelief, exclaiming, "Boss, I never knew you had such a cowardly side." Zhao Ziqua, incensed by this remark, radiated an icy aura. Fearing Xinran's wrath yet reluctant to harm the vines ensnaring him, he glared at Sun Ziyu and growled, "Sun Ziyu, if you cannot discern what is appropriate to observe, I shall assist you in extracting your eyes at a more convenient time." Sun Ziyu quickly replied, "Boss, you cannot treat me this way. Have you ceased to love me? How can you be so cruel? This is utterly barbaric." Zhao Ziqua, suppressing his mounting fury, retorted, "Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue." Song Yang patted Sun Ziyu on the shoulder and advised, "Brother, you want to meet your end if you refrain from provoking trouble." Zhang Ci's mental fortitude remained closely attuned to Xinran. Upon realizing she was headed to confront the mutated creatures in the underground laboratory, his gaze turned fervent. Observing Xinran effortlessly dispatch the very beasts that had exhausted their collective strength for over an hour, he rose silently, seeking the entrance to the underground laboratory, following in Xinran's footsteps as he descended below. Early in the morning, Xinran discovered the presence of Zhang Ci. He wished to observe and learn, and she paid him no mind. When Zhang Ci approached her, she was tormenting an experimental subject, a creature with the body of a serpent and the head of a human, bringing it to the brink of death. She turned to Zhang Ci with a smile and said, "Do not just stand there foolishly. Use your psychic abilities to strangle her." Zhang Ci, upon hearing this, exclaimed with eager eyes, "Young mistress, can I truly do that?" Hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, "Why not? If I'm not mistaken, the crystal core within her mind should possess a psychic attribute. Since you have come here yourself, why not excavate it?" Zhang Ci, upon hearing her words, became even more exhilarated and replied, "All right, young mistress, I shall give it a try." Xinran stood aside, observing as Zhang Ci unleashed his psychic abilities. It wasn't long before the half-human, half-serpent experimental subject let out a mournful wail. In a swift motion, Zhang Ci pried open the creature's skull with a dagger and extracted a colorless crystal core from within. After meticulously wiping the core clean with a handkerchief, he presented it to Xinran. Xinran observed his actions, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Was this fellow attempting to imitate the little camellia? With this thought in mind, she accepted the crystal core and inquired of Zhang Ci, "What technique did you just employ?" Upon hearing her question, Zhang Ci, displaying remarkable candor, replied, "The technique I just used with my psychic abilities was indeed inspired by you. The action of extracting the crystal core was modeled after your vine." Hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why do you not create your own techniques and style? Why mimic me?" In response, Zhang Ci gazed at Xinran with fervor and declared, "Because you are remarkable. You are the most formidable person I have ever encountered, and I shall strive to emulate you as my goal." Hearing this, Xinran curled her lips into a smile and said, "Zhang Ci, do your best. I eagerly anticipate the day when you surpass me." Zhang Ci nodded solemnly and replied, "Madam, I will continue to strive diligently. I shall undoubtedly become your most capable assistant." Upon hearing this, Xinran's lips twitched slightly. Was she, at this moment, engaging in a form of poaching? Would that be inappropriate? Soon, she managed to persuade herself. Brother Ziqua belongs entirely to her, and thus his assistants are undoubtedly hers as well. There's nothing wrong with that. Chapter 65. Acting cute. Upon hearing this, Xinran cast him a sideways glance before turning to the others and said, "Everyone, please eat quickly. We will depart from here tonight." Sun Ziyu, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Madam, it is already dark outside, and it is quite perilous. Should we not rest here for the night before leaving?" Upon hearing this, Xinran cast a sidelong glance at Sun Ziyu and addressed Zhang Ci, saying, "Zhang Ci, Please take him on a tour of the underground research facility. Remember, do not touch anything that is not meant to be touched. Sun Ziyu, captivated by the succulent pork knuckle on his plate, turned to Xinran with a disarming smile and said, "Madam, the meal is ready. Might I finish my food before we proceed to the tour?" Zhang Si, frowning at the suggestion, replied, "However, I would prefer not to view those items after dining." Xinran smiled sweetly at Sun Ziyu and began speaking. Before Sun Ziyu could continue, Zhang Si dragged him off the rooftop. "Hey, my elbow. Zhang Si, could you at least give me a heads up before you make a move? Even though I'm an ability user, I still feel pain. Brother, you are too noisy. Don't worry, no one will harm your elbow. But you are already wasting my mealtime. So hurry up and keep up, stop chatting." Zhao Qianqian ran to Xinran's side, overhearing the conversation between Sun Ziyu and Zhang Si on the ground, and with a curious expression, she asked, Xian, what exactly is in the research facility below? Why do you want Sun Ziyu to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Xinran bestowed a tender smile upon her and gently said, "Be good, eat your meal properly. You would not truly wish to know the circumstances within. Be obedient." Zhao Qianqian, observing Xinran's expression, inexplicably recalled the earlier moment when Xinran had advised her against consuming almond tofu. Her face paled instantly, and she promptly nodded in compliance, saying, "Yes, in this world, only Xian would never deceive me. I will listen to Xian. Meanwhile, Song Yang, who had been attentively monitoring Zhao Qianqian's reactions, felt his lips twitch involuntarily. Internally, he began to berate Sun Ziyu, followed by an overwhelming sense of regret. Was he under some sort of spell? Otherwise, how could he possibly heed the words of that clumsy giant? "Ah, Xian, how could you smile at another? Do you no longer love me? Xian, please, do not treat me this way. I truly recognize my mistakes. Xian. Xinran was exasperated by Zhao Ziqua's melodramatic lamentations, which echoed the woes of a tragic heroine, and she turned her gaze towards him in utter disbelief. Zhao Ziqua, who had been closely monitoring her every move, seized the moment as she looked his way and, with an expression of pitiful despair, implored, Exin, I am so hungry." Xinran cast a glance at Zhao Qianqian and Song Yang, who were engrossed in their meal, and then at Zhao Ziqua, who was bound like a zongzi. A wave of guilt washed over her. Why did it seem as though she was mistreating Zhao Ziqua? The moment he was liberated, Zhao Ziqua immediately enveloped Xinran in his embrace. How wonderful it was! Xinran cares for me. Xinran still loves me. Xinran listened to his heartfelt words, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Aren't you hungry? Why are you holding on to me? Hurry and go eat." In response, Zhao Ziqua not only refused to release her, but instead tightened his embrace. Resting his head upon her shoulder, he playfully replied, Exin, I've been bound by you for far too long. My legs have gone numb." Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua in utter astonishment, pondering the peculiar situation. How could one transition from a domineering CEO to a delicate flower after merely being bound by the little camellia for an entire afternoon? Furthermore, the audacity of referring to oneself in such a manner. Could it be that the little camellia possessed some form of poison? Just as the little camellia, which had recently been purged of impurities from the crystal core by Xinran, felt a chill run down its spine, it hastily interjected, "Master, I am wronged. His manner of speaking has nothing to do with me at all. Xian, my hands are quite sore as well. Could you perhaps feed me later?" Xinran looked at Zhao Ziqua, who was once again acting coy, with a head full of black lines, and coldly remarked, "Brother Ziqua, could you possibly speak properly?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua gazed at Xinran with a puzzled expression. Is Xinran discontented with me? Otherwise, why would she be so harsh? It truly saddens me. Xinran gently brushed her forehead where the impending veins were about to surface, feeling a piercing ache in her mind. Within her thoughts, the little camellia sobbed softly, saying, "Master, his transformation has nothing to do with me. I am utterly perplexed as to why he has become this way." The little camellia continued to weep, intermittently stifling her sobs. Before her, Zhao Ziqua gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes, exuding an air of pitiable innocence, leaving her overwhelmed and at a loss for words. Xinran gazed at Sun Ziyu's countenance, her smile radiant as she spoke. Sun Ziyu, do you think we should rest here for the night and set off tomorrow instead? Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu immediately shook his head fervently, exclaiming, No, no, no. The young lady's decision is the wisest. We should seize the moment and depart swiftly after our meal. Upon hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, In that case, Sun Ziyu, you may continue to savor your pork knuckle. Rest assured, everyone has left it untouched for you. Sun Ziyu, upon hearing her words, turned his gaze towards the fragrant pork knuckle. For reasons unbeknownst to him, images from the underground laboratory flooded his mind. He covered his mouth, leaped off the rooftop, and concealed himself in a corner, succumbing to a fit of violent retching. Zhao Qianqian, observing Sun Ziyu's precarious state, voiced her concern, given his current condition. Will he be able to drive later? Song Yang replied with a smile, Do not worry. Sun Ziyu possesses remarkable recovery abilities. He should be fine in a short while. Xinran cast a glance at Zhao Ziqua and coldly remarked, Ziqua, are you certain that you intend to continue annoying me with this tone? Zhao Ziqua, taken aback by the chill and distance reflected in Xinran's gaze, felt a jolt of alarm. Heavens, why does Xinran look at me with such indifference? Does she no longer harbor feelings for me? Have I angered her once more? Is it that she disapproves of my playful demeanor? Yet, she appears so endearing when she acts coy. Sensing Zhao Ziqua's inner turmoil, Xinran sighed and gazed skyward, suddenly realizing that her Ziqua seemed rather lacking in intellect. What to do? Waiting for assistance. Chapter 66. Ruin. Xinran, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow, wondering if things had indeed returned to normal. Aware of the significant transformation she had undergone today, she decided to refrain from provoking Zhao Ziqua any further and chose to withdraw gracefully. She glanced at the dishes that Butler Zhang had brought to their table and said, Brother Ziqua, let's eat quickly. After our meal, we should further discuss our next destination. Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her words, cautiously observed Xinran's expression. Nodding obediently, he began to peel a large shrimp and suggested thoughtfully, How about we head to Mingzhu Square for our next stop? I recall there is an undeveloped plot of land nearby that should be relatively deserted, making it perfect for us to rest. Song Yang chuckled in response. Miss, our previous plan indeed had Mingzhu Square as the next destination. There's a street lined with bars there, likely teeming with zombies, and their concentration will facilitate the collection of crystal cores. Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and replied, All right, let us heed Brother Ziqua's suggestion. We shall dine first, and after our meal, we will proceed to the open space Brother Ziqua mentioned to rest. Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her words, curled the corners of his lips into a smile and placed a peeled shrimp into Xinran's bowl, gently saying, Xinx, do try this shrimp. It is exceptionally delicious. Uncle Zhang's culinary skills seem to have improved significantly. Upon hearing this, Xinran cooperatively placed the shrimp into her mouth, smiling as she spoke to Zhao Ziqua. Thank you, Brother Ziqua. It is truly delicious. I really enjoy it. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Ziqua instantly displayed a radiant smile. Xinran laughed. Had she perhaps forgiven him? She had expressed her fondness for the shrimp he had peeled. Well, since Xinran liked it, he resolved to peel even more for her. Another wave of heartfelt thoughts reached Xinran's ears as she observed Zhao Ziqua, who had brought an entire plate of shrimp before her and was diligently peeling them. Amused yet exasperated, she remarked, Brother Ziqua, you must eat a bit more as well, or else I will be distressed if you grow thin. Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her, joyfully lifted his head and earnestly replied, All right, Xinran, I shall eat more. Xinran is concerned for me. She said she would feel heartache for me. Xinran still likes me. Hooray! How wonderful! She still has affection for me. Listening to Zhao Ziqua's exuberant inner thoughts, Xinran felt a tangle of emotions as she lowered her head to eat. She understood that Zhao Ziqua genuinely cherished her, even placing her above himself in his heart. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. However, Brother Ziqua had once again considered pushing her away. This she could not easily forgive. She would find an opportunity to educate him properly. Zhao Ziqua, perceiving her silence as shyness, looked at her with a doting expression. Steward Zhang watched their interaction with a contented smile and remarked, "The relationship between the young master and young mistress is truly admirable. It evokes envy." "Uncle Zhang, what is there to envy? Have you forgotten? The boss was suspended in mid-air by the boss lady for an entire afternoon today." Sun Ziyu, who had begun to speak, suddenly felt the temperature in the room drop and could not help but shiver. He raised his head to meet the gazes of Zhao Ziqua and Yi Xinran, awkwardly scratching the back of his head as he said, boss lady, would you believe me if I said I have no recollection of what just transpired? I was sleepwalking just now." Yi Xinran raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Believe? Why wouldn't I believe? Sun Ziyu, are you really not going to eat your delicious pork knuckle? In this post-apocalyptic world, wasting food is simply unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu's complexion turned pale as thoughts of the laboratory-esque contents flooded his mind. Despite having emptied his stomach, he still felt the urge to retch. He awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Madam, rest assured, I won't let it go to waste. I'll have Uncle Zhang pack it up for me, and I'll keep it in the cockpit for a late-night snack." Hearing this, Yi Xinran nodded in satisfaction and inquired with a smile, "By the way, Sun Ziyu, I have yet to ask you, how was your recent tour?" Sun Ziyu, unable to contain himself any longer, dashed to the corner of the courtyard and began to retch violently. Zhao Ziqua, observing Sun Ziyu's reaction, curiously asked, "What on earth did Sun Ziyu witness? Why such an exaggerated response?" Zhang Si, with a slight smirk, replied, "In truth, it was nothing of great significance, merely some bits of flesh." Upon hearing Zhang Si's words, Zhao Ziqua cast a disdainful glance at Sun Ziyu and remarked, "Sun Ziyu, after listening to Zhang Si's description, could not help but exclaim, 'My brother, your words are far too understated. Those were not just bits of flesh, they were, ugh." Yi Xinran observed the retching Sun Ziyu and chuckled, "Sun Ziyu, you simply cannot handle this. Your psychological resilience is far too feeble. Look, even Zhang Si has managed to endure it twice without a hint of distress." In response, Sun Ziyu, with a look of grievance, retorted, "Madam, how can you possibly compare me to that eccentric Zhang Si? I am but a normal person." Song Yang, overhearing the exchange, laughed and inquired, "In what manner are you normal? Where am I not normal?" Sun Ziyu shot back. Amidst the childish banter among Song Yang, Zhang Si, and Sun Ziyu, Yi Xinran and Zhao Ziqua completed their dinner together. Yi Xinran stored all the carefully packed tools prepared by Steward Zhang into her spatial realm, and subsequently retrieved a collection of timed explosives. Observing Sun Ziyu, who stood there in a daze, she inquired, "Sun Ziyu, do you know how to operate these devices?" In response, Sun Ziyu mechanically nodded, struggling to swallow hard. Ultimately, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Madam, where did you acquire these timed explosives?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran responded with remarkable composure, saying, "The butte base you see during my last visit to find you, I took the liberty of tidying up their warehouse out of sheer boredom." Sun Ziyu, visibly astonished, swallowed hard and turned to Zhang Si, asking, "Brother, did you already know that the young mistress possesses such formidable skills? Why didn't you inform me?" Zhang Si raised an eyebrow in reply, "I assumed you were aware. Otherwise, do you truly believe that with my seemingly fragile demeanor, I could cleave a living person in two?" Sun Ziyu fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. Yi Xinran, unwilling to squander any further time, directly spoke. Chapter 67, The Warrior. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu's face instantly paled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Si cast a disdainful glance at him and addressed Yi Xinran, "Madam, perhaps I should take care of it myself." Zhao Qianqian observed Sun Ziyu's exaggerated demeanor and suggested, Xin, why don't I assist Zhang Si? Given Sun Ziyu's current state, even if he were to enter, he would be of little use." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran couldn't help but twitch her lips and asked, "Will any of you use this time bomb?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, all shaking their heads. Yi Xinran cast a disdainful glance at them and remarked, "Then why are you all so eager to go down? Is it for sightseeing?" Sun Ziyu, realizing that this task could only be undertaken by himself, resignedly spoke up, "Young madam, allow me to go. I am capable. You can trust me. I can do this." Yi Xinran gazed at Sun Ziyu, who was seated on the ground, nearly on the brink of nausea. She thought to herself, in your current state, it would be a folly for me to believe you. With a sense of exasperation, she addressed him, saying, is it truly such a daunting task for you to set up the explosives for Zhang Si at the entrance of the underground laboratory? Upon hearing her words, Sun Ziyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he looked at Xinran. His previously pallid face began to regain a hint of color, and he exclaimed with delight, Madam, do I really not have to venture inside and confront those ghastly things anymore? Xinran gazed at Sun Ziyu with a look of exasperation and disdainfully remarked, the most prudent arrangement would undoubtedly be for Zhang Si to accompany you to the designated location to install the bomb. However, given your current state, it is evident that you are incapable of such a task. Thus, we must settle for a less optimal solution. Sun Ziyu, deeply touched by Xinran's willingness to revise the plan for his sake, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, madam. You are truly wonderful. Zhao Zikawa, observing Sun Ziyu's tearful demeanor, scoffed in disdain. A real man should not be reduced to such a pitiful display. At his words, everyone fell silent, pretending to be oblivious to Zhao Zikawa's earlier coquetry with Xinran. Unfazed, Sun Ziyu retorted boldly, boss, when you were playfully flattering the boss lady earlier. You were just as feeble, weren't you? It seems we make quite the compatible pair, don't you think? The others looked at Sun Ziyu with admiration. He was indeed a true warrior, unable to endure a day without challenging the boss. Zhao Zikawa, his expression twisted in annoyance, replied, do you even understand? That is called marital playfulness. Oh, but you being a single dog would never comprehend such nuances. Xinran gazed at Zhao Zikawa, who was unabashedly boasting, and couldn't help but rub her forehead, silently lamenting. Has this fellow truly begun to let loose, abandoning all pretense? How she longed for the distant memory of her aloof brother, Zikawa. Contemplating the pressing matters at hand, Xinran turned to Zhang Si and inquired, Zhang Si, could you possibly draft a rough layout of this underground research facility? Without hesitation, Zhang Si nodded in response, saying, that should be feasible. Xinran cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Si, grateful for the capable assistant at her side. She promptly retrieved paper and pen from her surroundings and handed them to Zhang Si, saying, Zhang Si, please sketch a simple layout of this underground research facility and have Sun Ziyu mark the explosive points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Si immediately accepted the paper and pen. Pulling Sun Ziyu aside to commence their task, Song Yang, with a hint of hesitation in his voice, inquired, Miss, are we truly going to blow up this underground research facility? Xinran nodded in response and said, of course, was my previous statement not clear enough? Hearing this, Song Yang spoke up, then miss, may I take my leave for a moment? Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow, and Song Yang explained with a smile. Within this research institute, there exists a wealth of information that can significantly enhance supernatural abilities. Notably, there is a particular area infused with a crimson energy. Once purified, this energy assists supernatural practitioners in upgrading their powers. It also played a pivotal role in the subsequent development of physical enhancement serums by the Institute. I am inclined to venture down and seek it out. Upon hearing this, Xinran glanced at the time and replied, very well, I shall grant you 1 hour. Regardless of whether you find what you seek, you must return within that hour. Otherwise, we shall not wait for you. Song Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, rest assured, miss, I will return in half an hour. Those items merely serve to satisfy my curiosity. They are not of great significance. Xin remarked, I find Song Yang rather peculiar today. His enthusiasm for this research institute seems somewhat excessive. Upon hearing this, Xinran fell silent, while Zhang Si spoke up, saying, I wonder if it is merely a coincidence that the owner of this research institute also bears the surname Song. Upon hearing these words, Xinran spoke, perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Song Yang is an orphan raised with the support of our family, devoid of both father and mother. The others, upon listening to Xinran's statement, were plunged into a profound silence. Xinran followed Song Yang with her mental energy, observing as he walked with a vacant gaze amid the scattered remnants of flesh, approaching the experimental subject with a serpentine tail. Zhangxi handed the meticulously arranged structural diagram to Yi Xinran and spoke. Young madam, the blueprint has been completed. Yi Xinran gazed at the structure diagram with a heavy heart and spoke to Sun Ziyu, saying, Sun Ziyu, please drive the car to the entrance of the research institute. Let's all wait for Song Yang together. After an hour, regardless of whether he emerges or not, we shall depart from this place. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu quietly went to the car, while Zhao Qianqian seated herself beside Yi Xinran and inquired, Xian, do you know something? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran smiled and asked, what do I know? Regarding Song Yang and Xin, does he have any connection with this research institute? Noticing the concern in Zhao Qianqian's eyes, Yi Xinran cheerfully replied, Qianqian, I can only tell you that had Song Yang not managed to escape, he might have become a subject within this institute. As for other matters, I believe he would prefer to keep them from you. Zhao Qianqian furrowed her brows and responded, surely his father isn't the one who intends to use him as a test subject, is he? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran raised an eyebrow and remarked, this is not my assertion. Zhao Ziqua, also raising an eyebrow, responded, his father is not merely a perverse individual seeking to turn his own flesh and blood into experimental subjects. He has even transformed his wife into a monstrous being with a human body and a serpent's tail. Chapter 68. Not a secret. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran raised an eyebrow and turned to Zhao Ziqua, inquiring, Brother Ziqua, how did you come to know about this matter? Zhao Ziqua gazed at Yi Xinran with a gentle smile and replied, Xian, have you forgotten? I too have been reborn. This matter is not a secret in the apocalypse. It is nearly common knowledge among all. Yi Xinran recalled the fate of Song Yang in her previous life and spoke with unwavering determination. In this lifetime, it shall not be so. After tonight, this research institute will be reduced to ruins, and Song Yang's secrets shall remain known to no one else. Zhao Ziqua rested his head upon Yi Xinran's shoulder, his spirits somewhat diminished, though he felt pity for Song Yang. Witnessing Xinran's deep concern for him stirred a profound discomfort within him. When he pondered, would Xinran ever be able to see only him in her heart and mind? Just as he felt, his world could contain no one else, as long as Xinran remained by his side eternally. Xinran, listening to Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt words, Yi Xinran gently caressed his hair and spoke to him. Brother Ziqua, if we were to encounter danger again and only one of us could survive, what would your choice be? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ziqua instinctively replied, you must live. How could Xian ever die? Of course, Xian cannot perish. Even if the entire world were to vanish, Xian must continue to thrive. As long as Xian is well, I shall have no regrets in death. Xian is so intelligent. She will undoubtedly lead a wonderful life. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran felt a wave of frustration wash over her. It seemed that her entire afternoon had been wasted. She truly wished to detach this fellow's head to ascertain the convolutions within it, for he was utterly contradictory. With a gentle and coaxing tone, she inquired, Brother Ziqua, are you aware that I am quite upset today? Zhao Ziqua cautiously nodded in acknowledgement. I know. Yi Xinran continued to inquire, do you know why I am angry? Zhao Ziqua cautiously nodded in acknowledgement. Because I pushed you away, forcing you to distance yourself from me. Yi Xinran continued. Then why do you still provide me with an answer that incites my anger? Xian cannot perish. Zhao Qianqian, observing Yi Xinran's rapid breathing from agitation, could no longer contain herself and rolled her eyes. She turned to Zhao Ziqu and said, Brother, perhaps you should learn a thing or two from Song Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. What could I possibly learn from him? He pales in comparison to me. At least I share a marriage certificate with Xian. What does he have? Zhao Qianqian retorted. He wouldn't make Xian angry. He knows how to sweet talk and make a girl smile. Zhao Ziqu raised his eyebrows, pulled Yi Xinran into his embrace, and remarked, my Xian would never be fond of such superficial charm, right? Xian? Yi Xinran cooperatively remarked, Brother Ziqua, I adore the way your heart and eyes are wholly filled with me, emanating an assertive possessiveness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua, with a hint of pride, glanced at Zhao Qianqian and stated, You see, my Xinran would never be enamored with a smooth-talking charmer. Suddenly, Xinran, who had been attentively monitoring Song Yang's movements with her mental energy, lifted her head and said, "Brother Zikua is right. We should head to the car now, as Song Yang has already emerged." Zhao Qianqian, taken aback, gazed at Xinran in disbelief and asked Xinran, "How did you know he was out?" Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, "It is because I possess psychic abilities. So, your perpetual display of frailty has been a mere fade. You are, in fact, the most formidable among us?" Observing Zhao Qianqian's astonished expression, Xinran felt quite pleased and turned to Zhao Ziqua, sharing her grievances with a hint of playful indignation. "Brother Ziqua, Qianqian accuses me of feigning weakness." In response, Zhao Ziqua cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Qianqian and inquired, "Qianqian, when did you become blind?" Xinran is clearly delicate and unable to fend for herself. Does she even need to pretend? After speaking, Zhao Ziqua gently lifted Xinran and spoke tenderly. Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately smiled and nodded, saying, I knew that Brother Ziqua treats me the best." Watching Xinran nestled in her brother's embrace, smiling at her, Zhao Qianqian felt as though her world had become fantastical. How could her brother casually speak such nonsense with his eyes wide open? Does he not feel a twinge of conscience? Xinran gazed at Zhao Qianqian, who stood in a daze, and kindly urged, "Qianqian, please hurry. We shall be departing shortly." Zhao Qianqian replied, "I do not wish to speak." Once everyone had boarded the vehicle, Sun Ziyu instinctively prepared to take the wheel. Suddenly, Xinran inquired, "Zhang Si, are you familiar with the route?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Si nodded and replied, "Madam, our car is equipped with maps and real-time positioning. I can navigate us to our destination." Xinran nodded and said, "Zhang Si, today you shall drive, as Sun Ziyu will stay behind to assist me with a minor task." Upon hearing this, Zhang Si's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly replied, "Certainly, young mistress." Sun Ziyu, somewhat bewildered, remained in the lounge. Xinran placed the previously marked blueprints on the table and retrieved a collection of timed explosives from her space. She turned to Sun Ziyu and stated, "All right, Sun Ziyu, enough daydreaming. Let us commence our work." Sun Ziyu, still in a daze, inquired, "Madam, what is it that I am to do?" Xinran cast him a bewildered glance and replied, "What else is there to do? Set the timer for 2 hours until detonation." Sun Ziyu, astonished, inquired, "Madam, are you suggesting that I set it up here? Are you certain?" Xinran nestled in Zhao Ziqua's embrace, nodding with unwavering certainty. Sun Ziyu, observing Zhao Ziqua, made no attempt to dissuade Xinran, and resignedly began setting the timer and flipping the switch. Xinran carefully stored the timed explosives set by Sun Ziyu within her spatial realm. Subsequently, utilizing her mental prowess, she retrieved the explosives and placed them at the designated points indicated on the blueprint. Sun Ziyu, staring blankly at the vanishing explosives, felt a surge of anxiety as he inquired of Xinran, "My lady, these explosives won't detonate within your space, will they? Perhaps it would be prudent for you to entrust them to me. I shall ensure their proper installation." "Why, Sun Ziyu, do you not find the items from that research facility repulsive?" Sun Ziyu, as if resolved with great determination, replied, "Merely seeing those things might elicit a moment of nausea. Yet it is far preferable to being reduced to mincemeat, is it not? My lady, I speak earnestly. That timed explosive is specific and possesses formidable power. It would be wise for you to hand those explosives over to me, so I may install them correctly." Xinran, observing Sun Ziyu's anxious demeanor, smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, it has already been placed at a safe distance from us." Chapter 69, Support. Sun Ziyu, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and with a look of sheer terror, addressed Xinran, "Madam, while I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, I implore you not to jest with your own comfort. Listen to me. The power of that bomb is truly formidable, and this is not a matter to be taken lightly." Xinran rubbed her temples, weary of explanations, and addressed Sun Ziyu. "Sun Ziyu, do you dare to place a bet with me?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu, intrigued, inquired, "Madam, what would you like to wager?" Xinran smiled and said, Let us wager on whether I have placed those explosives at the Research Institute's critical points. If they vanish and the Institute subsequently explodes, how about a penalty of 1 month without meat for you? Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu immediately fell silent. Intrigued, Xinran eagerly pressed him. So what you say? Shall we take the bet? Xinran initially believed that Sun Ziyu would readily agree to the wager. However, to her surprise, he seemed to have gained a newfound wisdom and said, Madam, there is no need for a bet. I have faith in you. Xinran looked at Zhao Ziqua with a sense of bewilderment. Zhao Ziqua, somewhat exasperated, remarked, This fellow has always been like this. He is particularly shrewd when it comes to food. At times, I even suspect that his usual foolish demeanor is merely an act. Upon hearing this, Xinran felt a sense of disinterest and nestled into Zhao Ziqua's embrace. With a tone of ennui, she directed her gaze towards the driver's cabin and inquired, Zhangxi, how much longer until we reach our destination? Zhangxi, upon hearing her, swiftly glanced at the navigation system and replied, Madam, the navigation indicates that we should arrive in approximately 5 minutes. However, it appears that the area we are heading to is currently occupied by some military presence. Hearing this, Jiang Mengxing released her spiritual energy to probe the location of their destination. After a brief moment, her expression turned somewhat frosty as she addressed Zhao Ziqua, saying, Brother Ziqua, that vacant land is under military control. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua furrowed his brow and turned to Xinran, asking, Are you certain? XNXN? Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and replied with a smile, It's an acquaintance, Yizhengping. Originally reclining in his seat, Song Yang opened his eyes at the mention and inquired, Miss, are you certain that is Yi Jinping's team? Xinran nodded affirmatively and remarked, Certainly, even though it has been many years since we last met. We belong to the same circle, so it is impossible to mistake someone. Song Yang furrowed his brows and said, If my memory serves me correctly, he should have arrived here to establish the White Tiger base 6 months after the apocalypse. How could he possibly be here at this time? Zhao Ziqua, also with a frown, pondered aloud. Could it be that he has also been reborn? Upon hearing this, Xinran felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Her mind clouded with confusion. She gently rubbed her forehead and, in a state of exasperation, remarked, Brother Ziqua, why does it feel as though the entire world has been thrown into disarray? Zhao Ziqua, observing Xinran's adorable gesture as she supported her forehead, found her irresistibly charming. He affectionately patted her head and replied with a smile, Perhaps a little chaos is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, we have no shortage of food and drink. Battling monsters and leveling up can become rather tedious. Instead, why not observe how they frolic about? It might serve as a delightful distraction. Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded. At that moment, Zhangxi, who was driving in the cockpit, had thoroughly investigated the situation of the station troops ahead. He brought the vehicle to a stop at the roadside and entered the lounge. Xinran gazed at the solemn-faced Zhangxi and playfully inquired, Zhangxi, what troubles you? Why the sudden seriousness? With an earnest expression, Zhangxi replied, Young master, young mistress, I have just employed my mental prowess to investigate the situation of that vacant land. It appears to have been transformed into a temporary safe haven by the military. Among the survivors, I spotted Sun Cheng, Lu Li, and Chen Jun. Shall we confirm that there is no need for a detour? Hearing this, Xinran smiled and said, Who are they to warrant our detour? It matters not. Let us proceed. Sun Ziyu immediately replied, Allow me to take the wheel. It is a perfect opportunity for me to assess the situation as well. Xinran nodded and replied, Very well, let us go and visit our old friends. Zhao Ziqua, feeling somewhat envious, muttered softly, Humph, what is there to see about them? Xin, am I not more appealing than they are? Hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, Of course, my Ziqua brother is the most handsome. How could those people possibly compare to my Ziqua brother? Ziqua brother, don't you find it fascinating that such a disparate group of individuals, who ordinarily would have no connection, have gathered together? Ziqua brother, shall we go and enjoy the spectacle together? Zhao Ziqua, elated by Xinran's praise, immediately nodded and said, All right, if Xin wants to enjoy the excitement, Then Xinran brother shall take you to witness the festivities. Upon hearing this, Xinran immediately planted a kiss on Zhao Ziqua's cheek and exclaimed, I knew it. My brother Ziqua treats me the best. Zhao Qianqian looked at her brother, who was still grinning foolishly and was instantly filled with exasperation. She had finally realized that her brother transformed into a simpleton whenever he encountered Xinran. Song Yang reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhao Qianqian's waist, softly saying, Qianqian, it has been a while since you last initiated a kiss with me. Zhao Qianqian rolled her eyes in response, retorting, Song Yang, if you have nothing of substance to discuss, I kindly ask you to gracefully depart from my presence. Raising an eyebrow, Song Yang replied, Qianqian, have you forgotten our wager? Tonight, you are mine. You cannot let me leave. If you back out, you must agree to 10 of my conditions. Zhao Qianqian, visibly unimpressed, rolled her eyes again and leaned back on the sofa, feigning sleep. Seizing the moment, Song Yang leaned in and planted a bold kiss on her cheek, startling Zhao Qianqian to the point where she nearly slapped him. Fuming, she glared at him and exclaimed, Song Yang, are you out of your mind? If you wish to perform for an audience, go find someone else. I have no interest in being part of a live show. Chuckling at her indignation, Song Yang replied, Qianqian, your thoughts are rather impure. I merely wish to kiss your lovely face. Are you, If you feel neglected, that is indeed my oversight. But fret not. Tonight, I shall fulfill your desires. What kind of actions do you prefer? The front or the back? Get lost. Zhao Qianqian was left breathless, and her cheeks flushed from Song Yang's flirtatious banter. With a pitiful look, she turned to Zhao Ziqua and pleaded, Brother, he is teasing me. Will you not stand up for your sister? Zhao Ziqua, however, replied, I have no time. I need to converse with Xinran. Zhao Qianqian. Is this really my brother? My heart shatters. There is no love left. Chapter 70. Delusion soon. Two soldiers in military uniforms halted Sun Ziyu's RV. Sun Ziyu complied and brought the vehicle to a stop, inquiring, Hello, may I ask why you have stopped our vehicle? One soldier responded, Greetings. This is the temporary security zone of the White Tiger Base. If you wish to enter, you must cooperate with our inspection, and your RV cannot be driven into the base. Having experienced the apocalypse firsthand, Sun Ziyu feigned a frown and asked, You mean we cannot drive the vehicle in? Are we expected to leave it outside? What if it gets stolen? Can you compensate for that? The soldier rolled his eyes, visibly impatient, and stated, This is the regulation of the White Tiger Base. If you wish to enter, you must abide by it. Why waste words? Upon hearing this, Xinran led the group off the vehicle and addressed Sun Ziyu, saying, Since it is so troublesome, let us refrain from entering. We shall manage to spend the night outside the safe zone. Sun Ziyu, upon hearing her words, promptly exited the car and followed closely behind Xinran. In the astonished gaze of the soldiers, Xinran tucked the mobile home into her spatial dimension and retrieved the Zhao family villa. She placed the villa on the vacant ground beside the entrance of the safe zone, disregarding the soldiers who were rendered speechless by shock. As she exhaled with a yawn, she addressed the crowd. Two soldiers watched as Xinran and her companions boldly entered the villa, only to witness the lights within illuminating, leaving them utterly astonished. One soldier rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, Brother, it seems I am experiencing an illusion. I can hardly believe a villa with lights is before me. The other soldier grasped his arm and bit into it, then with wide eyes filled with disbelief, inquired, Does it hurt? Of course, replied the bitten soldier, rubbing his arm with impatience. Why did you bite me for no reason? The biting soldier responded, If it hurts, it means it's not an illusion. That villa truly has electricity. What? Not an illusion? Brother, keep an eye on this. I must report this to the captain. Without waiting for the biting soldier's reaction, the bitten soldier rushed into the command tent of the temporary safe zone. Captain, this is serious. A group of strange individuals has arrived at our safe zone entrance. They can conjure a villa out of thin air, and their villa has electricity. Just as the captain was about to reprimand the young soldier for his indiscretion in barging into the command center, Yi Zhengping, seated in the main position, inquired, Where are these people? This was the young soldier's first interaction with Yi Zhengping, and feeling a bit anxious, he stammered at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinping immediately turned to the squad leader and ordered, "Let us go and take a look." Meanwhile, Yi Xinran, focusing her mental energy on the happenings within the safe zone, noticed Yi Jinping approaching her villa and smiled, addressing those in the living room. "It seems we have guests." Hearing this, Zhang Si smirked and remarked, "Yi Jinping is indeed quite eager. Young master, do you and young mistress wish to meet him today?" Zhao Ziqua smiled in response, looking down at Yi Xinran in his arms, and playfully asked, "Xinran, shall we meet him?" "Ye vinan simidet, Herr liebs kurvin upjart." Of course we should meet. Why wouldn't we? They have already come to our doorstep, and to refuse would be exceedingly impolite. Zhao Ziqua tightened his embrace around Yi Xinran's waist and spoke to her. Xin, I cannot allow you to look at him too often." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran smiled and inquired, "Brother Ziqua, if we were to face a life and death situation, and only one of us could survive, would you choose to accompany me in death?" Zhao Ziqua promptly fell silent. Why was Xin still entangled in this question? Was it not evident? Naturally, he would leave the chance of survival to her. Xin was so splendid. How could she perish? Yet it seemed that Xin did not favor this answer. Perhaps Xin truly loved me so deeply that she contemplated dying alongside me. However, I yearned for her to live. Listening to Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts, Yi Xinran couldn't help but feel exasperated. Where was the devil that resided in Brother Ziqua's heart? Wasn't it said that possessiveness could drive one to death together? Was this truly it? Was this what they deemed a Yandera with a devil lurking within? It felt as though his possessiveness paled in comparison to her own. Yi Xinran silently criticized in her heart when the doorbell rang. Zhang Si stopped Butler Zhang from opening the door and personally went to the entrance. Yi Jinping was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Si at the door and tentatively inquired, "Are you Assistant Zhang?" Zhang Si replied with a smile, "Mr. Yi, what brings you to our home so late? Is there something urgent?" Yi Jinping responded with a smile. "I just heard from the staff that a formidable group has arrived from outside the safe zone. So I came to inquire whether you would like to participate in our safe zone's cleansing operation." Cleansing operation? Noticing Zhang Si's interest, Yi Jinping continued, "Assistant Zhang, won't you invite me in for a chat?" Zhang Si chuckled. "Mr. Yi, please hold on a moment. I will seek my young master's permission." Surprised, Yi Jinping asked, "Is Zhao Ziqua here?" Zhang Si nodded with a smile. Butler Zhang emerged from the living room and said to Zhang Si, "Young master, the young madam requests that Mr. You be allowed to speak." With a smile, Zhang Si turned to Yi Jinping and said, "Mr. Yi, please come in. Both the young master and young madam have consented." Yi Jinping's expression darkened slightly as he followed Zhang Si into the living room, only to be stunned upon seeing Zhao Ziqua holding Yi Xinran. "Miss Yi, what are you doing here?" Zhao Ziqua frowned and replied, "Yi Jinping, are you here to stir trouble? Xinran is my wife. Where else would she be?" Yi Jinping furrowed his brow in disbelief, saying, "But I hadn't heard any news of their marriage." Zhao Ziqua grinned. "We just obtained the certificate not long before the apocalypse struck. We haven't had the chance to hold a wedding yet. Nonetheless, having the certificate makes us a legitimate couple, so it's not too regrettable." Yi Jinping, locking eyes with Yi Xinran, asserted, "Now that we are in the apocalypse, what can a mere marriage certificate restrict? Miss Yi still possesses the right to choose a partner anew. Would you not agree, Miss Yi?" Chapter 71. Core Management. Yi Jinping's intensely aggressive gaze caused Yi Xinran to frown. She restrained the urge to act from Zhao Ziqua and smiled, saying, "What you say holds some truth. However, why would I forsake such an outstanding Brother Ziqua in favor of searching for a man in a garbage heap?" With unwavering confidence, Yi Jinping replied, "I do not deny that before the apocalypse, Mr. Zhao was indeed a remarkable figure in our circle. However, now that we are in the apocalypse, resources have been restructured. I believe Miss Yi is astute enough to discern who possesses greater capability." Yi Xinran, as if devoid of bones, nestled unreservedly in Zhao Ziqua's embrace, smilingly remarked, "Yet, I have never encountered a man more remarkable than my brother Ziqua. Pray, do enlighten me as to who surpasses my brother in excellence." Yi Jinping, having long grown accustomed to Yi Xinran's bluntness, responded without a hint of irritation, though Mr. Zhao wielded great influence before the apocalypse. Presently, he is accompanied by but a handful. As for myself, I am one of the core administrators of the White Tiger base. In this comparison, I trust Miss He is capable of making her own judgment. Upon hearing this, Xinran, with a perplexed expression, turned to Zhao Ziqua and inquired, Brother Ziqua, is core management really that impressive? It seems to hold a significant position. Zhao Ziqua responded with a smile. If you find it appealing, how about I establish a base for you? Xin. Hearing this, Xinran rolled her eyes dramatically and, disregarding her surroundings, wrapped her arms around Zhao Ziqua's neck. She declared, No, Brother Ziqua, you belong solely to me. I refuse to let that insignificant base distract you. I want you to see and think only of me. Zhao Ziqua responded with a gentle smile. All right, I will heed your wishes, Xin. Song Yang, unfazed, chuckled and added, Miss, in this apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Zombies 1T spare you just because of your status. Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and then tilted her head, innocently inquiring of Yi Jinping. Oh, so what is the purpose of core management? Yi Jinping, infuriated, felt the veins on his forehead throb. It was the first time in this post-apocalyptic world that someone had spoken to him in such a manner. Song Yang, with a smirk playing on his lips, interjected, Mr. E, do enlighten our young lady here. Will zombies steer clear upon encountering core management? Yi Jinping directed a sardonic gaze toward Song Yang, responding with a forced smile. Ah, Mr. Song, I did not expect to see you here. I believe our base's cleaning operation scheduled for tomorrow will pique your interest immensely. Would you care to join us? Seemingly oblivious to the malice in his words, Song Yang replied with a grin. Then I must trouble you, Mr. E, to elaborate on the specifics of your cleaning plan. The name suggests mere tidying up, yet I fail to discern any hint of intrigue. Yi Jinping, with a smile that brimmed with veiled hostility, remarked, Mr. Song, our cleaning activity tomorrow is rather related to your mother. If you are indeed interested, feel free to visit me at the command center within the safe zone. Xinran feigned anger and spoke. Yi Jinping, what do you mean? Everyone knows that Song Yang is an orphan, raised by my father's generosity. Do you think you can simply concoct a reason to deceive him away from me? You are being rather naive. Zhang Si chimed in cheerfully. President, for what I gather, this temporary safe zone beside us belongs to you, correct? Yi Jinping nodded, replying, Indeed, it is mine. Assistant Zhang, are you interested? Zhang Si nodded, but continued, That's wonderful. But since it's yours, we should address the fact that this land actually belongs to the Zhao family. You're currently occupying our territory, President Yi. I trust you're not so inconsiderate as to ignore that. Yi Jinping's face reddened, and he retorted, Zhang Si, are you jesting with me? Zhang Si shook his head earnestly. President Yi, how could you think such a thing? Am I someone who jokes around? My young master and mistress prefer tranquility. I merely wish to remind you discreetly. Yi Jinping, with a righteous demeanor, declared, Assistant Zhang, in the face of such calamity, is discussing these matters even relevant? Do you know how many people our safe zone has provided shelter for? How can you be so selfish? Zhao Qianqian laughed. Oh dear. We cannot wear such a grand hat. Were you not just here, trying to win over my brother? How is it that you now stand on moral high ground to lecture us? Yi Jinping replied to Zhao Qianqian. I kindly ask Ms. Zhao not to conflate personal feelings with national righteousness. One thing is one thing. In an era where the strong prevail and women admire strength, it is but a natural occurrence. Uncle Zhang chuckled. May I inquire, President Yi, just how strong are you? Yi Jinping, brimming with pride, stated, I am a practitioner of earth-based abilities, and with that, he conjured a fist-sized ball of earth. Sun Ziyu gazed at the earthen sphere in astonishment. In his past life, his abilities had reached level 7, and after being reborn, under Yi Xinran's crystal core's influence, he had upgraded to level 5, thus finding it difficult to comprehend Yi Jinping's smugness. Observing the silence of the crowd, Yi Jinping smugly asked, So what do you think? Isn't it impressive? Are there no practitioners among you? No matter, we also have teams of ordinary people in our safe zone hunting zombies. You can join those teams to fill your bellies. Seeing the continued silence, he turned to Yi Xinran, saying, Miss Yi, would you be willing to accompany me? I can protect you. Sun Ziyu finally reacted, questioning Yi Jinping, Is this what you consider impressive? Yi Jinping replied earnestly, Am I not impressive? I am a practitioner. My abilities can continuously upgrade. Soon, I shall become even stronger. Sun Tzu nodded. So, President E enjoys playing with mud? You should have mentioned it earlier. That little lump of mud is too small for fun. Let me gift you a larger one. After speaking, Sun Tzu utilized his earth abilities to form a larger ball of earth. Before Yi Zhongping could respond, the ball fell from above, burying him completely. Stunned and encased in earth, Yi Zhongping eagerly asked Sun Tzu, "How did you do that?" Sun Tzu, equally perplexed by the question, responded, "This was the level of my abilities when I first used them. What is so difficult about it?" Yi Zhongping gazed at Sun Tzu with a sense of disbelief. Then a confident smile spread across his face as he said, "Sun Tzu, whatever treatment Zhao offers you, I shall double it. How about you work for me?" Sun Tzu looked at Yi Zhongping as if he were insane, replying, "President Yi, what delusion has granted you such confidence? First, you foolishly try to woo our mistress, and now you wish to entice me." Yi Zhongping, still buried, confidently asserted, "Sun Tzu, here, you can only be a lackey. What future do you have? Rather follow me. In the base, you could at least be a team leader, surrounded by followers. Isn't that better than your current situation?" Sun Tzu, seeing that he was undeterred, bluntly responded, "But I want to associate with the weak." Yi Zhongping, excited, exclaimed, "What if I make you the leader of the abilities team?" Sun Tzu, with disdain, replied, "You've misunderstood my point. You are too weak, and I refuse to play with you." Yi Zhongping's face turned purple with frustration, while Butler Zhang, wielding a trash can, shovel, and broom, scolded Sun Tzu. "How many times must I say it? Do not use abilities indoors. Do you not understand how difficult this is to clean? Hurry and help." Complying, Sun Tzu obediently picked up the shovel and began to scoop earth into the large trash can. Yi Zhongping felt deeply insulted. He freed himself from the loosened earth, brushed off the dirt, and addressed Sun Tzu, "You will regret serving this ragtag bunch." Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted from the direction of the suburban dog park, leaving Sun Tzu in shock as he looked at Xinran. Hearing the loud noises, Yi Zhongping rushed out of the villa, urgently questioning his subordinates. The guard who accompanied them was utterly clueless, leaving Yi Zhongping in a flustered state as he hurriedly departed without even a word to Xinran and the others. Xinran nestled in Zhao Ziqua's embrace and spoke, "Brother Ziqua, why do I feel that Yi Zhongping's mind seems a bit unhinged?" Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing this, responded with a derisive smile. "Perhaps he has been repressed for too long and has developed delusions." Zhao Qianqian, chuckling, added, with him as a contrast, "I find Sun Tzu to be quite charming." Hearing this, Song Yang furrowed his brow and pulled Zhao Qianqian into his arms, a look of displeasure crossing his face as he queried, "Qianqian, do you think I am invisible? How could you praise another man's charm in my presence?" Zhao Qianqian shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" In response, Song Yang smirked and said, "Qianqian, I may be ill. Do you have a remedy? I am afflicted with lovesickness, and you are my cure. Will you be my antidote?" Xinran nestled in Zhao Ziqua's embrace, her fingers tracing the fine hairs that stood on her arm. She addressed Zhao Ziqua, saying, "Brother Ziqua, that was quite nauseating." Zhao Ziqua, with a gentle expression, placed his hand over Xinran's ear and softly replied, "Indeed, my dear Xinran should not have to listen to such vulgarities. Would it be all right for Brother Ziqua to admonish him?" Sun Tzu, noticing that no one was inquiring about the explosion, excitedly interjected, "Am I the only one concerned about that sound of the explosion?" Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and said, "It has already exploded. Why are you still concerned about that?" Sun Tzu, with a face full of excitement, asked Xinran, "Madam, I wish to know, was it truly you who did it?" Xinran raised her eyebrows and replied, "What else could it be? Have you forgotten? Was it not you who assisted me in setting the timer for the bomb?" Sun Tzu, looking conflicted, inquired, "But considering the distance, madam, you clearly placed the explosives in another dimension. How did you manage it?" Zhang Si chuckled and explained, "Madam possesses both psychic and spatial abilities. The combination of these two powers made it quite simple." Sun Tzu's eyes widened in astonishment. Curiosity etched on his face as he asked, "Can two types of abilities truly be combined in such a manner?" Zhao Ziqua formed an ice sphere and handed it to Sun Ziyu, stating, "Once you fully comprehend this ice sphere, you will understand." Zhang Si and Song Yang exchanged glances at the ice sphere, their lips twitching with amusement, while Xinran sidestepped, only for Sun Ziyu to accept the ice sphere with a puzzled expression. With his body tinged black from electric shocks, Sun Ziyu cast a resentful glance at Zhao Ziqua, expressing his grievance. "Boss, is there no way to communicate without this? If this continues, I fear I shall be completely exhausted by your antics." Zhao Ziqua disregarded Sun Ziyu's complaints and straightforwardly asked, "Just tell me, do you understand how to combine the two abilities?" Sun Ziyu looked at Zhao Ziqua with a blank expression. Observing his bewildered gaze, Zhang Si chuckled, saying, "Young master, it seems Sun Ziyu does not quite grasp this yet. Perhaps you might give him another ice sphere to experiment with, allowing him to gain insight." Immediately, Sun Ziyu shook his head vigorously, as the tingling sensation washed over him once more. Retreating to a corner of the living room, he declared. The onlookers could not suppress their smiles at Sun Ziyu's predicament. And Zhang Si remarked with a smirk, "I just heard from Yi Zhangping that their target for tomorrow's cleanup operation seems to be the suburban dog racing track." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran chuckled and remarked, "I wonder who bestowed him with such audacity. Had we known, we would have postponed our visit by a day. I am curious to see if he will be utterly astonished upon discovering the gift we have prepared for him upon his arrival at the destination tomorrow." Song Yang, with a smile, interjected, "He will likely be filled with indignation and trepidation. Sun Chang and Luli are both in his party. If my memory serves me correctly, Luli has awakened a light-based ability. Although it lacks offensive power, it can purify the impurities within crystal cores. Their objective seems to be the red meteorite housed in the laboratory. In our previous lifetime, Luli advanced through the energy of that very meteorite." Zhao Qianqian, puzzled, asked, "But doesn't she lack any offensive abilities? Why then does she strive so fervently to level up?" Song Yang, placing a hand around Zhao Qianqian's waist, replied with a grin, "Just because she hasn't awakened her own ability doesn't preclude her from seizing the powers of others." Chapter 73. The Plunderer What? Zhao Qianqian's expression darkened as she looked at Song Yang in disbelief, asking, "Are you implying that Luli is capable of plundering the abilities of her peers? Does that mean any one of us could fall under her gaze?" Song Yang laughed in response, "It's not as simple as that. The level of the crystal cores she absorbs cannot exceed the threshold of her own physical capabilities. In other words, as fifth-level ability users, it would be prudent for us to target the crystal cores of lower-level ability users. This way, the likelihood of us perishing from absorption is significantly reduced." Hearing this, Yi Xinran curiously inquired, "Do those ability users in the Research Institute not utilize the cores of zombies to stimulate their powers?" In response, Song Yang shook his head and replied, "Certainly not. The energy from zombie cores is excessively domineering, and moreover, there exists a risk of zombification during the process of power activation. Hence, no one would choose to employ zombie cores for this purpose. All successful cases of power activation have utilized cores extracted from similar beings. The truth has not been disclosed to avoid causing panic." Yi Xinran then questioned, "Did you not mention that Lu Li's light-based powers possess the ability to purify? Why does she not purify the impurities within the zombie cores?" Listening to Yi Xinran's query, Song Yang chuckled and said, "She has attempted it, but to no avail. She can only purify the volatile energy from that red meteorite and the flesh of mutated beasts, leaving her powerless against zombification." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If that is the case, her extraordinary ability is rather useless." In response, Song Yang curved his lips into a smile and said, "Miss, you may speak such words within the confines of our villa, amongst our own, but do refrain from uttering them beyond these walls. Otherwise, it may incite considerable resentment." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran looked at Zhao Ziqua with an expression of innocence and inquired, "Brother Ziqua, did I say something wrong just now?" "Zhao Ziqua Geli Ziqua, Xin. You certainly did not say anything amiss. However, there are many weak individuals outside, and what we consider a modest accumulation of abilities may appear as treasures to them. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary troubles, let us refrain from discussing others' abilities in public from now on. Upon hearing this, Xinran obediently nodded, stifled a yawn, and nestled into Zhao Ziqua's embrace. Zhao Qianqian furrowed her brows and inquired of Song Yang. Song Yang, how do you know this so clearly? Were you perhaps one of the marauders in a past life? Song Yang gently tousled Zhao Qianqian's hair and replied, how could that be? Xinran glanced at the busy Zhang butler beside her and inquired, Song Yang, do you have any idea about the approximate success rate for non-ability users to stimulate their powers using crystal nuclei? Furrowing his brow, Song Yang responded, typically, success is achieved by ability users of level 5 and above who further develop their powers. For others, such as mutants, the success rate of utilizing crystal nuclei to awaken abilities is less than 1%. Upon hearing this, Zhang Butler observed the frown on Xinran's face and asked with a smile, are you contemplating assisting me in awakening my abilities, madam? Noticing that Xinran did not refute his assumption, he continued, madam, please do not worry about me. I have come to terms with my situation. Mutants are already significantly stronger than ordinary people, and my role in logistics does not require abilities. A good amount of physical strength suffices. As long as you do not look down on me, I can live a more comfortable life than many high-level ability users. One must learn to be content and find joy in life. Xinran noticed that the smile on Butler Zhang's face appeared genuine, which brought a sense of relief to her heart. With a smile, she said, Uncle Zhang, what are you talking about? How could we ever disdain you? You mustn't say such things again. Upon hearing this, Butler Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Ziqua then spoke up, tomorrow, we shall venture to the bar street to assess the situation, aiming to eradicate the zombies in the city. After we collect a sufficient number of crystal cores, we will proceed to the White Tiger base to investigate the circumstances there. Upon hearing his words, everyone began to leave the living room. Song Yang, with a playful smirk, turned to Zhao Qianqian and inquired, Qianqian, shall we go to your room or mine? Zhao Qianqian shot him a glare and, with a hint of pride, ascended the stairs. Song Yang, seeing her retreat, cheerfully followed in her wake. Zhao Ziqua looked on enviously as Zhao Qianqian and Song Yang departed. His gaze fervently directed at Xinran as he said, Xn, shall we also head upstairs to rest? Upon hearing the words, Xinran was well aware of Zhao Ziqua's intentions. She opened her arms, encircling Zhao Ziqua's neck, and sweetly said, I can't walk anymore, brother Ziqua. Please carry me upstairs. Listening to Xinran's playful voice, Zhao Ziqua's heart raced like a drum. He endeavored to keep his voice steady and gently replied, all right, brother Ziqua will carry Xinran upstairs. Will I be able to savor Xinran today? How exhilarating. Xinran will finally be entirely mine. I shall make her weep. The sight of her crying beneath me will undoubtedly be exquisite. I can hardly contain the primal force within me. Xinran nestled obediently in Zhao Ziqua's embrace, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat. In her mind, she silently scoffed. What delightful thoughts are you entertaining, brother Ziqua? Did you not just attempt to cast me aside during the day, and now you wish to share a bed with me? Not a chance. I swear, if I do not exhaust you tonight, I shall write my surname in reverse. Unaware of Xinran's inner musings, Zhao Ziqua carried her straight to the bedroom on the second floor, placing her upon the expansive 2-meter bed and passionately kissing her, lost in the moment. Xinran felt a moment of cerebral hypoxia as Zhao Ziqua kissed her, her breath momentarily suspended. Zhao Ziqua gazed at the young girl beneath him, who had forgotten to breathe, and with a mix of amusement and disbelief, he gently urged, Xn breathe, brother Ziqua, today marks our first time together, and we have yet to take a bath. Yiginan ripliet siedi. Zhao Ziqua, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt a buzzing sensation in his mind and playfully coaxed her. Xn, shall we wash up after we're done? Upon hearing this, Xinran, with a look of grievance, said, brother Ziqua, are you being so careless about hygiene because you want me to fall ill? Zhao Ziqua, observing her distressed expression, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He immediately addressed Xinran. Xin, please do not cry. It is my fault for being so hasty. I shall take a shower right away. Please wait for me. Chapter 74. Punishment. Xinran watched as Zhao Ziqua rushed into the bathroom, and any trace of grievance on her face vanished. With a slight smile playing on her lips, she rose from the bed and sought out a sheer nightgown in the dressing room. When Zhao Ziqua hastily emerged from the bathroom, she leisurely pushed him onto the bed. With a seductive smile directed at Zhao Ziqua, she softly murmured, "Brother Ziqua, just wait here patiently for me. I shall be swift, and I promise that tonight will be an unforgettable experience for you." Zhao Ziqua gazed at Xinran with infatuation, obediently sitting on the bed, his heart racing with anticipation of how his beloved would make this night truly memorable. Xinran hurriedly took a hot shower, leaving her body damp as she slipped into a sheer nightgown without drying off. From a space, she retrieved a little camellia and addressed it, saying, "TT, we are about to commence our tasks once again." The little camellia, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Master, are you not concerned that dressing this way might utterly exhaust your brother Ziqua?" Upon hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, "It would be quite the endeavor to exhaust him to death. If he were to truly perish, I would simply draw him into my space, allowing him to be with me for all eternity." The little camellia, capable of sensing the images conjured in Xinran's mind, couldn't help but shudder. Hesitantly, it spoke up, "Master, it is far more amusing to keep him alive. Isn't it merely a matter of binding him to your side? Rest assured I excel at binding. However, let's proceed with caution. If we were to inadvertently play him to death, there would be no one left to carry you in the future." Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Is my elder brother Zico truly that fragile? How could he possibly be so easily defeated?" Xiao Cha-Cha, with a look of exasperation, interjected, "He is clearly still a child. Why should he engage in such inappropriate topics with you?" Xinran gazed at the capricious little camellia, involuntarily twitching her lips. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror and felt a deep satisfaction with her appearance. Opening the bathroom door, she stepped out. Upon seeing Xinran emerge from the bathroom, Zhao Ziqua was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing as if witnessing a fantastical display of fireworks. His ardent gaze roamed over Xinran's form, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Xinran smiled innocently and asked Zhao Ziqua, "Brother Ziqua, are you pleased with what you see?" Zhao Ziqua, captivated by her blend of innocence and allure, nodded fervently, uttering words of satisfaction. He rose to his feet, eager to embrace Xinran in his arms. Xinran was amused by Zhao Ziqua's antics, letting out a series of delightful giggles. With a playful demeanor, she sweetly expressed, "Ziqua, dear brother, be still and let me." As she spoke, she playfully pushed Zhao Ziqua onto the grand bed, climbing atop him and resting on his chest, pinning down his hands that sought to cause mischief. With a teasing smile, she warned, "Ziqua, if you misbehave, there will be consequences." Zhao Ziqua, breathless and gazing at Xinran with urgency, implored, "Xing, please hurry, it's about to explode." Xinran smiled as she placed her finger to her lips, playfully saying, "Brother Ziqua, I haven't had enough fun yet. Xin. I can't take it anymore. Xin is too alluring. Xin, hu thee, devour me. Let us be together forever. Xin." Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt words, gazing into his fervent eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she summoned the petite camellia. The delicate flower entwined itself around Zhao Ziqua's hands, leaving him perplexed as he turned to Xinran. "So, Xinran is fond of this kind of play? A binding game, perhaps? How playful she is. Should I comply? Am I to revel in this moment, or should I cry for help? Which would delight Xinran more?" Xinran listened to Zhao Ziqua's heartfelt sentiments, her lips involuntarily twitching as she silently scoffed. "Nonsense. I have no affection for this tone. This pervert. Can't he see that I am punishing him?" Meanwhile, Xiao Chahua sat nearby, doubled over in laughter, finding the interaction between her master and her man far more entertaining than any illustrated book. Xinran, fearing that Zhao Ziqua might overthink, decided to be straightforward and declared, "Brother Ziqua, You have upset me today, do you know that? After speaking, she playfully bit down on his Adam's apple. Notijin za ziku emit a muflet groan, ye Xinran. Filled with a sense of triumph, continued, Brother Ziqua, I intend to punish you today. Zhao Ziqua, amused, gazed at Xinran and replied, Xinxin, I would not mind experiencing such punishments more often in the future. Upon hearing this, Xinran was momentarily taken aback, but soon, with a huff of indignation, declared, I shall torment you this evening. Zhao Ziqua, with an affectionate smile, reclined upon the grand bed and replied, Xinxin, come forth. Let your torment be all the more fervent. Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua's reaction, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was quite different from her prior expectations. How could this fellow deviate from the script? Zayakawa, observing the interaction between the two, chuckled as she hid in the corner, inadvertently loosening the vines that bound Zhao Ziqua's hands. As the constraints on his wrists vanished, Zhao Ziqua turned his attention to his still-dazed little wife, swiftly flipping her beneath him. Before Xinran could utter a word, he fervently pressed his lips against hers. Perhaps, in matters of the heart, men possess an innate understanding. Xinran gradually succumbed to the allure of Zhao Ziqua's kiss. Feeling the wandering hands upon her body, Xinran beheld Zhao Ziqua's handsome face, her mind momentarily blank, casting aside all notions of punishment as she surrendered herself entirely to the pleasures he bestowed. It was only when a pang of pain registered that she furrowed her brow, noticing the same restrained expression on Zhao Ziqua's face. Unable to resist, she curled her lips into a smile, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently whispering in his ear, Brother Ziqua, does it hurt for men the first time as well? Zhao Ziqua suddenly exerted his strength, whispering softly in her ear, You little heartless one, I was holding back because I was afraid it would hurt you. Xinran, with a pale countenance, bit her lip and remarked, Deceiver, you fear my pain, yet exert more force. Zhao Ziqua, in high spirits, gently coaxed Xinran, Xnxn be good. It will soon feel pleasant. Xinran felt as though she were adrift on a small boat, tossed about by the relentless waves of the sea. The following morning, she awoke feeling as if her body had been run over by a truck. Glancing at the man beside her, who was sleeping with a look of utter contentment, she gritted her teeth and summoned the little camellia, demanding, Where did you disappear till last night? You promised to bind his hands, and then I would punish him, remember? Chapter 75. Hypnosis. The little camellia tiptoed backward and replied, Master, I'm still just a baby. You two were being so shy that I accidentally forgot about tying him up. Xinran was on the verge of losing her temper as she gazed at the small camellia, when suddenly, Zhao Ziqua's large hand enveloped her in an embrace. His languid and magnetic voice whispered in her ear, Xnxn, the punishment from last night was splendid. We shall not venture out today. Let us continue. Upon hearing this, Xinran felt her mind go blank, acutely aware of the discomfort in her body. She inwardly complained, What nonsense! It feels as though my body is about to fall apart. Is this a punishment for him or for myself? Grasping the large hand that was wandering over her, she playfully glared at the man beside her and said, Zico, what are you thinking about? Hurry and get up. If we sleep in too late, Qianqian and the others will make fun of us. Zhao Zico looked at the girl getting out of bed and dressing with a satisfied expression, and with a smile he replied, Xin, don't worry. If she dares to mock you, I shall throw her out. Xinran struggled to shift her waist, gritting her teeth as she said, That simply won't do. As the leader of the team, how can you go back on your word? Since we agreed last night to collect the zombie crystal cores, we must follow through today. Brother Zico, do you know? I think you look most handsome when you're diligently working. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zico curled his lips into a smile, drawing Xinran into his embrace, and softly inquired in her ear, Xin, do you only find me handsome when I'm working? Am I not handsome at other times? Xinran's fingers grazed the firm abdominal muscles of Zhao Ziqua, and she swallowed hard, her voice tinged with anxiety as she said, My waist feels like it's about to break. I must go take a bath in the space. Ziqua, you need to get up quickly. Did you hear me? Zhao Ziqua, watching Xinran hurriedly retreat into the space, couldn't help but smirk, murmuring to himself, My Xinran is truly adorable. Once inside the space, Xinran, feeling a pang of reluctance, extracted a drop of the spatial spring water and added it to the bathtub before immersing herself. The restorative properties of the spatial spring water were indeed remarkable. With a contented sigh of relief, she felt the tension in her body dissipate significantly. Reluctantly, she emerged from the tub, dressed, and exited the space, only to find Zhao Ziqua impeccably attired, lost in thought as he stared at the spot where she had just vanished. Upon seeing her return, Zhao Ziqua immediately enveloped her in his embrace, a smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Xinran, are you ready? Shall we head downstairs together?" Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded and said to Zhao Ziqua, "Brother Ziqua, I am too lazy to walk. Please carry me down." Zhao Ziqua naturally embraced her tightly, and as Xinran entered the hall, she immediately spotted Zhao Qianqian, who was having her waist rubbed by Song Yang. She raised an eyebrow and smirked, thinking to herself that it seems physical intimacy can indeed enhance feelings. Otherwise, how could Zhao Qianqian possibly ask Song Yang for a massage? Zhao Ziqua had been attentively watching Xinran, noticing her gaze linger on Song Yang's hands as they massaged Zhao Qianqian's waist. He then placed his hand on her waist and softly whispered in her ear, "Xinran, would you like me to give you a massage as well?" Upon hearing this, Xinran's face instantly flushed crimson. She shot him a playful glare and whispered, "Everyone is watching. Don't speak carelessly." Zhao Ziqua, aware of her embarrassment, curled the corner of his lips into a smile and replied, "Very well. I shall wait until this evening when they are all gone to speak." Upon hearing this, Xinran furrowed her brows and feigned an angry expression as she spoke. "Brother Ziqua, can't you see that everyone is waiting for us? Please get to the point quickly. If you continue like this, I might just get genuinely upset. How could Xin be so adorable? Even when glaring, she exuded such charm. I longed to keep her hidden away." Xinran, feeling shy, nestled her head into Zhao Ziqua's embrace as she listened to his innermost thoughts. Observing this tender moment, Zhao Ziqua smiled subtly. His mood lifted and addressed the gathering. "Has everyone finished their breakfast? If so, let us prepare to depart." Butler Zhang interjected, "Young master, are you and young madam not having breakfast?" Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow, replying, "We can take it with us. Xinran and I will eat on the way." Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu, with an air of self-satisfaction, remarked to Butler Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, it will be rather dull for the boss to wait while we collect crystal cores. They can enjoy their breakfast while watching us." Zhao Ziqua shot Sun Ziyu a glance, causing him to shudder slightly. He turned to Zhang Si, asking, "Brother, did I say something wrong again?" Zhang Si sighed, "Try eating breakfast while watching a zombie movie. Who would have such peculiar tastes?" Song Yang chuckled, "Sun Ziyu, I never imagined you were one with such unusual preferences." Zaha Zikul, holding Yinran, made his way toward the entrance of the villa, urging, "Stop dawdling. Let us make haste. We need to focus on upgrading the family soon." At the mention of upgrades, excitement gleamed in everyone's eyes as they eagerly picked up their weapons, following Zhao Ziqua out of the villa. Upon witnessing Steward Zhang exiting the villa with an item in hand, Xinran swiftly retracted the villa into her spatial realm. Subsequently, she retrieved a motorhome from within that very space. The sentinels stationed at the entrance, upon realizing their intent to depart, promptly advanced to obstruct their passage, stating, Xinran chuckled upon hearing this, saying, "We must take our leave. Do you truly believe that your strength can detain us?" The soldier furrowed his brow and replied, "Our leader sincerely invites you to join our safe zone. We kindly ask you to consider this matter with care." Zhang Si, with a smile, responded, "My friend, we do not wish to cause you any trouble, and we kindly ask that you do not trouble us either. Please convey a message to your leader. We will be active in the city for the next few days. He may seek us when the rent is prepared. Other discussions are not necessary." "Rent?" Observing the soldier staring blankly at him, Zhang Si continued with a grin, "Just convey the message. Your leader is well aware of the situation." Xinran gazed at the soldier's vacant expression and cast a glance at Zhang Si, remaining silent. Zaha Zikul, Imranjing Yinran, was the first aboard the RV, addressing the crowd. Everyone, please hurry. Let's not squander our time. Upon hearing his words, the others hastily climbed aboard. The soldier on guard, observing his companion's blank stare as the RV departed without any reaction, could not help but rush forward, nudging his shoulder and exclaiming, "Did the captain not instruct us to stop their vehicle and prevent them from leaving? Why did you let them go? What did you say? Have they already left?" His companion raised an eyebrow and replied, "What else could it be? You might want to ponder how you will explain this to the squad leader later." Chapter 76. Reunion inside the RV as Xinran enjoyed her breakfast. She turned to Zhang Si and inquired, "Zhang Si, did you employ hypnosis on that soldier just now?" Zhang Si, upon hearing her, smiled modestly before responding. Nothing escapes the discerning eyes of the young madam. While reading last night, a sudden inspiration struck me. When I encountered this situation this morning, I thought to conduct an experiment, and to my surprise, the results were quite satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, "Indeed, this should alleviate a considerable amount of trouble for us in the future." Zhang Si, in response, chuckled and said, "Currently, I can only hypnotize individuals of lower ranks with weaker willpower. However, dear madam, rest assured, I shall strive to improve." Zhao Qianqian looked at Zhang Si with a mixture of surprise and admiration, as if he had been invigorated, and quietly commented, "This must be the distinction between high achievers and underperformers. I feel that reaching level 5 in my abilities is quite impressive. As long as I can outmatch the average person, I am content." Yet, I never expected Zhang Si to still be researching new techniques. Hearing this, Song Yang chuckled and added, "Qianqian, you have also been quite diligent. Did we not unlock many new maneuvers last night?" Zhao Qianqian, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, shot a glare at Song Yang, choosing to remain silent as she turned her gaze towards the window. Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian's silent demeanor and felt an irresistible urge to indulge in the gossip. With a curious expression, she inquired, "Qianqian, why are you not confronting Song Yang today?" Upon hearing this, Song Yang chuckled and replied, "My dear young lady, your question is quite amusing. The reason is, of course, love. Just as you're nestled in President Zhao's embrace, you too refrain from challenging him. Do you not?" Upon hearing this, Xinran rolled her eyes at Song Yang and turned to Zhao Qianqian, continuing to inquire, "Qianqian, do not be afraid. If you're being kidnapped, just blink your eyes." Zhao Qianqian gave Xinran an amused glance and replied, "It's nothing serious. I merely lost a bet yesterday and agreed to his conditions." Just as Xinran, with a face full of curiosity, was about to dig deeper into the matter, Sun Ziyu interjected, "Boss, we have arrived at our destination. It appears there are quite a number of zombies outside." Zhang Si, upon hearing this, released his psychic energy, then smirked and remarked, "Brother, when did you become so modest? Is this what you call a bit too many? You must have driven the vehicle straight into the horde of zombies." Upon hearing this, Xinran released her psychic energy and gazed at the overwhelming swarm of zombies outside, unable to suppress a twitch of her lips. Sun Ziyu was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. With a smirk, she addressed Sun Ziyu, "If you do not clean the car for me today, consider your dinner forfeited." Initially brimming with pride, Sun Ziyu's expression froze at her words, and he quickly turned to Xinran with a pitiful look, pleading, "Madam, I was mistaken. I merely wished to spare everyone a few extra steps." Xinran raised an eyebrow and remarked, "But it will dirty my car." Sun Ziyu, upon hearing this, cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you thinking? Quickly get out and deal with the zombies. If the vehicle gets damaged by them, I shall punish you by forbidding you to eat meat for a month." Sun Ziyu, upon hearing this, tensed his muscles and replied, "Madam, rest assured, I will not allow these creatures to damage our vehicle." As he spoke, he invoked the earth to sink, transforming the ground surrounding the RV into deep pits. Zhao Qianqian, raising an eyebrow, addressed Sun Ziyu, "Sun Ziyu, do you think we all possess invisible wings?" "Huh?" Noticing Sun Ziyu's bewildered expression, Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, "Sun Ziyu, you've turned the area around the RV into deep pits. May I inquire how we are supposed to descend? Fly?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu suddenly realized his oversight and promptly constructed 2 earthen bridges. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, My apologies for not thinking it through. Zhao Qianqian, wielding a machete, was the first to leap out of the vehicle, swiftly striking down at the zombies' heads. Song Yang closely followed suit, clearing away the zombies that had approached Zhao Qianqian unawares. Xinran gazed at Song Yang, who was dotingly supporting Zhao Qianqian with sparkling eyes. She turned to Zhao Ziqua and said, Brother Ziqua, they are so sweet. I envy them so much. Hearing this, Zhao Ziqua affectionately ruffled Xinran's hair and smiled, saying, How about we, Xian, join in to help fend off the zombies? Upon hearing this, Xinran twitched her lips and tilted her head, responding, No. Zombies are far too foul-smelling. I absolutely refuse to fight them. Besides, Brother Ziqua, did you not promise to protect me? I merely wish to stay by your side patiently, awaiting your protection. Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her words, smiled gently, choosing to selectively forget the fierce demeanor Xinran had displayed the day prior. With a tender expression, he assured her, Xian, rest assured. I shall do my utmost to safeguard you. Xinran embraced Zhao Ziqua's waist and murmured, Brother Ziqua, as long as you do not push me away, I shall abide by your every wish. Promise me that, no matter what transpires in the future, you will never cast me aside again, all right? Heaven above. How could I be so heartless? The moment I pushed Xen away must have left her with a profound shadow, and I still bear the weight of that memory. Xen must be deeply infatuated with me. How fortunate I am. I cannot allow her to remain in a state of uncertainty any longer. I must provide her with the security she deserves. Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts ignited a smile on Xinran's lips, overflowing with emotion. Zhao Ziqua nodded vigorously at Xinran and declared, Xian, rest assured, unless I draw my last breath, I shall never let go of your hand again. Xinran nodded contentedly, rewarding him with a playful kiss on the cheek. Then, she gracefully leapt down from Zhao Ziqua's side and said, Brother Ziqua, let us step down and enjoy some fresh air. Zhao Ziqua, indulgent, followed Xinran out of the car, observing her carefully stowing the vehicle away into her spatial pocket. He couldn't help but shake his head, pondering how he had previously overlooked his little wife's frugal nature. Xinran wandered through the alley with Zhao Ziqua, who, in confusion, turned to her and asked. Upon hearing this, Xinran chuckled softly. Zhao Ziqua, in response, continued to follow Xinran as they weaved through the alley. At last, a sorrowful whimper from a girl reached his ears, causing him to frown and instinctively cover Xinran's ears. Xinran gently brushed aside his hand, joyfully exclaiming, Brother Ziqua, do not tease. We shall arrive shortly. Chapter 77. Acquaintances. Xinran led Zhao Ziqua into a courtyard, where several men were indulging their desires with a woman in the corner of the room. Zhang Hai, with a smug expression, embraced Xie and proclaimed to the remaining individuals, As long as you follow my lead diligently, I assure you that I will guide you to a life of indulgence and luxury. Upon hearing this, Xinran let out a derisive laugh and said, Follow you? Pray tell, what can you offer them? Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Xinran. As he took in her appearance, his expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired. Xinran slightly curled her lips and spoke. It is merely out of pity for these individuals that I wish to inform everyone of the location of the temporary safe zone at the White Tiger base. Upon hearing her words, the crowd turned eagerly towards Xinran. A man, whose fierce countenance was accentuated by a large gold chain around his neck, excitedly inquired, Hello, might I ask how far the safe zone is from here? Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow and, with great understanding, spoke. Are you aware of the parcel of undeveloped land that the Zhao family acquired near the Mingzhu shopping mall? The safe zone of the White Tiger base is situated there, housing numerous survivors. However, I have not ventured inside, so I am not well informed. The man with the gold chain bowed deeply to Xinran, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you for sharing this information. It is of paramount importance to us. Zhang Hai, upon hearing this, furiously rebuked the man with the gold chain. Wang Laohu, what are you doing? We do not need to go to any safe bases. I will protect you all. Wang Laohu, his expression menacing, retorted, "You claim to protect us, yet what have you done? Have you ever fought a zombie or contributed in any way? Aside from exploiting us under the guise of being an ability user, what else can you offer? I have tolerated you for far too long." With that, Wang Laohu seized Zhang Hai and dragged him out of the room. The onlookers assumed he intended to confront someone and followed closely behind. After traversing 2 alleys, Wang Laohu finally encountered a zombie. Realizing Wang Laohu's intentions, Zhang Hai immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, "Wang Laohu, you cannot do this. I am an ability user." Wang Laohu, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Is that so? Then, as an ability user, why not utilize your powers to eliminate that zombie?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Zhang Hai was hurled towards the zombie. Faced with the ghastly visage of the creature, Zhang Hai involuntarily retched and then screamed as he fled down another alley. Unsurprisingly, his cries attracted more zombies, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Hai was torn apart. Observing the scene before him, Wang Laohu cast a lingering glance at Xinran and then addressed his subordinates. "Brothers, it is time for a raid. Let us venture into the safe zone and see if there are any opportunities for survival." Hearing this, the group of young men retrieved steel bars, iron rods, kitchen knives, and other makeshift weapons from unknown sources, rallying behind the bald man to obliterate the zombies that were feasting upon Zhang Hai. When Xinran noticed that Wang Laohu was about to depart, she kindly advised, "The zombies' heads have begun to harbor crystal cores. I suggest that after you eliminate the zombies, you should collect these cores. Who knows, they might be valuable one day." Upon hearing her words, Wang Laohu expressed his gratitude to Xinran, prompting his subordinates to commence the collection of the crystal cores. One junior member, while gathering the cores, inquired of Wang Laohu, "Never mind, let us not proceed. Our principles do not align." Just as he was about to say more, his companion beside him tugged at his arm, urging him to keep silent. Xinran smiled gently and said, "I suggest you procure a vehicle. There are no living souls left in the 3rd shop down the alley. The owner has turned into a zombie. There's an abundance of food inside. You could drive there to collect provisions before heading to the safe zone, which would at least render you less vulnerable." Upon hearing this, Wang Laohu cast a grateful glance at Xinran and replied, "Miss Yi, your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, I, Wang Laohu, shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you, as long as I draw breath." Hearing this, Xinran smiled and said, "Wang Laohu, for now, do not ponder too much. Simply living well brings hope. Once we have had our fill of fun, we shall pay a visit to the White Tiger base. Let us hope that by then, we will still see you." Watching Wang Laohu's retreating figure, Zhao Ziqua tightened his grip around Xinran's waist, feeling a twinge of jealousy, and inquired, "Excellency, do you know him?" Hearing this, Xinran smiled and replied, "I suppose we are acquainted. Before the apocalypse, I used to take on some tasks that were inconvenient for Song Yan to handle. He is quite an interesting individual, and when he is fierce, he can rival Sun Ziyu." Observing the corners of Xinran's mouth lift in a smile, Zhao Ziqua cautiously inquired, "Should we consider inviting him to join us? Even if he possesses no special abilities, a mere bystander is not beyond our means to support." Upon hearing this, Xinran rolled her eyes and said to Zhao Ziqua, "Brother Ziqua, is there truly no threshold for joining our team?" Zhao Ziqua, detecting the refusal in Xinran's words, responded with great delight, "The only criterion for our Team-S recruitment is you, Xinran. If you like someone, even an ordinary person may join. If you do not favor them, even a high-level ability user is unwelcome." Upon hearing this, Xinran playfully cast a glance at Zhao Ziqua, a smile dancing upon her lips as she inquired, "Brother Ziqua, how come I was unaware of your newfound eloquence? Pray tell, have you secretly sought out Song Yang for extra lessons?" Zhao Ziqua, with a teasing grin, leaned closer to Xinran's ear and whispered, "Excellency, every word I utter comes from the depths of my heart. You must trust me." Noticing the corners of Xinran's mouth lift in amusement, Zhao Ziqua raised an eyebrow and asked, Exine, are you truly unwilling to allow that Wang Laohu to join our team?" Xinran shook her head resolutely and said, Let be. He places too much value on brotherhood. He cannot bear to part from his group of loyal followers. Perhaps even if he does not join us, he could carve out his own path. Everyone has their own fate. My assistance this time is solely because I was displeased to see Zhang Hai and Xie Ro flaunting their power after we left the hospital. As for the others, let them face their own challenges. It is no concern of ours. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua curled his lips into a smile and inquired, "Do those individuals in the room need to be dealt with?" With a playful smile, Xinran addressed Zhao Ziqua, saying, "Brother Ziqua, let us disregard those irrelevant individuals and instead see how Qianqian and the others are faring against the zombies." Chapter 78. Crystal Core. Having undergone the trial by the mutated hounds, Zhao Qianqian and her companions had significantly enhanced their strength and teamwork. Zhang Si had discovered a rather ingenious method for collecting crystal cores. Utilizing his psychic abilities, he herded the zombies together, while Zhao Qianqian ignited flames. Once the fire subsided, Song Yang employed his wind abilities to disperse the ashes of the zombies, after which Sun Ziyu and Butler Zhang set out with sacks to gather the crystal cores. By the time Xinran and Zhao Ziqua found them, the zombies along the bar street had been nearly eradicated, with Zhang Si meticulously scanning for any remaining stragglers using his psychic powers. Xinran twitched the corner of her mouth, pondering silently whether they should endeavor to venture outdoors less frequently in the future. After all, with their peculiar method of collecting crystal nuclei, the entire city's supply of zombies might not suffice for their amusement for long. How could other ability users possibly thrive under such circumstances? Observing the enthusiasm radiating from the crowd, she waved her small hand and cheerfully remarked, "I didn't expect everyone to adapt so swiftly. For the time being, let us find a tranquil spot to enhance our abilities. I have already processed the crystal nuclei we obtained from the dog arena last time." Upon hearing her words, the group erupted with excitement, and Sun Ziyu, particularly elated, inquired, "Madam, where shall we go to upgrade our skills?" Upon hearing this, Xinran lifted her gaze towards Zhao Ziqua, who spoke gently. "Shall we consider the property at Wulong Mountain?" Song Yang nodded in agreement, responding with a smile, Mr. Zhao's suggestion is quite astute. The walls at Wulong Mountain are exceptionally sturdy, having undergone special anti-theft measures. Although all the residences within have been acquired by you, the landscaping is still quite commendable. We should proceed there to establish our position. Otherwise, if the leader of the Baihu base gets there first, we would be left at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Xinran nodded with a smile and said, "Then let us heed Brother Zico's advice and take refuge in the Wulong Mountain Villa district to rest." Zhao Qianqian, frowning at these words, inquired, "Xinran, does your statement imply that we shall be confined indoors for an extended period?" Xinran nodded and remarked, "I have examined the crystal core in my hand. It should suffice to elevate your abilities to level 8. Thus, I believe it would be prudent for everyone to focus on upgrading their powers before the acid rain arrives." "Acid rain?" Zhao Qianqian inquired, her face filled with confusion. Song Yang chuckled as he clarified, "In truth, the current zombies are not much of a predicament at all. As long as ordinary people possess courage, they can carve out a path for themselves. However, once the acid rain descends, the zombies will rapidly evolve, and numerous multi-attribute mutated zombies capable of attacking with supernatural abilities will emerge. These types of zombies will possess a degree of cognitive ability. At that time, plants will also mutate, and the external environment will become fraught with dangers, making human survival increasingly arduous." Horrified by his words, Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, "What will we do then?" Zhao Ziqua, responding with a smile, reassured her, "Why panic? As long as you are strong enough, what difference does it make if you face mutated zombies, mutated plants, or mutated beasts? Aren't they all merely delivering crystal cores to you?" Upon hearing this, Xinran chuckled and said, "That is precisely why I urged everyone to rapidly enhance their abilities. When the time comes, even if we find ourselves in a hell on earth, as long as we are sufficiently strong, it shall not affect us. Consider this. Was your encounter with the zombies today effortless? For an ordinary person, facing such a threat would be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet you are different. You believe that your high level of abilities grants you an advantage. allowing you to navigate through hordes of zombies with ease. In just one morning, you transformed an entire street's worth of zombies into crystal cores. Thus, everything is relative. If we are powerful enough, we need not worry. Observing the continued silence among the crowd, Xinran chose not to elaborate further. She collected the abundant crystal cores scattered on the ground into her spatial storage, then retrieved the RV from within. With a smile directed at her companions, she declared, "So what are we waiting for? Let's set off for Wulong Mountain Villa." Zhao Zikuo wrapped his arms around Yi Xinyan's waist as they made their way to the vehicle and called out to the others, "Hurry up and get in. We don't yet know if that area has been claimed by someone else." At his words, the group hastily boarded the vehicle, while Sun Ziyu rushed to the driver's seat and accelerated rapidly. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Zikuo shouted towards the driver's cabin, "Sun Ziyu, are you piloting a plane?" To which Sun Ziyu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Boss, I fear that if we arrive late, our territory may be seized, leading to trouble. I'm speeding up to secure our domain." Zhao Zikuo's lips twitched, struggling to contain his frustration, before finally retorting, "Are you out of your mind? If they intended to take it, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until today?" However, Sun Ziyu remained unconvinced, responding, "What if they just now thought of it?" Observing the tension in Zhao Zikuo's forehead, where veins were visibly throbbing, Zhang Si couldn't help but smirk. Ye Yinyan, pulling at Zhao Zikuo's sleeve, smiled and said, "Sun Ziyu driving fast is actually quite beneficial. Once we reach the villa, we can afford Uncle Zhang a bit more time to prepare the meal." Sun Ziyu, brimming with excitement, replied, "The madam truly understand my concerns." Upon hearing this, Xinran couldn't help but twitch her lips, addressing the driver's cabin. "Drive your car properly. Just because I called you fat doesn't mean you should start wheezing. If you dare to provoke my brother Ziquo again, I'll tell Uncle Zhang that you won't be having lunch." Immediately, a wail emanated from the driver's cabin. "Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Zhao Ziquo's forehead tightened, his veins throbbing as he coldly remarked to the driver's cabin, "I'm not dead yet. Why the morbid talk? Sun Ziyu, let me make myself clear. If I hear another word from you, your lunch for today is cancelled." The noise from the driver's cabin abruptly ceased. Zhao Qianqian, with a look of astonishment, turned to Zhao Ziquo and inquired, "Brother, has Sun Ziyu always been like this? How have you tolerated him all these years?" Zhao Ziquo shot her a glance, but remained silent, while Zhang Si chuckled and explained, "Sun Ziyu has always been this way. Despite his irritating words, he possesses a good heart, is exceedingly loyal, and highly capable. Our boss is magnanimous and naturally does not hold it against him for speaking without thinking." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian gave Zhang Si a thumbs up, expressing her admiration. "Zhang Si, with your explanation, my brother's image has suddenly soared." Song Yang lazily interjected, "Qianqian, haven't you noticed? Although Sun Ziyu is quite infuriating, he effortlessly diverts your attention from the apocalypse. I believe he embodies a kind of wisdom disguised as foolishness. With him around, our team's atmosphere has certainly lightened up." Chapter 79. Confrontation soon. Sun Ziyu drove the vehicle to their destination. Spotting someone attempting to break into the property at the entrance, he shouted loudly into the cabin, "Boss, there are indeed shameless people trying to pry open our property's gate." With that, he dashed out, swiftly raising a high earthen wall before the gate. Zhang Si utilized his mental abilities to assess the situation outside and informed the group, "It's Yi Jinping and his crew. There are over 200 of them." Zhao Qianqian, upon hearing this, leaped up in anger. "How audacious of them! They previously encroached upon our Zhao family's land without us retaliating, and now that they know we're here, they dare to set their sights on the Yi family's property." Song Yang rose alongside Zhao Qianqian, patting her back soothingly while casting a smile at Xinran. "Yi Jinping's father has coveted our property long before the apocalypse. It's not surprising he seeks to seize it amidst the chaos. Miss, should we teach them a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Xinran rose to her feet, grasping Zhao Ziquo's hand. She spoke earnestly, "Brother Ziquo, let's go and take a look together. It would be prudent to clarify matters. lest certain individuals persist in being a nuisance to us like bothersome flies. Zhao Ziqua gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind Xinran's ear, smiling as he replied, "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." With that, he signaled Zhang Si to open the door of the RV, taking Xinran's hand and leading the way outside. Zhao Qianqian and Song Yang, upon witnessing their descent, promptly followed suit. The group made their way toward the entrance of the building complex. What does Xiao mean? Is he attempting to take advantage of our family, seizing our land, and now trying to pry open the gates of our property? Upon hearing Xinran's voice, Yi Jinping, who had been glaring fiercely at Sun Ziyu, immediately altered his demeanor. With a smile, he addressed Xinran. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Miss Yi, everything I have done is solely for the sake of the base. You must not misunderstand me." Zhao Ziqua regarded Yi Jinping's sycophantic visage with a frosty stare, his gaze as piercing as icicles in the depths of winter, sending a shiver through Yi Jinping's heart. He endeavored to divert his attention, attempting to disregard Zhao Ziqua's penetrating scrutiny and feigned calmness as he looked at Yi Xinran, though the smile on his face appeared increasingly strained. "For the base." Yi Xinran's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "Your White Tiger base is situated dozens of kilometers away from here. What relation does my front door have to your base?" Yi Jinping hastily waved his hand, attempting to clarify. "Miss Yi, you misunderstand. In these tumultuous times, we are merely striving to ensure the safety of the base. This real estate boasts a prime location, and should it fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, the consequences could be dire. We only wish to temporarily take control and will return to the Yi family once the situation has stabilized." Before he could finish, Zhao Qianqian could no longer contain her outrage and retorted, "Nonsense. You are clearly coveting our family's assets, yet you speak so grandiloquently." Song Yang restrained the impulsive Zhao Qianqian, soothingly patting her back. With a smile directed at Yi Jinping, he replied, "Thank you for your goodwill, young master Yi, but as you can see, we have no intention of leaving this property vacant, so there is no need for your concern." Yi Jinping, undeterred, smiled while subtly threatening President Song. "It would be wise not to speak too soon. As you have witnessed throughout this journey, the external circumstances are precarious. Even if you possess a formidable Earth-type ability user, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. There will inevitably be moments when he cannot manage everything, will there not?" Zhao Ziqua let out a cold laugh, releasing his hold on Yi Xinran's waist as he strode toward Yi Jinping, each step seemingly laden with immense weight, suffocating Yi Jinping's breath. "Who said we only have one powerful Earth-type ability user?" Raising his right hand, Zhao Ziqua conjured a thick stream of purple electricity and hurled it forward. Yi Jinping's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Zhao Ziqua's sudden aggression, even though his subordinates reacted swiftly, with a speed mutant pulling him away to evade the attack. He was still struck by the lightning, leaving him charred and blackened. As he looked down at his fallen subordinates, Yi Jinping attempted to argue, but when he opened his mouth, only a plume of black smoke escaped. Yi Xinran was amused by his comical appearance, and she feigned a reproachful tone as she spoke to Zhao Ziqua. "Brother Ziqua, why don't you harness some extraordinary abilities? Just look at how utterly embarrassed Yi Xiao appears before him. How could he possibly retain any face to assert his dominance within the base in the future?" Zhao Ziqua, observing her mischievous expression, stifled a chuckle and, in a mock display of awkwardness, rubbed his nose and feigned exasperation as he replied, "I clearly only employed a mere 10% of my abilities. Who could have anticipated his fragility? Had I known, I would have utilized ice spikes instead. That would have spared him such humiliation." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran cast a disdainful glance at Yi Jinping and remarked, "Perhaps it is best to reconsider. He is rather fragile, and should you strike him directly with an ice shard, it would only complicate matters further." Yi Jinping, listening to the inconsequential exchange between Yi Xinran and her companion, felt a surge of anger rising within him, nearly choking him. Yet Yi Xinran, oblivious to the tension, turned to him and said, "Yi Xiao, do not trouble yourself with my family's affairs. Instead, perhaps you should devote your time to enhancing your own abilities." I suspect you cannot even best Uncle Zhang, who is the weakest in our team. Your skills are severely lacking. At this rate, ensuring the zombies do not receive supplies would be a commendable achievement. With that, she took Zhao Ziqua's hand and boldly led the group through the entrance of the building. Observing their arrogant retreat, Yi Jinping could no longer contain himself. He coughed up blood and fainted. What now? Yi Xiao has fainted. Upon hearing this, the group turned their attention to Yi Jinping. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exasperated by the chaos, exclaimed quickly, "Let us lift Yi Jinping and the others who have been struck by the lightning abilities and get them into the vehicle." Xinran paid no heed to the chaos outside the gate. Once Sun Ziyu maneuvered the RV through the entrance of the community, she promptly closed the gate. She stowed away the vehicle and retrieved the largest villa from her spatial inventory, addressing the crowd. Our most pressing concern at the moment is to enhance our abilities. So for the time being, let us reside together. Once we have all elevated our powers, we can then separate into our own dwellings. What do you all think? Chapter 80. Deadlock. Wouldn't separating mean we miss out on Uncle Zhang's cooking? Xin xin in dozet. I want to live with you all too, Zhao Ziqua remarked, gazing at his sister, who was clinging to Yi Xinran's arm and acting coy. He frowned and turned to Song Yang. Song Yang, keep your woman away from my wife. Seriously, brother, are you jealous of my affection too? I am your biological sister, Zhao Qianqian retorted, exasperatedly bouncing on her feet. Song Yang, observing Zhao Qianqian's indignation, spoke with an affectionate smile. Qianqian, remember to speak politely. Using foul language warrants consequences. That's not the point, Song Yang, she exclaimed. Yi Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian's flustered demeanor and promptly placed a bag of crystal cores into her hands, smiling as she said, Qianqian, hurry and upgrade. Once you become stronger, you can teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, Xin, is the 8th level fire attribute crystal core included in this bag? Yi Xinran nodded and replied with a smile, Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Zhao Qianqian immediately sprang to her feet, ascending the stairs as she exclaimed, I shall upgrade right now. Once I surpass my brother and the others, I will make them beg for mercy. She added, it wouldn't be too late to upgrade after finishing our meal. As Yi Xinran observed Zhao Qianqian's brisk retreat, she couldn't help but shake her head, only to collide with the fervent gazes of the onlookers. Faced with their intense stares, she swallowed hard and inquired, Why do you all look at me like that? Aren't you going to eat? In response, Song Yang smirked, his lips curling into a smile as he said, What could be more important than leveling up? Young lady, please spare me from being left behind by my woman. Sun Ziyu, eyeing Song Yang's exaggeratedly pitiful expression, rubbed his arms where goosebumps had risen, and derisively remarked, Song Yang, I had no idea you could be so shameless. Zhang Si, unusually in agreement with Sun Ziyu, stood beside him and added, Song Yang, you are being rather pretentious. Upon hearing this, Song Yang rolled his eyes at the group, his disdain evident as he retorted, What do you two single dogs know? Zhao Ziqua stroked his chin and interjected, As someone with a wife, I too cannot comprehend your overly affected behavior. Observing the discomfort on Song Yang's face as he was relentlessly teased, Yi Xinran couldn't suppress her laughter. She placed several bags filled with crystal cores on the dining table and smiled at the group, saying, I initially planned to distribute these after dinner, but seeing your eagerness, let us share them now to assure your minds. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young mistress. Thank you, madam. The crowd expressed their gratitude with delight as they reached for the crystal cores. Yi Xinran, with a smile playing on her lips, continued, barring any unforeseen circumstances. We shall reside here for quite a while, so there is no need to rush in leveling up. It is far better to balance work and rest. The quantity of crystal cores I have prepared should suffice for you to break through to level 8. By then, it is likely that acid rain will soon fall, providing an excellent opportunity to practice with the mutated plants within this estate. Sun Ziyu, his brows furrowed in confusion, asked, Madam, does your statement imply that we are to remain indoors in the days to come? Yi Xinran nodded in response and remarked with a smile, The low-tier zombies on the streets no longer serve any purpose for you. We are not lacking in resources, and we must leave some room for others to grow. Observing Sun Ziyu's perplexed expression, Zhang Si kindly elucidated, "What the young lady means is that if we eliminate all the zombies that are of no use to us, others will be deprived of the opportunity to train and develop. Since we are not in need of those low-tier crystal cores, our focus should solely be on enhancing our abilities. We cannot indiscriminately seize the resources that others require for their advancement." Sun Ziyu, after a prolonged silence filled with contemplation, finally spoke with astonishment. "So, is it because we have taken the resources they need to grow that Yi Jinping and the others are so weak?" The group fell into a moment of speechlessness at Sun Ziyu's words. Song Yang shook his head and said, "I must have momentarily lost my senses. Otherwise, why would I have listened so intently to a fool?" Zhang Si, feeling a headache coming on, removed his glasses and, while pinching the bridge of his nose, lamented, "I must be the one who has lost my mind for engaging in such lengthy discourse with an imbecile." Xinran gazed at Sun Ziyu's bewildered expression, unable to suppress a mixture of laughter and tears as she spoke. "Sun Ziyu, what are you daydreaming about? Their weakness is their own affair. It has no bearing on us. We have not encroached upon their resources, and throughout this journey, have they not been the ones scheming against us?" Sun Ziyu nodded in vigorous agreement, replying, "Madam, you are absolutely right. We have not seized their resources, and we shall not bear this blame." Uncle Zhang, seeing that the serious matters had been addressed, chimed in with a smile. "Young master, young mistress, the meal is ready. Would everyone like to dine and converse simultaneously?" Xinran smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, Uncle Zhang, I happen to be hungry." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang cheerfully began serving dishes to everyone. Noticing the empty seat of Zhao Qianqian, he inquired, "Young madam, shall we send a meal to the young lady's room?" Xinran chuckled softly, shaking her head as she spoke. "She is likely busy absorbing the crystal cores now. It would be best not to disturb her. In the coming days, we must rely on Uncle Zhang to prepare ample food in the kitchen, ensuring that they can conveniently come down to eat whenever hunger strikes." Uncle Zhang nodded with a smile and replied, "Young madam, rest assured, I have experience in this matter. I guarantee no one will go hungry." Hearing this, Song Yang beamed at Uncle Zhang and said, "Then we extend our gratitude to you in advance, Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang chuckled in return. "What is there to thank me for? I am merely doing what I can. I should be the one thanking you for not finding me a burden." "What burden?" Zhao Ziqua, overhearing Uncle Zhang's words, frowned slightly and earnestly interjected, "Uncle Zhang, do not belittle yourself. You manage the logistics of our team, which is an essential component." Sun Ziyu, munching on a large piece of pork, nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Uncle Zhang. Consider this. Without you, we wouldn't even have a decent meal. What is the point of living without good food? Never underestimate your importance. You are the most vital person in our team." Zhang Si understood his father's concerns and placed a piece of meat into Uncle Zhang's bowl with a smile, saying, "Exactly, Dad. Everyone in our team has a unique role. There's truly no need for you to get bogged down in trivialities." Chapter 81. Emotional, not Uncle Zhang felt exposed by his son's insight, his face reddening as he retorted, "You little rascal, who is being narrow-minded?" Zhang Si laughed upon hearing this. Right, you're not being narrow-minded. It is I who is being stubborn." Everyone erupted into laughter. As she extracted crystal cores from her space, she playfully chided, "Look at everyone. They are all striving hard to enhance their abilities, yet you persistently dwell on trivial matters." Zhao Ziqua, accepting the crystal cores from Xinran, replied with feigned grievance, "How can it be trivial? Everything related to Xinran is of utmost importance. Is making Xinran happy not more significant than upgrading one as powers?" "Rascal." Xinran was taken aback to hear Zhao Ziqua utter such frivolous remarks after he had indulged in more worldly pleasures, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She promptly leaped from his embrace, maintaining a safe distance before speaking. "Focus on your upgrades and refrain from dwelling on inconsequential matters." With that, she made her way towards the door, casting a warning glance back at Zhao Ziqua before exiting. Observing her fierce demeanor, Zhao Ziqua could not help but smile, a sense of mischief stirring within him. Yet, he understood that if he dared to defy her, his little wife would undoubtedly erupt in anger. Resigned, He picked up the crystalline core pouch she had discarded on the bed and began to absorb the cores with utmost seriousness. Having ensured Zhao Ziqua was occupied, the now idle Xinran decided to head downstairs to converse with Uncle Zhang. Although Uncle Zhang claimed to be indifferent, it was evident that not awakening his powers and becoming a supernatural being had become a source of inner turmoil for him. While sorting through the crystalline cores in her space, Xinran stumbled upon a first-level spatial ability crystalline core, which had long been purified by the little camellia but had been neglected in the corner due to its low grade. Upon discovering this core, Xinran immediately recognized that its rightful owner must be none other than Uncle Zhang. As Xinran descended the stairs, she searched for Uncle Zhang's figure. Upon discovering him in the kitchen washing dishes, she made her way directly towards him. "Uncle Zhang, are you busy?" Xinran inquired softly with a smile as she approached his side. Uncle Zhang looked up, and upon seeing Xinran, a warm smile spread across his face. Hearing this, Xinran smiled and said, "Brother Zico is currently preoccupied with absorbing crystal nuclei and has no time to attend to me. I was feeling rather bored on my own, so I thought I would come and chat with you." Uncle Zhang chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Well then, young madam, please wait for me in the living room for a moment. I will be ready shortly. Let me prepare a fruit platter for you, and I shall join you soon." Upon hearing this, Xinran retrieved a cantaloupe from her space and smiled at Uncle Zhang, saying, "Then it shall be hard work for you, Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang watched as Xinran departed, the smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. His hands moved with increased speed, swiftly cleaning the last of the dishes, before skillfully carving the cantaloupe. As he brought the fruit platter into the living room, he found Xinran engrossed in a novel. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her gaze to Uncle Zhang and exclaimed, "Uncle Zhang, please have a seat." Understanding Xinran's character, Uncle Zhang recognized that she was not merely being polite, and thus settled himself comfortably on the nearby sofa. Xinran gazed at Uncle Zhang with a serious expression and quietly inquired, "Uncle Zhang, to be honest, do you secretly wish to possess extraordinary abilities?" Taken aback by her forthrightness, Uncle Zhang fidgeted with his hands, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips as he replied, "Young madam, what prompts such an unexpected question?" Xinran observed Uncle Zhang's reaction and realized that her conjecture was correct. Xinran smiled gently and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, please express your thoughts." "Of course, I long for it, even in my dreams," Uncle Zhang replied with a wry smile, casting a glance at Xinran. He continued, "However, young madam, I am aware that I am already quite fortunate. In this tumultuous world, I have enough to eat and wear, and I can be with my loved ones. I ought to be content. Rest assured, I will swiftly adjust my mindset." Upon hearing this, Xinran fell silent. She merely extended her hand, palm facing upwards, presenting the crystal nucleus before Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, do you see what this is?" As Uncle Zhang gazed at the gray crystal nucleus in Xinran's hand, he discerned that this nucleus differed somewhat from those they had hunted during their excursions. Reminded of the fire attribute nucleus Xinran had given to Zhao Qianqian, his eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. "Is this an ability crystal nucleus?" Xinran nodded gently, placing the crystal nucleus into Uncle Zhang's hand, and with a smile, she remarked, "This is a primary spatial ability nucleus I discovered while organizing the space. I believe it rightfully belongs to you. However, even though I have processed the nucleus, activating the ability will still entail significant pain and risk for you. I hope you can reflect carefully on this. After all, our current lives are not without merit. Do you truly deem it necessary to jeopardize your life to awaken this power?" Uncle Zhang gazed at the nucleus before him, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He lifted his gaze to meet Xinran's, gratitude and resolve shimmering within him. "Young madam, I understand your concern for my well-being. Nevertheless, I desire to possess this ability. I do not wish to be a burden to others. I wish to possess the strength to protect you and young master, ensuring I will not be a liability in the future. I am aware of the risks involved, but I am prepared to accept them." Xinran gazed into Uncle Zhang's resolute eyes, choosing not to speak further. She smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, I respect your decision. Rest assured, during your time of awakening your extraordinary abilities, I will stand by your side and do my utmost to support you. Xinran's words brought a glimmer of tears to Uncle Zhang's eyes. He nodded gratefully, tightly gripping the crystal core in his hand. The crystal core must be embedded within the bones and blood to transform into energy, seamlessly merging with the meridians of the human body. Xinran meticulously sliced open Uncle Zhang's arm with a small knife, pressing the crystal core into the wound. Uncle Zhang inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the crystal core embedded within him, his eyes shimmering with determination and anticipation. Gradually, he closed his eyes, beginning to channel the formidable energy of the crystal core through his meridians, as Xinran had previously instructed him. Despite his body having undergone mutation and being nourished by the spiritual spring water, he still found it arduous to bear the overwhelming energy. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to endure the agony within. In the living room, the only sound that remained was Uncle Zhang's heavy breathing. Chapter 82. Successful Activation. Xinran gazed anxiously at Uncle Zhang, who lay sprawled on the sofa, drenched in sweat. Although she had previously handled crystal nuclei to render the activation process more gentle, the awakening of supernatural powers was invariably fraught with peril. Just as her mind was in turmoil, the voice of the little camellia resonated in her thoughts. Master, do not be afraid. The energy of a first-level crystal nucleus is limited and not overly dangerous. If you are still concerned, you may administer some spatial essence to him. Indeed, the spatial essence possesses the ability to rejuvenate bodily cells. How could she have overlooked such a crucial detail? She hastily retrieved a few drops of spatial essence, intending to administer it to Uncle Zhang. However, in his agony, he clenched his teeth so tightly that he was unable to swallow. Inject it, Master. There is a syringe available in the space. You could directly inject it into his body, and the effect will be just as beneficial. Upon hearing the words, Xinran swiftly retrieved a syringe from her space and injected the spring water into Uncle Zhang's body. Watching as Uncle Zhang's breathing gradually stabilized, Xinran finally felt a sense of relief. She knew that Uncle Zhang was likely to succeed in awakening his extraordinary abilities this time. The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn when suddenly, Uncle Zhang was enveloped in a faint blue glow. Xinran sensed a fluctuation of energy and swiftly turned her gaze towards Uncle Zhang. The blue light intensified gradually, yet Uncle Zhang remained with his eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, the blue light flashed brilliantly and then slowly dissipated. Uncle Zhang opened his eyes, revealing an expression of astonishment on his face. Young madam, I can feel it. I truly sense the existence of a supernatural power, he exclaimed, rising excitedly from the sofa, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Xinran gazed at Uncle Zhang's excited demeanor, unable to suppress her own joy for him. Curiously, she inquired, Uncle Zhang, are you able to perceive the existence of space? Uncle Zhang smiled and nodded. Then, with a hint of embarrassment, he confessed, regrettably, my space is merely 1 square meter in size. Young mistress, am I too feeble? Xinran was amused by Uncle Zhang's anxious expression. She gently reassured him, Uncle Zhang, what are you thinking? Your ability level is only at 1. It would indeed be strange if your space were excessively vast, wouldn't it? You're already quite formidable. I've heard that many spatial ability users have spaces no larger than a shoebox when they are at level 1. Really? Observing the delight in Uncle Zhang's eyes, Xinran spoke without a hint of hesitation. Of course, you're already quite impressive. Seeing the joy on Uncle Zhang's face, she took out several bags of attribute-less zombie crystal nuclei from her space and cheerfully remarked, Uncle Zhang, here you go. Uncle Zhang eagerly accepted the crystal nuclei, but a trace of hesitation soon flickered across his face. Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled and remarked, can they truly star when they are alive? Besides, I am here, am I not? Rest assured, when they emerge, I shall provide them with the provisions stored in my space. You need only focus on enhancing your abilities. I guarantee they shall not go hungry. Thinking of Xinran's miraculous space, Uncle Zhang could not help but smile. How could he have forgotten about the young mistress's wondrous space that preserves food? Knowing that no one would suffer from hunger, Uncle Zhang felt completely at ease. He addressed Xinran, saying, Then I shall trouble you. young mistress. Simply stack the used dishes in the kitchen. I will make every effort to expedite my ability upgrade. In the kitchen, she skillfully retrieved fresh ingredients from her space and began preparing breakfast. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air as the breakfast was ready. She placed her portion on the dining table and was savoring it when she heard Zhao Qianqian's cheerful voice. "It smells so good, Xin. What delectable dish has Uncle Zhao prepared? Today's breakfast seems exceptionally delicious." Upon hearing this, Xinran rolled her eyes at Zhao Qianqian in a rather unrefined manner and chuckled. "I believe you're simply famished, which is why today's breakfast seems particularly delectable to you. However, I advise you to keep this sentiment from Uncle Zhao. Otherwise, it may cause him distress." Zhao Qianqian, taken aback, replied with a puzzled expression, "If I praise Uncle's culinary skills, why on earth would he feel sorrow?" Xinran lifted the corners of her lips and said, rather smugly, "I'm sorry, but today's breakfast was prepared by me." "What?" Zhao Qianqian then realized how eerily quiet the dining hall was. Uncle Zhang, who usually served her breakfast promptly, had not yet appeared. Curiously, she inquired, "Xin, how would you have made breakfast? Where is Uncle Zhang?" Observing Xinran leisurely savoring her bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, Zhao Qianqian found it difficult to swallow. Sitting at the dining table, she expressed her disbelief, saying, "I didn't even have dinner yesterday. How could I have missed out on so much?" Xinran did not keep them in suspense and directly recounted the successful awakening of Uncle Zhang's extraordinary abilities. Zhao Qianqian listened with sparkling eyes. Xin, does this mean we can also reawaken our powers through the ability crystal cores? I would truly love to possess a space for storage." Xinran gazed at her whimsical demeanor and unceremoniously doused her with cold water, questioning, "What are you thinking? Do you believe that the crystal core of spatial abilities is as common as cabbage? It is a rare treasure. When I spent a decade collecting in my past life before acquiring even a single one, I advise you to abandon such daydreams." Zhao Qianqian, undeterred by her words, clasped Xinran's arm and inquired, "Xinran, you must tell me, if I were to possess a crystal core with spatial attributes, would it be possible for me to awaken spatial abilities?" Xinran extricated her arm from Zhao Qianqian's embrace, continuing to dine while nodding slightly. She spoke, "That seems about right, but do not act recklessly. The crystal core must be entrusted to me before use. Only after I have instructed Zayakawa to successfully purify it can it be utilized. Moreover, during the activation of your extraordinary abilities, I must be by your side to ensure safety. I can also employ my wood-based powers to help channel the volatile energy of the crystal core." Upon receiving a reassuring response, Zhao Qianqian eagerly nodded and assured, Xin, rest assured, I value my life and will not act irresponsibly." Chapter 83. Breakfast. Xinran gazed at Zhao Qianqian's exuberant expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She was well aware that Zhao Qianqian had long envied her spatial abilities, and now that an opportunity to potentially awaken such powers had arisen, it was only natural for her to be elated. Affecting a serious tone, she remarked, "Enough of your wide-mouthed grinning. Go serve yourself some porridge from the kitchen. As for the other delicacies you wish to indulge in, I shall retrieve them from my space. I desire fried dough sticks, shrimp dumplings, and soup dumplings. Oh, and definitely some savory pancakes." Zhao Qianqian ladled the porridge, all the while enthusiastically proclaiming her culinary cravings as she made her way to the dining area. Upon hearing this, Xinran feigned disdain and remarked, "Ordering so many dishes. Are you certain you can finish them all?" Zhao Qianqian immediately responded with bravado, Xin, you have no idea. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow right now." Xinran couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Qianqian's bold demeanor. She approached the kitchen countertop and began extracting the delicacies Zhao Qianqian had ordered from her spatial ring. In no time, the tantalizing aromas of fried dough sticks, shrimp dumplings, soup buns, and savory pancakes filled the air, gracing the countertop. Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the feast before her. Eagerly, she took a seat and began to indulge herself. Just as she was relishing her meal, Zhang Si descended from the upper floor. He glanced towards the kitchen, evidently puzzled by the absence of Uncle Zhang. Without waiting for Xinran to speak, Zhao Qianqian addressed Zhang Si directly. Don't look around. Uncle Zhang has activated his abilities and is currently busy absorbing crystal cores to enhance his powers. Quickly head to the kitchen and serve some porridge. If you desire any main dishes, just let Xinran know, as we can order today. My dad activated his abilities? Zhang Si was clearly taken aback by Zhao Qianqian's revelation, and he turned to Xinran with a look of gratitude. Xinran smiled gently and explained, I wonder if you have noticed that the absence of abilities has become a lingering concern for Uncle Zhang. Coincidentally, while I was organizing the crystal cores, I discovered a level 1 spatial attribute crystal core in the space, so I decided to present it to Uncle Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Si's eyes gleamed with surprise. He looked at Xinran, his voice trembling slightly. Young mistress, this is truly wonderful. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of my father. Xinran smiled and shook her head, saying, There's no need for thanks. We are all family. Moreover, Uncle Zhang possessing spatial abilities is indeed a boon for us. In the future, I can conveniently hand over some supplies to Uncle Zhang, allowing him to store them within his space. This way, even if we operate separately, we need not fear a lack of provisions. Zhao Qianqian nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Absolutely. Having one more person with spatial abilities adds an extra layer of security. Zhang Si, once we elevate our levels to 8, let us resume our hunts for zombies. While their ranks are still low, we should gather as many attribute-enhanced crystal cores as possible. Envisioning the day when all members of our team become multi-attribute ability users, it sounds exhilarating. Xinran gazed at Zhao Qianqian, who appeared to be lost in a daydream, and could not help but gently tap her on the head, chuckling as she said, Awaken. Do you really think that cores imbued with extraordinary attributes are as commonplace as cabbage? Upon hearing this, Zhang Si stroked his chin and replied to Xinran, Madam. I must say that Miss Qianqian's suggestion is rather commendable. Upon hearing this, Xinran widened her eyes and questioned Zhang Si if Qianqian is being unreasonable. Why are you joining in on this madness? Zhang Si replied with a smile, Young madam, the only reason you find this unfeasible is due to the scarcity of extraordinary attribute crystals. Let's consider an alternative approach. After all, we possess an abundance of ordinary crystals. If we were to establish a shop within the base for exchanging crystals at a ratio of 1 to 10, I am confident that many would be eager to participate. Upon hearing Zhang Si's words, Xinran's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of inspiration. After contemplating for a brief moment, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the idea was indeed commendable. However, she added, we may require additional personnel to manage the store effectively. The issue of manpower is easily resolvable. Zhao Qianqian was startled by Song Yang's sudden voice, and she retorted sharply, Why do you walk without making a sound? With a cheerful demeanor, Song Yang replied, I was merely trying not to disturb your dining experience, so I took care to tread lightly. Zhao Qianqian, upon hearing this, merely pouted and chose not to respond further. Seeing that he had successfully calmed Zhao Qianqian, Song Yang turned to Xinran and inquired, Miss, do you remember Wang Laohu? He has a considerable number of subordinates, and entrusting the task of exchanging crystal cores to him would be quite fitting. Wang Laohu? Xinran smiled upon hearing the name, as she had recently encountered him on the bar street. That Wang Laohu was known for his loyalty and had many brothers under his command, indeed, making him a commendable choice. Noticing Xinran's agreement, Song Yang curled his lips into a smile and said, Miss, I have heard that Wang Laohu is currently at the White Tiger base. I shall go find him shortly to discuss this matter. Upon hearing this, Xinran shook her head and spoke, I shall take care of this matter. You should focus your primary efforts on enhancing your abilities. In just a few days, acidic rain will descend upon us, and you know well that it is not to be trifled with. Is acidic rain truly that frightening? Zhao Qianqian inquired curiously. Noticing Song Yang's silence, Xinran chuckled in response, saying, Acid rain is merely highly corrosive rainwater. As long as we remain indoors, it poses no significant threat to us. However, in the aftermath of acid rain, the land and rivers become tainted, and both flora and fauna undergo mutations, consequently diminishing the space in which humanity can thrive. Will animals truly mutate into hellish beasts? Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Goodness, what hope is there for humanity? Song Yang gently patted Zhao Qianqian's back, reassuring her with a smile, do not worry. It will not happen all at once. They too require time to evolve. So, there's indeed a possibility they could become as formidable as those hellish creatures. Zhao Qianqian took a sip of water to calm her nerves and then addressed Song Yang, saying, you are quite the comforter. Perhaps it will be best not to do so next time. Xinran looked at Zhao Qianqian with amusement and said, although mutated creatures are formidable, our strength is continuously growing. As long as we become sufficiently powerful, what are those mutated animals to us? What is there to fear? Song Yang nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, in comparison to the mutation of animals, I am far more concerned about the mutation of plants. Those are truly troublesome. As Sun Ziyu descended the stairs, he overheard Song Yang mention mutated plants and could not help but interject, Song Yang, this beautiful day has just begun. Why bring up such frightening matters so early in the morning? Chapter 84, The Redstone. Zhao Qianqian observed Sun Ziyu's alarm at the mention of mutated plants and immediately transformed into a curious child, turning to Xinran and asking, Xinran, are mutated plants really that terrifying? Hearing this, Xinran chuckled and shook her head, responding, it's not that frightening, really. I find some mutated plants to be rather charming. She released a small camellia from her spatial realm, playfully handling it while exclaiming, look at it. Isn't it quite adorable? Zhao Qianqian observed her actions, chuckling softly, and replied, if I hadn't witnessed its lethal capabilities, I might have believed you. Xinran cradled the little camellia in her arms, gazing innocently at the crowd as she inquired, Zhangxi, Song Yang, Sun Ziyu, what do you mean by this? Is my little camellia not adorable? Upon being singled out, Sun Ziyu's expression stiffened. He scratched his head and chuckled. Oh dear, I'm quite famished, madam. I shall head to the kitchen to serve some porridge. Song Yang twitched at the corners of his mouth and remarked, as long as the eldest young lady is pleased. Zhang Si dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief and smiled, saying, I too find the little camellia rather charming. Young madam, if I were to awaken my wood-based abilities, could I also possess such a spirited and extraordinary plant? Just as Sun Ziyu emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge, he overheard Zhang Si's words and, in a moment of unthinking candor, exclaimed indeed, as the saying goes, one either perishes in silence or erupts within it. Zhang Si, I never imagined you to be so peculiar. You truly are formidable. Upon hearing this, Xinran raised her eyebrows and turned to Sun Ziyu, inquiring, Sun Ziyu, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that you have been secretly calling me a pervert? Sun Ziyu, taken aback, stiffened at her words. Tentatively, he replied, Madam, what if I were to say that I uttered nothing just now, and that what you perceived was merely a figment of your imagination? Would you believe me? Xinran was amused by his comical attempts to conceal the truth. She inquired, what do you think? Sun Ziyu, holding a bowl of porridge, earnestly replied, Madam, I believe today's porridge is exceptionally fragrant. A ripple of laughter swept through the crowd, and in light of Sun Ziyu's playful remarks, Xinran chose not to pursue the matter further. With a smile, she urged, hurry and eat. Once everyone reaches level 8. Sun Ziyu, you shall devise a training regimen for us. Yes, madam. Sun Ziyu, relieved that Xinran had let the topic drop, took a moment to boast about his abilities. Rest assured, madam, I am most proficient at formulating training plans. Hearing that training was imminent, Zhao Qianqian's expression soured. She cast a forlorn glance at Xinran and, with a hint of petulance, asked, Xinran, can't we skip the training? It's so exhausting. Xinran smiled at her and said, of course, training can be avoided. As long as you do not wish to awaken other abilities, it is entirely optional. What kind of treacherous words are you uttering, Xin? Zhao Qianqian immediately sat up straight and addressed Xinran. I cherish training. It brings me joy. Song Yang gazed at Xinran with sparkling eyes, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired, Miss, are you suggesting that we prioritize the activation of abilities using crystal cores? Xinran spoke with a look of helplessness. The method for exchanging crystal cores has already been devised by you all. What else can we do but prioritize it? Upon hearing this, Jiangxi turned to Xinran with a serious expression and said, Madam, please feel free to command me if there is anything I can assist with. Rest assured, I will not hesitate if there are tasks that require my effort. She then gazed at the others gathered around the dining table, smiling as she added, I am not the only reincarnated present. I trust you are all aware of the changes in our world following the acid rain. We cannot alter the world, but we can continuously enhance ourselves. I hope that everyone can elevate their abilities to level 8 before the arrival of the acid rain, for there are plenty of mutated plants awaiting you in the courtyard. If one is too weak. All right, Xinran, that's enough. We understand. Zhao Qianqian interjected with a pained expression. When I first entered this complex, I marveled at the rarity of the plants, but who would have thought? Alas, enough said, it's all tears. Sun Ziyu, belatedly realizing, asked, Madam, is there an ancient tree in our complex that directly mutated into a level 7 plant after the acid rain? Correct. Ye Xinran, Chad Fulida Market. The mutated vine beside it is a level 6 mutation. If all goes well, we should be able to acquire quite a number of high-grade crystal cores after this cleanup. Sun Ziyu swallowed hard and replied to Yi Xinran, Madam, how is it that you can utter such chilling words with your charming demeanor? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran narrowed her eyes dangerously and cast a wary glance at Sun Ziyu, inquiring, What did you say? Sun Ziyu, taken aback by her tone, stiffened momentarily before hastily replying, I mean to say, I shall certainly not let the lady's kindness go to waste. I will strive to improve. Master, I have some delightful news to share with you. Yi Xinran gazed at the little camellia, wriggling excitedly in her embrace, and with a hint of amusement, she inquired, What wonderful news has you so tantalizingly reserved? My esteemed master, do you recall that vibrant red stone brimming with energy? It has now been purified. The energy it radiates is exceptionally gentle, allowing humans to absorb it directly without any adverse effects. Master, do you not find it remarkable? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran's eyes brightened with a glimmer of disbelief as she inquired, Xiao Cha-Cha, is it true that humans can absorb the energy emitted by that red stone without any side effects? Of course. Xiao Cha-Hua replied with a haughty tilt of her head. Master, when have I ever deceived you? I have told you that if humans wear ornaments crafted from this red stone for an extended period, it can even expand and strengthen their meridians. If everyone in the team wears a piece made from this red stone, wouldn't it not only replenish energy, but also subtly refine their bodies? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chahua hurriedly nestled against the red stone, her expression shifting to one of vigilance as she looked at Yi Xinran and exclaimed, Master, you wouldn't intend to share such a precious treasure with everyone, would you? It took me a great deal of effort to purify this. Why should it be given away for free? I simply refuse. Chapter 85. Covetousness. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran began to converse with the little camellia. TT, I know you possess the kindest heart. You surely cannot bear to witness my teammates suffer. No, I am not kind. The little camellia retorted, resting steadfastly upon the stone. No one shall take away my red stone. Hearing this, Yi Xinran rolled her eyes in silent exasperation and inquired, Am I not permitted to partake as well? Then what is the purpose of your words? Is it merely to tantalize my senses with something I cannot possess? In response, the little camellia lifted its grand head and replied, Of course, my master may use it. But such a splendid treasure, how could one bear to gift it to another? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran chuckled. Little Cha-Cha, what are you thinking? How could I possibly part with such a large piece of stone entirely? I merely wish to slice off a small portion for jewelry, leaving the remaining scraps for others. Really? It's even more precious than gold. Little Chahua reluctantly crawled away from the red stone, expressing her discomfort as she said, Master, please proceed, but only one slice. Okay, rest assured. With little Chahua's consent, Yi Xinran swiftly employed her extraordinary abilities to carve a piece from the red stone. Little Chahua gazed in astonishment at the smooth and even-cut surface, exclaiming, Master, how did you achieve that? It's merely a combination of several powers working in harmony. As Yi Xinran sipped the spiritual spring to replenish her strength, she remarked, Xiao Cha-Cha, I haven't deceived you, have I? One piece is indeed one piece. Now, I shall craft jewelry from this stone. She fashioned bracelets for herself and Zhao Qianqian, while creating peace talismans for the others. Observing the leftover scraps, she also made a thumb ring and a beaded bracelet for Zhao Ziqua. Once her tasks were completed, Xinran estimated the time and planned to step outside. However, as soon as she exited the space, she found herself enveloped in Zhao Ziqua's embrace. "Brother Ziqua," she murmured. Zhao Ziqua, upon hearing her, curled his lips into a smile and inquired, "Did Xinran sneak off to play in the space again?" "What do you mean by play?" "Brother Ziqua, you unjustly accuse the innocent. I was busy with important matters." Seeing Xinran's pouting lips, Zhao Ziqua couldn't resist. Leaning in to plant a kiss on her, he chuckled. "What Xinran says is true. It is Brother Ziqua's fault. Should Xinran impose a punishment on her brother?" Feeling Zhao Ziqua's wandering hands, Xinran rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why was it that once a man indulged, his thoughts became so muddled? Well, it seemed she was a bit tempted herself. After a playful exchange that lasted quite a while, recalling that Uncle Zhang was preoccupied with absorbing the crystal cores and had no time to prepare food for everyone, Xinran swatted away Zhao Ziqua's mischievous hands. She adorned him with the peace talisman and beaded bracelet she had prepared. The moment Zhao Ziqua's skin touched the redstone beads, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked, "Xinran, what is this?" "This is the red crystal from the laboratory. Xiao Chahua has processed it. The energy within can be directly absorbed by us, the ability users, without any side effects." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua promptly removed the bracelet and talisman from himself, speaking with utmost reverence. "This is something that could save one's life in a critical moment. To use it like this would be a waste." Xinran was amused by his cherishing demeanor and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Brother Ziqua, you need not be so cautious." The little camellia mentioned that this stone inherently possesses energy. Neglecting it would indeed be a waste. Xin was right. Such a remarkable treasure ought not to be squandered. Moreover, this was crafted by Xin's own hands, and I must wear it with utmost care. Xinran gazed at the man's inconsistent demeanor, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She never anticipated that her aloof brother, Zhao Ziqua, would display such a side in private. With a sigh, she donned her clothing while retrieving a hefty bag of high-grade crystal cores, addressing Zhao Ziqua. "Brother Ziqua, it's getting late. Please focus on absorbing the crystal cores. I shall head downstairs to prepare some food for everyone." Zhao Ziqua pulled Xinran back into his embrace, a hint of confusion in his voice as he replied, "Isn't Uncle Zhang around?" "Rest assured, they won't go hungry." Xinran shook her head and, with a smile, recounted the incident of Uncle Zhang activating his spatial abilities. Zhao Ziqua, astonished, inquired, "So, Uncle Zhang successfully awakened his powers using the zombie crystal core processed by the small camellia?" Upon seeing Xinran nod, Zhao Ziqua earnestly stated, Xin, this secret must not be disclosed to anyone outside our team, at least for the time being." "Of course." Xinran rolled her eyes in a haughty manner and disdainfully remarked, "I am not foolish. If the personnel in the base were to discover this, it would be astonishing if our team members were not taken away to serve as subjects in their research." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua couldn't help but furrow his brow and replied, "Our overall strength is formidable. It is only a matter of time before the Research Institute sets its sights on us." Upon hearing this, Xinran expressed her skepticism and remarked, "We cannot allow the fear of their covetousness to hinder our growth. Rest assured, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and conspiracies are but paper tigers." Zhao Ziqua nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, those who covet what we possess must first weigh their own capabilities before making any moves against us. However, we must remain vigilant. Once everyone has absorbed the crystal cores over the next few days, I will remind everyone that we should act in unison and avoid isolating ourselves, lest we provide an opportunity for some to take advantage." Xinran did not believe that Zhao Ziqua was overthinking. Human nature is inherently such, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where plunder and pillage abound, leaving little room for moral boundaries. She nodded in agreement, smiling as she spoke. We plan to wait until the acid rain subsides before enlisting the help of Wang Laohu and the others to exchange for ability attribute crystals at the base. What do you think, Brother Ziqua? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqua was taken aback once more. His eyes widened as he gazed at Xinran, incredulously asking, Xinran, do I understand you correctly? You wish to help our team members awaken multiple types of abilities? Xinran chuckled softly, touching her nose as she spoke. Primarily, it is Qianqian who insists on acquiring spatial abilities. I thought to myself, if all of us possess such powers, our travels would be significantly more convenient. Since we have already activated spatial abilities, why not activate several more? Chapter 86. Versailles. Zhao Ziqua listened to Xinran's words, unable to suppress a gulp. He remarked, Xinran, if those madmen at the Research Institute were to hear your Versailles-like sentiments, it might just drive them to their wits' end. Upon hearing this, Xinran haughtily replied, They are not my concern. Whether they are infuriated or not has nothing to do with me. With that, she declared, enough of this banter. I shall head downstairs to distribute the pendants I crafted for them. With the aid of the red stones, perhaps they can elevate their abilities to level 9 before the acid rain arrives. Watching his beloved wife turn away without a hint of reluctance, Zhao Ziqua chuckled and shook his head. He then picked up the crystal core and resumed his earnest absorption of its energy, determined not to fall behind the others in the team. After all, how could he protect his delicate little wife otherwise? Xinran was oblivious to Zhao Ziqua's inner thoughts. For reasons unknown, she had not heard his heartfelt sentiments in quite some time. However, she paid it no mind, for his emotional outpourings had been excessively loud, causing her ears considerable discomfort. As Xinran descended the stairs, she found Zhao Qianqian slumped over the dining table, sighing heavily. Upon seeing her, Zhao weakly exclaimed, Xinran, if you don't come down soon, your dear sister may very well starve to death. Hearing this, Xinran, while retrieving food from her space, chuckled and inquired, If you were so famished, why didn't you come upstairs to summon me? Zhao Qianqian rolled her eyes in disdain and retorted, With my brother's temperament, if I dare to knock on your door, I would likely be struck dead by lightning. I am not foolish. I would much rather choose to prolong my existence a little longer than to meet an immediate demise. Xinran chuckled teasingly, Well, my dear sister, you truly are quite the genius. Zhao Qianqian gazed at the meal laid out on the dining table by Xinran and, without a hint of restraint, began to feast voraciously. Between mouthfuls, she remarked, Xinran, I've realized that the higher one's abilities, the hungrier one becomes. Ever since my powers ascended to level 8, I feel as though I could consume an entire cow. Xinran, understanding Zhao Qianqian's character, refrained from dousing her joy with cold water and readily remarked, Impressive, my sister. You are the first among them to ascend to level 8. Zhao Qianqian, slightly embarrassed by Xinran's exaggerated demeanor, quickly waved her hand in modesty, saying, Oh, not at all. It's merely the result of your splendid fire attribute crystal core. Otherwise, this honor would certainly not be mine. Regardless, it is undeniable that you are indeed the first among them to elevate your abilities to level 8. Xinran, with a cheerful demeanor, retrieved the bracelet and pendant she had meticulously prepared earlier from her belongings, placing them before Zhao Qianqian. Sister, how about we muster our courage and aim for the 9th level? At that moment, Zhao Qianqian, who was in the midst of eating, nearly choked in surprise, coughing for quite some time before regaining her composure. With an expression of disbelief, she turned to Xinran and tentatively inquired, Xinran, are you serious about what you just said? Upon receiving a nod from Xinran, Zhao Qianqian took a deep breath and exclaimed, Sister, have you not yet awakened? Do you think reaching the 9th level is as simple as picking cabbages? Early in the morning, Xinran had already anticipated Zhao Qianqian's reaction. With an air of nonchalance, she remarked, How can one know it is impossible without attempting? Qianqian, in this apocalyptic world, your attitude of merely drifting along is utterly unacceptable. Zhao Qianqian was so infuriated by Xinran that she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Had she not known she could not defeat her, she would have certainly hung her up for a good thrashing. However, under the current circumstances, one must acknowledge the wisdom of adapting to the times. She replied softly, unless we possess a level 9 crystal core, the notion of elevating our abilities to that level in a short span is nothing but a delusion. Upon hearing this, Xinran curled her lips into a smile and said, is it merely a figment of your imagination? Just take a look at what I have for you, and you will understand. Zhao Qianqian, taken aback by her words, incredulously asked, could it truly be a level 9 crystal core? Xinran shook her head in disdain and remarked, do you think a level 9 crystal core is as common as cabbage? It seems you have yet to awaken fully. Without a crystal core, you expect me to level up. Zhao Qianqian, while grumbling, opened the box. As her hand made contact with the table crafted from the crimson stone, her voice abruptly ceased, and she gazed at Xinran in astonishment. Sister, what an extraordinary treasure is this? Xinran, weary of engaging in idle chatter, directly inquired, just tell me if you can upgrade. If not, return my belongings and do not squander resources. Without hesitation, Zhao Qianqian donned the bracelet and adorned her neck with a pendant, ensuring it was concealed beneath her clothing before she spoke. Observing Zhao Qianqian, who appeared invigorated as if energized, Xinran felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She mused that there was no need for such fervor. However, witnessing her sister's enthusiasm was a rarity, and the words that nearly escaped her lips transformed into a supportive cheer. Go for it, sister. I believe in you. As others gradually descended the stairs in search of sustenance, Xinran distributed the prepared tags to each of them. Upon glancing at the tag in his hand, Song Yang's gaze narrowed. Astonishment etched across his face as he turned to Xinran. Xinran nodded calmly and remarked, you are indeed correct. It is the red stone from the laboratory. However, after being treated by Xiao Chahua, the violent energy within the stone has transformed into its current form. It can be directly absorbed by human ability users, and unlike crystal cores, this red stone can continuously generate energy. Therefore, I have crafted a token for each of you, ensuring that should you find yourselves isolated and depleted of abilities, you will not be in peril. Song Yang nodded, furrowing his brow as he replied, while this stone can aid us in enhancing our powers, miss, you should not have revealed it. We must be cautious. If word gets out, and those lunatics at the Research Institute discover it, we could find ourselves in serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Xinran smiled faintly. Were you thinking, if we do not present it for everyone's use, will the group of lunatics at the Research Institute pay us any attention? Moreover, I have only prepared these stone ornaments for a few members of our team, all of whom are our own people. How could the news possibly leak out? Song Yang nodded in agreement and remarked, the young lady makes a valid point. The strength of our team is evident. Even if we do not utilize that red stone, we would inevitably become their targets sooner or later. At that moment, Sun Ziyu happened to descend the stairs and, with a look of indignation, interjected, Song Yang. What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my loyalty? Song Yang shook his head dismissively and retorted, I do not question your loyalty at all, but I have my doubts regarding your intellect. Chapter 87. Acid rain. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu's expression stiffened, and he hesitantly asked, is my mind truly that inept? Xinran was amused by Sun Ziyu's reaction. She retrieved walnuts and fish oil from her space and soothingly remarked, just supplement more, and it will be fine. Song Yang, observing the bewildered expression on Sun Ziyu's face, could not help but burst into laughter. The villa fell into a sudden silence, prompting Xinran to release the little camellia from her space to keep her company. The sky grew increasingly overcast, casting an oppressive atmosphere. Every day, after a long day's work, Xinran enjoys sitting by the window with a small camellia, gazing at the scenery while lost in thought. The sound of raindrops pattering against the ground fills the air, transforming the once smooth marble floor into a rough, uneven surface. She observes how the rain carves dark holes into the plants in the courtyard, and she can sense the emotions of the flora, whether they be pain, despair, or excitement. She realizes that the true apocalypse is about to commence. Following this acid rain, humanity will confront not only the evolved zombies and mutated creatures, but also the more troublesome mutated plants. Those plants that survive the deluge will undergo mutations. The benign ones may provide additional sustenance for humankind, while the malignant ones will become harbingers of death, a true nightmare for humanity. Just as Zhao Ziqua descends from upstairs, he finds his beloved wife standing alone at the window, lost in contemplation. He swiftly approaches her, enveloping her in his embrace, and soothingly assures her, X, do not worry. We have made ample preparations. No matter how the external conditions deteriorate, they will not affect us. Xinran leaned comfortably against Zhao Ziqua's embrace, smiling as she spoke. I'm not worried about that. I am merely bored, admiring the scenery here. Brother Ziqua, have you completed your level up? Yes, thanks to you. My abilities have reached level 9. Although I'm not at the maximum level, I can still hold my own out there. Huh, Brother Ziqua, are you a crab? Walking sideways? I was merely using a metaphor. Once the others level up, I dare say our team will undoubtedly be the strongest in this world. I believe that. Xinran smiled and remarked, if we were to liken this apocalyptic world to a game, then we are akin to seasoned players who have just entered the novice village. The zombies and mutated flora and fauna outside are hardly worthy of our concern. Yet, Brother Ziqua, for some reason, I feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Do you think our strength could attract misfortune? Zhao Ziqua gently pulled Xinran onto the sofa and reassured her with a smile. How could our strength possibly invite calamity? Xian, our growing power will only deter those with malicious intentions. But, Brother Ziqua, I still can't shake this feeling of apprehension. The only thing that seems to draw envy is your unique space. Yet even their covetousness is futile. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and plots are nothing more than paper tigers destined to fail. Observing Xinran's lingering worry, Zhao Ziqua reached beneath her clothing and whispered softly in her ear, Dear wife, rather than fretting over uncertain futures, why not savor the present? Tell me, how many days have we gone without being together in pursuit of strength? Can't you spare a thought for me? As Zhao Qianqian stepped out of her room, she was met with a rather shocking scene in the living room, prompting her to cough loudly in surprise. Shielding her eyes with her hand, she exclaimed, As the saying goes, one should treat a friend with renewed respect after 3 days apart. Dear brother and sister-in-law, it has only been a few days since we last met, and you both have become so audacious. My delicate heart cannot bear it. Upon hearing this, Xinran hastily pushed Zhao Ziqua off her. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him an annoyed glance. Unfazed, Zhao Ziqua pulled her into his embrace and remarked to Zhao Qianqian, When you make such statements, perhaps it would be more convincing if you kept your fingers stitched together. With a playful grin, Zhao Qianqian leaned closer to Xinran and in a coy tone implored, Xinran, do you have anything to eat? Hurry and share something with me. You have no idea how close I am to starving. Upon hearing this, Xinran hurriedly retrieved some of Zhao Qianqian's favorite delicacies from her space, smiling as she urged, Hurry and eat, and if it's insufficient, I shall fetch more for you. Zhao Qianqian planted a playful kiss on Xinran's cheek, and noticing Zhao Ziqua's suddenly darkened expression, she boldly taunted, I always knew that my dear Xinran cares for me the most. Xinran observed the interaction between the siblings with amusement and said, Didn't you say you were hungry? Hurry and eat. Can't the delicious food silence your chatter? Brother Ziqua, it has been ages since you last ate. Do taste this soup, which I specially prepared for you. How does it taste? Upon hearing that Xinran had made soup just for him, Zhao Ziqua's expression softened. He cast a sideways glance at Zhao Qianqian and addressed Xinran, saying, Xinran, that girl Qianqian has become utterly spoiled by your kindness. I find myself feeling jealous of how well you treat her. Are you truly jealous of your own sister? Xinran rolled her eyes in silence. Zhao Ziqua, captivated by her adorable expression, playfully kissed her cheek and earnestly declared, Eat, Xnx, you belong solely to me. No one else may covet you, not even my own sister. Xinran silently rubbed her forehead, realizing that she had grown too comfortable and forgotten about this man's twisted nature. What would she do? She had chosen him, and she would cherish him. She affectionately ruffled Zhao Ziqua's hair, gazing into his eyes as she declared, All right, Brother Ziqua, I am yours alone, but you must be mine as well. No one else shall covet what we have. Zhao Ziqua nodded with satisfaction, earnestly responding, Xine, rest assured. I shall forever belong to you. Zhao Qianqian observed the tender exchange between them, feeling her food momentarily choke her. After taking a sip of water, she was about to tease them when she caught Zhao Ziqua's warning glare. Promptly, she lowered her head and focused on her meal. What other choice did she have? She couldn't compete, so she would endure. Song Yang emerged from the room, brimming with excitement. Spotting Zhao Qianqian engrossed in her meal, he approached her with a smile, saying, "I thought I was fast enough, but it seems you beat me to it, Qianqian. So, have you leveled up? Are you at level 8 now? I've reached level 8 in wind-based abilities as well. Together, we can handle those mutated plants without needing anyone else's help." Chapter 88. Request for assistance. Zhao Qianqian feigned disdain and rolled her eyes, retorting, "Who needs to cooperate with you? Do you really think my fire can incinerate plants without your wind?" Song Yang, familiar with Zhao Qianqian's stubborn personality, chuckled, "Of course it can. Mutated plants fear fire the most. I just wanted to help you out so you wouldn't tire yourself." As their voices filled the air, others turned to see Zhang Guanjia beaming at the entrance of the living room, having just stepped out from his room. Zhao Qianqian excitedly rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhang, you finally emerged. I missed you so much." Zhang Guanjia looked at Zhao Qianqian as playful antics and teased, "To be honest, are you missing me or my cooking?" "Both would suffice," came the cheerful response, prompting laughter from everyone present. Just then, Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu emerged from their room, catching the laughter in the air. Sun Ziyu eagerly asked, "What's the happy occasion? Why is everyone so cheerful?" Xinran smiled and remarked, "Uncle Zhang has become a level 5 spatial ability user. Don't you think this is something to celebrate?" "Really?" Sun Ziyu gazed at Butler Zhang, nodding his head enthusiastically and giving him a thumbs up. "Uncle Zhang, that's incredible. You've advanced to level 5 in such a short time. You're truly amazing." Uncle Zhang, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "I owe it all to the crystal cores prepared by the young mistress. Without them, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to become an ability user." "Uncle Zhang, how vast is your space?" Sun Ziyu transformed into a bundle of curiosity, gazing eagerly at Butler Zhang. Upon hearing this, Butler Zhang's face brightened with a smile. He humbly responded, "My space is only as large as a basketball court, but it is sufficient for storing our team's living supplies." "Wow, that's as big as a basketball court." Sun Ziyu swallowed hard, casting a pitiful glance at Xinran. Xinran, fully aware of his intentions, sighed and said, "Rest assured, everyone will have their chance in the future." Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu was instantly filled with joy and exclaimed, "I knew the lady was the best. Long live the lady." Xinran observed Sun Ziyu, who was about to rush outside after his outburst, and inquired, "Where are you off to?" "I'm going to slay zombies. If fortune smiles upon me, I might just obtain a spatial ability zombie crystal core." Hearing this, Xinran could not help but support her forehead. Zhao Ziqua pulled her into his embrace and said with a smile, "It is currently pouring acid rain outside. If you're not afraid of being corroded into a hideous creature, then by all means, go out." Upon hearing this, Zhang Si quickly held on to Sun Ziyu and remarked, "You're not particularly clever to begin with. Transforming into a grotesque figure would be too much to bear for our eyes. I implore you to spare us." Sun Ziyu paused at the mention of acid rain, feeling that something was amiss with Zhang Si's words, yet he could not quite grasp it. Deciding to dismiss the thought, he stood by the window, gazing at the acid rain outside, and inquired, "Will the plants mutate after enduring this acid rain?" Xinran nodded and spoke, "This is also the reason I have preserved the greenery in this community. Once the acid rain subsides, you can practice your skills here." Noticing the agreement among the group, Zhao Ziqua added, "When it comes time to practice, Qianqian should strike last to ensure the cleanup is done properly." Observing Zhao Qianqian's inclination to object, Zhao Ziqua smiled wryly. "If you incinerate the mutated plants with your fireball, what will the others have left to practice on?" Zhao Qianqian recognized the truth in Zhao Ziqua's words. Although slightly reluctant, she nodded in acquiescence. There would be ample opportunities to slay mutated plants in the future, and there was no need to deprive her teammates of the chance to hone their skills. As the group began to deliberate on strategies to utilize the mutated plants for practice under Sun Ziyu's guidance, they set about formulating a training plan. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqua discreetly led Xinran upstairs. Xinran suspected that Zhao Ziqua harbored animosity towards her. Otherwise, why would he insist on being so intimate with her every day, save for the moments when they descended to dine? Did he not understand the perils of indulgence? Xinran sat at the dining table, reflecting on her arduous experiences over the past few days. Unable to suppress her disdain, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ziqua, who wore a radiant smile. With a heavy sigh, she contemplated transforming her sorrow into appetite, eager to devour the lamb chops that Uncle Zhang had prepared for her. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Song Yang, who happened to be seated near the entrance, immediately rose to investigate the disturbance. Upon hearing this, Xinran raised an eyebrow. The White Tiger base seeks to collaborate with them? Noticing her curiosity, Zhao Ziqua smiled and remarked, "If you wish to understand their intentions, we might as well meet with them to find out." Upon hearing this, Xinran promptly nodded, hastily stuffing a small lamb chop from her plate into her mouth. She then rose to her feet, adjusted her dress, and addressed Zhao Ziqua, saying, "Brother Ziqua, I am ready. Let us go and see what awaits us at the entrance." Zhao Qianqian and Zhang Si, filled with curiosity, also stood up and followed closely behind Xinran. Noticing Xinran's puzzled expression directed at her, Zhao Qianqian cheerfully remarked, "It is not every day we have such excitement to witness. How could we possibly miss out?" Seeing the agreement mirrored in the expressions of the others, Xinran suddenly understood. These companions had been cooped up and were seizing the opportunity to venture out and enjoy the moment. The group made their way to the entrance, where they found several individuals clad in the uniforms of the White Tiger base anxiously awaiting their arrival. As soon as Xinran and her companions appeared, one of the apparent leaders stepped forward, respectfully bowing and introducing himself. "Miss Yi, greetings. I am the deputy officer of the White Tiger base. My surname is Li." Xinran nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need for excessive formality, and inquired, "Deputy Li, may I ask the purpose of your visit to the White Tiger base?" Upon hearing her question, Deputy Li's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "Miss Yi, we have come seeking your assistance." Deputy Li's words took Xinran and the others by surprise. She raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. After a moment of hesitation, as if carefully selecting his words, he proceeded, "Miss Yi, I wonder if you have noticed that after the recent acid rain, not only have the zombies become significantly more formidable, but many plants have also undergone mutations. These mutated plants possess immense lethality, and our ability users are no match for them. We have heard that your team is exceptionally capable, and thus we hope you can lend your aid to rescue the citizens of the White Tiger base from this peril." Chapter 89. Arrogant claims. Upon hearing this, Xinran arched an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Zhao Ziqua. With a smile, she inquired of Officer Li, "I wonder if it would be too much trouble for you to share who recommended you to seek our assistance?" Officer Li had anticipated that Xinran would pose a more demanding question, so he was taken aback by her seemingly trivial inquiry. He chuckled and replied, "There is nothing inconvenient about it. It was our base's Yi Jinping who informed me. He mentioned that your team is exceptionally formidable." "Yi Jinping, you say?" Xinran smiled and remarked, "He seems rather inconsiderate, knowing fully well that our team leader is Zico, yet he still sends you to discuss this with me. What if my brother Zico is a bit petty and refuses to lend a hand? Wouldn't that mean your trip was in vain?" "Not at all," replied the aide-de-camp with unwavering confidence. "Sun Cheng, who stands by Yi Jinping, assured me that General Zhao respects your opinion. Therefore, as long as you give your consent, General Zhao will have no objections. Furthermore, this matter pertains to the safety of the entire base's populace. Both you and General Zhao possess a broad perspective. I firmly believe that you will lend your assistance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zico pulled Xinran into his embrace and smiled at the aide-de-camp, saying with such flattery, "It seems that if we choose not to act, we would be deemed cold-hearted and lacking in vision." "How could that be?" The aide-de-camp, feeling the weight of Zhao Zico's presence, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied with a smile, "Your help is a matter of kindness. Not helping is merely a matter of duty, and we fully understand that." Zhao Zico was pleased with the aide-de-camp's awareness of the situation. He nodded and stated, We agree to assist you in eliminating the mutated plants in the base, but only to that extent. Tell Yi Zhengping and the others to refrain from any underhanded schemes. Otherwise, they may find it difficult to bear my wrath. The aide-de-camp's expression dimmed slightly at these words, but seeing Zhao Zico's agreement, he chose not to pursue the matter further. He turned to the eager Zhao Qianqian and the others and said, "You all should accompany the aide-de-camp to eradicate the mutated plants." "Great. I'll go prepare my things right away. By the way, brother, can we bring Uncle Jean along? He has been so bored at home, and you needn't worry. We will certainly keep him safe." Zhao Zico twitched his lips, not intending to grant any face, and asked pointedly, "To be honest, do you wish to take Uncle Jean out for fresh air, or do you want him to cook for you?" "Brother, you are utterly unappealing. Don't you understand the concept of discretion?" Zhao Qianqian was unfazed by his probing and cheerfully approached Uncle Jean, playfully saying, "Uncle Jean, don't you secretly wish to join us as well?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Jean smiled and said to Zhao Zico, "Young master, please allow me to accompany the young ladies. I will handle their logistical needs, and you can rest assured about that. Moreover, I am not entirely defenseless. I wish to enhance my combat skills as well, so I want to be a burden in the future." Zhao Zico had no intention of stopping him. He looked at Uncle Jean earnestly and said, "If you wish to go, then accompany them. However, remember that you are part of our family and will never be a hindrance to us." Xinran observed the atmosphere shift dramatically to one of heightened emotion. With a smile, she addressed the crowd. Upon hearing her words, everyone promptly vanished from the entrance, hastening towards their respective rooms. "Miss Yi, are you and President Zhao not going to assist?" In response, she remarked, "It's merely a few mutated plants. Qianqian and her companions are more than sufficient. There is no need for my brother, Zhao Ziqua, to intervene." Lai, the deputy officer, stared at Yi Xinran in astonishment, unable to fathom that the seemingly demure young lady would utter such audacious claims. He looked at Zhao Ziqua, who appeared to wholeheartedly agree with Yi Xinran's assertions, and found himself swallowing hard. Such arrogance was truly astounding. Still reeling from the shock, he realized he had been left outside the closed door, as the two daredevils leisurely strolled towards the villa. Isn't it so that the Zhao and Yi families were prestigious households before the apocalypse? What happened to the etiquette of receiving guests? Lai's fingers trembled as he pointed at the firmly shut door, incredulity etched on his face as he questioned a nearby soldier. "How can they treat us this way? Do they look down upon us?" The young soldier, witnessing his superior's agitation, refrained from provoking him further and attempted to mediate, saying, "Deputy officer, you just mentioned that those customs are relics of the time before the apocalypse. After all, you are well aware of how the world has transformed. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intent, but remain cautious of others. Perhaps President Zhao and Miss Yi mean no harm. It may simply be a matter of habit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for team members to assist us in exterminating the mutated plants, would they? It seems they intend to bring their own chef as well. They're coming here to help us, and even bringing supplies. They're considering our needs. Where's the sense that they look down on us?" Upon hearing this, Lai's expression softened slightly, though he furrowed his brow and replied, "Yet they are exceedingly arrogant. Do they not comprehend the true terror of those mutated plants, to speak so boldly without concern? Perhaps they possess genuine ability?" The soldier replied with a smirk. "Moreover, if they lack true skill, those mutated plants would soon teach them a lesson. Deputy officer, why burden yourself with their affairs?" Lai could not help but envision the scene of them being schooled by the mutated plants, a smile creeping onto his lips as he chuckled. Indeed, their self-inflicted tribulations are their own concern. Why should I play the villain? What Lai did not realize was that the very individuals he had been preoccupied with, Zhao Qianqian and her group, were effortlessly dispatching the mutated plants as if it were child's play, contrasting starkly with his own past experiences of torment, nearly bringing him to question his very existence. Chapter 90. The secret is no longer a secret upon discovering that Butler Zhang's space was the size of a basketball court. Yi Xinran generously decided to fill it to capacity. Butler Zhang, gazing at the mountain of supplies, struggled to swallow and said, "That is enough, truly. It is far too much. Young madam, we have only been out for 10 days or half a month. and the provisions you have provided could sustain us for a decade. It is simply excessive. Zhao Qianqian, observing the abundance of supplies, quipped, "Do you understand the proverb? A poor family understands the value of wealth." Xinran rolled her eyes at Zhao Qianqian and remarked, "Didn't we previously agree to have Wang Laohu assist us in exchanging the crystal cores at the base? Since you are heading there anyway, it would be perfect to bring the supplies to them. We certainly cannot expect him to labor for us and also ask him to front the materials, can we?" Upon hearing this, Butler Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and cheerfully replied, "Rest assured, young madam, I will ensure the supplies are delivered safely to Wang Laohu and his team." Zhang Si, somewhat hesitant, interjected, "Young madam, how much supply do you think we should leave for Wang Laohu? While I trust him as someone you regard highly, I am concerned that leaving him too much could inadvertently put him in danger." Song Yang patted Zhang Si on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Do not worry. That fellow is quite cunning. If he were not confident in his own safety, he wouldn't accept our supplies. Once we arrive at the base, we can discuss the specific types and quantities of supplies directly with him." Upon hearing Song Yang's reassurance, Zhang Si felt a sense of clarity and smiled. "Since you both have a plan in mind, I can rest easy." As Xinran observed that everyone had finished their preparations, she finally spoke up, "Did you all just leave them locked outside the gate?" Zhao Qianqian had sensed that something was amiss and realized that they had forgotten about Vice Officer Li and the others. With a hint of malice, she remarked, "I wonder if he'll be furious. What does his anger concern us?" Zhao Ziqua replied nonchalantly, "Understood." Sun Ziyu and Zhang Si were moved to the brink of tears by Zhao Ziqua's words. Zhao Qianqian cheerfully said, "Brother, rest assured among us. Aside from Sun Ziyu being a bit foolish, who isn't a cunning fox, if those at the White Tiger base dared to cause trouble, just Song Yang and Zhang Si, the two black sesame-filled dumplings, would be enough to deal with them." "You a cunning fox?" Zhao Ziqua smirked. "Qianqian, stop embellishing yourself. In my eyes, your intelligence isn't much higher than Sun Ziyu's." "Is that true?" Sun Ziyu exclaimed with excitement, turning to Zhao Qianqian and saying, "Qianqian, don't worry. I'll share half of my fish oil and walnuts with you." As Zhao Qianqian appeared ready to explode with anger, Song Yang quickly intervened, soothing her while addressing Zhao Ziqua. "Rest assured, I will take good care of Qianqian." She smiled at Zhao Ziqua, saying, "Brother Ziqua, why do I feel as though a mother worries for her child who travels far? Is Xinran yearning for motherhood? It seems I must strive even harder." Xinran shot him a playful glare, capturing his mischievous hand and feigning disdain as she remarked, "Brother Zico, could you not be so frivolous? I am discussing something serious with you." "What do you mean by frivolous?" Zhao Zico halted his actions, yet stubbornly replied, "I am also engaged in something quite serious." Xinran gazed intently at Zhao Ziqua and earnestly inquired, "Brother Ziqua, do you believe that Deputy Li's mention of Sun Cheng was intentional or unintentional?" "I can't shake the feeling that Sun Cheng is not quite right. I suspect he may have also been reborn. If that is the case, the secrets of the space may no longer be safeguarded. It seems that the secrets have long ceased to be secrets." Zhao Ziqua grew serious, wrapping his arm around Xinran and softly replied, "In our own team alone, there are so many reborn individuals, Xinran. Do you think there are fewer reborn people outside? In our past lives, the secrets of the space were divulged, becoming mere fodder for the survivors' conversations. The secret is no longer a secret. I believe that the reason the space has not been openly acknowledged is that those reborn outside think themselves unique, seeking opportunities to claim the spatial necklace for themselves." "Brother Ziqua, do you think the leaders of the White Tiger base are aware of our connection to the space? They should know. I believe their visit to seek our assistance is a test, an attempt to gauge our true strength. However, Xinran, you need not worry. With their current capabilities, confronting us would be like throwing eggs against a rock. I will find ways to grow stronger continuously and protect you well." Listening to the man's earnest promise, Xinran embraced Zhao Ziqua's waist and whispered, "Brother Ziqua, rest assured I am not that weak. I will safeguard myself and will certainly not give the villains an opportunity to prevail. Moreover, all of this is mere speculation. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as we imagine." Zhao Ziqua admired Xinran's exquisite visage and resolutely declared, "There is no best, even if there were. We need not fear. After all, we shall meet challenges as they come. If it comes to it, we can always leave this place to establish our own base. We have ample resources, so there is nothing to fear. Establish our own base. Upon hearing this, Xinran's eyes sparkled with realization. How could I have not thought of this? Brother Zico, you are truly remarkable. With our resources and strength, there's indeed no need for us to remain here, waiting to be manipulated. After saying this, she unfolded a map on the table, eagerly pulling Zhao Zico closer. Brother Zico, please help me determine the best location for our base. Here? No, it's too cold in winter. How about here? No, the humidity is too high. One could easily suffer from rheumatism if staying too long. What about here? Or here? Chapter 91. Rumors begin unbeknownst to the group, enjoying their time outside. Just as they had departed their home, Zhao and the young lady had already commenced deliberating the establishment of their own base. At that very moment, they were engrossed in the selection of a suitable site. On their way to the Baihu base, Vice Officer Li's mouth had scarcely closed. He watched in astonishment as Zhao Qianqian and her companions effortlessly dispatched zombies, mutated animals, and mutant plants. Initially, his jaw dropped in shock, which soon transformed into a numb acceptance. Remembering Xinran's audacious words at the entrance, he felt immensely relieved that he had refrained from retorting. Otherwise, he would have faced utter humiliation. Zhao Qianqian and her group swiftly cleared all the mutated plants within the confines of the Baihu base, their extraordinary prowess leaving the entire populace astounded. Not content with their accomplishments within the base, they ventured to the perimeter, eradicating the zombies, mutated animals, and mutant plants outside as well. Their formidable abilities captivated a multitude of admirers, and suddenly, they had gained a notable reputation within the Baihu base, with an increasing number of supporters. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianqian and her companions were too preoccupied counting their attribute crystals to pay heed to the dynamics within the base. In stark contrast to their tranquility, the higher-ups at the Baihu base were growing restless, feeling that Zhao Qianqian and her team's rising prestige directly threatened their authority within the base. Thus, a rumor began to circulate quietly. The rumor suggested that the apocalypse had been caused by a virus leak from the Zhao and Yi family's clandestine research, branding them as the architects of this calamity. Furthermore, it was alleged that the Zhao and Yi families had developed medications to resist the zombie virus and enhance human abilities, which explained the extraordinary prowess of their team. While anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the falsehood in these claims, in the face of adversity and a bleak future, people often seek a scapegoat. Consequently, Zhao Qianqian and her team overnight transformed from heroes in the eyes of survivors to pariahs loathed by all. Amidst their daily endeavors to collect attribute crystals, Zhao Qianqian and her companions remained oblivious to the unfolding situation within the base. Upon hearing the rumors, Wang Laohu furrowed his brow, realizing that someone was deliberately targeting Zhao Qianqian and her team. He swiftly sought out Song Yang, informing him of the rumors circulating within the base and sharing his suspicions. After listening to Wang Laohu, Zhao Qianqian erupted in anger. Isn't it just like the old saying, eating from the bowl while cursing the cook, to describe these treacherous ingrates? They begged for our assistance, and now, instead of gratitude, they dare to slander us. Song Yang, do not hold me back. I shall reduce those ingrates to ashes. Song Yang wrapped his arms around Zhao Qianqian's waist, his voice soothing, yet his eyes gleamed with icy determination. Once he managed to calm her, he turned to Wang Laohu, inquiring, Laohu, you know the situation within the base better than I do. What are your plans moving forward? Wang Laohu was taken aback, not expecting Song Yang's primary concern to be his plans rather than addressing the rumors. He felt a surge of gratitude as he replied, Brother Yang, to be honest, if it were just me, I would follow you without hesitation. However, my brothers have been with me through thick and thin. I cannot abandon them. What a stubborn mindset. Laohu, if you truly wish to join us, why not bring them along? Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, perplexed by Wang Laohu's hesitation. He smiled at her, saying, Miss Zhao, you may not be aware, but many of my brothers are not ability users, and many have families to support. You think we would consider you a burden? Zhao Qianqian retorted indignantly. If you are genuinely working for us, we will naturally regard you as our own. How can anyone think of their kin as a burden? Wang Laohu felt warmth spread through him at Zhao Qianqian's words, shaking his head with a smile as he responded, Miss Yi, your righteousness is commendable. We cannot be so ungrateful as to know we are a burden and still trouble you. Song Yang, understanding Wang Laohu's character, intended to secure his and his brother's safety before exacting revenge on the base. However, Wang Laohu's apparent reluctance to leave made matters more complicated. It seemed that a foolproof strategy was necessary for dealing with the base. He spoke to Wang Laohu, Brother Laohu, sometimes you really needn't overthink. You've seen our strength. Do you believe we cannot support your brothers and their families? As long as you are sincere, we welcome you all at any time. Wang Laohu regarded Song Yang's earnest expression, growing serious himself as he replied. Upon sending off Wang Laohu, Song Yang quickly discussed the rumors with Zhang Si, Sun Ziyu, and Butler Zhang. Zhang Si frowned. The opposition does not come with good intentions. Song Yang nodded, adding, while it appears our team is too powerful, overshadowing those in power, I suspect their motives extend beyond this. Everything indicates a meticulously planned conspiracy. Sun Ziyu, unusually composed, inquired gravely, what should we do next? Song Yang replied, we should first rendezvous with Zhao Zong and the young lady. Whatever is destined to happen will eventually unfold. We will uncover their ultimate goal. Sun Ziyu glared at the direction of the base, vowing, they shall pay for this. It is not that we have forgotten. The time has simply not yet come. Zhang Si chuckled, placing a hand on Sun Ziyu's shoulder. Old son, why the rush? Wait for the moment when you can deal with those ruffians. Zhao Qianqian observed their calm demeanor despite the distressing situation. Perplexed, she inquired, what is wrong with you two? How can you remain so unfazed by the slander we face? Have you both lost your wits? Xinran playfully flicked her forehead, feigning anger as she remarked, you little rascal, who are you calling foolish? Such a lack of respect. Chapter 92. They're pursuing us if our conjecture is correct. The other party's objective should be my space. Xinran spoke calmly. I believe they have deduced that the spatial necklace is in my possession, which is why they deliberately devised a scheme against us. If my conjecture holds true, they likely have further plans in store. What shall we do now? Zhao Qianqian clenched her fists and inquired, are we to remain passive and endure the blows? Sun Ziyu exclaimed in frustration, I will blow up that base. What nonsense are you spouting? Xinran hurriedly gestured for Song Yang to stop the charging Sun Ziyu, her expression one of exasperation as she spoke. You have blown up the base, and the only unfortunate ones are the innocent survivors. The masterminds behind this chaos remain unscathed, perhaps eagerly awaiting our next move to pin the blame on us. So what shall we do? Are we to become ninjas in shells? That would be utterly frustrating. Zhao Ziqua was amused by Sun Ziyu's pitiful demeanor and remarked, as the old saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Why the haste? Isn't that merely the self-comforting words of a coward lacking in ability? Sun Ziyu replied earnestly, Zhao, rest assured, I can take on those scoundrels. Just give me the nod, and I shall leave them unrecognizable, even to their mothers. Zhao Ziqua, observing the suppressed laughter on the faces of his companions, couldn't help but facepalm. He resisted the urge to give Sun Ziyu a good thrashing and said, right now, we have more pressing matters at hand, so we cannot afford to deal with them at the moment. Once we finish our important tasks, if you still wish to take care of them, I will not stand in your way. What important matters? The group looked at Zhao Ziqua and Xinran with confusion, and Zhao Qianqian, ever straightforward, asked, brother, what grand scheme have you and Xinran been plotting while we were away? It's not anything grand, came the response. Xinran casually spoke, leaving everyone astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Zhao Qianqian grasped Xinran's arm, her expression one of bewilderment as she inquired, wait, Xinran, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Are you suggesting that we have chosen a location for the future base? Are you planning to construct a base? It's not just me, it's all of us. Xinran smiled as she spoke. We possess both strength and resources. Why should we depend on others when we can establish a base of our own? One where we hold the reins? Indeed, why not? Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, tapping her forehead in excitement. Xinran, your reasoning is impeccable. Why shouldn't we create a base that belongs solely to us? I support you wholeheartedly. Let us form a sanctuary free from deceit, one that is entirely our own. Zhang Si chuckled. Although this may sound somewhat fanciful, I can't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. You've been stirred, haven't you? Song Yang remarked with a smile. I am but the weapon of a young lady. Wherever she points, I shall strike. Sun Ziyu gazed at Yi Xinran with eager anticipation, exclaiming, Madam, what are we waiting for? Quickly bring forth the helicopter. I can hardly contain my eagerness to embark. Yi Xinran gazed at Sun Ziyu's animated demeanor and could not help but tease him. What is the rush? Are you not eager to deal with those troublemakers in a base? The boss proclaimed, a gentleman's revenge is best savored after a decade. Dear young lady, let us first attend to pressing matters. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Yi Xinran decided to act without delay. She led everyone out of the villa, stored the villa within her space, and retrieved a fully fueled helicopter. Just as the group was about to board the aircraft, they were startled by a series of loud, banging noises at the gate. Exchanging glances, Yi Xinran swiftly returned the helicopter to her space and guided everyone toward the sound emanating from the entrance. Outside the gate, shadows loomed, and Zhang Si furrowed his brow in concern. Yi Xinran looked at Zhang Si with a teasing smile and remarked, at such a young age, frowning so often, be careful not to turn into an old man. Zhang Si turned to Yi Xinran, his expression grave as he spoke. Young mistress, I have just used my mental energy to probe outside. Yi Jinping and his group are armed with numerous firearms, evidently prepared for confrontation. Upon hearing this, everyone wore anxious expressions. Although they possessed high levels of abilities, they were still mere mortals, utterly helpless against firearms. What should we do? Zhao Qianqian exclaimed in desperation. Xin, perhaps you all should refrain from going out for now. I can scale the wall and take a look myself. If feasible, I could use my fire-based abilities to destroy their weapons. Absolutely not. That would be far too perilous. Sun Ziyu interjected. Let me handle it. After all, I am the boss's bodyguard, and it is my duty to be at the forefront in situations like this. What does being a bodyguard even mean anymore? In this apocalyptic world, who still cares about titles? Zhao Qianqian said earnestly. We are all family. No one should bear the burden alone. I believe I am the most suitable for this task. Fire is afraid of fire. I can eliminate their ammunition, while your involvement would only result in unnecessary sacrifice. I'm truly grateful to be part of this family, and if given the chance, I wish to continue living together with all of you. Enough already. Let us not get overly sentimental. We need to stay focused. Yi Xinran gazed at the reddened eyes of the crowd and could not help but remark, Zhang Si, please conduct another inspection and assess the situation outside. If all appears well, we shall proceed to the entrance to confront them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian grew anxious and quickly interjected, Xinran, now is not the time for recklessness. They possess firearms. If anything were to happen to you, how would my brother manage? And if anything were to befall you, what would become of Song Yang? Zhao Qianqian found herself rendered speechless by Yi Xinran's inquiry. Oh, the firearms have vanished. Zhang Si exclaimed in astonishment, utilizing his psychic abilities to survey the exterior once more. He spoke in disbelief. The firearms outside have disappeared. Disappeared? What do you mean? Yi Xinran calmly retrieved a grenade from her space, smiling as she spoke. Do not be alarmed. I merely relocated them. What? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Xinran in utter astonishment. Yi Xinran spoke with an air of arrogance. Is it so difficult to comprehend the combination of psychic abilities and spatial powers? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian swallowed hard and replied, Sister, although your current smug demeanor is rather infuriating, I must admit, you have performed splendidly. Chapter 93, utterly disgusted he, shall we head to the entrance to witness the commotion? The crowd nodded obediently, following Yi Xinran towards the grand door. However, as soon as she opened it, Yi Xinran immediately regretted her decision. To her astonishment, Sun Qing rushed towards her the moment she revealed herself. Xin, I finally found you. Rest assured, I now possess the strength to protect you. You need no longer endure the torment of that lunatic Zhao Ziqua. Come quickly to my side. Ugh! Yi Xinran could no longer contain herself and let out a dry heave. It was utterly revolting. She could not help but lament her misfortune. wondering what sin she had committed to deserve such a vile encounter. Regret washed over her. Why had she not avenged her grievances on the spot? Was she to wait until the new year? Without hesitation, she retrieved a hand grenade from her space, removed the safety pin, and struck it lightly. While tossing the grenade to Sun Chung, she shouted, "Catch!" Sun Chung instinctively obeyed the command and caught the grenade with both hands. An explosive sound erupted, sending him flying through the air. Yi Zhongping stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Yi Xinran's audacious actions. Zhao Ziqua, with a playful smile, embraced Yi Xinran tenderly and said with a tone of affection, "You little rascal, leave such matters to me in the future. I will be heartbroken if you were to get hurt." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinran chuckled and shook her head, her expression one of playful arrogance, as she remarked, "Brother Ziqua, you truly don't understand. The thrill of experiencing the sound firsthand is unparalleled." Yi Jinping observed that not only did Zhang Si and the others not object, but they also wore expressions of enlightenment, prompting him to inwardly lament, "Heavens, are these people all devils?" He found himself regretting his presence here. Wasn't it far more delightful to be peacefully slumbering in his room? The allure of the spatial necklace was undeniable, yet one must possess life to seize it. He silently prayed that Yi Xinran and the others would overlook him. However, fate had other designs, and when Yi Xinran's voice resonated, he found for the first time that her sweet tone was eerily unsettling. "Yi Xiao, visiting in the dead of night, is there something amiss?" "No, absolutely not," Yi Jinping replied awkwardly. "We were merely collecting supplies nearby and happened to pass by your vicinity, so we thought we would stop by to greet you. It seems you all are quite busy, so I shall not intrude any further." Yi Xinran cast a glance at Song Yang, prompting him to intercept the fleeing Yi Jinping. With a smile, she approached and said, "Young master, Yi, why the haste to leave? Since you are here, why not linger a while longer? Let us engage in conversation. I happen to have something I wish to inquire about." "What matter?" Yi Xinran gazed at Yi Jinping, whose smile was more grotesque than his frown, and leisurely remarked, "It is hardly a significant matter. I merely overheard a jest within your white tiger base. It is said that this apocalypse was instigated by our two families, the Zhao and the Yi. Don't you find that amusing? If we possessed such power, we would have long since dominated the earth. Wouldn't we, Yi Xiao?" "Indeed." Yi Zhengping, started by Yi Yinan se odenjiti, hastily conjured pide posteros. Who has spread such a rumor? It is nothing but sheer nonsense. "Well, that is a question for you to ponder, Yi Xiao." Yi Xinran smiled enigmatically and remarked, "This white tiger base is undoubtedly the territory of your Yi family. Surely, anyone spreading rumors under your very noses cannot escape your keen perception. The gossip had indeed originated from him. How could he possibly be unaware?" Yi Zhongping inwardly lamented, wishing he could drag Sun Qing out and lash his corpse 100 times over. Had he not believed in his deceitful words, he would never have come to offer himself so readily. Was it not far more pleasant to live in peace? Yi Jinping felt a profound bitterness, yet he dared not reveal a hint of it on his face. He feigned astonishment and said, "To think such outrageous events could transpire at the White Tiger base. In that case, we must rely on you, young Master Yi, to uphold the integrity of the Zhao and Yi families." Seeing Yi Xinran relent, Yi Zhongping sighed with relief internally and hurriedly added, "Please, do continue with your affairs. I shall not take up any more of your time." Observing Yi Zhongping hastily depart as if chased by a dog, Zhang Si remarked, "Young madam, he is lying." "I'm aware," Yi Xinran replied with an air of calm indifference, seemingly unwilling to pursue the matter further with Yi Jinping. However, Zhao Qianqian could no longer contain herself. She turned to Yi Xinran and inquired, Exine, is undoubtedly he who is behind the rumors. Are we truly going to let him off so easily?" Sun Ziyu interjected, "The boss has said, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late." Yi Xinran gazed at Zhao Ziqua's twitching lips and cheerfully remarked, "Do not worry. There is no need to save any grudges for the new year. I have avenged myself on the spot." In response to the skeptical glances from the crowd, Yi Xinran cleared her throat and whispered, "I have placed timed explosives in both Yi Zhongping's vehicle and the compartment where they store their heavy weaponry." The crowd was left in a state of astonishment. Such ruthlessness was indeed striking. Sun Tzu looked at Xinran with admiration and exclaimed, "Madam, it is only now that I realize you are the one who quietly undertakes monumental tasks." Zhao Qianqian gave Xinran a thumbs up, declaring, "Xin, from this day forth, you shall be my idol. I would support you without reservation." Xinran gazed at Zhao Qianqian, who was about to put on another performance, and quickly interjected, "Sister, having you by my side is truly a blessing. Shall we prepare to embark on our journey now?" "Yes, indeed. I can hardly contain my excitement to commence the construction of our new base." Xinran had already become immune to Zhao Qianqian's carefree demeanor. She retrieved a helicopter from her space and invited everyone aboard. After surveying her surroundings, she stored the surrounding wall of the Wulong Mountain estate into her space before joining the others on the helicopter. The sight of her collecting the wall caused the onlookers to involuntarily twitch their lips. Indeed, their young mistress was quite thrifty and adept at managing her household. Zhang Si, somewhat perplexed, whispered to Song Yang, "Is there something special about the wall of the Wulong Mountain estate?" "Something special?" Song Yang pondered, his brow furrowing as he tentatively replied, "It's particularly sturdy, perhaps?" The confined space of the helicopter made their hushed conversation impossible to escape Xinran's keen ears. With a slight twitch of her lips, she remarked, "There's nothing particularly special about it. I simply thought it might be useful for our future base, so I stored it." "Our base will use this as a wall?" "Xinran, are you certain? If so, won't our base be a bit small?" Chapter 94. The infrastructure maniac, what are you thinking? "This wall is for our own use." "Huh? For our own use?" Xinran observed the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces and could not help but press her forehead, beginning to elaborate on her vision for the new base. "Our base will be divided into 3 zones: the inner city, the middle city, and the outer city. The inner city will serve as the residence for our own people, and I plan to enclose it with walls to prevent outsiders from entering. The middle city will be designed for the permanent residents of our base. We will also construct a wall around it for safety, as it will serve as our defense if the outer city falls. The outer city will function as a commercial area, unrestricted for entry, provided that all adhere to our regulations. Individuals from various bases will be welcome to reside here." As she spoke, the listener's eyes sparkled with excitement. The design was simply exquisite. This base was like a paradise of dreams. Zhao Qianqian eagerly interjected, "Why is the plane so slow? I can hardly wait to commence the construction of a new base." Xinran observed the fervent expressions of the crowd, reminiscent of Zhao Qianqian's excitement, and could not help but smile, saying, "What is the rush? Once we arrive at our destination, you will all have your hands full. Since we still have some time, let us seize the moment to rest." As the helicopter descended, dawn had already broken. Zhao Qianqian and the others eagerly disembarked, not waiting for Xinran's instructions, and promptly set to work with great enthusiasm. Sun Tzu utilized his earth-based abilities to uproot the mutated plants, while Zhao Qianqian set fire to them, and Song Yang directed the flames with his wind powers. Zhang Si employed his psychic abilities to swiftly eliminate all nearby mutated creatures. Meanwhile, Butler Zhang skillfully collected various crystal cores in a large sack. In less than an hour, the summit had been thoroughly cleared by their collective efforts. Even though Xinran was mentally prepared, she was still taken aback by their swift movements. If anyone dared to claim that these individuals were not infrastructure enthusiasts, she would certainly feel compelled to dispute it. They extracted the villa and the surrounding walls from the spatial realm and placed them upon the solid ground that Sun Tzu had fortified with his powers. Employing her mental abilities, she installed the drainage system for the villa underground, thus completing the construction of the inner city of the base. The villas, which she had promised to the group, finally found their purpose, positioned in the locations each had carefully selected. Observing the excitement radiating from the crowd, Xinran couldn't help but smile. The meal was still held in the main building, where Butler Zhang had prepared a delectable feast for everyone. As they dined, they discussed the division of labor for the afternoon, now situated at the summit, which they had thoroughly cleared. According to their prior plans, they intended to clear the entire mountain, designating it as the inner city of the base, while the foot of the mountain would serve as the outer city, allowing for continuous expansion in all directions as needed. The houses and villas intended for the inner city were readily available, leading to a swift completion of their construction. The development of the middle and outer cities would also require a substantial number of buildings, especially since they planned to establish an airport and a hospital, rendering the houses in Xinran's space insufficient. To avoid wasting time and expedite the construction of the base, Xinran resolved to split their forces. Sun Ziyu, Zhao Qianqian, Song Yang, and Butler Zhang remained to continue the clearing operations, while Zhang Si accompanied her and Zhao Ziqua to search for suitable houses and disseminate news of their base-building endeavor. By a stroke of coincidence, they encountered Wang Laohu and his group. They appeared somewhat disheveled, and among the crowd were the elderly, women, and children, looking far from the image of individuals in search of supplies. Rather, they seemed to have been driven away. Xinran and Zhao Ziqua made their way towards Wang Laohu. Upon noticing their approach, Wang Laohu was filled with excitement. "Miss Yi, what brings you here? The base has issued a kill order for you. You must leave quickly. This place is not safe. A kill order has been issued for us." Zhao Ziqua inquired in astonishment. "Do you know the reason behind it?" Wang Laohu responded with a wry smile. The young master of the base's leader encountered an unforeseen incident outside, and now the leader is seizing the opportunity. "What about you?" Seeing Xinran's concern for him, Wang Laohu replied with a resigned smile. "We have been expelled from the base, but it is of no consequence. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for us to make a living." Xinran noticed that Wang Laohu and his companions were burdened by her presence, yet expressed no complaints. She directly inquired, "We are in the process of establishing our own base. Would you consider joining us?" The notion of creating their own base astonished Wang Laohu. "Goodness, am I dreaming?" Xinran did not anticipate that the typically astute and assertive Wang Laohu could exhibit such a naive side. She chuckled and remarked, "This is no dream. Our base has just been established and is in dire need of manpower. Would you be willing to lead your brothers to our base and assist Zhang Si and Song Yang?" Wang Laohu hesitated before responding. "Miss Yi, as you can see, our team comprises not only my brothers but also their families, individuals who lack combat capability, the elderly, the weak, and women and children. What difference does that make?" Xinran smiled and said, "The base is inherently designed to accommodate survivors. Furthermore, a lack of combat ability does not imply that they cannot contribute to the base. Both the hospital and the cafeteria require their assistance. Rest assured, within our base, as long as one is not treacherous, lazy, or gluttonous, even ordinary survivors can sustain themselves through their own efforts and lead a dignified life." Upon hearing Xinran's words, the individuals from Wang Laohu's group looked at him with eyes filled with hope. A young man in his 20s spoke up, saying, "Brother Tiger, let's follow Miss Yi to the base. If we can dedicate ourselves to her, as long as she can provide our families with a stable place to settle, we shall meet our end outside without regret. What does life and death matter?" Xinran twitched her lips and spoke, "Live well. You must take care of your own families. As for mine, I can only guarantee a sufficient supply of grains and vegetables. If you desire meat, you will have to strive for it yourselves." Upon hearing this, the crowd swallowed hard. "Sufficient grains and vegetables?" A young man incredulously responded, "Miss Yi, isn't that a bit extravagant? Such a life is beyond our wildest dreams." "Oh, and there will be plenty of fruits as well." Xinran, having spoken, retrieved a seed of a cantaloupe and a flower pot from the void, and before the astonished crowd, she encouraged its growth. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the multitude of cantaloupes that adorned the ground, rubbing their eyes incessantly, as if they were ensnared in a dream. Xinran pulled the melon vine out of the flower pot and, with a playful smile directed at the onlookers, exclaimed, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and taste it. Is it sweet?" A young man, feigning bravado, picked a melon and tentatively took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up. It was true. Delicious. "Monsieur, my name is Xiaohai. We shall follow you. From now on, I shall be your loyal subordinate. Feel free to command me whenever you require assistance." Xinran never expected that a mere melon would lead her to acquire a little brother, leaving her both amused and bewildered. She turned her gaze toward Wang Laohu, who promptly spoke up, "Miss Yi, we shall follow you." Chapter 95. Arriving by reputation very well. I have some matters to attend to. Please wait for me here. After leaving some provisions for Wang Laohu and his companions, Xinran departed with Zhao Ziqua and the others. They swiftly arrived at the urban area, where they utilized their mental prowess to survey the surroundings and subsequently transported all the vacant houses into their spatial realm. They proceeded to collect the hospital, schools, the administrative building, and various shops. In summary, they took everything they could, leaving the White Tiger base with nothing but a series of deep pits on the surface. Sun Ziyu and Zhao Qianqian exhibited remarkable efficiency within less than a day. They managed to clear the entire mountain. Sun Ziyu even compacted a piece of land, transforming it into a rudimentary, small airport. Upon disembarking the plane, Wang Laohu and his group were utterly astonished by the scene before them. "Miss Yi, your base must have been quietly under construction for quite some time, hasn't it?" "Not all," Xinran casually remarked. "The establishment of this base was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision. We only began organizing it yesterday." "Yesterday?" Wang Laohu swallowed hard, suddenly realizing the formidable ally he had aligned himself with. Before darkness fell, Xinran took a stroll around, assessing the laborious efforts of Zhao Qianqian and the others. With a clear understanding, she then busied herself alongside Sun Ziyu and Zhang Si. Since Wang Laohu and his companions were new arrivals, they hesitated to rest, following closely behind Xinran in hopes of being of assistance and proving their worth. However, they were once again met with a scene of extraordinary wonder. Xinran spoke to Sun Ziyu, and suddenly a large pit appeared on the ground. Before long, a house materialized above the pit, accompanied by the sound of what seemed to be pipes being installed, echoing from beneath the earth. The same sequence of events continued. The onlookers were left in awe as various skyscrapers rose from the ground. In less than an hour, an orderly array of villas, hospitals, schools, cafeterias, supermarkets, administrative buildings, and commercial streets emerged on the mountainside. Even near the foot of the mountain, clusters of residential buildings and bars began to take shape. Xinran gazed contentedly at the fruits of her labor and said to Zhang Si and Sun Ziyu, "Let's leave it at this for now. In a few days, we shall venture outside to tidy up the outer city as well. But first, let us indulge in a meal. I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation." Xiao Hai watched Xinran's departing figure and pinched Wang Laohu's arm, whispering, "Brother Tiger, does that hurt?" "Of course," Wang Laohu replied, rubbing his arm. "Brother Tiger, I feel as though I am in a dream. It all seems so surreal." "Ouch! Why are you pinching me?" Wang Laohu continued. "While it is acceptable for them to select houses freely within the base city, those with abilities received a bag of crystal cores to facilitate their upgrades. For those without abilities, the base is willing to offer a purified wood-type crystal core to those brave enough to take the risk." The reason for the wood-type abilities is simple. Zhao Qianqian and her team collected the most wood-type crystal cores, enough to fill a truck from the mountain's resources. Consequently, once all team members awakened their wood-type abilities, they generously offered the surplus cores, which unexpectedly brought tears of gratitude from everyone. Once communication tools were restored, news spread that Xinran's base not only provided survivors with sustenance and warmth, but also assisted them in awakening their abilities. Many survivors flocked to them, and numerous high-level ability users came out of curiosity, only to find it hard to leave. This was no mere survivor base. It was akin to paradise. Were it not for the use of crystal cores as currency, no one would believe this was a post-apocalyptic world. The residents were vibrant and full of life, even more so than before the cataclysm. The reputation of Xinran's base sword and its overall strength continuously improved. Everything seemed to be progressing positively until one day, Xinran noticed something amiss in Sun Ziyu's demeanor. For the following days, he appeared dazed, lost in thought, neglecting food and drink, and refusing to step outside. When others inquired about his distress, he remained silent, leading them to wait for him to speak when he was ready. However, after more than a month of waiting, instead of gaining insight into Sun Ziyu's thoughts, they were met with an unexpected revelation. One morning, a doll-like, charming girl arrived at their door, demanding that Sun Ziyu take responsibility for her. Sun Ziyu erupted in anger, shouting at the lovely girl, "You were the one who forced me. Why should I be responsible for you?" The crowd was left in stunned silence, their mouths agape, pondering whether this was a case of unexpected fate. They glanced at Sun Ziyu's sturdy physique and then at the petite girl, shaking their heads in disapproval towards him. Zhang Si cleared his throat and awkwardly interjected, "Old son, just take a look at the size difference between the two of you." Seeing the disbelief in the others, Sun Ziyu rushed to defend himself. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She is a bloodthirsty doll ranked among the top 3 assassins in the world. The charming girl, amused by Sun Ziyu's frantic demeanor, approached him cheerfully and said, "You are right. I did force you. So how about I take responsibility for you?" As the onlookers witnessed Sun Ziyu's flustered reaction before the charming girl, they felt no sympathy, but rather found it somewhat amusing. It was evident that Sun Ziyu harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. No matter how formidable he was before the apocalypse, he could not escape the suppression of ability levels that came afterward. Was it possible that Sun Ziyu enjoyed this back-and-forth dynamic? The thought sent a shiver down Xinran's spine. She had intended to have breakfast. With a smile, she turned to the charming girl and asked, "May I inquire your name, dear?" The girl graciously replied, "Greetings, Miss Yi. My name is Luo Xiao, and I am Sun Ziyu's fiancé. 5 years ago, he fled from our wedding, making it exceedingly difficult for me to find him. Now that I have finally located him, I shall not let him escape again. So I kindly ask you, Miss Yi, to facilitate my request." Xinran noticed that Sun Ziyu remained silent, his head lowered, and she realized that Luo Xiao was indeed truthful. She nodded and smiled, inquiring, "Rest assured, Miss Luo, matters of the heart are between the two of you, and we shall not interfere. However, I am curious about your future plans. Do you intend to stay at the base with Sun Ziyu, or do you wish to leave with him?" Chapter 96. The grand finale, of course, we will stay. Luo Xiao replied cheerfully. "Both Sun Ziyu and I are orphans, unbound by any ties. Wherever we go shall be our home. Miss Yi, my medical skills are quite commendable. Is the hospital at our base still seeking doctors?" "Indeed, we welcome Miss Luo to join our esteemed base with great pleasure." Xinran did not anticipate such a delightful surprise early in the morning, prompting her to promptly sell Sun Ziyu. Sun Ziyu owned a quaint villa in the inner city, and, as an engaged couple, it was only natural for them to reside together. Thus, no additional accommodation would be arranged for him. Taken aback by the swift and clear arrangement, Sun Ziyu turned to Zhao Ziqua for assistance. Zhao Ziqua, equally bewildered by this turn of events, cleared his throat and said, "Today, I grant you a day off. Accompany your fiancé for a leisurely stroll through the commercial street." How could a grown man consider fleeing from marriage? Sun Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that even Zhao Ziqua was not on his side. Luo Xiao joyfully linked her arm with Sun Ziyu's and chirped, "Ziyu, come on. Let us go take a look at our home. I can hardly contain my excitement." Zhao Qianqian observed their departing figures and expressed her concern. "I can't shake the feeling that Sun Ziyu seems rather unwilling. If we leave him be like this, will he be all right? If he truly resented it, would he allow himself to be dragged away so half-heartedly?" Song Yang smirked and reassured her, "Qianqian, fret not. Perhaps that fellow is secretly reveling in this situation." "Is that really so?" Zhao Qianqian questioned, her skepticism evident. Xinran chuckled, covering her mouth, and remarked, "Perhaps Sun Ziyu actually enjoys this kind of arrangement." "Is that true?" Zhao Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide. Song Yang grinned, "Whether it's true or not, we shall observe and find out." Upon hearing this, Zhang Si stiffened, shooting a glare at Song Yang and retorting, "Why on earth am I being dragged into this? I thoroughly enjoy my current single life. Being single brings me joy." Xinran nodded and remarked, "Zhang Si is right. We must retain at least one singleton, otherwise. To whom shall we feed all this dog food?" Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into hearty laughter. Zhang Si feigned indignation as he glanced at Xinran and said, "Young madam, how have you succumbed to mischief as well?" "What do you mean by mischief? She has always been this way," Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, looking at Zhang Si with a face full of astonishment. "Surely you cannot have been oblivious to her true nature all this time." This elicited another round of uproarious laughter from the crowd. Before long, breakfast time arrived, and Sun Ziyu, resembling a dutiful spouse, accompanied Luo Xiao to the villa. Yi Xinran enthusiastically addressed Luo Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, Uncle Zhang's culinary skills are truly exquisite. Since it's your first visit, please feel at home. Luo Xiaoxia, displaying an air of familiarity, casually seated herself beside Yi Xinran and calmly replied, Madam, rest assured, I have made up my mind to reside here with Sun Ziyu from now on. You all shall be my family, and I intend to feel as comfortable here as I do at home. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu quickly interjected, Madam. She grew up abroad and tends to be rather straightforward. Please do not take offense. Yi Xinran observed the anxious expression on Sun Ziyu's face and smiled, saying, What is this? Just a moment ago, you were reluctant, and now you are showing concern? Who is concerned about her? Sun Ziyu retorted stubbornly. I'm merely worried that her lack of decorum might offend you. Luo Xiaoxiao smiled knowingly and remarked, Men are truly contradictory. They may verbally deny, yet their bodies reveal their honesty. Yi Xinran nearly choked on her own saliva, astonished by Luo Xiaoxiao's audacity in speaking so boldly. The onlookers gazed at Sun Ziyu's flushed face, each lost in contemplation. Just then, Butler Zhang emerged from the kitchen, carrying breakfast, and was greeted by this peculiar scene. Curiously, he inquired why the silence. Has something occurred? Nothing at all. Yi Xinran, regaining her composure, cheerfully responded, Uncle Zhang, what delectable dish have you prepared for us today? You mentioned a craving for fish, so this morning I made fish fillet congee for you. Uncle Zhang, I knew it. You are the best to me. Yi Xinran joyfully served herself a bowl of fish porridge, but to her astonishment, she immediately spat it out, her body uncontrollably retching. Steward Zhang, filled with anxiety, remarked, This fish was freshly caught by me this morning. How could it possibly be stale? Zhao Qianqian took a taste of the porridge and said, Not at all. The porridge is delightful. Could it be that Xinran is expecting? Expecting? The others were taken aback. It was not that pregnancy was undesirable, but in the aftermath of the apocalypse, it was exceedingly difficult for those with abilities to conceive, especially for high-ranking ability users, as the prospect of pregnancy was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Luo Xiaoxiao quickly grasped Yi Xinran's wrist, her eyes widening with glee as she exclaimed, Zhao, you are remarkable. Not only is the young mistress pregnant, but she is also expecting twins. However, since it's still early, we cannot determine if they are boys or girls. It would be wonderful if they were the same. Yi Xinran was enveloped in the joy of impending motherhood, smiling as she spoke. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I will cherish them both. Brother Ziqua, what about you? Do you prefer a son or a daughter? Zhao Ziqua was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, As long as it is born of you, Xinran, I will adore it. Song Yang, with a look of envy, pulled Zhao Qianqian closer and suggested, Qianqian, let us strive to ensure that our children become lifelong companions. That is not a good idea, Zhao Qianqian retorted, playfully pushing Song Yang's head away. You do realize that close relatives cannot marry, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, While they cannot, we certainly can. See you. Make an effort tonight, and let us aim to become in-laws with a young mistress. Sun Ziyu, blushing furiously, indignantly replied, You silly woman, must you disclose everything? Have you no sense of shame? Yi Xinran leaned contentedly against Zhao Ziqua, her face reflecting pleasure as she observed her laughing companions. Turning to Zhao Ziqua, she spoke with a radiant smile, Brother Ziqua, thank you. Thank you for always cherishing me, for granting me sincere companions, and for allowing me to truly have a home.